Meteorites, earthquakes, plagues, monsters, and the apocalypse. A torrent of bewildering information inundated my mind, rendering me momentarily incapable of even recalling my own name. My head throbbed, and an overwhelming fatigue enveloped me. Who am I, Zhang San? Whoa, please stop. I truly have no more food to give. The sudden plea for mercy swiftly untangled my chaotic thoughts, and the discomfort dissipated. So, it is, I have traversed worlds. The original owner of this body was named Zhang San, a nefarious character. Zhang San opened his eyes to find himself in a dilapidated residential building, a two-bedroom apartment in utter disrepair, devoid of doors and windows, as if abandoned for a century. His gaze fell upon the one who had pleaded for mercy. It was a young girl, her face smeared with dirt, yet her youth was apparent. She wore a tattered white dress, with bruises visible through the rips. The girl was curled up on the floor, weeping, perhaps due to the grip on her neck or the pressure of Zhang San's knee against her spine. How to explain this? I wasn't the one who just struck you. As Zhang San opened his mouth to speak, the words tumbled out. Who are you trying to deceive? Food should be plump and plentiful. It was likely the original owner's intended remark before being usurped, yet now this body belonged to him, and that statement could be considered the original owner's last words. In truth, the girl was far from plump in this era of scarcity. A normal physique could easily be deemed overweight. She clutched her head, her cries growing louder. Just as Zhang San felt the weight of embarrassment, a scrawny man emerged from the bathroom. This man, known as Thin Monkey, was the original owner's lackey, and not a virtuous soul. Third brother, Thin Monkey, shook his head. I've searched everywhere aside from what she initially surrendered. There's no other food. Having said that, he unexpectedly kicked the girl's leg. Damn it, you've wasted my time. Seeing Thin Monkey poised to strike again, Zhang San seized his wrist, halting the descending fist. What are you doing? Ouch, it hurts, I was wrong. Third brother, I was wrong. There was no choice. The original owner's parents were also villains, extracting sustenance from the weak, thus nurturing a small rascal into a robust figure. Thin Monkey was no match for him. With a mere grip, Thin Monkey winced in pain. Zhang San huffed disdainfully, his mind racing. You dare lay a hand on my woman? Thin Monkey promptly slapped himself. I am guilty. I deserve to die. Enough, enough. Zhang San was disinterested in his theatrics and delegated him a task. I'm hungry, go prepare a meal. Third brother, are we really eating? Thin Monkey displayed fear, turning to fetch a pot from the kitchen, which contained 2 dead rats the size of mineral water bottles and half a snake. Zhang San was taken aback to maintain his composure. He merely raised an eyebrow. He recalled that he had some rations on him. Extracting them revealed biscuits made from grain. Crush them for soup, and remember, do not use that pot. Of course. Thin Monkey accepted the biscuits and retreated to the kitchen. Zhang San raised his knee and pulled over the only clean plastic chair to sit down. The girl in the tattered white dress curled into a small ball, her gaze towards Zhang San filled with trepidation. An apology? No, not now. Zhang San propped his chin in thought and then inquired, What is your name? Meow meow. She replied, not daring to withhold her answer. What is your surname? I have none. Meow meow's voice trembled on the verge of tears. My name is Zhang San. Zhang San surveyed the surroundings. A television was embedded in the wall opposite the coffee table, and the plastic cups on the glass table were exquisitely crafted. It was evident that before the apocalypse, this world had experienced considerable technological advancement, affording its inhabitants a comfortable and convenient lifestyle. At least it was not like this now. He watched Thin Monkey exit the kitchen towards the bedroom, returning with a decayed wooden plank. He ignited scraps of paper beside the gas stove to cook. Gas, water, and electricity had been cut off for decades. Peering out the window, the asphalt road below was in disrepair, cracking every few steps, with greenery sprouting through the crevices. Vehicles could hardly pass. Meow Meow said nothing, lacking the courage to speak. Zhang San, unsure of what to say, simply closed his eyes to rest, organizing the information regarding the original owner. According to the original owner's memories, the Zhang family reigned supreme in the vicinity, a veritable local tyrant. 3 days ago, someone claimed to have spotted a renowned stranger in the area, described as plump and well-fed. It was known that ordinary people in this era could barely afford a meal. To possess such a physique indicated access to ample food either, through power or connections? Could they allow others to sleep soundly beside their resting place? The Zhang family would never tolerate the emergence of rival forces nearby, and the robust Zhang San volunteered to gather intelligence. Yet all he found was Meow Meow, who was as destitute as they come. A pungent odor wafted in, and Zhang San opened his eyes to find the room shrouded in smoke. "Be careful," he shouted in a commanding tone, imitating the original owner. "Don't worry, third brother. I've cleaned up everything by the side. There won't be any spills." The thick smoke made it difficult to see, and just as Zhang San's vision blurred, he seemed to glimpse two enormous dark shadows swiftly approaching the kitchen window. "Look outside," he urged. Before he could finish, one shadow crashed through the window, aiming straight for Thin Monkey. Thin Monkey, agile as ever, rolled to the side to evade the lethal impact. The shadow flapped its wings a couple of times, standing upright. With a single glance, Zhang San was covered in goosebumps. It was not just a creature, it was a colossal raven, its feathers pitch black, adorned with a human head. Let's call it Head Crow. Before Zhang San could regain his composure from the terror, the room was suddenly plunged into darkness as another shadow landed on the windowsill, blocking the sunlight. Shifting his gaze, he beheld an owl-headed humanoid standing on the sill. Its human head twisted grotesquely, surveying the surroundings with a gaze teeming with intelligence and distinctly human qualities. Strangely, its eyes were positioned low, level with its ears, allowing one to glimpse the eyeballs from the ear holes when viewed sideways. "Naked ape," the head crow squawked. "2 of them," the owl-headed humanoid added. "No knives," the head crow shrieked. "Let's eat them all," the owl-headed humanoid cackled. With that, the head crow lunged at Thin Monkey with a frenzied caw. The room lit up as the owl-headed humanoid bolted into the room, positioning itself before Zhang San. It neither aided its companion nor attacked Zhang San, merely standing there, even disdainful of puffing its feathers to appear larger. Zhang San had once possessed a knife, but the bag containing it had been left behind on the way here, along with several essential items. Though aware that Thin Monkey was not virtuous, allowing the monsters to attack would result in facing 2 creatures upon his demise. Quickly assessing the situation, Zhang San bellowed, both to intimidate and embolden himself, and then rushed forward in an attempt to assist. The anticipated obstruction never materialized. The owl-headed humanoid tilted its body, granting him passage. Zhang San abruptly halted, a chill of sweat breaking out on his brow. He sensed that if he charged forward, the situation would swiftly devolve into a predicament where he would be besieged from both sides. It was also possible that their initial target was not Thin Monkey, but rather the more robust Zhang San. "Third brother, save me, third brother." The struggle between Thin Monkey and the head crow had descended into a close-quarters battle. The diminutive figure of Thin Monkey was no match, desperately holding onto the creature's claws. "Naked ape," the owl-headed humanoid taunted, raising its voice in triumph. "Selfish," the head crow spat, its tone equally triumphant. Amidst hesitation, Thin Monkey's resistance waned, while his cries grew increasingly desperate. "Third brother, save me." "Caw!" The owl-headed humanoid suddenly leaned in close, startling Zhang San into retreating 2 steps. Its companion cackled, seizing Thin Monkey and flying him towards the window. "Caw caw." The owl-headed humanoid continued to cackle, covering its comrade's retreat while mocking the naked ape's incapacity and selfishness. "Caw your head." Zhang San swung a punch at the owl-headed humanoid's head. Following that, he unleashed a powerful roundhouse kick, sending the creature sprawling. Then, he dashed forward, aiming to tackle the head crow, but alas, he was a moment too late, merely snatching a handful of down feathers. Yet, he wished for Thin Monkey to survive, so he spread his arms wide and clung tightly to the walls on either side of the window. The head crow's body hesitated mid-flight, and seizing the opportunity, Zhang San grasped its ankle and yanked it back with force. The creature released Thin Monkey, its claws now aimed at Zhang San's face. He quickly reached out, grasping an ancient rolling pin and thrusting it toward the creature. The head crow's claws sank deep into the already decaying rolling pin, its legs separating to tear it apart. Zhang San's fist shot forth like lightning, striking its face, pointy stabs. The 2 avian beings exchanged glances, simultaneously flying towards the quaking Meow Meow, who was desperately trying to retreat. They were merely seeking a meal. There was no need to inflict injury upon themselves. Eek! Meow Meow's small feet pushed against the ground as she retreated, wishing to meld into the wall. Thin Monkey lay on the floor, gasping in pain, realizing he was no longer a source of hope. Zhang San, lacking confidence in confronting the two monsters, anxiously surveyed the surroundings for a suitable weapon. Yet, the kitchen knives were as rusted as potato chips, posing no threat whatsoever. In a moment of desperation, he grasped the copper pot and hurled the scalding soup towards the bird beings. Caw! The two avian humanoids shrieked in despair, careening chaotically through the living room, white steam rising from their bodies. Zhang San seized Mio-Mio's hand and pulled her closer. Neither the birdmen wished to sustain injuries, nor did Zhang San desire that outcome. Even though they had become headless flies, he had no intention of engaging in combat. He simply watched as they flitted into the hallway, escaping with alacrity. Third brother is formidable, a voice of flattery came from behind. Turning around, he beheld Shouho sitting on the ground, clutching his bleeding left arm. Are you all right? Zhang San approached to assess the situation. Uncertain whether the birdmen would return for a counterattack, he recognized that an additional person could bolster their strength. It's just a minor issue. I've got a strong constitution, Shouho replied. And you? Zhang San directed his gaze toward Meow Meow. She appeared fortunate, seemingly unscathed by the heat. Startled, she released her grip on Zhang San's clothing and took several steps back, as if, in some fleeting moment, she had regarded him as a sanctuary. Why the hell is my third brother asking you a question? Are you deaf or what? Shouho advanced, attempting to shove her. Zhang San restrained his shoulder. You frightened her to the point of wetting herself. Are you planning to sleep with me tonight? Shouho's pupils dilated, and he offered an awkward chuckle as he retreated to a corner, discreetly tightening his waistband. As dusk descended, Zhang San led Meow Meow into the secondary bedroom, while Shouho retired alone in the master bedroom. Initially, he intended to share the space with Shouho, but he worried about this character sneaking off to find Meow Meow during the night, as well as the possibility of Meow Meow attempting to escape. Thus, he opted for this arrangement. Both rooms were firmly barricaded with wooden planks, and a wardrobe was pushed against the door, instilling a sense of security. Of course, Meow Meow did not share this sentiment. She fearfully cocooned herself in a small blanket. A stool had been abandoned in the living room, and Zhang San, unceremoniously, sat upon the bed. The bedroom, by the standards of this era, was relatively clean. Perhaps the oppressive silence bore down too heavily, for Meow Meow tremulously uttered, I will comply with whatever you say. I only ask that you do not harm me. Zhang San was at a loss for words. Meow Meow assumed his silence indicated agreement, and after a rustling sound, she tossed her white dress to the side of the bed. Having lived in a time of peace just yesterday, Zhang San had no intention of touching this filthy female. He had aspirations of his own and had never harbored such intentions from the outset. Otherwise, he would not have hinted at urinating for self-preservation. The atmosphere fell silent once more. After a prolonged lack of sound, Shouho next door became exceedingly anxious, tightening his belt and moving heavy objects to barricade the door. There was no violence, no violation. This should have been a good thing. Yet, the absence of action or dialogue rendered future behavior unpredictable. Meow Meow felt utterly lost, her heart racing, and large tears rolled down her cheeks. Zhang San did not offer her comfort in truth. He was the one most in need of solace. In an instant, he had transitioned from a civilized world to an apocalyptic one, bereft of friends and family, and uncertain when calamity might claim him next. He had lost so much, and now merely surviving was no simple feat. Contemplating this, he glanced at the girl beside him. To thrive independently, she must possess some skills. He held no affection for the original family's home. If he could avoid returning, he would. If he could learn survival skills from Meow Meow in this new world, living freely and unencumbered might not be so bad. Thus, he directly inquired, how did the food in the pot come to be? At last, Zhang San spoke, and Meow Meow seized upon his words as if they were a lifeline, hurriedly responding, too caught at myself nearby. No need to shout, I can't hear you, he interjected. Fearing Shouho might eavesdrop and arouse suspicion, Zhang San apologized for the intrusion and crawled along the bed to sit beside Meow Meow against the wall. Tell me, how did you catch it? Meow Meow paused, her face flushing crimson, and she fumbled to explain, well, it ran, I chased it, and then I caught it. To hear such a simplistic account was almost absurd. Zhang San chuckled helplessly. You make it sound so easy, that large rat you claim to have caught. Do you think you're a cat? But I am a cat. Just look, she proclaimed, raising her head to face Zhang San. Her appearance underwent a striking transformation. Her rounded ears elongated into pointed shapes, sprouting fine, soft, tawny fur. Meow. Meow Meow imitated a cat's meow and wiggled her ears. I am excellent at catching mice. The sudden metamorphosis startled Zhang San, causing his heart to race and his fist clenched, almost swinging out of instinct. Fortunately, the earlier encounters with the birdman had prepared him, rendering a mere pair of cat ears less terrifying in comparison. A cat girl? His fear dissipated quickly, and Zhang San's eyes brightened, his palms relaxing as the tension in his fists shifted elsewhere. Chapter 2. Rain, rain, rain. Calmness is essential. It would be quite troublesome if she were frightened. Zhang San suppressed his curiosity and pointed towards the kitchen, inquiring, Have you always consumed these morsels? He referred to the snakes and rats simmering in the pot. Of course not, she replied. The commotion from catching rats is far too loud. If those two bird-like creatures from earlier see me, they will swoop in and catch me. Typically, I quietly forage for wild vegetables to stave off hunger. Opportunities to eat meat are quite rare. Can a cat survive on wild vegetables alone? He mused. I suppose that would be unlikely. Meow Meow licked the back of her hand. Noticing Zhang San's gaze, she blushed slightly and confessed. Whenever I exhibit feline traits, I can hardly suppress my instincts. She tucked away her fluffy cat ears and continued. I haven't encountered another of my kind for many years. I am the only cat in the entire city. They may have all perished from hunger. In other words, transforming into a human has granted you omnivorous capabilities. Looking on the bright side, perhaps they have also taken on human forms, simply hiding away until you discover them. Oh, how many cat girls would that entail? When did I fall asleep? Zhang San rubbed his throbbing head. Dreaming of cat girls was quite delightful. Why was the blanket so short? Had it been turned sideways? He couldn't locate the light switch. My phone. Where is my phone? I should have left the voice assistant on. In the darkness, he groped around, discovering only a tattered skirt. Suddenly, he was wide awake, realizing he was no longer in his original time. A night without incident. The residential building where Zhang San resided was less than 30 miles in a straight line from the Zhang family's stronghold. Theoretically, even at a leisurely pace of 3,000 meters per hour. It shouldn't take half a day to return. However, the post-disaster urban terrain was complex, meaning it would realistically take at least 2 days. Having barely eaten yesterday, he would inevitably need to forage for food on his journey ahead. Thus, early in the morning, the thin monkey called out from behind the wardrobe, Brother San, I'm going downstairs to find some food. Huh? No. You don't need to come along. Just wait for the meal, Zhang San replied. With your abilities, did you really need my help for rations yesterday afternoon? Zhang San stepped out from behind the wardrobe, and Meow Meow, feeling a bit apprehensive about the thin monkey, hid behind him. The thin monkey chuckled awkwardly, and the three descended the stairs together. This was Zhang San's first direct encounter with the surface of the apocalypse. Perhaps due to the concentration of oxygen, all the vegetation flourished unnaturally. Some even managed to push through the cracked asphalt. Unfortunately, the original owner had never faced hunger and could hardly recognize a few wild vegetables, leaving Zhang San ill-equipped for self-sufficiency. The thin monkey leaped onto a purple tree trunk. Nimbly scaling to the top and tossed down a tender branch, Zhang San raised his hand to catch it, getting sap all over. The thin monkey pointed towards a puddle, urging, Hurry, Brother San, wash that off. You can't touch it. Following his advice, Zhang San quickly rinsed away the sap, but the affected skin still turned red. This is purslane. The milky sap is toxic, and if it gets on you, blisters will form. Hearing this, Zhang San's mind was filled with confusion. He had seen and eaten purslane before. Wasn't it an annual herb? When did it become a tree? However, his bewilderment soon faded as the thin monkey returned with wild pears covered in white fuzz and spiny peanuts. Meanwhile, Meow Meow had caught a grasshopper the size of a fist and gathered several types of wild vegetables that the thin monkey didn't recognize. So many unfamiliar things overwhelmed him, leaving him numb. Remembering that he had come to learn how to forage, Zhang San carefully examined the samples the others had brought back and began to gather some himself. He also broke off a smooth, long branch that resembled a sword guard. It looked quite impressive as a weapon. When he turned back, he noticed that the white dress was no longer in sight. It seemed to have slipped away unnoticed. Oh, now I can't go back to the Zhang family without the thin monkey. Thankfully, I saved him. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. The thin monkey also noticed the absence of someone and scratched his head, wanting to speak to Zhang San, but hesitating. The person who had always followed Zhang San was now gone. If he mentioned it, wouldn't it imply that Zhang San hadn't kept an eye on them? He pointed to the gathered wild vegetables and asked, Brother San, shall we eat them raw or cook them? Can they be eaten raw? Most are toxic and cannot be consumed directly. The thin monkey carefully picked up a mutated purslane, avoiding the sap. For example, this one will give you sores if eaten raw, but cooked it will only leave a tingling sensation. If consumed in excess, you might just slur your words. This is dog bane. Too much will cause diarrhea. Thistle is toxic, and also toxic. Finally, he picked up a bunch of plump purple grapes that Zhang San had gathered. This is mercurial nightshade. It's highly toxic. After hearing the thin monkey's explanations, Zhang San's mind echoed with 16 characters. This is toxic. That is toxic. Raw has more toxins. Cooked has fewer. Yet, despite this, the thin monkey still planned to eat them raw. Zhang San understood that he was afraid the smoke from cooking would attract monsters. Hence the choice. It wasn't as if eating this meal would allow them to rush back to safety. We don't have any medicine on us. For safety's sake, let us eat them cooked. Thus, the two returned to the fourth floor where Meow Meow had been residing, combined their gathered wild vegetables, and simmered a pot of hodgepodge soup. Perhaps it was due to the lack of seasoning or the quality of the ingredients. The soup tasted sour and astringent to Zhang San, who had grown up on refined grains. One sip left a bitter aftertaste in his mouth, and each breath felt like inhaling hot air. With his nasal passages feeling scorched in contrast, the thin monkey savored it, as if it were a gourmet delicacy. He was about to muster the courage to ask for a second bowl. Light footsteps echoed from the hallway, growing increasingly loud. Zhang San immediately stood alert, gripping his wooden sword and gazing towards the door. The thin monkey looked around anxiously, ultimately grasping the pot's handle to lift the hot soup. It's raining. We should hurry home. The little snail says not to worry. I'll carry the house back. It's raining. We should hurry home. The clear, lilting nursery rhyme accompanied the footsteps, and soon Meow Meow appeared at the door, her arms laden with a bundle of wild vegetables. Huh? She set the vegetables down, her small eyes filled with confusion. That weren't you all supposed to leave? Why are you back? Zhang San retorted. What do you mean? Why are we back? What about you? That silly cat. If she wants to escape, she should at least flee further away. This is my home. He spoke with such conviction, as if claiming ownership. After all, she was quite attached to her den. Zhang San helped her place the wild vegetables in the bedroom and handed her a bowl of hodgepodge, asking, Where did you run off to just now? Of course, I was gathering more food. It's going to rain soon. It tastes salty. It's delicious. With such bright sunshine outside, how could it possibly rain? Before the thin monkey could finish his sentence, a blinding flash illuminated their surroundings, followed by the rumbling of thunder. Moments later, the sky darkened, heavy clouds rolling in. The thin monkey remarked, Thank goodness we listened to Brother San and returned to cook. Otherwise, we'd be caught in the rain right now. After a few drops fell, a torrential downpour erupted from the sky, pouring down with such force that it made one worry whether the building could withstand it. However, the color of the rain. Zhang San rubbed his eyes and looked out the window again, only to be met with a sea of crimson. The thin monkey also noticed, stammering, red rain, like blood, plop. A soft, blob-like object fell from the sky and splattered on the ground. Unfortunately, it was too far away to discern what it was. Plop, another fell. Plop, plop, plop. Countless soft blobs tumbled down from the clouds amidst the blood rain, soon covering the ground in a thick layer. Zhang San could now see clearly. They were chunks of bloody meat. None of the three felt any joy at the sight of falling meat. The eerie atmosphere was suffocating. But oh no! Meow Meow suddenly screamed, crouching down and hugging herself tightly. What's wrong? Zhang San asked. It moved. The meat moved. Zhang San turned to look outside. From their fourth-floor vantage point, they could clearly see the ground below. The raindrops were the size of beans, but were they truly moving? Just as he leaned down to comfort her, he suddenly spotted a worm-like creature, as large as a meaty worm, wriggling out from one of the meat chunks. It squirmed in the rain for a moment before burrowing back in, looking around. He saw countless worms crawling through the sea of blood and flesh. Zhang San forced himself to remain calm and turned to the thin monkey, asking, Have you ever seen anything like this? Not only have I never seen it, I've never even heard of it. The thin monkey's legs trembled. We can't just sit here. I need to go take a look. Brother San, I'll come with you. The thin monkey's legs buckled before he could take a step, collapsing onto the ground. Zhang San waved his hand in resignation. You stay here and rest. It was broad daylight, yet the hallway was shrouded in darkness. The freshly painted, chrome-plated stair railing had not yet decayed. Despite its thick layer of dust, Zhang San found some courage in it, and didn't he mind holding on by the time they reached the first floor. The rainwater had accumulated to half a step high, replacing the earthy aroma with a faint stench of blood. The drainage system here had long since collapsed. If this heavy rain continued for a while, they might have to swim to get around. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the crimson rainwater, casting a pallid hue. Just before he was temporarily blinded, he distinctly saw a human hand protruding from one of the meat chunks. Perhaps sensing Zhang San's presence, every finger of that hand was being invaded by a plump, blood-colored worm. These worms greedily swayed their heads, seemingly sniffing the air, before collectively leaving the severed hand to crawl eagerly towards the staircase. Fortunately, the stairwell of this old residential building was quite high, preventing them from climbing up and only allowing them to reach the height of the blood-soaked water. Most people would find such a sight unbearable. Zhang San was no exception. He leaped over 12 steps in 3 bounds, racing back to the 4th floor. After informing the thin monkey and Meow Meow about the situation below, the 3 of them began to scavenge, gathering various materials from other rooms. First, raise the threshold to prevent any potential fleshworms from crawling into the abode, then seal all the windows of Meow Meow's house, leaving only the tiniest sliver of a gap. Finally, barricade the door with a refrigerator, stuffing it with bricks and other heavy objects from within. The room plunges into darkness, yet the sense of security only intensifies. The blood rain continues to pour incessantly, with no indication of when it might relent. After a day of toil, the 3 return to the bedroom to rest. The passage of terrifying time always feels interminable, without clocks and the sun obscured. The endless blood rain has no measure of duration, nor any sign of cessation. After dining, there is nothing to do but sleep. Zhang San lies quietly on the bed, contemplating how many days the remaining food might last. Yet, Meow Meow, with her cat-like curiosity, becomes restless. Sensing no threat from Zhang San, she begins to playfully poke and prod at him. This stirs an itch within Zhang San, reminiscent of a cat's playful clawing. The small, soft cat girl lies beside him, but he knows that certain actions must be strictly avoided at this moment. The relentless patter of rain falls not only upon the ground but also weighs heavily upon Zhang San's heart. How deep is the water? What is the situation outside? Zhang San is acutely aware of the importance of information, unwilling to simply wait for fate to unfold. Sleep eludes him, and he shifts the cabinet aside to venture into the living room. Sounds emerge from the master bedroom, but after waiting a while, he realizes that the gaunt monkey does not intend to emerge. He lights a candle he had previously scavenged and cautiously descends the stairs alone to assess the rain's intensity. A foul wind whistles through the corridor as he tucks a wooden sword under his arm, shielding the faint candlelight as he gingerly proceeds down the stairs. The dust-coated steps creak ominously, and a massive shadow accompanies him. The water is deep. The wooden sword cannot touch the bottom. Counting the steps that remain above the waterline, he calculates that 7 have already been submerged. The splashing sounds of falling water echo, stirring ripples, indicating that the sky continues to rain down dismembered flesh. Return, he murmurs to himself, adding an air of eeriness. Turning around, 2 disembodied heads float before him, illuminated eerily from below by the small birthday candle. A calm observation reveals that these heads do not float freely. Rather, they are upheld by dark, feathered bodies. They are the very birdmen from yesterday. Their eyes move vacantly, yet none fixate upon Zhang San. Suddenly, the left eye of the owl-bodied creature pops out, and a fleshy worm protrudes halfway from its hollow eye socket. Beside it, the head of the raven mechanically opens its mouth, revealing a writhing mass within. Its chilling voice echoing in the silent corridor. "Hello, naked ape," the owl-bodied creature adds. Chapter 3. When morality meets heaven. Zhang San distinctly feels his heart racing. Clenching his teeth, he thrusts the wooden sword through the owl-bodied creature. Uncertain where the strength comes from, he leaps onto the stair railing, gripping the upper rail with both hands. Twisting and scrambling to the 2nd floor, the owl-bodied creature, like a mechanical puppet, turns its head 270 degrees to gaze at the retreating figure of the naked ape with its remaining eye. It does not pursue immediately, but instead continues to turn its head to observe its companion nearby. The sound of cracking bones reverberates through its flesh and feathers as it twists its head violently, leaving it dangling helplessly against its chest. Yet, it still manages to speak. I like. Zhang San scrambles back to the fourth floor and slips into a room. He first drags the refrigerator to block the door, stuffing it full. Then he shifts various pieces of furniture, whether sturdy or decayed, into the entryway. What are you doing awake? A sleepy Meow Meow emerges from the guest room, rubbing her eyes, like a lighthouse seen through a storm. Zhang San rushes over and envelopes her tightly in his arms. Be gentle. Meow Meow weakly resists for a moment, her cheeks flushed. Can we go back to the room first? Naked ape. The two light, seemingly innocuous words strike Zhang San like bullets, penetrating his eardrums and striking his mind. Like a solitary sailboat caught in a storm at sea, desperately striving to reach the beacon of light, he is dismayed to discover it is merely a giant eye. A buzzing fills his ears as his fear reaches its zenith. Perhaps still unaccustomed to this body, the sudden fright makes his vision blur, and he collapses helplessly to the ground. Huh? Meow Meow, bewildered, scratches her face. I was just making a little joke. Why did you faint? Time drifts by in a hazy stupor, and Zhang San eventually opens his eyes to find himself enveloped in darkness, unsure of what he is resting against. Soft and warm. You're awake. Almost simultaneously as he opens his eyes, a gentle voice greets him. It's Meow Meow, inquiring with concern, her delicate fingers brushing against the stubble on his chin. Zhang San springs up, seizing her hand, twisting her arm and shoulder, pinning her down onto the bed. Ouch! What are you doing? Don't poke my eyes out. I'll go blind. Zhang San's mind is flooded with images of the hollow eye sockets of the owl-bodied creature and the writhing worms. He restrains Meow Meow's hands, examining her closely to ensure there are no abnormalities. Only after confirming her safety does he breathe a sigh of relief, sitting beside her, gasping for breath. You must never utter that phrase again. Do you understand? Meow Meow whimpers in response, hugging her knees and quietly sobbing. Zhang San feels a twinge of guilt, yet he rationalizes that she brought it upon herself by making such a joke. Had the wooden sword not been left with the birdmen, perhaps Meow Meow would now bear 2 additional holes in her body. By the way, the birdman, he urgently inquires. How long was I unconscious? I don't know. But definitely less than half an hour. Was there any commotion at the door during that time? No, he repeatedly confirms. What do you want? What do you want? Meow Meow suddenly bursts into anger, shaking her small fists in frustration. Zhang San allows her to strike him a few times before grabbing her hands to stop her antics. No need to fuss. I just went downstairs. He recounts his earlier experience, and Meow Meow's expression shifts from anger to guilt to fear. Unfortunately, the darkness obscures her sorrowful visage, preventing Zhang San from noticing. Otherwise, he would not have sulked. Before bed, my wife doesn't scold me. What more for a creature I've known for only 2 days? Zhang San ponders quietly. She wouldn't take advantage of me while I'm asleep? Would she? Perhaps I should strike first. Lost in thought, he suddenly feels melancholic. How did I end up like this? In the blink of an eye. The blood rain has drummed down for 3 days and nights. Wild vegetables do little to stave off hunger, and soon they are consumed entirely. The burly Zhang San finds himself struggling to endure hunger after only a few missed meals, his stomach growling louder than the plopping of flesh outside the window. Unable to bear it any longer, he resorts to boiling the vines originally intended for binding vegetables, consuming them as noodles. The solidified remnants of the pancake soup he had spilled on the ground are scraped up and shared among them. Thankfully, Meow Meow had stored a considerable amount of water, sparing them the worry of dying of thirst. 2 more days fly by. Zhang San is so dizzy from hunger that he can no longer think clearly, yet the house is devoid of food. No, there is something. In a pot lies Meow Meow's treasure, miraculously preserved due to mutations brought on by the apocalypse. The flesh has not spoiled even after all this time. Zhang San never imagined he would one day resort to eating such repulsive food. Yet the desire to fill his stomach has reached unprecedented heights, and his parched mouth uncontrollably secretes saliva. This is duck neck. This is duck neck, he reassures himself. The gaunt monkey no longer blocks the door. Already frail, a few days of inadequate nourishment have left him feeling faint. In this state, he can hardly muster the energy to move furniture, let alone chew. If he can sit, he won't walk. If he can lie down, he won't sit. Zhang San no longer spends the night in the guest room. There is no longer a need. Besides, compared to Meow Meow, the gaunt monkey is on his side. Moreover, Sleeping in a big bed is far more comfortable, allowing him to stretch his arms and legs as he pleases. Third brother on the master bed. The gaunt monkey weakly murmurs, I'm so hungry. My stomach hurts, I don't talk. Save your strength. Third brother. Zhang San moves his fingers. There remains half a candle in the living room. You eat it all. Third brother. Calling me one tea help. I won't hoard food. Eat quickly. The longer you wait, the thinner you'll get. What? Zhang San turns to the gaunt monkey, vaguely understanding but still asking. What are you saying? The gaunt monkey points to the guest room. While you still have the strength. Hurry and kill her. Otherwise, you might not be able to hold back. The mutated snake and rat meat is indeed difficult to swallow. The two have eaten little. Most of it has gone to the landlord. She hasn't gone hungry at all. Zhang San feels an urge to punch the gaunt monkey, but is too lethargic to lift his hand. Irritated, he replies, the ground outside is covered in meat. If you really want to eat, just bring back a couple of pieces. The gaunt monkey falters, knowing that even with 1,000 times the courage, he wouldn't dare venture outside. Third brother, just smell the stench outside. It's so foul, eating it would surely lead to death. Seeing Zhang San unresponsive, the gaunt monkey's gaze turns cold as he pulls a shard of glass from beneath the mattress. If you want to eat. I will. That's your sister-in-law. Third brother, don't give me that. I know full well whether she's my sister-in-law or not. Zhang San warns, don't blame me for not reminding you. I've never eaten a bipedal sheep. If I indulge today, the next meal could very well be you. If you want to eat, then eat. I can't take it any longer. The gaunt monkey speaks with determination, having no way out. If he doesn't find food soon, he would be nothing more than meat on the chopping block. Once he loses strength, that I'll do it. As long as you don't stop me. It's fine. I'll share the good meat with you. I can eat the scraps. If you don't like women, I can keep you company when it's my turn after she's gone. Please save me a meal. Let me die full that time. You needn't feel guilty. I'll have my stomach sliced open, and the food will still be inside in the guest room. The whispers from next door pique Meow Meow's curiosity. Her cat ears perked up, eager to learn what the two are secretly discussing. Unfortunately, the sound of the rain is too loud to discern clearly. All she can vaguely catch is the mention of eating. Humph, I even shared the mouse with the two of you, and now I can hardly see anything at night. When there's something delicious, you hide it away and sneakily devour it, leaving me out in the cold. Just as I was seething with anger, footsteps approached from the master bedroom. She lifted her gaze towards the door, and the gaunt monkey, clutching a glass, barged in. What do you want? Without uttering a word. The gaunt monkey lunged at her. He was so famished that he had begun to hallucinate, imagining that people sprouted fluffy ears. Meow Meow struggled desperately, but her petite frame was no match for an adult male. In a mere moment, her arm was slashed open, 2 crimson gashes appearing. Damn it, before she could even process the chaos in her mind, a towering figure emerged, cursing as he kicked the gaunt monkey, sending him crashing into the wall. Zhang San's face was clouded with fury. The gaunt monkey's attack had come too suddenly. Despite rushing over immediately, he was still a step too late. The food had already been nearly consumed. And now with injuries, Meow Meow would likely not survive for long. Ha! Ha! The gaunt monkey gasped in agony, akin to a deflating balloon, a line of blood appearing on his throat. Sensing something, he reached out, but as soon as his hand made contact, a smooth incision appeared along the line of blood. The cut traced a circle, and his head thudded to the ground, blood gushing from his severed neck and splattering against the ceiling. Meow Meow stared blankly at the tip of her index finger. Zhang San looked at Meow Meow in shock. The gaunt monkey had bizarrely met his demise, and the true culprit could not possibly be himself. It had to be heard in the silence. Bright red blood flowed incessantly from the wound on Meow Meow's arm, trickling down her finger and pooling on the ground. Although the gaunt monkey's death was horrifying, Zhang San quickly suppressed his fear, having recently endured extraordinary experiences at this moment. The priority was the living. He didn't want to be left with only 2 corpses before starving to death. He stepped forward. Don't come any closer, Meow Meow urgently protested, her gaze still fixed on her right index finger. What is happening? Following her gaze, he looked at her finger. There was nothing there but a red line, a very thin red line, but the color was unmistakable. Can't you see it? The unknown is terrifying. Upon uttering this, Zhang San felt as though he was surrounded by a myriad of sharp threads, and any movement could lead to a fate like that of the gaunt monkey. He dared not shake his head. His body tense as he stood frozen. I can't see it. Wait a moment. Let me try. Meow Meow said. She picked up various objects and gestured at the air, as if there were indeed a line there. But regardless of whether it was a pillow, a blanket, or even Meow Meow's finger, Zhang San's nails, hair, or body, they all passed through that possibly imaginary line without incident. Nothing happened. It really exists. Trust me. Meow Meow grew anxious. Like someone who had made a significant discovery seeking validation from others. I believe you. I believe you. Please, just stop the bleeding. Despite not understanding the reason, since Meow Meow claimed the line would not harm him, Zhang San decided to disregard it and first examine her injury. The wound was not deep, but it was lengthy. We need to stop the bleeding quickly, he said. How do we stop it? I don't know. Do you have a needle? Meow Meow produced a short bone needle made from a mouse's leg bone. Is this okay? Zhang San was somewhat surprised, raising an eyebrow. That'll do, concerned that the bone might not withstand burning. He refrained from using fire, instead tearing a thread from his clothing to thread through the needle's eye, and immediately set to stitching the wound. Ouch! Just as he had sewn half a stitch. Meow Meow could no longer bear it, her fist clenching as the wound gaped wider. Zhang San knew she was afraid of pain and being hit, but there was no room for delicacy now. If only Meow Meow's family had jars. Otherwise, he could have covered her head and knocked it a few times with a brick to induce a daze as anesthesia. He firmly held her arm, stitching the wound closed with precision. Throughout, he did not forget to offer comfort. Look on the bright side. It's not every day you get a free floral tattoo. Once the operation was complete, Meow Meow was already in so much pain, she was drained of strength. Zhang San helped her lie down. Rest well. I'll take care of the body. The gaunt monkey's death was truly deserved. Zhang San felt no sympathy whatsoever. He was only afraid of fainting from hunger later. While he still retained some humanity, he needed to dispose of the corpse quickly. He pried open the wooden boards sealing the window, and bright sunlight flooded into the room. The skies had cleared. Chapter 4. Insects swell. The stagnant water dissipated swiftly, retreating in just 2 days. Yet for Zhang San, these 2 days felt as long as half a century, his stomach grumbling with hunger. Starving, so starved that it felt as though a dull knife was scraping against his stomach, his intestines twisting painfully. Every minute, every second, was a trial of his willpower. He felt weak and vacated the bed, weakly made his way to the entrance, and weakly moved aside the obstruction at the door. Regardless of whether it was a humanoid owl or an owl-headed human, he only wished to step outside and procure some food, if he encountered something. Even a bird person would suffice. Anything would be better than candle wax. Struggling to climb over the high threshold, he suddenly recalled something and shouted into the room. Meow Meow, come out for a meal. Meow Meow emerged from the bedroom, looking dejected. I feel terrible. Am I going to die? Her condition was visibly poor, with pristine white whiskers sprouting at her cheeks. With each step, tufts of fur sprouted from her ears. And by the time she reached Zhang San's side, her ears had completely transformed into those of a cat, slightly repositioned due to the reshaping of her skull. Noticing Meow Meow, trembling and unable to stand firmly, Zhang San gently lifted his arm. Meow Meow reached out to embrace it, resting her small head upon it. Despite merely sharing in hunger, their bond had grown closer. Just eat something, and you'll feel better. I'm feeling so cold. Yet my body is so warm. Just eat something, and you'll feel better. The two supported each other down the stairs. At the bottom, a thin layer of mud formed from dust mixed with rainwater awaited them. He tapped it with the tip of his shoe. There was nothing unusual within. Outside the residential building, the expected chunks of meat had completely vanished, leaving only scattered white bones dotting the mud. The insects within seemed to have also disappeared. As they walked along, they saw not a single one. Only a faint, putrid odor lingered. Under Meow Meow's guidance, Zhang San foraged for wild vegetables and even pulled up some wild garlic. According to her, the surrounding wild garlic should be white, not the purplish hue he held in his hand. That he could not fathom the reason. The leaves were stained with the faint red mud left behind by the blood rain. And without a clean water source nearby to wash them, the two had to make do and eat them. If they didn't eat, they would die, lacking the strength to ascend the stairs. Zhang San sat on the bottom step, basking in the sun, pondering whether this would conserve the energy needed to maintain his body temperature. Meow Meow sat beside him, lifting her hand to the sun, flipping it back and forth to observe. This way, the red line looks beautiful. I could gaze at it for years without growing tired. What a pity I'm about to die. She buried her head in his embrace. Zhang San joked. Did you hear something? With her furry ears unable to perk up, Meow Meow asked. What sound? Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Meow Meow pouted and playfully punched him. You startled me. I thought something monstrous was coming. Besides, how can you sing a birthday song without lighting the candles? Zhang San's diversion failed to deter her, and she continued with her earlier topic. Before my grandmother passed, she was burning hot all over. At that time, I didn't understand. I just knew she felt warm, so I cuddled up to her. Then she suddenly stopped rubbing my head, and when I looked up, she had already drawn her last breath. Zhang San was somewhat taken aback. This was Meow Meow's first mention of family. Unfortunately, since they were not his kin, he could not resonate emotionally. You were just a little girl back then? No, I was a tabby cat. She pointed to her inflamed, swollen wound and the crooked stitches, saying, I already had a big floral tattoo. After a while, Zhang San felt somewhat better, although his body still felt weak and his stomach burned. He had regained some strength. He split the wild garlic cloves and offered them to Meow Meow. She slightly shook her head. The blood has swollen. I don't dare eat it. Garlic can disinfect when chewed. Eat it. It might help. Though he said this, he knew full well that to intake enough allicin from the garlic, one would need to consume it in kilograms to see an effect. What if it's toxic? She asked. Zhang San reassured her. Don't be ridiculous that he eat it if hearing a joke. Meow Meow chuckled softly a couple of times before accepting the purplish garlic clove and chewing it.so pungent, but so delicious. Then eat more. Not far away, under a tree, obscured by leaves and fly maggots, a black figure hung upside down, its head dangling. That it moved its eyelids to shoo away the flies, gazing at Zhang San with its remaining decayed, rotting eyes, filled with longing. As night gradually fell, Zhang San felt much more fulfilled after consuming 2 meals of wild vegetables. He carried the drowsy Meow Meow back to the 4th floor. Some of her skin was sprouting sparse cat fur, clearly indicating something was amiss with her body. Climb a few more flights. The cat girl on his shoulder suddenly spoke, then toss me down. But remember, head first. Zhang San remained silent, carrying her back to the room and placing her on the bed, playfully smacking her backside twice. She obediently pulled the blanket over herself, ceasing her nonsensical talk. After sealing the doors and windows, Zhang San sat on the bed, clutching his stomach. His digestive system was far weaker than Meow Meow's. Continuing like this was not a solution. He feared he would succumb to food poisoning in just a few days. Returning to his home was imperative, just as he was lost in thought. A sudden knocking sound rang out from outside. Knock, knock. The sound did not come from the living room, but seemed to originate from the outdoor hallway. Knock, knock. What could be lightly tapping against the refrigerator used to block the door? Zhang San grew alert, retrieving a brick from beneath the bed. Having learned from his previous experience, he dared not act recklessly. Knock, knock. The knocking persisted, steady and unwavering, each tap echoing with determination. Could it be those 2 bird people? He pondered if they lacked hands. What were they using to knock? Wings or their foreheads? He contemplated in his mind that as long as he was not taken aloft and cast into the abyss, the Birdman lacked the capacity to deliver a fatal blow, provided that no bizarre occurrences transpired, and disregarding the notion of remaining unscathed, he believed himself capable of facing 2 adversaries simultaneously. The dilemma lay in these strange phenomena. He was entirely unaware of their nature, nor could he comprehend the situation concerning the creatures within his body. Resolutely, he decided that unless the opponent breached the living room, he would steadfastly remain within the master bedroom. As he pondered, a hand suddenly grasped his arm, causing him to jump in surprise. Upon looking down, he recognized it was Meow Meow. Its Meow Meow uttered disjointedly, her expression one of terror, her ears resembling those of an airplane, and her delicate hands trembled violently. Who? Zhang San inquired. Meow Meow, feverish and dazed, was rendered utterly weak. Finding speech to be a strenuous task, she extended her small hand, and under Zhang San's watchful gaze, it settled in his palm. Fingers intertwining. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of emotions not belonging to her flooded her heart. Resentment, confusion, shock, and an insatiable yearning for life. These feelings, mingled with a hazy and indistinct sense of self, inadvertently evoked thoughts of the thin monkey. Zhang San quickly pressed. Is it the thin monkey? Are you referring to him? Yet, when he glanced down again, Meow Meow had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Now, it was Zhang San alone who felt the grip of fear. If a voice from outside suddenly called out "third brother," he sensed he might faint from terror. In contrast, he would have preferred to hear the naked ape. he gently patted Meow Meow's feverish hand, secretly relieved that she had severed the thin monkey's head with a red thread. Otherwise, he might indeed have been compelled to hear those two words. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed throughout the night. Ceasing only with the dawn's arrival, Zhang San, deprived of sleep, yawned incessantly. Evading the outside world was not a sustainable strategy. He would eventually need to venture out in search of sustenance. He picked up a brick and stepped outside to survey the situation. The corridor was desolate, save for a few repugnant maggots crawling at the doorway, and the floor bore chaotic footprints that offered no clarity. This accursed place was untenable. The most prudent course of action was to return to the Zhang household. He cast a glance back, ultimately refusing to abandon Meow Meow. He lifted her feverish form onto his back and began to tread northward, step by step, away from the residential building. Vibrant flora thrived in the crevices of steel and concrete, transforming the thoroughfare into a dense thicket of greenery and thorns. There was no need to fear becoming lost within, as long as he adhered to the layout established over a century ago. Avoiding shops and residential complexes, he would only encounter the straight and narrow streets ahead. However, it must be noted that these streets were indeed overgrown with thorns and without tools to clear a path. Zhang San had to tread cautiously. He remained vigilant, ever watchful for any lurking beasts or monsters. Before long, he sensed something amiss. Whether towering trees, wild grasses, or the sharp spines of shrubs, he discerned egg-sized galls adorning them. Galls are abnormal growths on plants resulting from the stimulation of insect secretions. These galls exhibited strikingly similar camouflage colors. On the grass, they appeared green, while on the trees, they mirrored the bark's hue. Yet, due to their substantial size, they were difficult to overlook. Directly in front of him hung a branch of earthen hue, heavily laden with galls, which could easily be mistaken for potatoes clinging to the tree. Crack! He inadvertently stepped upon a grass-colored gall. The walnut-like outer shell shattered, revealing a burst of crimson pupae within. In addition to the repugnance, a tremor coursed through his body from bottom to top. What is this? The original host, having lived for over 20 years, bore no recollection of such things, prompting a cascade of thoughts. Were they a product of the blood rain? How could such enormous galls form in just 2 short days? How long does it take for them to hatch? What do the adult insects feed on? Where do they lay their eggs? As he pondered, a fly buzzed over, landing on Meow Meow's wound. Rubbing its tiny hands together, the chill ran down Zhang San's spine, and in a frenzy, he swatted the fly away, tearing a piece of fabric from his shirt to bind her arm. Carrying the small cat girl, he walked intermittently. Soon finding himself in the evening, he sought shelter in a nearby community, entering through a collapsed wall, and chose a room on the 2nd floor with relatively few spider webs to rest. Meow Meow had consumed merely 2 leaves throughout the day, and not a drop of water had passed her lips. Zhang San, too, had not drunk, yet the wild vegetables contained moisture, so he did not feel excessively parched. Lacking the energy to clean, he merely flipped a dusty blanket over, deeming it sufficiently clean, and laid the delirious Meow Meow upon it. "Why did you fall ill?" he murmured to himself, attempting to conjure an excuse to justify leaving her there to fend for herself. He grasped her slender hand. "How can I carry you when you eat like a pig?" He scaled the wall into the courtyard, retrieved the spare key from the kitchen's rice jar, climbed out to unlock the courtyard gate, and then carried Meow Meow into the main room. "Xiaowen," he called out once more. I was utterly confused. The door was locked. How could there possibly be anyone inside? He placed Meow Meow on the bed and fetched precious medicinal herbs to brew a soup, which he then fed her. The rest was up to her own fate. Afterward, Zhang San locked the door, departed from the bungalow, circumvented the granary courtyard, and exchanged greetings with the armed guards, finally entering a heavily fortified 3-story building. Upon entering, he spotted a rotund man lounging on a faux leather sofa, exhaling clouds of smoke, while a frail girl behind him shivered in her nakedness. Zhang San composed himself and forced a smile, exclaiming, "Brother, I'm back." "Ah, it's San. Come, come." Zhang beckoned to the chair beside him, indicating for Zhang San to take a seat. Within moments, he swung his hand and violently slapped the girl across the face. "Damn it! Are you blind? Your third uncle has returned, and you don't even offer him tea?" Without waiting for the girl to rise, Zhang suddenly recalled why he had sent Sanner out. He waved his hand, saying, "Get back inside and stay put. You're not allowed to leave without my orders." He then dismissed the surrounding guards, leaving only the 2 brothers in the main room, where Zhang De scrutinized Zhang San's shoulders. As long as you're fine, you realize you've been gone for 10 days. You nearly drove me to despair. I lost my appetite for meals. I barely managed to eat 5 bowls at noon. I ran into some unexpected circumstances, but it's all sorted now. Zhang San understood Zhang De was inquiring whether there were other forces nearby. So he replied, "It's nothing to worry about, just a young girl whom I brought back. With such a lively person as Miao Miao, there was no way to hide her, so he confessed straightforwardly. She lives nearby. No one was competing with her for wild vegetables, so she managed to grow plump. It was also her good fortune not to encounter any beasts. Otherwise, she would have been snatched away." "I see. And what about that girl?" "She is resting in my room, utterly exhausted." "You rascal," Zhang De laughed as he scolded him. "Upon returning home, you didn't seek me out, causing me unnecessary worry, and instead, you got cozy with your girl. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. You look utterly worn out. Hurry back to sleep. I will. Brothered up, by the way, I haven't seen that little Xiaowen of mine." "Has she run off secretly?" Zhang De waved his hand dismissively. "Ask your second brother. Then she must be dead. Poor little Xiaowen. I had hoped to show her that the world I senti entirely filled with suffering." Zhang San could only nod. "I understand." Upon leaving the Western-style building, he was about to head back when he suddenly heard the roaring of a diesel engine. In the distance, a youthful girl sped down the mountain road on a motorcycle. The deafening sound of the engine echoing like an explosion. "Sangu." The girl parked her bike and rushed to embrace Zhang San. "Zhang Ji, the original owner's sister. How did you know I was back?" "Ahua told me." Ahua was Zhang Ji's confidant. All right. Stop crying. I'm perfectly fine. Who told you not to send word? I thought you had been captured and were suffering daily. If it weren't for brother stopping me, I would have gone looking for you long ago. I know you care about me. But don't worry, there are no new forces in the south. The intel was false. False? Zhang Ji's eyes widened as she immediately hopped onto her motorcycle, ready to find someone to hold accountable. "Hey," Zhang San stopped her, adopting a serious tone. "You're always so impulsive. If you go and beat that person up, who will dare to report to us in the future?" Zhang Ji nodded in agreement. "You're right, brother. I'll just hit him 3 times then." With that, she revved the engine and sped away. After greeting his close relatives, Zhang San sighed in relief. This hurdle was crossed. Now, he felt no need to be on edge. The pressure he carried lifted instantaneously, and fatigue washed over him. He felt his head spinning, his eyelids heavy, and was unsure when he returned to his small bungalow or when he stepped into the inner room. But as soon as he touched the bed, he fell into a deep slumber. In the factory of the settlement, different areas were designated based on the types of items produced. If you were to ask Zhang Zhong where he least wanted to go, it would undoubtedly be the steelmaking zone. In the sweltering summer heat, who could endure the vicinity of a blast furnace? But today he had no choice. He had just seen his third brother. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the person he was looking for, a short, thin man who was shoveling slag with no one around. "Damn it, you worthless coward." He kicked the man down and approached, grabbing him by the collar, demanding, "Didn't you promise it would be a sure thing? How come he is back?" Who else could it be? "That's impossible. I gave you his bag, didn't I?" "How would I know? So you just brought back a bag?" "Damn it, don't try to fool me." "Beat him. Please spare me, sir. My wife is gravely ill, and my family relies on my steel-making wages to survive. If I fall ill too, my whole family will starve. I beg you, give me a chance to live." Zhang Zhong did not withdraw his foot, pressing down on the thin man while contemplating. "Don't put on that pitiful face. You took my medicine, so you must make it right. Now that the matter has not been resolved, you must provide compensation. I remember you have a daughter. It's not that I don't want to, but I sold my daughter to a master some time ago." "Damn it, why didn't you have more daughters? You're letting me down at a critical moment. You have 3 days to find a young and beautiful girl and send her to my residence." Uncertain how long he had been asleep, Zhang San was awakened by the distinct sound of chewing. As he opened his eyes, he saw Miao Miao sitting at the head of the bed, devouring a flatbread. Sensing his gaze, she looked over. "You're awake." Saying this, she offered him a piece of meat jerky, glistening with her saliva. "You must be hungry. I saved half for you. Has anyone come by?" Zhang San took it and bit down hard. "A tall sister came this morning. She said she was your sister, brought me food, and then ran away blushing. Zhang San responded, reaching out to check their foreheads' temperatures. Miao Miao still had a fever, but it was significantly better. At least the feline symptoms had been controlled. The affairs of the Zhang family were being handled by Zhang De's lackeys, so Zhang San did not need to concern himself too much. He could do as he pleased. Thus, he was untroubled by the thought of interruptions, and after preparing another pot of medicinal soup for Miao Miao, he returned to sleep. After a while, he vaguely heard a commotion and rolled over to continue sleeping. Miao Miao gently tapped his shoulder. "Someone is calling for you." He sat up, hearing someone at the courtyard gate shouting, "Sanyi, Sanyi, who is it?" He donned a coat and stepped to the main room's door. Where the western sky was ablaze with clouds, signaling dusk. He recognized the visitor as the bodyguard of his second brother, Zhang Zhong. "Sanyi, you're a person of importance and easily forgetful. My name is Ergo." "What do you want?" He yawned, appearing impatient. "Second master said you should always have someone attending to you, so I was sent to bring this young girl over. She is both beautiful and diligent." Saying this, he turned, frowning, and waved his hand, summoning a timid girl from the side. Zhang San pondered briefly. He was not the original owner and was not accustomed to being waited on, as it would infringe upon his privacy. However, he could not appear drastically different from before, and since this was Zhang Zhong's gesture of goodwill, refusing it might affect their brotherly bond. Weighing his options, he waved his hand. "Let her stay here." "And you leave?" Understood. Ergo pushed the girl into the courtyard, nodding and bowing. "The substitute for the thin monkey is already being selected. He will be sent to you in a few days." "All right, understood." Close the door. Zhang San led the girl into the main room, where she stood with her head bowed, fingers intertwined, appearing as meek as a quail. Since childhood, she had heard adults say that there were no good people in the Zhang family. And Zhang San was a particularly bad sort. Had it not been for her father breaking his leg while hunting during the off-season, causing their family to lose income, she would rather have hanged herself or jumped into a well than come here. "What is your name?" He found this scene somewhat familiar. "Call me whatever you like," she replied, devoid of dignity, suggesting she had been trained to respond this way. "Then let us call you Zhang Xiaodian." "Zhang Xiaodian. I'll remember that." "Sanyi, call me Sangu." Zhang San disliked being addressed as Yi. Zhang Xiaodian raised her dark, round eyes to glance at him. Sangu, I want to take a bath." "You go to the kitchen and heat a tub of water, then prepare dinner, enough for 3 people." "Yes, Sangu, I'll get right on it." Until Zhang Xiaodian's figure disappeared around the kitchen corner. Zhang San remained in a daze. His advanced thinking had already begun to command others. Zhang San entered the inner room, where Miao Miao was standing before the wardrobe, trying on clothes. Xiaowen's garments were too small for her. Ultimately, she had to wear one of Zhang San's sweaters as a dress. Zhang Xiaodian anxiously heated the water, and upon learning she did not have to assist Zhang San with bathing, she returned to the kitchen. Patting her chest in relief, when she brought the food into the main room, the two had already bathed, changed, and were seated at the table waiting. "Sangu, who is this?" she inquired, looking at Miao Miao. Zhang San replied, "Your sister-in-law." Miao Miao nodded gracefully. "Just call me Miao Miao." Seeing Zhang Xiaodian glance toward her, Zhang San slightly nodded, prompting the former to finally address Miao Miao by her name. Let us eat. I'm starving." Zhang San had slept an entire day and night, and had only consumed half a piece of jerky. The meal consisted of flatbreads, stir-fried vegetables with eggs, and multigrain porridge. Had this been a dozen days ago, he would have found it shabby. The life of a local emperor was not much more than this. Now, however, he savored every bite. Miao Miao glanced at the wooden stick in his hand, retracted her hand that was reaching for the plate, and began to nibble on a biscuit. It was then that Zhang San realized she did not know how to use chopsticks, so he helped her by placing a few pieces of vegetables onto her biscuit. He then turned to Zhang Xiaotian and said, "What are you standing there for? Eat." Zhang Xiaotian hesitated and asked, "Can I really sit at the table?" The thought of consuming such fine food was something she could hardly have imagined. Most of her family's harvest had been taken by the Zhang family under the guise of protection fees. They rarely indulged, especially not during festivals, let alone sharing a plate with a little tyrant. Zhang San, momentarily unwilling to appear too accommodating, replied, "Should I ask you to prepare 3 portions? If I say eat, then eat. Once you're done, find a room to tidy up and don't enter the inner quarters without my permission." "I understand," she replied. As night fell, Zhang Xiaotian settled down in the side room opposite the kitchen. In the main room, Miao Miao gulped down the bitter medicinal soup in one go, grimacing as she exclaimed how bitter it was. Zhang San rubbed the head of the little cat. She complained, yet her actions were never sluggish, which was no surprise given her years of self-sufficiency. Noticing her affectionate gaze, he asked, "What's on your mind?" Miao Miao blushed slightly and turned to grab a red banner from the bedside table and draped it over her head. Zhang San chuckled, lifting the covering. You can remove it once you've undone the stitches. On the outskirts of the tent encampments, a famished woman tossed and turned restlessly. With a month still to go before the harvest, this was the most arduous period. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she picked up a bowl and stepped out of the tent, heading to the river to fill it with water to stave off her hunger. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted through the air, accompanied by a hoarse, parched voice from behind. A skin. Chapter 6. The trouble begins. Why does Xiao Tian look at me strangely? Meow meow, who was learning to use chopsticks, suddenly inquired. You still have the nerve to say that? Wandering around in a sweater all day long. It was indeed peculiar. Meow meow would blush readily but was quite oblivious when it came to modesty. Why did you tear my skirt? Now I have nothing to wear. Zhang San retorted. I did it to protect your wound. What if flies laid eggs on it? You'd find it disgusting. T then fell silent, pondering that maggots might have anti-inflammatory properties. Had he known, he wouldn't have crushed those few. Speaking of which, how did you survive all winter with just a tattered skirt? Autumn harvest and winter storage. I saved up a lot of food and then slept snugly in bed. Heh. My dream is to eat and drink without worry and sleep in every day. Nice dream. What about you? What is your dream? Me. Zhang San drifted off, his dreams remaining in the past, a world he could never return to. In this post-apocalyptic world, what was he to do? He contemplated and replied, staying at home all day is rather dull. That I've heard there's a power in the Far East with technology far more advanced than ours. They have a library with over 10,000 books. If I get the chance, I'd like to see it. Meow Meow set down her chopsticks and surveyed the bedroom, her gaze sweeping over the plush bed and the meat and honey. Her dream had already been. He clearly observed a slender, translucent red thread entwined around his right wrist, the other end extending deep into the bedding. Don't disturb me. I haven't had enough sleep yet. The cat girl squirmed, refusing to let him lift the covers to this the red thread that Meow Meow spoke of. Zhang San felt as though he had grasped a double-edged sword, his heart simultaneously filled with astonishment and joy. He cautiously tested it, but the red thread seemed to exist beyond the dimensions he occupied, failing to sever any objects. Yet he was utterly convinced of its potential, having witnessed it firsthand. Was it necessary to manipulate it with mental will or some such force? He fixated on his wrist, concentrating all his attention there, yet despite straining his eyes, he discerned nothing remarkable. Rubbing his aching eyes, just as he contemplated giving up, he suddenly felt an inexplicable connection with a peculiar entity. He steadied his mind and initiated contact. His consciousness ebbed and flowed, akin to pushing open a grand door, revealing a long, narrow tunnel within, filled with unfathomable depths ahead. As he crawled into the tunnel, intense emotions enveloped him layer upon layer. Anger, fear, resentment, confusion. His consciousness pressed forward, the passage of negative emotions constricting as it narrowed, inducing a suffocating sense of claustrophobia. Would he perish in utter solitude if he were to become trapped amidst such extreme negativity? Zhang San was uncertain. He summoned his courage to continue crawling until he finally beheld a strange cord. A palpable aura of danger emanated from it, suggesting that contact would be ill-advised. Zhang San wished to retreat. Yet the accumulated courage he had gathered felt like heavy clothing, constricting him against the tunnel walls, impeding his withdrawal. He could only infiltrate his consciousness into the core. In an instant, darkness enveloped his mind, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Every inch of his skin throbbed with agony, as though countless worms were voraciously devouring his body, insatiable even after tearing through flesh to siphon his marrow. He could no longer perceive the existence of his body. All commands were obstructed above his neck. A piercing scream crashed against his mind like a tidal wave, its echoes fracturing into the same two syllables. Called out by a familiar voice, San Gu. No matter how Zhang San struggled, he found himself unable to escape. He felt suspended between the realms of sleep paralysis and a vegetative state. Uncertain which side he leaned toward, just as despair threatened to consume him, a strange force yanked him from the tunnel of consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, morning light streamed into the room. Zhang San awoke to find Meow Meow playing with a cat toy. She looked up at him, revealing a pair of cute fangs. Hee. Zhang San grasped Meow Meow's warm arms, effortlessly pulling her up, her cat ears peeking out from the covers, gazing at the cat girl. His eyes brimmed with affection. Had he remained within that bizarre core of consciousness, he felt he would have been tormented to the brink of madness. Embarrassed under his gaze, Meow Meow shyly closed her eyes and leaned in. Sing, kiss me. The following 4,159 words are omitted. Regarding the matter of the red thread, Meow Meow claimed ignorance, yet her heart brimmed with joy that Zhang San could also see it. Right? It's really beautiful, especially in the sunlight. Her tone resembled that of a child sharing a treasured find. Indeed, it was beautiful. However, he was more curious about how to utilize it. Meow Meow paused for a moment, her cat ears transforming into human ears. You just spoke like my grandmother. I asked that so. Zhang San could distinctly sense that Meow Meow had begun to trust him, for she would not have opened her heart and frequently discussed her past otherwise. He seized the moment to ask, the tone or the content? Neither. Meow Meow nudged his palm with her little head. She enjoyed talking while he rubbed her head, disregarding whether it hurt her ears. Oh, I apologize. Zhang San withdrew his hand. Your grandmother is quite remarkable. A few days prior, while teaching Meow Meow to brush her teeth, he learned that her grandmother had lost all her teeth and only rinsed her mouth daily during her lifetime. The more Zhang San pondered, the more he found this grandmother extraordinary. Even the original's parents, who had lived a life of luxury, had not survived to the point of losing their teeth, having passed away long before. In the harsh environment of the apocalypse, even cultivated grains contained toxins that could claim lives if accumulated to a certain extent, let alone wild vegetables that had not been domesticated. For an elderly person of such age to not only sustain herself in the apocalypse, but also raise a young girl. How remarkable. Meow Meow glanced at a strand of hair by the table leg, then at the pattern on the curtain's edge, and hesitantly agreed. Yes, it is indeed quite difficult. Just as the two were lost in their intimate exchange, Zhang Ji's voice rang out in the yard after the motorcycle was turned off. Sengu, are you up? Getting dressed. I'll be right out. Zhang San hurriedly replied, fearing that this bold girl might charge into the inner room, which would be quite awkward. Zhang Ji was the youngest, and household matters rarely required her attention. She spent her days playing. However, with it still being early afternoon, her urgency indicated that the eldest was truly anxious. He swiftly donned his clothes and adjusted his appearance in the mirror. Meow Meow crawled over from the bed, reaching into his waistband to retrieve her white socks. All done. Stepping out of the inner room, Zhang San found Zhang Ji sitting at the table with her legs crossed, while Zhang Xiaodian busied herself with tea and snacks. Have you eaten lunch? He inquired. Zhang Ji shook her head, not hungry. Zhang San chided. How can you not eat? Since you're here, at least share a meal with your brother. It was the perfect opportunity to sort through the clues while they ate. Zhang Xiaodian promptly stated. The food will be ready soon. I'll go add some fire. With that, she dashed to the kitchen to in reality. What was simmering in the pot was breakfast, as Zhang San and Meow Meow had been reluctant to rise. And she had not dared to eat alone, enduring hunger until now. After finishing lunch, Zhang San had nearly formulated his thoughts. Among the missing individuals, the youngest was 16, all of whom were robust and youthful. In terms of gender, there were more males than females, and most had vanished by the water's edge during the night. Young adults, nighttime, water flow, best suited for males. That night, Zhang San and Zhang Ji made their way to the riverbank. Sangu, why are we coming to the river at such a late hour? The chill is quite heavy. Zhang Ji, shedding her usual bold demeanor, glanced around nervously as she walked closely beside Zhang San. Still merely a girl of 10. Sensing her shivers, Zhang San pointed to the full red moon overhead. What are you afraid of? It's not pitch black. The damp, cold river surface was shrouded in rising mist, tinged with the crimson moonlight, as red fog billowed quietly in the night. Zhang Ji linked her arm with his. It's precisely because of the full moon that I'm scared. When we were young, Mom told us that the old cat ghost loves to snatch children at this time. The mention of we struck Zhang San, and he paused for a moment. Unlike his two brothers, the original and Zhang Ji shared the same mother. Don't worry, Ji, you're already a grown-up. The old cat ghost won't come for you. Zhang Ji suddenly screamed, pointing at a distant blurry figure, trembling as she exclaimed, they're coming, two of them. Zhang San turned to look and indeed spotted two shadowy figures stealthily approaching. Here comes the clue. With that, he gripped the hilt of his weapon and quickly advanced towards the pair. Zhang Ji anxiously stamped her feet, following closely behind. Old Chow, why don't we just go back? Nothing good comes from being out during the red moon. Going back also means death. Old Chow responded sharply. For the past few days, you, Old Li, have only been slurping thin porridge and lying in bed. If you don't take advantage of your strength to find some food now, you'll regret it after starving for a few more days. Suddenly, Old Li spat disdainfully, grinding his teeth in anger, a wretched thing. Deserving of heavenly retribution, out of 4 siblings, only one child was born. Old Chow joined in the cursing. Neither named names, but everyone knew who they were referring to. As they continued to curse, they turned over stones by the riverbank, hoping to find some shellfish to fill their stomachs. While they searched, they remained oblivious to Zhang San's approach, nor did they notice a hard, protruding shell gliding along the water's surface, slowly approaching the shore. Observing the suspicious behavior of the two short, thin males, Zhang San was about to ask a question when suddenly, the water erupted in a towering wave, and a humanoid fish creature covered in scales lunged towards Old Li with lightning speed. Dragging him into the shimmering waves amidst his cries, Old Li splashed about a couple of times before falling silent, crimson liquid bubbling up from beneath the surface. Old Chow sat in the wet mud. Speechless, the question that had been on the tip of Zhang San's tongue transformed into an urgent command. What are you dawdling for? Run. Why are you acting like a daft deer? Only then did fear flash in Old Chow's eyes as he scrambled up the riverbank. Zhang San seized the back of his collar, glaring at the river's surface and demanding, "What's your name? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Spare me, third master, spare me. It's not me who eats people. Why are you begging for mercy? I'm asking you a question. Answer me." The river's monster exhibited unknown behaviors, making Zhang San anxious as well. My name is Chowing Fei. His voice was high-pitched. I came with Li Tao to the riverbank to look for crabs and clams to fill our stomachs. Huh, why do both of your names sound better than mine? He almost forgot he wasn't in a primitive society, but rather within a decayed civilization. Zhang Ji rushed over, panting heavily. She had naturally witnessed the entire gruesome scene of Li Tao's demise. Trembling uncontrollably, she hid behind Zhang San, tugging at his hand toward home. "Sangu, let's go quickly. There are water monkeys." The flicker of her gaze caught Chowing Fei's face, and she immediately scolded, "You're that scoundrel. Yuan, you're causing trouble again." With that, she kicked Chowing Fei's knee, a strike fueled by her fear of the water monkeys, undeniably fierce. The latter let out a muffled grunt, his knee striking heavily against the sandy earth of the embankment. Zhang San silently sighed. "Every time I attempt to treat you as an elder brother, you always find a reason to speak. Third brother, the last time I lied about discovering hostile forces to the south. It was him. I did not speak falsehoods. At that time, my beloved was suffering from a fever, and I went in search of herbs. From a distance, I spotted a plump little girl. The report I submitted likely conveyed something similar. You dare to retort after sending it in?" As she stepped forward, ready to strike, Zhang San shouted, "Enough with the bickering. It's coming." Beneath the crimson moonlight, amidst the scarlet mist, on the soft riverbank, a creature resembling a humanoid yet devoid of humanity, scaled and monstrous, was slowly advancing, crouched low. Its head was somewhat oval, with 3 rows of sharp teeth lining its mouth, eyes like fish without eyelids, and holes instead of ears on either side of its head. Its gills rhythmically opening and closing beneath a curved arc. A fin extended from its forehead down to its spine, its limbs short and stout, with thick, closely knit scales covering its body, algae festooning its flanks, and a robust, crocodilian tail swaying gracefully as it moved. That it would be prudent to flee. The riverbank was its domain, and once dragged into the water, escape would be impossible. Zhang San slowly retreated, his thoughts racing. He wondered how fast this creature could be. Fleeing now seemed unwise. If he couldn't outrun it, he would be delivering his back to it. Losing the initiative. It would be best to confront it head-on. He mentally bolstered himself. A human's reach exceeds that of a beast by an entire arm's length. As long as he did not entertain thoughts of being unscathed, the terrifying bipedal creature would be invincible. But suddenly, Zhang San realized that the adversary was also humanoid. His advantage in reach was merely the difference in arm length and the blade in his hand. "Zhang Ji, lend me your aid." "Brother, I am afraid." Zhang Ji, lacking the bravado he had displayed when facing Chowing Fei, cowered behind his elder sibling. Chowing Fei shouted sharply from the side, do not come closer," gurgling and splashing. The humanoid fish creature emitted a strange sound as it swiftly scaled the riverbank. Zhang San urged Zhang Ji, "Pull yourself together, or we may both perish here." Just as the words left his mouth, the creature was upon them, and Zhang San had no choice but to bravely confront it. Thankfully, he hadn't fled. Its short legs moved surprisingly quickly. He gripped his short blade tightly, thrusting downward with force, but the creature twisted, causing the blade to glide off its scales, leaving only a white mark on its chest. The humanoid fish creature clasped its hands together, and as Zhang San withdrew his arm, it snapped at empty air. Seizing the opportunity, he tightened his grip on the hilt and drove the blade toward its eye. Just as he thought he had struck true, a searing pain shot through his lower right leg, rendering it numb, and he lost his balance, dropping to one knee. That thrust had missed. He quickly lowered his head as the whistling wind rushed past. The creature's scaled claws grazing his hair and the sandy ground with a sound like thunder. The fear of death sent his heart racing. His weakened legs suddenly regained strength, and he hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding the tail that swept toward his left leg. Simultaneously, he did not forget to swing his blade upward. To his astonishment, this casual strike severed several of the creature's scales, and crimson blood seeped from the wound. Indeed, scraping fish scales required an upward motion. Before he could revel in the discovery of its vulnerability, the wounded humanoid fish creature became enraged. Curse you, naked ape! Its desire to attack surged, and it lunged with relentless embraces and bites. Swiping with its claws and tail, fortunately, Zhang San was in an unprecedented state of readiness, deftly dodging each assault while seeking opportunities to counterattack. In the midst of this, he tentatively attempted to block with his arm. The creature's upper body strength was formidable, as a mere block with his forearm left it numb for some time. The creature's short arms limited its effectiveness on land. Otherwise, how could it have been worn down by someone leveraging the advantage of reach? After losing several more scales, the humanoid fish creature suddenly halted, its lifeless eyes flickering with a glimmer of awareness. As if it had reached a decision, it charged directly at Zhang San. Zhang San stepped back repeatedly. But how fast could he retreat? In the blink of an eye, the creature was upon him, the pungent odor of river weeds and fish overwhelming. Realizing evasion was futile, he clenched his teeth, using his legs to pivot and drive his blade forcefully into the creature's neck. The thick scales were pierced, scattering debris around him, fish blood mingling with the hard fragments, splattering his face. The creature let out a desperate wail, forcing its spasming forelimbs under control, lowering its body to latch onto Zhang San's thighs. With a slight exertion, it toppled him and then rolled violently in place. Despite Zhang San's quick reflexes, shielding his head with his arms, the tremendous impact and continuous rolling left him dizzy and in pain. His skin, which had touched the ground, scraped and bleeding, he curled up and struck the creature's oval head with his fists, simultaneously gripping the knife's handle, pressing and twisting, hoping to compel it to release him from its painful grasp. Instead, he was met with a second round of violent rolling. This will lead to death, he thought. To save me. Zhang San could no longer maintain a coherent line of thought. Fragmented ideas flooded his mind, each one echoing like a death sentence. His blood flowed profusely, his hands soaked in a mixture of his own and the creature's. Unbeknownst to anyone, a few drops of blood seeped into the red thread, equally unnoticed, during the scuffle. The humanoid fish creature had become entangled in countless loops of crimson thread. In his despair, Zhang San sensed a change. He raised his right hand, and the red threads tightened around the creature. Though the majority of the threads remained undetectable in this dimension, burrowing beneath its scales without causing harm, a small segment had taken effect, and that was sufficient, without a sound, as if sliced by a laser. The creature's left arm was severed at the root, flying away in the wake of the third round of violent rolling. Now deprived of an arm, the fish creature could no longer hold Zhang San. It rolled a couple of times on the ground before inadvertently drifting to the side. Trembling, Zhang Ji hurried to help Zhang San up, her voice quivering with guilt. "Third brother, how are you? Your leg." It turned out the humanoid fish creature had also taken advantage of the rolling. It had bitten a chunk of flesh from Zhang San's left leg. Zhang San gasped for breath, unable to muster the energy to speak. Merely shaking his head, once the ground ceased its swaying, he lifted his gaze to the creature. Amidst the chaos, he knew he had carved into its flesh but remained unaware of the specific outcome. There was no time to dwell on his injury. His immediate concern was assessing the enemy's condition. The knife embedded in the creature's neck had long fallen away, blood gushing from the wound and its severed arm. Yet, it paid no heed, its hollow eyes suddenly shimmering with life. Gazing at Zhang San with terror, Dai bellowed in a voice reminiscent of a reservoir brimming with water. "Gurgle, red thread immortal. It's possible. The previous red thread immortal was human, and you might be." It screamed frantically, devoid of any will to fight, twisting its body and plunging back into the water. The former red thread immortal was dead. This new one was also human. Had it fled or summoned its brethren? Zhang San dared not linger, and with Zhang Ji's support, he led Chowing Fei away from the riverbank. Upon entering the tent area and sensing the familiar hum of life among his kin, his anxious heart finally eased. "Why didn't you seek food during the day? What compelled you to venture out at this late hour? Are you not aware that people have been disappearing during this time?" Zhang San interrogated Chowing Fei. "My beloved and I work in the factory by day, producing iron and weaving cloth, barely earning enough to feed our family of 4. Recently, my beloved fellow. All right, I understand." Zhang San waved his hand, unwilling to burden the poor soul further. After Chowing Fei left, Zhang Ji looked down, wiping her tears, murmuring, "I'm sorry, third brother. I was truly too frightened to move just now." It's all right. As your brother, it's my duty to protect you. Zhang San spoke gently, though he found the sentiment distasteful. Really? Zhang Ji's eyes brightened. You're still the one who cares for me most. During the night, the guards outside Zhang Da's residence were more vigilant than ever. Before even reaching the main gate, Zhang San and Zhang Ji were halted 3 times by the lackeys. Thankfully, they could recognize faces. Upon seeing the siblings, the lackeys nodded and bowed, allowing them passage. As they entered, they spotted a plump little boy kneeling in the hall. Zhang Ji rushed over to help him up, brushing off the dirt on his knees. Dabao, what are you doing kneeling here? Little aunt. The chubby boy clung to Zhang Ji's leg, wailing. Children often hold back tears when wronged, but upon receiving concern, they burst forth like a dam breaking. I just went to the mine with my second uncle, rode the mine cart for a bit, and then my father hit me and wouldn't give me food. The mine is perilous. Accidents happen frequently. Is that a place for you to go? You should be punished more. Zhang Da's voice boomed from within as he emerged with his rotund belly, attended by a young girl. Zhang San glanced over. The girl was clearly not the same one he had seen last time, and counting, this was already the 47th little mother for Dabao, though many miners had perished in the mine. The gender ratio in the settlement remained skewed. The Zhang brothers' ability to attract women was evident in the dead of night. The arrival of his younger siblings surely signified an urgent matter. Zhang Da waved them inside. Why are you all standing outside? Come in and talk. Little Dabao clenched his tiny fists in excitement, a smile spreading across his face as he followed closely behind Zhang Ji. Zhang let out a grunt, grabbing the collar and lifting him back to his original position. Kneel properly, you brat. You won't be able to eat until your uncle and aunt leave. Third uncle. Fourth aunt. The chubby boy, who had hoped to evade punishment, began to wail. When are you leaving? Woe is me. I'm so hungry. I want to eat. Choking back tears as the 3 siblings entered the room. The bright LED lights illuminated them. Zhang suddenly slapped his thigh and turned to Zhang San, asking, What happened, Saner? Did you get into a fight? Even without a mirror, Zhang San was aware of his disheveled appearance. His hair was a tangled mess, and dust clung to him from head to toe. His exposed skin was either scraped or bruised, devoid of any unblemished spot. Despite having a rope tied around his thigh, the wound beneath continued to bleed. Dabao's 47th stepmother had cleverly brought out a medical kit from the room. Retrieving alcohol and antiseptic, she glanced inquiringly at Zhang. Noticing her intelligence, Zhang mused that she might live a while longer. Zhang San reclined on the sofa as 47th tended to his wounds. What happened? Zhang Da, suffering from gout, was reluctant to stand for long and pulled a chair beside him. Zhang San flipped open his coat, revealing its large inner pocket and the small fish-like scales within. He began, but suddenly straightened with a jolt, his head and feet resting on the ends of the sofa's armrests, his entire body suspended. A sharp pain shot through his leg as 47th cleaned the wound with alcohol. Zhang Ji stifled a laugh, but quickly recalled the cause of Zhang San's injuries, his expression falling once more. Third brother, let me explain, she began, recounting the events with great embellishment, omitting her own fear and instead glorifying Zhang San's bravery in battling the fish monster, in the chaos. She noted that when things settled, Zhang San had raised his hand, and after severing the monster's arm, it had babbled nonsense before fleeing back to the river. She mimicked the fish monster's words. Flop, flop. Who? Salty, flop. Zhang Da nodded knowingly, remarking, Indeed, there are monsters. Uve worked hard. Saner, once the wound on his thigh was treated, Zhang San, his mouth aching, asked, What does elder brother plan to do? According to a G, the fish monster was no fool. Let us see if we can catch it. If not, we'll block both ends and use a pump. If that fails, what then? Zhang Da queried. We'll have to discharge sewage into the river. I think it's fine to ignore it. It probably won't last long. Meow Meow nearly lost her life from a small injury, and if this fish monster loses an arm, it likely won't survive. In 100 years, there might be countless creatures like it. Time swiftly passed to the early hours of the morning. Zhang San yawned. Elder brother, I'll head back now. Realizing his own oversight, he added, You're injured. You should rest. Zhang Da, unusually, rose to see him off. When they reached the door, Dabao had already dozed off against the doorpost. Feeling sympathy for his nephew, Zhang Ji exclaimed, Elder brother, you're too harsh. The child should be reprimanded but not overly punished. If he dares to ride the mine cart today, what will he attempt tomorrow? And you, second brother, are perpetually drowsy and muddled. How can you take him into the mines? at the Zhang family's third son's doorstep. Zhang Ji released her grip, saying, "Third brother, I'm heading home now. Take care of yourself. Avoid bathing for a few days. Keep the wound dry, and remember to take your medicine. All right. You should return too. You've had a long day." Calling for Zhang Xiaotian to open the door, Zhang San dismissed all attendants. Ordering them to rest, he limped into the inner room, fumbling in the dark for the pull string, and with a click, the glass bulb flickered to life, casting a dim yellow glow. The drowsiness and fatigue from blood loss, combined with the sunset-like lighting, created a hazy ambience that stirred vague childhood memories within Zhang San, his kind grandfather, his doting grandmother, and the cat that loved to curl up in his lap. Meow, meow meow rubbed her sleepy-eyed ear back. Upon recognizing Zhang San, she froze for a moment before bounding forward. "Claws out. Who bullied you? Tell me, and I'll help you fight back. Are you hurt anywhere?" Sniff, sniff. "Have you been drinking?" She attempted to lift his shirt for inspection. "Stop." Zhang San pressed her small hand down. "Some of it stuck to my clothes. We can't take it off." Reluctantly, Meow Meow circled him, soon discovering the gash on his leg. "Why are you hurt like this? It looks painful. I know, and yet you poke at it." Zhang San chuckled. "Wait until I take off my coat, and I'll tell you slowly." Zhang San was weary but felt compelled to clarify a few matters before he could sleep. "I'll help you." "Don't. I can manage myself. If I accidentally touch the wound, I can stop in time." Unlike his outer garment, which bore only a few threads with dried blood and yellow fluid at the tear, the coat came off smoothly with a gentle tug for his trousers. He had to resort to scissors. He had never anticipated that undressing could be such a laborious task, and after nearly half an hour of effort, he finally succeeded. Feeling as if he had just fought a fierce battle, he was left sore and exhausted. "Are you done?" Meow Meow asked with concern. He looked up to see her lifting a corner of the blanket, patting the space beside her, signaling him to lie down. "I want to sleep inside." "Why?" Meow Meow leaned against the wall, explaining that she had been sleeping on the inner side for days, as it felt safer. "I am afraid you'll bump into my left leg." "All right." Reluctantly, Meow Meow climbed down from the bed, and only after Zhang San lay down and shifted to the inner side did she reluctantly settle into her rightful position. The bed linens were freshly changed, yet half the blanket and bedding still carried Zhang San's scent. Since his ribs and inner arms were uninjured, he instinctively wrapped an arm around her. The little cat girl glanced up, ensuring that the place where her head rested was free from wounds, and snuggled closer. It was all his scent. Lying in his embrace felt comforting, and shifting positions occasionally wasn't too bad either. Zhang San took a deep breath, finally resolving to ask, "By the way, Meow Meow, do you know your grandmother's name?" "I don't know." He was somewhat surprised. "Didn't you say you lived with her for many years?" "I am just a pet. If you kept a dog that only barks, would you expect it to call you by your name one day?" "Hey, XX bro, can you stop hanging out with that guy? I don't want to eat hard, dried poop." Zhang San felt embarrassed, unsure why Meow Meow's ability to express herself had skyrocketed recently. She usually referred to herself as I, or grandmother, or sometimes grandmother I. So he had no clue what her name was. "I see," Zhang San said, then asked, "Have you heard of Hong Xian?" Meow Meow nodded. She had indeed heard of her. Before he could speak, she continued, "She's my grandmother." Zhang San felt a sudden clarity wash over him. All his doubts were resolved, and no wonder that old lady had lived so well. It turned out she possessed supernatural powers. It was a pity that time was relentless, and she ultimately succumbed to illness, passing her abilities on to Meow Meow. What was the principle behind this? Zhang San could not fathom, and surrendering to drowsiness, he fell into a deep sleep in the profound silence. Zhang pondered over the fish monster's arm, his chin moving side to side in contemplation. Suddenly, he pulled out a gleaming cleaver from beneath the sofa and struck down on the fish monster's arm. The sound of shattering echoed as he inspected the arm. Indeed, the scales had been broken, and the cleaver had penetrated deep into the flesh, yet it had merely nicked the hard bone, far from severing it completely. The craftsmanship of the settlement was mediocre, and the quality of the tools was inadequate. Even if his foolishly strong third brother tried, he could not sever that arm. Hong Xian. He gazed up at the crimson sky, murmuring to himself, then called to his subordinates, "Go fetch that sissy." "Master, which sissy?" "Who else? The one selling children a few days ago." "Understood." Originally, he had no intention of harming his third brother. Zhang had been through dozens of women, but had only ever had to bow as a child. He had lost his ability to reproduce if Zhang San were to perish and Zhang Zhong harbored malicious intent towards the Bao. He could not act against Zhang Zhong, for otherwise, the Zhang lineage would end with him. But now, things had changed. His third brother had become somewhat different. If he allied with the second brother, matters could spiral out of control. For now, let us keep the Bao confined at home. Chapter 9. Those involved are confused. Zhang Da's fishing plan was in full swing. A group of people sat idly by the river for 2 days, wasting a lot of bait with no progress. Now, the sound of a pump echoed by the riverbank, running day and night. However, Zhang San could not hear this commotion. He was lying in bed nursing his injuries, a small table in front of him with strands of hair laid out to practice the cutting ability of the red thread. Meow Meow shed large tufts of hair daily, providing him ample material for practice. Yet, for some reason, even without conscious control, the red thread would densely entangle itself around the fish monster, mirroring the bond between them. The strands of hair in his hands, however, seemed to disregard his presence. Thus, he was forced to exert his mental will to move the red thread. Perhaps the method was flawed, or perhaps it was simply the nature of the practice. Even the slightest movement of the red thread would leave him feeling fatigued, making his practice exceedingly strenuous. Not to mention, he could currently only control a small portion of the red thread. A segment of red thread, a meter long, is cut simultaneously, yet the portion that truly exerts influence is scarcely half a millimeter, and the efficacy of that half millimeter is determined not by him, but entirely at random. That he has been practicing for nearly 2 hours, manipulating the red thread to slice through hair, but has not succeeded even once. Look, look, the little cat girl calls out eagerly, her tone brimming with impatience. Her clothes have arrived. Are these beautiful? Or these? Meow Meow stands before the full-length mirror, comparing the newly tailored garments. Previously, she had been bemoaning the inconveniences of humanity, asserting that as long as she did not feel cold, it mattered not whether she wore anything or what she wore. Why should she care about the opinions of others? Yet now, with several outfits delivered, she begins to preen that to be frank, the limitations of productivity mean that these garments are rather lackluster. The peculiar aesthetics influenced by the times are not to Zhang San's taste. He would rather don vibrant, celebratory floral patterns. As for the bizarre embroidered designs, it would be better to avoid them altogether. Opting for pure black or white instead. It is certainly not permissible to declare them unattractive, so Zhang San allows Meow Meow to twirl a couple of times, nodding with a feigned gravity. Indeed, this one you wear is the most exquisite, right? Meow Meow's eyes sparkle like stars. Her cheerful smile possesses an enchanting quality that alleviates his earlier gloom. She tries on the other outfits only once. Yet she has donned the white one twice, always comparing it with the white garment. Meow Meow's thoughts are all too predictable. Navi, in her simplicity, did I reward you with a kiss, she declares. Taking small, dainty steps toward the bed, Zhang San intercepts her descending hand, his fingertip resting on the scar adorning her arm. That I was never this impatient. Humph. Meow Meow pouts in dissatisfaction, reclining back on the bed. Suddenly, with a mischievous tilt of her head, she asks, is there a position that one touch your leg, just like a donkey from the production team? Even if injured, it must rest for a couple of days. Originally, Meow Meow and he could have come together, one being greedy for wealth, the other driven by lust. Now, it seems, she has claimed both. As he caresses the soft, ample curve of her arm, Zhang San suggests. Staying cooped up at home can affect one's mood. Let us take a stroll this afternoon. Since arriving at the settlement, Zhang San has avoided going out as much as possible. He cannot provide benefits to ordinary people. As a rogue little tyrant, not frightening the common folk is the greatest act of kindness. However, remaining indoors for too long is intolerable. Great. Meow Meow exclaims. Having been confined at home for days, she is nearly bursting. Now, with the chance to flaunt her new clothes, the mere thought of the autumn scenery fills her with delight. But your it's not so delicate, as long as I avoid damaging the wound. It can serve as rehabilitation training. There isn't a proper market in the settlement, and even if there were, there would be little worth browsing. His home lacks nothing. Zhang San proposes, let us wander up the small hill. Meow Meow agrees. The small hill is devoid of trees, all having been cut down for firewood, and is instead covered with a variety of grasses. When winter arrives, the days of insufficient straw will see the grass dug up and burned. Sparse figures scatter on the slope, foraging for wild vegetables. green leaves, red flowers, sour fruits, grass seeds, tubers, deep roots. Zhang San gazes at these weary souls struggling for existence, and thus the slender red thread emanates around them. Intertwining, the mountain breeze carries fragmented, indistinct words. The tone, timbre, and content are all unclear. Yet Zhang San knows precisely who is speaking. As the words reach his ears, a length of red thread suddenly appears on the body of a man on the western slope. He looks down at Meow Meow. "Shall we gather some wild vegetables?" Meow Meow replies, "Sure, in this post-apocalyptic world, with its vast lands and sparse population, wild vegetables abound. Yet it remains to be seen whether they are edible and whether one dares to consume them." An experienced survivor, Meow Meow diligently forages and explains to Zhang San the characteristics and precautions of the plants she collects. Zhang San chuckles. "You're like a little teacher." As the sun sets and the pair return home, Meow Meow suddenly declares, "Teacher wants braised pork." The following day, Zhang San again strolls up the small hill, still expecting Meow Meow to gather wild vegetables. Meow Meow insists, "I want ribs." On the third day, fish and mushroom soup. On the fourth day, Zhang San steps behind the slope to relieve himself. Meow Meow sits on the grass, humming a nursery rhyme, her small hands peeling the stubborn shells to extract the wild grass seeds, which she chews. Once she has enough seeds, she mashes them into a sticky, pliable mass, using her tongue to flatten it into a concave shape, and gently blows, like blowing a bubble, creating a yellow-brown sphere. In a realm unfamiliar to Zhang San, she navigates with such ease, using her knowledge for amusement. "What shall we eat tonight?" The chickens at home still need to lay eggs, so chicken legs are out of the question. The mice must be stealthily consumed, lest Zhang San withhold kisses. The pork has already been finished, and the pig for the new year must wait. Lost in thought, her ears perk up instinctively, trusting her instincts. She looks around and indeed sees a young woman approaching her. This is quite unusual, for due to Zhang San's status, no one has dared to approach them in recent days. The disdainful gazes of others are unpleasant. But Zhang San treats her well, so she accepts it. The woman is slender, with a pretty face, yet her expression is rigid. Upon noticing Meow Meow's gaze, she smiles, albeit stiffly. She approaches with the same rigidity. Meow Meow does not like her, even feeling a tinge of fear. It is not due to her uncanny valley-like expression, nor the faint odor she emits, but rather the multitude of red threads entwined around her. Countless red threads, densely packed. Meow Meow does not recognize this woman. Her unique scent is unforgettable after a single encounter. Thus she is certain they have never met. That connects her to Zhang San. What is she to Zhang San? A woman, here to confront a mistress. In a moment of distraction, the bubble of grass seeds bursts, splattering Meow Meow's face. She hurriedly wipes it clean. The woman has already reached her side. The foul odor becomes even more pronounced. Meow Meow holds her breath and speaks first. "What do you want?" "I'm well," the woman replies. "And you?" Meow Meow exchanges pleasantries. "No, that's not what you just said." The woman pays no mind to Meow Meow's interjection and continues, "Look, am I beautiful?" No one approaches and speaks in such a manner, as if negotiating with a yellow weasel for a title. Meow Meow disdains her and responds impulsively, "Not beautiful. Not as beautiful as me." With that, she leaps up and runs off, seeking to settle accounts with the scoundrel. Zhang San's unassuming yet effective actions truly bore fruit. Watching the river grow shallower, the gluttonous humanoid fish monster finally could not remain still, planning to sneak away under the cover of darkness. Thus, it was caught red-handed by the vigilant guards. One fist could not withstand the blows from many hands. And soon it was subdued, bound tightly with soaked hemp rope. The wife of Li Taopiao stepped forward and kicked it. "You damned beast, you still dare to stay here. You can't hit me." Floating wave poof, "I've hung fish on your rod." The answer it received was a flurry of fists and feet. The humanoid fish monster did not endure a lengthy beating. It was quickly tossed into the pot, where it was cooked and shared. Alas, how unfortunate it is to encounter a three-legged man while visiting a grave. Wasn't it just the day before that someone went missing? At that moment, a shrill voice suddenly interjected, "Will eating too much candy cause one to lose a lot of hair?" It was yet another crisp autumn day. After familiarizing himself with a few tubers, Zhang San sat on the hillside to rest. While Meow Meow nestled her head in his palm, squinting at the clouds, her dark pupils narrowing into mere slits under the glaring sun. A slight itch in his palm signaled Meow Meow's ears twitching. Someone was approaching. she casually remarked before returning her gaze to the clouds. With Zhang San present, she felt free to disregard everything. Zhang San glanced over and indeed spotted a small boy coming from the right. His hands clasped behind his back, his expression a mix of sorrow and defiance. "What's the matter, little friend?" Zhang San instinctively inquired. "Are you unable to find your mother?" The boy remained silent, inching closer before abruptly lifting his reed-thin arm and hurling an object he had concealed towards Meow Meow with all his might. As the object flew, the boy could no longer maintain his composure, his face brimming with tears as he cried out, "Monster, return my sister." Fortunately, it was merely a handful of pebbles. Zhang San waved his hand to deflect some, while the rest harmlessly struck his and Meow Meow's legs. Where did this mischievous child come from? Get lost. Zhang Sa, what should we do? The crowd shouted in unison. Charge in, slay the monsters. Unbeknownst to whom, a voice added, Zhang San. And thus the chant transformed into kill the monsters, slay Zhang San. Today, fueled by fervor, the people surged out of the tents, armed with their makeshift weapons and under the guidance of their organizer. They advanced in an orderly fashion towards the residence of the third Zhang. Is it not to your taste? Upon seeing Meow Meow take a bite and reveal a solemn expression, Zhang San inquired. What is it? There are many of them, she replied. Zhang San had long been mentally prepared. Upon encountering the little boy, he had foreseen this day would come. He remained unflustered, calmly instructing, you take Xiaotian and hide. I will handle this. All right. Meow Meow obediently took Zhang Xiaotian's hand, and the two girls crawled onto the rooftop, concealing themselves behind a dark water barrel. Must they truly take a life? The numbers seemed rather excessive. Zhang San felt a sense of helplessness. This situation had indeed come to pass. He bore no animosity towards these individuals. He grasped a machete from behind the door, wielding it as he entered the kitchen. Seizing a wooden pot lid with a handle in his left hand, he kept his gaze fixed on the courtyard gate, awaiting the moment it would be forcefully breached, though he bore no grudges. Should a confrontation arise, he would not show mercy. Hey! On the rooftop, Meow Meow peered out and whispered, come up here. She gestured towards the back of the house, her fingers mimicking walking motions. Zhang San heeded her advice and swiftly ascended to the rooftop. It turned out this unruly mob had not devised a meticulous plan. Riding a wave of fervor, they had gathered and rushed towards the courtyard gate. Noticing the back of the house was unguarded, Zhang San decisively leaped down, reaching out to catch Meow Meow and Zhang Xiaotian, bringing them safely to the ground. The three of them instinctively placed their fingers to their lips, exchanging knowing smiles before quietly slipping into the wilderness. Seeking refuge in a patch of tall grass. Chapter 10.5. The sturdy courtyard gate was ultimately breached, and the mob, under the organizer's leadership, surged into the main hall. No1 was there. Not in the bed, not in the cupboard. The crowd reconvened, and a peculiar sound arose as they collectively swallowed hard, steamed buns made from fine grain, the enticing aroma of braised lobster, sweet and sour carp, and a soup of river delicacies, wild vegetables, and eggs. The organizer, Chowing Fei, touched the sweet and sour carp, still hot to the touch. They surely hadn't gone far. Everyone searched separately. There's no one in the latrine. Not in the shower, not in the chicken coop. Strange, where could they have gone? Chowing Fei shouted. What about the kitchen? No one answered. Only the sounds of scuffles and disputes echoed. Chowing Fei immediately dashed to the kitchen. And as he exited the main hall, he could hear the commotion behind him intensifying. It's mine. If I have it, it's mine. In the kitchen, two men were tugging at opposite ends of a bag of grain. Engaged in a fierce struggle, in their back and forth. Bowls and dishes clattered to the ground, white sugar and rock salt scattering everywhere. Rather than intervening, others joined the fray. The small kitchen descended into chaos, fists, feet, and teeth clashing in the fray. All vying for grains, oil, salt, and vinegar. It seemed no one remembered the purpose of their arrival. This was food. With this, they could survive. A mere half bag could secure a partner, and with a partner, they could propagate future generations. Chowing Fei realized it was futile to rally the people to hunt down Zhang San. He sighed heavily, placing his hand on the bag of flour that was being fought over most fiercely. His voice rang out sharply, ensuring everyone heard his next words. No more fighting. We will divide everything here equally. Divide equally. The tall, gaunt figure nearing the flour bag changed countenance, and with a swift kick, he sent Chowing Fei sprawling to the ground. You little runt. You think you can divide it? Chowing Fei fell. Dazed, he felt as if his lungs were glued together, rendering him breathless. Blood rushed to his head like frantic sheep. Threatening to explode his skull, his ears rang, and the cacophony of the struggle faded into the background. Before him, the world wavered between darkness and light, flickering golden sparks dancing before his eyes. Nevertheless, he summoned his willpower and crawled to the courtyard. Escaping the fate of being trampled, gasping, he took a moment to catch his breath and finally managed to rise, stooping with dejection as he departed. Master! Master! A large group of rioters has stormed into the third Master's residence. A lackey shouted as he ran towards Zhang Da's three-story building. The local tyrant's siblings, Zhang San and Zhang Ji's residence, also had guards patrolling. The lackey was no fool, with so many people arriving. Attempting to stop them would be tantamount to courting death. Naturally, he hastened to report to Zhang Da what. Zhang Da waved his hand, dispatching an armed guard to suppress the mob. Shortly after, a guard rushed back. Kneeling on the ground as he reported, Master, there are about 30 rioters. 7 have been caught. The rest fled. Zhang Da stepped onto his shoulder, his terrifying weight pressing the man halfway to the ground. Damn it. Is that what I wanted to hear? What of my third brother? The guard gritted his teeth and replied, Third master is missing. Missing? Useless. All of you are useless. Zhang Da kicked him 3 times. Find him. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse. Chapter 11. Fraternal bonds. Thus, a farce drew to a close, confirming safety within the house. The 3 returned. The lackey stationed at the entrance brightened his eyes and hurried to report to Zhang Da, who arrived swiftly. Third brother, you had me worried sick. After some pleasantries, Zhang San gestured for the 2 girls to return to their rooms while he braced himself to discuss brotherly affection with Zhang Da. Stop! Zhang Da raised his hand, and the lackeys surrounded Miao Miao. Zhang San's eyelids twitched as he protectively shielded Miao Miao. Brother, what is the meaning of this? I see Da Bao rather likes the 47th. If you change her, he will certainly wail. Dare to lay a finger on her, and I swear you'll regret it. Zhang Da feigned exasperation. You're not a child anymore. Why is your head still filled with love and romance? Am I lacking in women? Sigh. When will you be as worry-free as your second brother? I've already investigated today's events. Rumors are circulating that she is a man-eating monster if you don't drive her away. You shall never know peace again. Indeed, it was no wonder that boy had caused a ruckus. I will find a way to clarify the rumors. I ask you, brother, to give me a chance. Is it necessary to be so stubborn? If you lose this one, isn't there another? With that, Zhang Da's gaze shifted towards Zhang Xiaodian. With no room for retreat, Zhang San had no choice but to promise, in half a month. If the rumors persist past that time, I shall personally escort her away in public. Zhang Da's expression finally softened, his fingers intertwined as he declared, at most, 10 days. That a promise is a promise. Zhang Da was escorted away. Leaving more people to patrol the vicinity, Zhang San patted Miao Miao's hand. You should go back now. Leading the 2 girls through the courtyard gate, the chaos from earlier had already been tidied, leaving only faint dark red stains and a salty sweetness in the cracks of the bricks. Each room was barely clean, at least requiring no further tidying. You go rest now. Zhang Xiaodian was sent back to her room. Miao Miao smiled. Your brother treats you quite well. She made no mention of her own predicament, her tone devoid of sarcasm, resembling a mother at ease, knowing her child would be well taken care of. Zhang San ruffled her little head. Silly cat. Don't you wonder why I have no cousins? Miao Miao nodded in half understanding, stepping onto the bed to reach for a box atop the wardrobe, filled with snacks. We haven't even had dinner yet. Zhang San chuckled helplessly. Miao Miao called for Zhang Xiaodian. And as the 3 enjoyed their snacks, the distant sound of a motorcycle grew nearer. Maintaining the pretense of siblings, Zhang San stood to greet the incoming Zhang Ji, only to be enveloped in her embrace. He ignored her, instead focusing on the man standing at the door, whose expression mirrored his seriousness. Second brother has come as well. Zhang Zhong, regaining his usual demeanor, shamelessly remarked, I just came to take a look. Since you're fine, I can rest easy. Goodbye. Your sister-in-law must be anxious waiting in bed. With that, he waved his hand and departed. After a moment of concern, Zhang Ji also rode away. Miao Miao remarked, you siblings have such a good relationship. Is that so? Zhang San replied, placing his thumb in his palm, extending 4 fingers in inquiry. Who do you think would wave like that? Chowing Fei returned home with a smile, a bag of powder in hand. Cough. I'm back. His ailing wife propped herself up from the makeshift bed made of miscellaneous items. Guess what this is? He shook the paper bag in his hand, a beaming smile on his face. Cough. Is it medicine? You guessed correctly. Chowing Fei opened the paper bag to reveal the white powder inside, casually handing it along with a cup of water to his wife. Take it. Once you do, you'll feel better. When we save enough food, we'll redeem our child. His wife gazed at him deeply for a long moment before swallowing the powder, raising the cup to her lips and pouring the water down. Indeed, she stopped coughing, finally uttering the first coherent sentence in months. This is the first time you've deceived me, but I do not blame you. Dark blood slowly trickled from her 7 orifices. Her beloved's face blurring before her eyes that in her final moments, she uttered her last words. The cup hasn't touched my lips. It can still be used. Chowing Fei could no longer suppress the guilt and sorrow within him. Covering his face as he wept bitterly, he exited the tent, clutching his chest that ached faintly, stumbling towards the riverside. The autumn night air chilled the river water. It must be quite uncomfortable if it were to enter his lungs and settle in his stomach. He chuckled at himself, rolled up his pant legs, and waded into the river, rhythmically splashing the water with his hands. A few scales floated down the river, and to his astonishment, several humanoid fish monsters swam towards him. Drawn by the sound, the leader of the fish monsters bellowed, "Galu Fu, you have killed 5 of our leaders. How dare you come seeking us?" In the past, Chowing Fei might have felt a twinge of concern. But now he was utterly unafraid. He retorted with a hardened tone, "So worried about fish old 5. Yet where were you when it was trapped? I betrayed even my neighbors to assist you. Is that not enough? As fish, you insist on battling outside your waters that I warned you repeatedly not to come, yet you refuse to listen. And now, despite your size, you cannot best a mere human, only to lose your lives and blame me? Go back and inform your king. If he does not arrive within half an hour, I shall take my own life. Ha! Such fierce words, yet they only serve to condemn oneself. How pitiful. A strange, ethereal female voice echoed, and the dense reeds along the riverbank rustled, but a magnificent white tiger with striking black stripes emerged from within, having undergone some unknown transformation. This white tiger was so massive that it seemed otherworldly. Chowing Fei paid it no mind. His attention was entirely captured by the little girl in a flowing skirt who perched atop the tiger's head. He did not ponder how she had concealed herself from human eyes or how she knew he would come. Chowing Fei declared aloud, "Polo, I no longer wish to be human." Polo gently patted the tiger's head, causing it to lie down so that she and Chowing Fei were at eye level, with a proud smile revealing her sharp tiger teeth. She remarked, "It seems the sun has risen from the west. Even you, a mere fish, have had an epiphany." She produced a dark, round orb and tossed it to him. Chowing Fei caught it without a glance and swallowed it whole. Instantly, his body began to transform, countless strands of beastly fur erupting from beneath his skin. Polo praised, "What I admire most about you is this." Feeling the surge of growing power, Chowing Fei retracted his elongated claws, replying, "I also take pride in this that I would look even more impressive with a beard." Chowing Fei continued, "What you admire about me at 4 in the morning." Silence enveloped the world. The patrolling lackeys leaned against a haystack. Dozing off by the wall, Zhang San quietly circled around, making his way to the back of Zhang Zheng's house. After a long wait, Zhang Zheng tossed down a rope from the window, pulling his younger brother into the room. Breathing heavily, he jested, "Father often says your muscles are only good for fighting, but I see it's not entirely true. What brings you here, second brother?" Zhang San cut to the chase. Zhang Zheng pointed to his own overly indulgent face and inquired, "What do you think of me, brother?" Zhang Zheng nodded, realizing that in Zhang San's eyes, he and Zhang De were of equal standing. He dropped his pretense and earnestly warned his half-brother, "You should leave as soon as possible. The intruders who broke into your home last night were merely a rabble, armed with nothing but hoes and rakes. Soon, those knocking at your door will be far more formidable, equipped with better weapons. Aside from ordinary folk, who else resides in the settlement?" Zhang San paused, taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhang Da's involvement in the matter and recognized his own oversight. Zhang Zheng smiled mysteriously, producing an item from behind him. Zhang San's eyes widened. It was his satchel. He recalled losing it while fleeing from a beast during a trip to the southern district with Shouho. "How did it come to be in your possession?" "I found it from Big Brother." Whether Zhang De had truly sought it out was a matter Zhang San would not naively accept, so he feigned understanding, responding, "The wilderness is fraught with danger." "How could I survive out there? The wilderness may pose potential dangers, but here, It is certain peril. If you give me your assent, I will provide you with clean water and food, and we can agree upon a discreet meeting place shortly. Once I depart, the focus of danger will shift to you. Will you still have the capacity to assist me? Zhang Zhong pointed to his face, confidently stating, he won't rush to act against me. Moreover, I have contingencies. Despite Zhang Zhong's carefree demeanor, he had shouldered a considerable share of Zhang Da's affairs, making it unlikely that he would be disposed of at a whim. Now, with a backup plan in place, he felt invincible. What is the price for such confidence? Is it so harsh to say, as your brother, I am rescuing you from peril. When the time comes, it is only natural that you aid me. Zhang San scoffed. Let us not even discuss whether this will come to fruition. Even if you ascend from second brother to elder brother, how can I be assured I won't be discarded once you've achieved your aims? I lack the influence of our elder brother. Once the deed is done, I will need your help to secure my position at most. I can prevent Zhang Ji from seeking retribution against you. That will suffice. Chapter 12. Departure 10 days to quell the rumors? It is an impossible task, as fabricating stories requires little effort, while dispelling them demands relentless exertion. Zhang San had already planned to leave this place, which is why he unhesitatingly made arrangements with Zhang De. Though the life of a local tyrant may seem comfortable, the psychological burden is considerable. Most people would find such a stifling atmosphere unbearable. After evading the guards and returning home, he began to gather his belongings for departure. He wished to take everything, feeling that each item might prove necessary. Transitioning from abundance to scarcity is no simple feat. While weighing the importance of each item, he pondered Zhang Zhong's words. Was Zhang De truly the mastermind behind these events? He recalled a fleeting glimpse while climbing the flat-roofed building. The night was dark, and in his haste, he had not clearly seen the face of the leader. However, he did notice the myriad of red threads adorning that figure. These unknown, extremely fine threads were still conspicuous in the pitch-black night. Thus, he had seen clearly. Who could possibly bear such an abundance of red threads? After ruling out all others, he was convinced that the individual could only be Chao Yingfei. That it was indeed a treacherous world. He had once saved Chao Yingfei's life. Third Master. The call from outside snapped him back to reality. It was someone sent by Zhang De with various food supplies. The kitchen had been ransacked by the rioters the previous night. And without food, his dear brother would surely go hungry. Truly, my good brother, so attentive in the light, yet so treacherous in the shadows. Zhang Xiaodian emerged from the kitchen, brushing flour off her shoulders, and asked Zhang San what he wanted for breakfast. Zhang San filled a cloth bag with a generous scoop of flour, tied it tightly, and handed it to her, saying, "You were frightened last night. This is a token of compensation. Take this home, then return to cook for me." "I want pickled vegetable pancakes." Zhang Xiaodian had no reason to refuse, her face lighting up as she clutched the bag tightly, swiftly exiting as if fearing that Zhang San might change his mind. She dashed through the fields, factories, and soon arrived at a cluster of tents. As she approached, she noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance of her neighbor's tent, and among them stood her father, who had a broken leg. "What happened?" she asked, hugging the flour tightly as she pushed her way forward. "Dad, what's going on? Your Aunt Chao, she took poison and ended her life." Zhang Xiaodian stood frozen. The kind and cheerful Aunt Chao, who had watched her grow up, was gone. Just as her relationship with Zhang San was blossoming, she had hoped to feign a cough one day to procure medicine for Aunt Chao's ailment. Yet now, "Where is Uncle Chao? Where did he go?" Old Chao, her father said, hands covering his face, his voice choked with emotion. "Someone found his shoes by the riverbank. Uncle Chao, he has perished alongside her." The lively and humorous Uncle Chao had left this world. She had even spoken with him just the previous afternoon on her way to Zhang Zhong's house. Zhang Xiaodian felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, as if a veil of gloom had descended upon her heart, enveloping her prior cheerfulness, and the smile on her face vanished. Her mind wandered, so much so that it took Zhang San calling her name twice to bring her back. "Xiaodian, what are you thinking about?" Since Zhang Xiaodian returned, she had been lost in thought, prompting Zhang San to inquire, "Is everything all right?" "Nothing much, just a bit shaken. I was terrified last night. Rest assured, the culprit has been caught, and my elder brother has fortified the guards. Such an incident will not occur again." With Miao Miao's assistance, Zhang San had packed his belongings. He still had much to take with him, but Zhang Xiaodian was not among them. She lacked the robust physique of Zhang San and the formidable constitution of Miao Miao. Wandering in the wilderness was not akin to travel. A single misstep could cost her life. He owed Zhang Xiaotian nothing. Their relationship was distinctly separate, and he had not deprived her of food and necessities during their time together. Thus he felt no guilt that in a few days, the crops in the fields would ripen, sufficient to sustain her family until her father's leg healed, allowing their lives to return to normalcy. That night, Meow Meow nestled into the soft, comfortable bed, bidding farewell to her days of happiness. Zhang San, it is time for us to leave. Meow Meow's reluctance stirred worry within him, yet he had made a pact with Zhang Zhong and learned some survival skills. Even if she abandoned him, he would not starve. That was reassuring. Meow Meow rolled over, grabbing a box of snacks from the cupboard and cradling it in her arms. Just yesterday, they had leisurely slept on the hillside, dreaming of the sweet and sour fish for dinner and the grand feast to follow. Yet tonight, they would not even have a bed to sleep in. She said nothing and showed no signs of discontent. Quietly following Zhang San as they stealthily made their way east under the cover of night, Meow Meow was willing to accompany him, and Zhang San would not voice any sentiments of her not wanting to suffer alongside him. He simply thought he must not let her down in the future. Chapter 13. The first stop to the east lay a series of low, rolling hills, stripped bare by the gathering of firewood, allowing for safe passage without the worry of thorns. After walking a few miles, the wounds on Zhang San's legs began to throb painfully. He wiped the sweat from Meow Meow's brow, asking, "Are you tired?" The little cat girl, anxious about being a burden, blinked her eyes, while I felt no fatigue whatsoever. "All right, let us continue our journey." Meow Meow, residing in the city, was visible to others, indicating that the population's activity range was quite extensive. He would need to venture farther than the southern city to ensure that Zhangde would not discover him. After traversing approximately 2 miles of mountainous terrain, Meow Meow suddenly caught a faint whiff of blood. Tracing the scent, she noticed the blood on Zhang San's trousers. "Stop. Your wound has reopened, and blood is flowing down to your ankle. Let us walk a little further," Zhang San suggested, pointing towards the foot of the mountain where a small stream flowed gently. "Perfect for boiling some water to drink." Meow Meow reached for the shoulder strap of her backpack. "What is this? Are you planning to carry it for a while?" Zhang San inquired. Yes, she affirmed. "You won't be able to manage. The contents are heavier than you." Meow Meow rolled up her sleeves, flexing her arm to display the bicep she had managed to squeeze out, declaring, "I possess great strength. You may test it if you doubt me." "Not yet. You haven't puffed your cheeks," Zhang San replied with a warm smile, pulling down her sleeves. "That if you care for me, you can boil the water later." Descending the mountain could lead to tumbles. What if Meow Meow tumbled down? Even if she could carry it, he would not entrust her with the luggage. Upon reaching the stream, Meow Meow took out a metal bucket with ears from her bag, withdrew some clothes from it, and filled half the bucket with water, propping it up with stones. Zhang San sat down to examine the condition of his leg injury. The wound was on his thigh. He could not pull up his pant leg and had to lower his waistband. Fortunately, in this desolate world, he did not have to worry about being seen. It was nothing serious. The scab had cracked, and the blood that flowed would dry up and mend the gap. The sound of rustling caught his attention. Looking up, he saw Meow Meow breaking reeds by the stream bank. "What are you doing that for?" "For kindling," she answered, her small eyes filled with confusion as she diligently snapped the reeds. With no trees around, gathering dry branches was troublesome. They could only resort to burning reeds. "Those cannot be burned," he cautioned. "Think about it. Why have all the other trees been cut down for firewood while the reeds thrive year after year? Indeed, why is that? Because the smoke they produce is toxic, according to the elders. During the early apocalypse, various calamities occurred, and water sources inevitably became contaminated, mixed with numerous unidentified substances, most of which were harmful. Fortunately, as time passed, nature's self-regulating ability came into play, and the concentration of harmful substances significantly diminished. It was only when someone fell ill that everyone realized that the reeds growing by the water could no longer be burned. In the city, reeds were rare, so it was understandable that Meow Meow was unaware of their toxic smoke. "Oh, very well." Fully trusting Zhang San's words, Meow Meow discarded the hard-earned kindling and scoured the surroundings for shrubs and dry grass. Zhang San found her increasingly endearing, a smile forming as he contemplated their future. Winter was not far off. It would be very cold, exceedingly cold. The residents of the settlement consumed vast amounts of firewood each year to cope with the extreme weather. Families like Chowing Fayas, who lived in tents, often traded firewood in winter for the right to stay in earthen houses or brick homes. There was no need to rush on their journey. The immediate priority was to find a place to settle and gather supplies. If they did not prepare ahead, they might not survive the first winter. The water boiled. After skimming off the floating foam and allowing the residue to settle, the stream water, tinged with an odd taste, was barely drinkable. He had forgotten to ask Meow Meow to filter it. They ate some dry rations along with the hot water and, once refreshed, continued their journey. The path veered slightly northward, and as twilight approached, they spotted a natural cave suitable for temporary shelter. After 2 days of traveling and enduring the elements, the surroundings gradually became more lush, indicating that this area was rarely visited. They encountered a peculiar feline creature. Neither tiger nor lion nor leopard, but resembling a leopard. The reason for the resemblance was that no leopard bore horns on its head. After a standoff, Zhang San managed to inflict a wound, severing part of its paw. Despite his lack of agility, the unbalanced creature found itself in a precarious situation, ultimately succumbing to Zhang San's relentless assault with sticks and stones. Zhang San attempted to sample a small piece of the leopard's meat, but soon found himself uncontrollably retching. Toxins tend to accumulate at the top of the food chain, making the meat of carnivorous animals generally inedible. He inhaled the aroma of roasted meat, his mouth filled with crumbs. Zhang San could not help but lament the vast disparities between people, how they seemed to surpass even the difference between man and dog. Why was Meow Meow able to eat? As dusk approached, the duo arrived at a desolate little town. The architecture was quaint, likely once a popular travel destination, but now it lay abandoned, with most of the unmaintained buildings having collapsed. Cracks in the bricks and overgrown vegetation filled the streets. As night deepened and stars twinkled, Zhang San finally discovered a relatively intact small house, with a bit of repair to the rooftop tiles. It could serve as a refuge from the wind and rain. After a quick cleaning, the weary travelers embraced each other on the earthen floor, falling into a deep slumber. The future stretched long before them, and they had ample time to transform this humble abode into a cozy home. Chapter 14.1. The essence of my virtue. Zhang San did not sleep comfortably. In fact, it was quite the opposite. This had nothing to do with Meow Meow, who slept soundly. The mere thought of her presence beside him filled him with a sense of satisfaction. The discomfort stemmed from the surrounding environment. The earthen floor was indeed just that, earthen. Lying flat, a slight stretch of his limbs would result in contact with the decaying leaves beneath. Turning to his side, his ear pressed against the makeshift pillow, he became acutely aware of the happenings on the floor. The rustling sounds were various insects crawling, burrowing, and gnawing. The occasional tapping was the movement of arthropods brushing against him. Occasionally, a few would venture close, seemingly to greet the new couple, but they were quickly repelled by a flick of his fingers. Even more bothersome was the tree outside, which had grown in such a way that a branch extended downward through a hole in the roof, pressing against the beam. The autumn wind howled through the night, the sun's absence making the branch resemble a resentful woman trapped in a deep palace, angrily stirring the breach. Dust filled the tiny room as yellowing leaves and dirt fell from above. The sun finally rose. The couple hastily filled their stomachs, then set about cleaning and repairing the house. Starting from the top was the most efficient method. Zhang San climbed the tree, using a fierce glare to entangle the branch with a red line. With a slight shift in thought, he successfully cut the branch that had intruded into the house into several sections. Testing the roof with his foot, it felt sturdy enough to bear weight. He decided to find a plastic signboard. Weathered by time, the text had become indistinct, with only a few characters barely recognizable. The signboard was no longer robust. A little force would break off a corner. Resembling a hard, dry clod of earth, he sought waterproof cloth, but none was to be found. He then made his way to the artificial lake on the outskirts of the ancient town, mixing some wet mud with lake water to fill a jar. Bringing the signboard and other materials up to the roof. Lifting the tiles, he covered the gaps with the sign, smearing wet mud into the seams, and laid a layer of straw over the mud before pressing down the tiles. The signboard was too slippery for the tiles to stay in place, but leaving the fragile signboard exposed was clearly unwise, so he sought out smooth, even branches to create a protective lattice over it. Returning to the ground, he found Meow Meow sweeping the beams with a makeshift broom made from vines and wild grasses. Upon seeing him descend, she exclaimed, "You finished so quickly." In truth, it was Zhang San's first time repairing a roof, and he was uncertain of his success. However, as the head of the household, he had to succeed to reassure his beloved wife. Psychological comfort was essential. Therefore, he nodded and replied, absolutely sturdy by the time the last pile of debris was swept outside. The sun had begun its descent. The pair gathered bricks and various boards to construct a simple B&E. It was small, but level enough to avoid discomfort. While boiling water for dinner, Zhang San suddenly realized they had no kitchen. He turned to Miao Miao and said, "Tomorrow, let us build a stove next door." "Yay!" The little cat girl cheered. "I want to play with mud." Zhang San pinched her cheek playfully, saying, "All right, let us see whose mud pie can make the loudest sound." The mention of the stove naturally led to thoughts of firewood. Zhang San pondered how much wood he would need to gather for winter. He was not adept at constructing an earthen calm, so a stove would need to be added to the house. But how to make one? Their clothing and daily necessities also required consideration. Miao Miao could only mend but not weave, so he would need to hunt beasts for their pelts to keep warm. Food was paramount. Zhang San had quickly grasped its significance upon arriving in this world. The sensation of hunger not only tormented the body, but also posed a tremendous challenge to one's will and conscience. He did not wish to experience that despair again, so he must stockpile enough provisions. Suddenly, the pot with the freshly rendered leopard fat sputtered and splattered. Indeed, he had brought the pot along. The sizzling continued, revealing that it was not the fat that was erupting, but rather the onset of rain. Zhang San hastily wrapped the pot's handle with cloth and moved it next door. He did not rush to transfer the fire, but instead extended his hand to catch the raindrops. They were not red. Thank goodness. Chapter 14.2 The Essence of My Virtue, Part 2. Zhang San loathed two things. First, rain, which brought with it an abundance of unpleasant memories. Second, dusk, when the fiery clouds mirrored the crimson skies of that fateful day. Each time he saw them, he could not help but worry that a few drops would suddenly fall from the heavens. The raindrops fell faster and faster, filling the air with the scent of decaying leaves and the fragrance of wet earth. Though he was cooking, his mind was preoccupied with the newly repaired roof he hoped it would hold. Otherwise, he might have to lament the song of an old house ruined by autumn rain. Soon, the wild vegetable medley was ready, and Zhang San had a few bites before stopping. He was uncertain whether the oil was safe for consumption, so he decided to wait a few hours to see if any discomfort would arise, which would indicate it was indeed edible. Meanwhile, Miao Miao was unconcerned with such deliberations. She eagerly dug out the well-cooked plantain from the fire and savored it with great delight. Her small stomach seemed like a furnace, ready to accept anything without reservation. Suddenly, the sparse autumn rain intensified, filling Zhang San with deeper anxiety. Fearing illness from exposure, he abandoned the idea of reinforcing their shelter and sat idly on a bench, gazing up at the signboard that crackled under the rain's assault. Miao Miao brought over the leftover food and placed it on a makeshift table crafted from bricks and wooden planks, then fixed her fervent gaze upon Zhang San, her small hands rubbing together like those of a fly. Zhang San could easily discern her intentions, yet after a day of cleaning, he was in no condition to engage. He simply embraced her, offering warmth and tea that moment. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside, entering an old house nearby. Something had arrived. Miao Miao was the first to hear it, instantly becoming alert, and Zhang San could feel the hairs on her neck stand on end. He noticed her ears had transformed into cat-like appendages, standing straight as sentinels, attuned to the sounds around them. That it was no wonder she had survived alone. Capturing her had proven quite the challenge for the original owner. Zhang San also heard the noise and was uncertain what creature sought refuge from the rain. He hoped it was not a beast. No, perhaps it was a beast after all, but he wished it were not a human. Venturing out was out of the question. That would leave him at a disadvantage and expose him to the rain, an unwise gamble. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to remain steadfast, protecting Miao Miao quietly in their spot. After Zhang San left, Zhang Do inquired about Zhang Xiaotian. To his surprise, he did not press her for answers, merely waving her off to return home. That it was not until she stepped into the tent and saw her father leaning on a crutch that Zhang Xiaotian's mind began to clear. With such a commendable brother and a life of relative luxury, why had Zhang San taken Miao Miao and fled? What was his motive? A pang of dissatisfaction gripped her. Such splendid days would never return. Yet her discontent lasted less than a day. Life returned to its usual rhythm, and she realized there was no need for excessive nostalgia. One must look forward. In a couple of days, the harvest would commence. And with her father's frailty, she needed to contribute more. After gathering wild vegetables for the morning, she returned home and began sharpening her sickle. This year's weather had been favorable, and the yield promised to be abundant. Fueled with determination, she honed the sickle swiftly and brightly. After the taxes taken by the Zhang family, her regular foraging for wild greens would leave enough for her and her father, lost in thought. The surroundings suddenly darkened. Looking up, she saw dense clouds like a giant hand, tightly gripping the valley encircled by hills. In an instant, the relentless autumn rain poured down, washing away the rust from her sickle. Two streams of tears mingled with the autumn rain, and the vigor she had felt while sharpening the sickle vanished without a trace. Zhang Xiaotian, weakened, collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, regardless of circumstances. Everyone's days were numbered. Chapter 14.3 Only My Virtue Remains. Part 3. Though it was called a small house, the doors and windows had long rotted away, making it no different from a cave. In times of danger, one could not close the door to shield themselves from the outside world for a sense of security. Thus, when the sound of footsteps slowly approached, Zhang San's gaze inevitably collided with that of the newcomer. It was a woman in her 30s, slightly taller than Miao Miao, her dull, yellow hair drenched and tangled from the rain, her cheeks gaunt and devoid of flesh. She bore the appearance of a destitute person. Yet she wore a finely crafted, intricately patterned embroidered dress that seemed starkly out of place. Zhang San, indifferent to the woman's origins, brandished his machete, pointing it at her face, coldly commanding. Leave. He was no longer the Zhang San who had first arrived. He had learned that cheap kindness could lead to peril. Moreover, he was no longer alone. As a husband, he had to safeguard Miao Miao and keep danger at bay. Not killing the innocent was already his limit. Please. I said. Leave. He interrupted her plea, unwilling to listen to her ramblings. This was a world more terrifying than chaos. The rules of a peaceful era no longer applied. Zhang San refused to let the woman enter their dwelling. And should she dare to cross the threshold, he would deem her an intruder and respond with unbounded self-defense. However, as he merely spoke to drive her away without further action, she managed to finish her sentence. Please, I beg you for something to eat. I haven't had a proper meal in days. The heavens favor the kind-hearted. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Before Zhang San could utter a word, he felt a punch from Miao Miao. It was not in anger, but rather in embarrassment. Pa. Her small face flushed crimson. If there really were 81, how long would it take for me to be bad just once? I can't let Zhang San save her. Her eyes darted, and she quickly devised a clever plan. If she gave the food herself, it wouldn't count as Zhang San's charity. After all, the leopard meat would spoil before it could be consumed, and they had plenty of food these days, so she decided to give it away. She picked up 2 pieces of plantain and stepped forward to offer them. Yet, just as her hand reached halfway, Zhang San firmly grasped it. Looking up, she saw her man's gaze darkened, asking in a chilling tone, "What? Do you want 81 virgins? The autumn rain takes a toll on the body." Yet the kind-hearted couple ultimately shared some food with the embroidered dress woman and allowed her to warm herself by the fire next door. After observing her for long enough, they noticed she was bound with many red threads. Unless she possessed the worst luck imaginable, Zhang San could easily take her life with a mere thought. Thank you. I am truly grateful. I didn't realize this needed to be cooked to remove the toxins. Had I known sooner, I wouldn't have starved like this. She had already buried the plan and under the fire, eagerly awaiting the aroma to waft through the air. But I can't eat too much. Miao Miao reminded from the other side of the wall. It will upset your stomach. It's best to alternate with something else. Okay. Thank you, benefactor. By the way, may I know your names? I am Miao Miao. Zhang San hesitated. Fearing that revealing his identity as Zhang family's 3rd son might have repercussions, he casually fabricated a name, saying, I am Tianju. Miao Miao tilted her head to glance at him, but said nothing. Silently committing his words to memory. I am Amber, formerly a seamstress. Chapter 14.4 Only My Virtue Remains. Part 4 Then why aren't you sewing now? Zhang San asked bluntly. Alas, Amber sighed deeply, and despite the wall between them, he could almost visualize her sorrowful expression. A horde of monsters invaded our tribe. After the chief and the brave warriors fell, they stormed into the camp and began snatching people. We had no choice but to abandon the land our ancestors toiled to cultivate and flee for our lives. My poor son and his family of 5, all gone. Woe is me. Chief, tribe, what kind of society is this? It seems the cultural break has been exceedingly thorough. Once she had cried her fill, Zhang San inquired again. Which direction is your tribe located? It's too late. Amber assumed Zhang San wished to help, given his kind nature, and said, There are many monsters. Most of the tribe perished on the day of the siege. And those who escaped are likely starving like me. She added, It's to the east. It takes about 5 or 6 days on foot. This was precisely what Zhang San did not wish to hear. Of all places, it had to be to the east. What should he do? Take a detour? He pondered and resolved not to rush. They would endure the winter first and, if the opportunity arose, gradually seek information about the east. Perhaps those monsters would consume everything and leave. Amber fell into melancholic silence, her thoughts drifting back to the chaotic events of the past several days. The gate had burst open with a thunderous crash amidst flames and shrill cries. And then the monsters surged in to wreak havoc. She could not comprehend why a human's arm could sprout grayish-white iron pipes, shooting black projectiles like meteors that pierced the bodies of the warriors as if they were subject to divine punishment. Did they consume iron for sustenance, thus developing such a terrifying form? Were their stomachs forges capable of melting iron and distributing it throughout their bodies? She found no answers, not even from the damp end-time scriptures she clutched. Surely these monsters were a trial bestowed by the divine, she rationalized to uphold her faith. With the gentle breeze and birdsong, the autumn rain came and went swiftly, seemingly just to test Zhang San's roofing skills. The result was satisfactory. He would not lose face as the head of the family in front of Miao Miao. However, some mud had been washed away and required patching. Amber had already departed from next door. Miu Miu mentioned she left when the night rain first ceased, just a passerby, not worth too much concern. What mattered now was repairing the doors and windows and constructing a stove. The door hinges were rather troublesome. And after discussion, they unanimously decided to start with the mud. The artificial lake provided ample mud and water, making it the perfect place to gather. In this apocalyptic world, survival required certain skills, and the same went for plants. Besides their toxins, they often possessed remarkable vitality. After the autumn rain, some grass seeds still clung to their branches, sprouting green shoots, awaiting the wind to shake them down to the ground. Zhang San sighed, and then began to uproot the weeds, digging out the soil beneath while mixing it with water. The stove's design was not overly complex. A pot would rest on top, with firewood in the middle and an ash chamber below to collect the soot. A few steel rods would be placed between the firebox and the ash chamber to prevent the firewood from falling. Finally, they would construct a chimney. Even so, a day was far from sufficient. The main reason was that after exhausting themselves with the mud, the sight of Miao Miao bathing in the lake was so enchanting that it hindered their efficiency as they worked, leaving them sore and fatigued. The resilient life force was not limited to wild grasses. It also applied to crops. Seated atop the verdant hill, Zhang Xiaodian wiped away her tears, uncertain of how she would endure the days ahead. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that she was not perched upon a lawn, but rather on a mound of seedlings. What she sat upon was not a green hill, but a pile of grain. She found herself in a drying yard, where green hills undulated in the distance. Chapter 14.5 The Virtue of My Heart, Part 5 The task of gathering food was entrusted to Miao Miao, while Zhang San devoted himself to repairing their dwelling. Nevertheless, he did not abandon his studies, frequently pointing to the wild delicacies that Miao Miao foraged, inquiring about their characteristics and culinary methods one by one. "Why are you staring at the tree?" Miao Miao questioned, returning from her foraging. Zhang San replied, "Oh, I'm chopping wood. You should stand back." Whether crafting doors and windows or preparing firewood, felling trees was indispensable. Observing the red line wound around the tree roots hundreds of times. He gestured for Miao Miao to retreat, then focused intently as he severed the thick trunk at its base. The precision of the red line was lacking, compelling him to compensate with sheer quantity. Although the slanted cut ensured that the tree would not topple toward him, the sight of the roots lifting dramatically before crashing down was indeed terrifying. Miao Miao patted her chest, evidently startled. "What are you still looking at?" "It's already been felled," Zhang San patiently explained. "I need to cut it into smaller sections so that it can fit into the stove. Oh, I see now." Lacking a measuring device, Zhang San utilized vines to gauge the door's width and height before proceeding to cut the fallen timber. The red line worked swiftly and efficiently, far surpassing the efficacy of a chainsaw. The resulting wooden planks were smooth enough to require no sanding and no need for clamps, chalk lines, axes, or saws. It was almost too smooth a process. With the planks prepared, he approached a collapsed small building, cutting and smashing to gather a few intact steel bars. He divided the bars into smaller segments, then longitudinally sliced and pointed them, crafting a batch of nails. Fashioning a stone hammer from wood and marble, he quickly assembled the planks into 2 doors. The hinges connecting the doors to their frames proved somewhat challenging, prompting him to abandon that idea and instead add a cylindrical extension to both the upper and lower sections of one long side of the door. The final step was simple. He carved circular grooves into the doorframe to accommodate the cylindrical extensions, allowing them to turn freely, thus completing the task. After a day's labor, Zhang San had significantly improved his control over the red line. Feeling a sense of pride, he repeatedly opened and closed the wooden door to admire his handiwork. Meow Meow, come quickly. I finished the door. Coming, Meow Meow descended from the tree, her white dress cradling a collection of nuts. Climbing trees was a trivial task for her. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Wait a moment, let me see. Meow Meow spread the nuts out on the table and tested the door. She turned the eastern door, closed it, and nodded. Then she tried the western door, closed it, and smiled faintly. The two doors fit snugly, plunging the interior into a significantly darker ambience, her pupils transforming into deep, round orbs, her large eyes sparkling. Zhang San feigned enlightenment. I understand now. We still need a door latch. Meow Meow untied her dress sash, turning to present it to him, asking, what about this? Zhang San shook his head, producing his own and stating, mine is sturdier. The furnishings in the dilapidated little house gradually increased. Beyond the doors and windows, Zhang San crafted wooden beds, stools, cabinets, and other furniture, as well as brooms and dustpans. Thanks to this, his proficiency with the red line grew ever more adept. Meow Meow gathered an array of food items that could be preserved long-term. For those that spoiled easily, some were mixed with wood ash and sun-dried, others blanched and air-dried, while some went bad and sprouted white mold before being placed in jars to ferment into sauces. Zhang San assisted with everything, learning along the way, and together they complemented each other's strengths. Days passed one after another. Chapter 14.6 The Virtue of My Heart, Part 6 With the arrival of autumn rains came a chill. The autumn tiger gradually weakening, and the weather grew progressively colder. As Zhang San had prepared a down jacket for his journey, he was not in a hurry to hunt for animal skins. Focusing instead on gathering firewood. As the saying goes, a rabbit does not eat the grass near its nest. He was mindful not to fell trees solely in the vicinity of their home. Thus, he ventured into a small grove outside the ancient town, standing silently before a tree. The forest, damp from the autumn rain, had yet to dry, with raindrops occasionally slipping from the yellowing leaves. Meow Meow was foraging for mushrooms beneath a thick layer of fallen leaves atop a damp tree stump. Crash! Another large tree fell, startling the birds reluctant to migrate south. Carrying the heavy wood was evidently too arduous, prompting Zhang San to begin constructing a sled, just as he pondered how to achieve the perfect curve by bending the wood with fire. Meow Meow hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Wild boar! Wild boar! Following her gaze, Zhang San saw a plump female wild boar less than 100 meters away, its elastic belly housing several striped piglets frolicking about. Wild boars could be more lethal than tigers. Before Zhang San could employ the red line, the boar charged at him, tusks bared, seemingly devoid of reason, preferring to attack first and ask questions later. There was no time for the red line. Before Zhang San could devise a strategy, Meow Meow had already provided an answer. She swiftly climbed to the treetops, calling down to him. Zhang San, realizing that with his weight Meow Meow could not pull him up, was fortunate to have learned tree climbing while felling timber. He summoned the extraordinary agility he had once displayed against the birdman in the corridor, leaping to clutch the tree trunk, slowly ascending to a height beyond the boar's reach before it could close in. The wild boar raised its front limbs against the tree, grunting in frustration as its tusks failed to pierce Zhang San's rear. Then arched its back, extending a slimy appendage from its bristly back. Inching toward Zhang San along the damp moss-covered bark, Zhang San drew his small knife and plunged it into the appendage's tip. The wild boar squealed in pain, retracting its tentacle and slamming its body against the tree. Unbeknownst to it, the red line was already in position. With a focused thought, the red thread penetrated its flesh, crimson blood gushing forth, splattering even onto Meow Meow's white dress. Such a vigorous vitality. The wounded wild boar became increasingly frenzied, battering the tree with greater force, causing Zhang San's chest to ache with each impact. He tightened the newly summoned red line, this time severing the boar's head entirely. The unconscious body continued to follow the commands it had received in life, relentlessly colliding into the tree. As the fissures accumulated, the tree Zhang San clung to finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. He fell hard, and as he rose, he saw the headless at the forefront of the main rope. A stoic and robust man wielded a scythe to carve a path. In the middle, a slightly shorter youth reprimanded sharply, urging the shackled prisoners to hasten their pace. At the rear, a sinister middle-aged man vigilantly monitored the entire procession. His palm kept warm, poised to unleash his firearm upon any would-be escapee. "Sir, I urgently need to relieve myself. Could you please unbind my hands?" a woman inquired. The youth scrutinized her, and upon observing her distressed expression, hunched posture, and crossed legs, deduced that she indeed required to relieve herself. Consequently, he released her bindings, permitting her to attend to her needs. "You have 30 seconds." As the opportunity arose, others in the group clamored, "Lord Suin, I too wish to relieve myself." Silence. One at a time. 30 seconds swiftly elapsed. The woman had yet to return, and Suin's expression grew increasingly grave as he approached the thicket, whereupon a woman's scream pierced the air. "What are you doing? How dare you?" "I have no interest in bitches," Suin retorted harshly, yanking the woman back. "How insulting. I shall fight you." The woman flailed her arms, striking and slapping, but Suin swiftly knocked her to the ground, coldly declaring, "Intentional harm, execution by firearm, to be carried out immediately." An uproar erupted among the prisoners. Each utterance of those words signified impending doom for one of their own. The woman's face drained of color as she pleaded for mercy, only to be met with Suin's raised ARM.AS machinery word. A dark void materialized in his palm. "Execution commenced." A flash of fire erupted, and acrid smoke billowed from the aperture as the woman's head burst apart, meeting a silent, humiliating end. Unable even to pull up her trousers, her tragic fate instilled a chilling dread within the hearts of the prisoners, rendering them too sorrowful to weep, their tears flowing silently. After she had finished, the group resumed their journey. Upon traversing 2 hilltops, the man with the scythe suddenly halted. "Aegon, what has transpired?" Aegon gestured toward the distant wisp of smoke as a reply. Turning to the middle-aged man overseeing the rear, he inquired, "Captain Shou Chui, might there be sentient beings present over there? Should we alter our course? Deviation permitted." "Understood." Aegon waved the scythe, leading the group towards the ancient town. Chapter 14.8 Only My Virtue Shines. Part 8 There exists a disparity among woods. After experimenting with a dozen types, Zhang San selected the most malleable material suitable for crafting a sled, ensuring a sturdy foundation. He bent a long stick into a shape, connecting 2 identical pieces using a mortise and tenon joint, reinforced with an I-beam structure. Is it ready? Meow, who observed from the side, stood on tiptoe to wipe his sweat. Zhang San half-squatted, relishing the gentle care of the maiden. He deemed it somewhat complete and sought to test its functionality. Knowing it might require further refinement, the segments of wood were stacked upon the sled and secured with rope, allowing for easy transport by pulling on the crafted handle. "I'll push from behind." Meow declared. "No, that's too dangerous. Push from the side instead." The two transported several loads. The terrain surrounding the ancient town was relatively flat, devoid of steep ascents, making the task rather effortless. The warm sun hung high, and before long, it was noon. Engaging in arduous labor during the sweltering heat was sheer torment. Meow went to prepare lunch, while Zhang San set about chopping wood. The sound of falling trees and the cries of birds echoed through the mountains. The considerable noise generated by the lumberjacking naturally caught the attention of Aegon and his companions. "Rest in place," Zhou Chui abruptly commanded. "Aegon, on, you two go scout." "Yes," departing from the group, unsupervised by their commander. The 2 youths laughed and chatted as they made their way into the woods beyond the ancient town. Though the mountains appeared near, the journey proved lengthy. Along the way, Aegon detected 2 wild boars concealed within a nearby thicket. As the vanguard, his glasses were equipped with thermal imaging capabilities. "Lunch has arrived." He raised his left hand, aligning the virtual assistance line to target the wild boar. At a soft click indicated the gears whirring, and his left hand detached, sending a gleaming alloy cable hurtling toward the target. The struck wild boar panicked and thrashed, but the mechanical hand's strength rendered its struggles futile. The gears turned, and in the next moment, the cable retracted entirely, Aegon presenting the wild boar to Suin, who rotated his mechanical wrist, pre-aiming at the fleeing second boar doe. "It possesses spiritual energy," Suin remarked suddenly. "The wilderness is indeed extraordinary. Even the juvenile foolish boars possess such energy." Aegon expressed mild surprise, turning to ask, "How much?" 0.1847. That's quite high, equivalent to 1/62nd of a barbarian. Haha. Suin laughed heartily, recalling a comical incident when they had stormed a barbarian tribe, where a foolish barbarian, believing himself brave, charged to the forefront, only to be mercilessly mowed down by machine gun fire alongside his fleeing kin. After a quick lunch, the 2 continued toward their destination. "Old Zhou is truly something." Can sentient beings be recaptured using markers? It's sheer nonsense. Suin, the younger, expressed his discontent. Aegon chuckled. Who wouldn't be anxious? If he fails to publish a few articles soon, old Zhou might find himself out of a job. What's with that expression? Regretting it? A little. I didn't expect the circle to be so murky, vastly different from what I envisioned. Aegon, adopting a seasoned demeanor, replied, in my youth. As Zhang San chopped wood. He primarily did so in silence. Devoid of the chainsaw's buzzing, replaced instead by the sound of his steady breaths, the moments when trees fell were the only times the forest echoed with noise. The woods were tranquil, allowing him to notice the two figures before Aegon and Suin did. The taller and shorter young men appeared vibrant and spirited, unmistakably not ordinary individuals. He felt a sense of vigilance, ready to act at a moment's notice. Suin, report your analysis. Don't rush. I'm measuring. At some point. Suin donned a monocle, a foreign purchase that he could not secure properly due to his shallow eye sockets, forcing him to hold it in place. Normal temperature, likely human, NO fluctuations in spiritual energy. Ruling out the possibility of superhumans, Aegon's demeanor relaxed. In this remote locale, as long as he did not encounter a superhuman, he was assured of his dominance. Initiate capture. Zhang San was unaware of their identities, but knew he must not allow them to succeed. As the tall one raised his left hand, signaling to himself, Zhang San shifted laterally, using the tree trunk as cover. As the shorter one advanced, Zhang San gradually retreated. Unfortunately, he backed into a felled clearing. Devoid of trees for concealment, the tall individual smirked as his left hand's fingertips suddenly sprouted elongated mechanical claws, resembling a miner's grasping hook. With a buzz, the claw-like hand shot forth with incredible speed, reaching Zhang San in an instant, leaving him no time to evade, and he was firmly captured. The gears whirred, and the cable tightened. Zhang San remained immobile, yet Aegon was dragged toward him. The logic was simple. Zhang San's formidable physique rendered him heavier than Aegon's mechanical modifications. What on earth is happening? Aegon was bewildered. He had never encountered such a situation before. Did this man possess some immovable power? Yet, Suin had asserted he was not a superhuman. His confusion lasted only a moment. As Zhang San's fist collided with his face, embedding his thermal imaging glasses into his eye socket, before his scream could escape, warmth enveloped both sides of his head, followed by a violent impact to his jaw. Zhang San dropped to a knee, releasing his grip on Aegon's head, the latter's lifeless body slumping down, but the mechanical hand clung tightly to Zhang San's waist, leaving him suspended. Aegon, are you all right? Aegon, Suin shouted anxiously. Yet the dead could not respond. Zhang San had hoped that striking the jaw would induce a fainting spell, but to his astonishment, the body proved too robust. One knee strike left his opponent breathless. Enraged, Suin raised an eyebrow, gritting his teeth, his right palm revealing a menacing black void. However, unlike the execution of the woman, this time the aperture was significantly larger. The firing mechanism embedded in his arm was far more efficient than a trigger, capable of firing within mere milliseconds. But intention moved faster. In an instant, thousands of red threads twisted simultaneously as Suin prepared to avenge his brother. He watched helplessly as the arm that had fired the projectile suddenly severed. The smooth cut glimmering, devoid of oil. As the projectile launched, his palm tilted downward, causing the shot to veer off course, the explosive detonating against the ground nearby, the recoil sending the severed hand soaring into the air. Not only was his right hand severed, but so too was his life. Suin lay sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth as he murmured, "So, it was a favored one of the supernatural." The explosion's reverberation startled many, including Zhou Chui, Paluo, and of course, Miao, who was busy cooking. The cat girl, clad in an apron, rushed over, panting, wielding a wooden spatula. "What happened? Are you all right?" After the peril, concern followed. Zhang San felt warmth in his heart, yearning for an immediate embrace, yet burdened by Aegon's weight. He could only forego the gesture. He affectionately ruffled her head, saying, "It's fine. I've taken care of it." Dozens of meters away, Suin's left hand remained poised as it had before severance, properly holding the monocle. Beep, 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 detecting spiritual energy fluctuations, calculating values. Beep, beep, boom. It exploded. Chapter 14.9, The Fragrance of My Virtue, Part 9. Zhang San initially intended to preserve the integrity of the mechanical claw. However, the intricate mechanisms remained stubbornly immobile, compelling him to sever it with a red thread. Disappointment washed over him as he discovered that Aegon possessed no remarkable items. After examining Aegon, he maneuvered around the shell crater to Su Wen's side. only to be taken aback by the revelation that this young lad had a mechanical watch. The watch's design was rather ostentatious, prioritizing aesthetics over functionality, adorned with a two-dimensional cute girl card. Presumably a reflection of personal interest. With a watch in hand, one could ascertain the precise time. Yet, Zhang San found little joy in this, as he had unearthed no objects that could authenticate the identities of the two individuals, such as identification cards, student IDs, or postcards. The identities of these uninvited guests remained shrouded in mystery, inciting a sense of dread. What if one day they revealed themselves only to be met with a sniper's bullet? Or what if the ancient town were to be obliterated in the dead of night? Listen to me. He grasped Meow Meow's hand, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. Meow Meow, we may need to relocate. Now, what about lunch? It's already prepared. Smoked meat with wild autumn melon and nut powder soup. They hastily consumed their meal, packing their belongings. Zhang San departed reluctantly from their quaint little home, which had begun to feel warm and inviting. The table and chairs, doors and windows, the refurbished roof, and the cozy bed below, all were crafted by their own hands. Little by little, he glanced back at the pile of firewood in the kitchen. He resolved to return once the storm had passed. But where to next? To the east lay lurking monsters, while the north and south held uncertainties. Was he to gamble on the origins of this group of mechanical mutants? A wrong bet could spell disaster. He wished to discuss this with Meow Meow, but she appeared resolute in her determination to follow him wherever he might go, her obedience bordering on excessive. In moments of prosperity and adversity alike, all decisions concerning their little abode rested solely on his shoulders. Meow Meow, say something, even if it's just to complain or to throw a tantrum. Though you realize how immense this pressure is? Who am I to confide in? Meow Meow is no deity. Without his words, she could not fathom his turmoil. Yet, she clutched his hand tightly, moving towards the crimson clouds beneath the setting sun. There are many ways to seek pleasure. And Subin held the utmost disdain for self-harm. She believed that the act of inflicting pain upon oneself to fleetingly grasp a sense of control was nothing but self-deception, a behavior only the most primal of beings would embrace. Thus, she staunchly rejected all forms of mechanical modification, despite the enthusiasm others exhibited for such self-destructive yet empowering actions. Her parents, 2 brothers, teachers, classmates, and even comrades had all undergone modifications. Everyone around her conformed, rendering her a complete anomaly. However, since the age of 12, no one dared mock her. Not even the curious glances were cast her way. This was due to her outstanding performance during the post-recruitment assessments, wherein she emerged as a pilot for the MS-444 model mech, a cutting-edge creation of the Federation. Boasting unparalleled performance that eclipsed its predecessors, reportedly employing advanced technology from the pre-apocalyptic era, designed for the slaughter of her own kind. Subin, the communicator suddenly buzzed to life. I'm here. What instructions do you have? Director Fong. She was dispatched to safeguard Director Fong and lead the research team for an investigation west of the Zhunsheng mountain range. The military and civilian sectors were distinct and coupled with the generation gap. Director Fong seldom engaged in casual conversation with her. It appeared there was pressing business to discuss. Your elder brother, Su Wen, has lost signal. I am Poluo. And you, my tailor, Amber. Huh, why such a name, father? Aren't names typically given by uncles or mothers? Amber was perplexed, but she dared not elaborate, merely explaining. We have an abundance of that. An abundance. Quite interesting. Poluo playfully nudged the tiger's head with her bare foot. The creature's massive form lay respectfully prostrate. What are you dawdling for? Get up. It was Amber's first time riding a tiger, her heart swirling with excitement and trepidation. The fur was soft and thick, providing a delightful sensation, a source of immense pride. Lady Poluo, where are you headed? She gazed anxiously at the direction the white tiger was moving. East. That's not advisable. There are monsters to the east. She had no desire to return to her demise. Poluo bared her tiger teeth. I am the monster. Lady Poluo, I'm serious. Those creatures are extremely perilous. She placed her hands on her hips. I am danger incarnate. Chapter 15. 3 words that made Zhang San confide in me from the outcome. Zhang San's decisive departure was entirely justified. Under Director Fong's guidance and assurance, Shou Chui relinquished his marked samples and contacted 9 other members gathered in the vicinity for exploration. The 10-member team, led by Shou Chui, swiftly located the remains of Agon and Su Wen in the desolate wilderness, tracing their path to the ancient town, only to find nothing. As twilight descended, Zhang San opened his makeshift meal container, revealing that the meat soup had long cooled into a gelatinous mass. He used chopsticks to break apart the soup block, pouring a portion into a bowl. We'll have to make do. Lighting a fire at night would attract too much attention. He handed the bowl to Meow Meow, who quickly consumed the congealed soup with plain water, then settled down on the blanket, her gaze intently fixed on him. Why do you look at me like that? Is there something on me? Zhang San checked himself, finding no burrs or thorns clinging to him. You are unhappy, what? Oh yes, I suppose I am. The only family he had left was now following him into uncertainty. How could he possibly feel joy? Zhang San realized that his willpower was far less resolute than he had imagined. Merely a few days of tranquility had nearly extinguished his thoughts of venturing eastward. Meow Meow, why don't you share your thoughts with me? She continued. At the beginning, you were in pain, your leg was injured and bleeding, yet you refused to tell me. I am clueless about everything. Brushing my teeth, using chopsticks, cooking, all require your guidance. But even if only to speak, please don't treat me as an outsider. Meow Meow rarely spoke at length, so Zhang San was momentarily taken aback, his face softening into a smile. Well done, my little cat. You've learned to be considerate. It wasn't an overwhelming sense of gratitude, but it sufficed to alleviate the burdens of life, like the gentle warmth of the winter sun. It melted the accumulated frost, nurturing his heart with the essence of spring. The dim evening light obscured any flaws, lending an air of purity to her white dress. Tonight, she appeared irresistibly enchanting, perhaps due to her keen night vision. Meow Meow noticed his reaction, casting her gaze about, her lips parting in anticipation. Zhang San stepped closer, placing a finger over her mouth. Don't speak. Allow me to take the lead. Meow Meow moved his hand aside, obediently biting the ribbon of her dress. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her smile resembled the moon, exuding a bashful tenderness akin to the autumn breeze. The following day, the pair arrived at the cave where they had once resided before departing the settlement. They searched along the stone walls and, to their delight, discovered a sealed box hidden within. Upon opening it, they found it to be filled with long-lasting food supplies. Zhang Zhong had indeed kept his word. Yet Zhang San had grown cautious. After testing a small mouse for poison, he felt assured enough to partake in the provisions. It remained uncertain when Zhang Zhong's promised opportunity would arise, as the food in the cave was scheduled for replenishment every 7 days. The next visit would serve as a means to inform Zhang Zhong. He resolved to take the initiative and overthrow Zhang. He intended to provide Meow Meow with a safe haven, one that could not possibly be a cave. Oh, what an unusual tree stump! Outside the town, in the forest, Paluo leaped off the tiger's back, her petite hand pressing against the stump to feel its mirror-like smooth break. This was not something a saw could accomplish. The freshness of the cut indicated it had not been worn down by time. A smile crept across her lips. Found you, red thread immortal. Who goes there? Raise your hands, and I shall spare your lives. A group of 10 emerged from the seemingly empty forest, led by Shou Chui, who shouted loudly. A glimmer of light flickered in his palm, a terrifying aura of murderous intent brewing within. Simultaneously, a device emitted beeping sounds, detecting spiritual energy fluctuations. Calculating values. How much? Zhou Chui inquired. He did not specify, yet everyone understood the question pertained to the energy values. Regardless of who the opponent was or their intentions, the solution was simple: eliminate them. Good fortune would not simply fall from the sky, but misfortunes could certainly be avoided. Paluo cared little for human lives. Thus, without hesitation, she snapped her fingers and proudly proclaimed, I am your great aunt. Mechanical modifications had yet to advance to the point of replacing lungs. Zhou Chui's breath hitched. Faced with the insult from the little girl, he opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. He exchanged glances with his colleagues, who were equally perplexed. Clearly ensnared by an extraordinary ability, the individual calculating the values could not articulate the results, resorting to gestures instead. 46.6, a bit high, but still within controllable limits. The group nodded in unison. Eliminating the adversary was the optimal choice. Not only human lives but also the lives of pets held no value for Paluo. After suffocating the 10 individuals, she pointed at Shou Chui, commanding her white tiger behind her. Xiaohei, attack them. The white tiger lunged forward without hesitation. Amber, I didn't get down. I'm still up here. Chapter 16. A familiar face from the past. The scent of gunpowder was far from pleasant. Yet for Paluo, experiencing it for the first time was utterly exhilarating. The battle raged on for a full 3 hours, with 3 minutes spent suffocating the enemies, 40 seconds delivering the finishing blows, and the remainder extinguishing the impending wildfire. Once the last flicker of flame was doused by the wet earth, Paluo wiped her brow with the back of her hand, then relieved herself to cleanse her hands. Having completed these tasks, she turned to inspect the intestines that hung down to her waist, carefully tucking them back into her abdomen through the slit created by the shrapnel. She made her way to find Amber, who lay limp beneath the massive body of the white tiger. She had merely fallen, the ground soft and wet, causing no significant harm. "Hey, Taylor, stitch up my wounds that I only know how to sew clothes." Amber, despite her trepidation, struggled to lift her weakened body. "The flesh is but a mere guise, indistinguishable from garments. Simply follow the seams and be swift about it. Hupo's heart quivered and her hands trembled. Even before the needle touched Paluo, she exclaimed in dismay, "Ah, what are you shouting about? It is not you being pricked," Hooper remarked, pointing. "Why are you slicing its flesh? Are you intending to consume it?" Paluo, feeling somewhat idle, had taken out a knife to skin the white tiger. What other purpose could there be? Paluo surveyed the corpses of Zhou Chui and others. "Human flesh, will you partake?" Yet, it had fought valiantly, blocking nearly all of the thundering attacks for you. Such a warrior deserves the utmost reverence. Its remains should not be subjected to such indignity. Bullets may pierce the skin of the white tiger, but they cannot deliver a fatal blow. Even if a vital spot is struck, it can still leap about for a considerable while. When Zhang San encountered the wild boar, its head had been severed, yet its body continued to move. These mutated creatures possess an unimaginable vitality. The ferocious white tiger charged with a thunderous force, scattering the formation of Zhou Chui and others, disrupting their rhythm of attack, thus granting precious time for Paluo to unleash her extraordinary abilities. As for Hoopa, in the gaze of Zhou Chui and others, she was entirely concealed from view atop the tiger's back. Their focus was solely on Paluo, rendering Hoopa utterly unharmed. TCH, it is unknown who cowered beneath the belly of the fallen warrior during the earlier skirmish. How hypocritical of you humans to now speak of respect. You, Hoopa stammered, suddenly recalling something, and inquired. "What do you mean by you humans? The literal meaning. What are you looking at? As the master, must I prove anything to you?" Witnessing Hoopa bend down to sever the thread, Paluo calmly nodded. "Your technique is commendable. It doesn't hurt at all." Hoopa remained silent, producing a cloth to wipe the sweat from Paluo's brow. With the wound stitched, the next task was to clear the battlefield. The beeping sound of the monocle soon caught Paluo's attention. She picked it up and placed it over her eyes. The luminous screen floating within the transparent lens was quite novel. Though regrettably, she could not read. The broadcast sounded peculiar. What was Wa-Ni? Danwan. Fo Hanjua. It must be a foreign language. I cannot comprehend it, so I cannot be blamed for my illiteracy, as even those who are literate cannot decipher foreign tongues. Just as I found a lead on the Red Thread Ferry, I must turn back. How vexing. This group of iron men has ruined my good fortune. Life within the cave was rather mundane, consisting solely of 3 meals a day, while Zhang San dedicated the remaining time to practicing the red thread. After 2 days of waiting, he had yet to see Zhang Zhong's team, but a familiar face did arrive. "Benefactor, it's me, Hoopa. We have met before." Zhang San set down his knife. "Oh, I remember now. How did you end up here?" "That will be explained later. Listen to me. A little girl will be coming soon. She is very powerful. You must I speak of Tiger Pet. Paluo's haughty voice echoed within the cave. "What is there to negotiate? Either swiftly bring me food, or suffer my torment before obediently fetching it." She stepped into the cave, thus naturally encountering the vigilant Zhang San and the peeking Miao Miao behind him. Despite the newcomer being a diminutive figure, shorter than Miao Miao by half a head, Zhang San did not underestimate her, relying on his gaze and her voice to weave the red thread. "Li Miao. Is that you, Li Miao?" Paluo suddenly altered her tone, stepping forward to grab Miao Miao, only to be pushed away by Zhang San. The haughty Paluo suppressed her impulse to snap her fingers, standing with her hands on her waist, urging, "Say something." Zhang San stifled the urge to cut and asked, "Miao Miao, do you know each other?" While speaking, he did not turn his head, keeping his eyes fixed on Paluo and Hoopa's every move. Miao Miao scratched her round little face in confusion. "How do you know my nickname? Do you know me?" "What a ridiculous nickname. Any sane person can tell that Miao Miao is the nickname. Indeed, you don't remember me? I am Paluo. Paluo. Miao Miao pondered for a long while before shaking her head. "I have no recollection." She could only see the red thread after meeting Zhang San. Her previous friends would not possess it, rendering her unable to distinguish using the red thread. "Pao Luo. I am called Pao Luo. Oh. Miao Miao suddenly enlightened. "Pao Luo. I remember. You and Renji overturned my food bowl." "Renji? He died long ago. Oh, I see. Meow Meow responded nonchalantly, clearly unconcerned about Rin Ji's demise. Zhang San lowered his guard, glancing down half in inquiry. So you really do know each other? Yes, we do. Noticing Paluo clutching her waist. Meow Meow asked, What's wrong there? Just a small injury, nothing serious. It will heal in a couple of days. Having a man around makes a difference. You know how to care now. Meow Meow blushed slightly. Are you here to mooch food? Feeling pricked at her sensitive spot, Paluo's face flushed crimson as she retorted, You fat cat. All you do is eat. How many of my things have you stolen in the past? I haven't settled the score with you yet, and now you want to count every single meal. Just admit it. I SNT that right. Indeed. Chapter 17. Departure. Paluo and Hoopa took residence in the cave. Zhang San was quite distressed. Paluo had a terrible temper. Aside from speaking kindly to Meow Meow, she treated him and Hoopa with an air of superiority, as if looking down from a great height. Were it not for her friendship with Meow Meow, he would have expelled her long ago. Alas, he had no choice. In this world, Meow Meow was the only one with whom he could converse, and he could tolerate her presence for a couple of days for the sake of their friendship. Tianju, let us go. Early in the morning, Meow Meow called for him to rise. Where to? Zhang San was taken aback. She usually relished her slumbers, yet today she had not slept in. We're going to find food. There are now more people at home, and our provisions are running low. Hoopa was too timid to eat plain rice, and she immediately said, I'll help too. Meow Meow, exhibiting a demeanor befitting a matriarch, replied earnestly, No, if you leave, who will take care of Paluo? Just the two of us will be sufficient. Paluo smirked slightly beneath the covers, thinking that since you care for me so much, I won't hold the name blunder against you. The resources near the cave were far less bountiful than those in the ancient town. The two worked tirelessly for half a day, barely gathering enough ingredients for 2 meals. This was largely thanks to Meow Meow's rich experience and agility in climbing trees. A mere ordinary person would certainly fare poorly. Are you tired? Meow Meow tugged at Zhang San's sleeve, pointing toward the shade of the lush forest. Shall we go cool off? Zhang San felt warmth in his heart. Sure, TNT expected Meow Meow to become increasingly considerate after her awakening. However, as soon as they entered the woods, the little cat girl leaped into his arms, nuzzling her head against him. Emitting a unique purring sound from her nose and mouth, Zhang San suddenly understood. Ah, I see. This is the kind of coolness you meant. In that case, I cannot be blamed. He displayed a troubled expression. Pushing Meow Meow away. No. What if someone sees us? Unless you show your cat ears. You really are impossible. Just this once, okay? Though elder brother was quite annoying, he was still her own brother. Inside the control cabin, Su Bin piloted the MS-444 mech, cleaving and shooting through the wilderness, releasing her pent-up anger through vigorous practice. The ancient trees and rocks around her had vanished, replaced by bare ground. The MS-444 mech boasted exceptional maneuverability. Even in the wild where no smooth, level asphalt roads existed, it could achieve high-speed movement solely on its mechanical legs, despite the tracks being inoperable, if not for the reduction in lifespan caused by the overclocking mode. The travel speed could be further enhanced. It would take an ordinary person 5 to 10 days to walk to the point where Su when signal was lost, but in this mech, she could make the round trip in about half a day. However, she was a soldier, tasked with protecting Dean Fong and the research team he led. The team had not yet departed, no matter how great her grievances. She could only remain on standby. The communicator buzzed again. It was Dean Fong on the other end. Su Bin swiftly halted her actions, stowed the high-velocity arm-mounted machine gun, and adjusted the mech into standby mode. This is Su Bin. What are your instructions? Dean Fong, Shou Chui, and the others had suddenly ceased communication, and Dean Fong knew they were in dire straits. The culprit's origins were unknown, and continuing on could lead to even greater casualties. However, the investigation had only just begun, and returning in such a disheartened state would likely dim any future prospects. He was not the only one with such thoughts. After a meeting and a vote, the management quickly came to a consensus that to say that a 10-person team was completely annihilated would be a loss of face. So he stated in an unmistakable tone, the investigation continues. Proceed westward. Su Bin immediately replied, Understood. Chapter 18. Casual conversation. Should I call you Meow Meow or Li Meow? Zhang San gently stroked the cat girl's chin with 3 fingers, thinking that if she continued to indulge, she would soon need to be divided into 2 layers. You may call me whichever you preferred, I am entirely at your discretion. Unlike the syrupy sweet nothings of a romantic liaison, such heartfelt words came from Meow Meow, who genuinely yielded without any semblance of a feline's haughty demeanor. It seemed that cats raised by the elderly were always so obedient and compliant. With this thought in mind, he could no longer resist the urge to inquire about Poluo's background. Meow Meow. What does your friend do? How did you come to know each other? Her. Well, she often helps my grandmother run errands, delivering things. Delivering? To hear? Yes. My grandmother prefers peace and quiet, so they were rather boisterous and got kicked out, leaving me alone at home. I see. He and T expected Meow Meow to have family ties with her. It's time to eat. The two returned to the cave. Polo had already risen, diligently applying crushed grass leaves to the gaping wound at her waist. The horrifying length of the injury had turned red and swollen, with the sutured thread creating deep indentations. The surrounding fabric of her skirt was damp, saturated with pus and tissue fluid. Meow Meow, frightened, perked up her cat ears, having forgotten to tuck them away while preoccupied with adjusting her clothing, much to Amber's amusement. Having narrowly escaped death from a couple of scratches on her own arm, Polo's condition was truly alarming. Is this what you call a minor injury? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Concerned, she approached to inspect the wound, suppressing her curiosity and resisting the urge to poke it. Polo chuckled. I've grown accustomed to it. If my subordinates were to discover my injuries, they might conspire to rebel. Out here, I can apply some herbal remedies myself. But in the camp, if anyone sees me, rumors would spread that I am afflicted with all sorts of ailments. Wait a moment, she added. With that, Meow Meow hurriedly trotted towards Zhang San, grasping his hand and shaking it earnestly. Next time, I will rely on you again, but can we? Zhang San paused for a moment, quickly realizing she was referring to medicine. Oh, of course, I'll fetch it right away. Even without Meow Meow's request, he would have brought medicine for her family's injuries. It was unclear what kind of upbringing she had, but she remained oblivious to her own agency. The feeling of being consulted was immensely gratifying for Zhang San, who felt greatly respected and even privileged with an unequal treaty. His heart swelling with joy. He harbored no resentment towards his wife for aiding outsiders. Willingly retrieving the medical kit from his pack. This is alcohol. Its disinfecting properties far surpass that of the herbal salve you've applied. Use it sparingly. Do not pour it directly. I will boil some water to prepare cloth strips for dipping. This is an anti-inflammatory pill for internal use, though it is not the usual synthetic medicine, but rather an extract from herbs. It works well, but the side effects can be significant, given your size. You should take only one a day. The water boiled swiftly. Polo remarked, what a foolish seamstress. Hurry and apply the medicine. Trembling, Amber approached Polo, and upon seeing Meow Meow's ears, she was fully convinced of Polo's words. This little girl, skilled in sorcery, was indeed a monster. And what of the round-faced, big-eyed girl cooking nearby? Was she also a monster? And the robust Tianju? Was he a monster too? What a perilous predicament, having narrowly escaped the dragon's den. Now entering the tiger's lair. Dinner is ready. Polo, unfamiliar with chopsticks, served a hodgepodge soup. Meow Meow. If you find it uncomfortable here, feel free to come to me in the southern part of the city. I am the head there. Should you encounter my subordinates, mention my name, and they will guide you. Polo stated, surprised by how palatable Meow Meow's soup tasted, far superior to her grandmother's culinary skills. Was it this male that taught her? Her gaze flitted between Meow Meow and Zhang San, scrutinizing the couple closely. My. Suddenly, she set down her bowl and approached Meow Meow, her hands forming an arc. What kind of miraculous elixir do you consume to have grown so voluptuous? It's as if you are chasing after plumpness. Earlier, she had not noticed how this chubby cat had developed such a figure. Meow Meow crossed her arms protectively over her chest, slightly turning her shoulder to deny Polo any contact. You can rub your own. My, she exclaimed again. Polo glanced down at her toes, then turned to Zhang San, saying, what fortune you have amassed to end up with such a fine woman. Zhang San tapped his solid chest muscles, thinking to himself that his own physique was not lacking. Meow Meow then inquired, and what of you, Polo? As the leader, you must have a man, right? Polo's previously lowered head shot up proudly. Let me tell you, my man is the most manly man in the world. With that, she suddenly sighed. But alas, too much of a good thing can be detrimental. He is no longer manly at all. Your words are quite peculiar. I cannot comprehend, Meow Meow replied. Let us not speak of him. He is an infuriating fellow. Let us drink the soup. Chapter 19. The anomaly with outsiders present. Practicing the red thread could only be done in secrecy. In the west, the clouds were painted with hues of evening. As Zhang San returned from the other side of the hill to avoid the smoke, Amber was crouched outside the cave cooking, while Meow Meow and Polo were engaged in a heated argument inside. "What is going on?" Zhang San inquired, and Meow Meow's eyes lit up, as if she had found her anchor, and she approached him, wrapping her arm around his, the familiar soft sensation traveling along her skin. She pointed her finger accusingly at Polo. "As if reporting a pervert to the authorities, she insists on sharing a bed with me." "I'm sore from all this arguing," Polo retorted. "You silly cat, after not seeing you for so long. I long for you. It is precisely because I cherish you that I wish to be close." Meow Meow countered. "I've told you, such matters depend on talent. It's not a plague, no matter how close we are. I cannot infect you. Besides, who told you to be picky and not eat well when you were young? Now you regret it." "All right, Meow Meow. Considering the snacks you used to steal from me, can we compromise?" Zhang San interjected. "No way. There are only 2 blankets. If you two share one, where will Amber sleep?" However, Polo was indifferent to Amber's plight. She could sleep wherever she pleased. The purpose of subordinates was to relieve their leaders' burdens, not to create difficulties for them. She casually replied, "I'll sleep with you." Amber, cooking outside, unusually retorted against Polo, urgently exclaiming, "I'm far too old for this. Don't joke around." Polo, knowing Meow Meow would not yield, decided to teach Amber a lesson. Having grown accustomed to seeing ordinary people bullied in the settlement, Zhang San had long hardened his heart for self-preservation, choosing to ignore the scene. Meow Meow gently tiptoed to caress his head before darting out of the cave to confront Polo. Zhang San's thoughts momentarily lagged before he chuckled softly. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Polo's wound had nearly healed. She placed her thumb and forefinger to her mouth and let out a sharp, piercing whistle. Before long, a terrifying shadow descended from the sky, spiraling down at her feet. "Come down," Polo commanded. The shadow abruptly shrank. It turned out to be a massive bird, which, as it neared the ground, swiftly flapped its wings and landed steadily. Dust swirled up around them, and fallen leaves scattered like whispers. "Cough, spit." Polo spat. "You truly deserve to die." Only when the enormous bird landed did Zhang San recognize its species. It was a creature with the head of an owl, the body of an owl, and the features of an owl. The description stemmed from its bizarrely long and slender neck connecting its head and body, its plumage as fluffy and red as a rooster's, and its throat quivering incessantly, giving the impression that it might announce the dawn at any moment. Polo seized its neck, shaking it vigorously. "You feathered fiend. If you ever drop dirt into my mouth again, I will pluck every single feather from you. Do you hear me? Caw-caw. I heard you. Caw-caw-caw." Once the feathered fiend began its cawing, it seemed it would never cease. Polo retrieved an embroidered pouch from her bosom, which clinked with the sound of numerous hard, grape-sized spheres within, resonating like clear chimes. For some reason, Amber trembled all over upon seeing it, her pupils constricting. "Inform the spirit pool that I shall return to the camp in 2 days. By then, I expect to see at least 5 new warriors. Otherwise, there will be consequences." "Caw." The feathered fiend grasped the pouch in its beak. "Scram," Polo shouted. The bird took a few steps aside, cawing with the pouch in its grasp before flying off. "What a foolish bird," Polo cursed once more, then turned to Meow Meow, asking with a smile, "Meow Meow, care to join me?" Meow Meow shook her head. "No, I do not wish to see Yao Zhan. Yao Zhan has perished alongside Renji. I do not wish to see the spirit pool either. That is true. You two have never gotten along." Polo glanced at Zhang San, her expression shifting from the usual demeanor she held with Meow Meow to one of disdain. Even in a position of looking up, she still conveyed an air of superiority in consideration of Meow Meow. "I shall grant you this." She then mysteriously produced a translucent orb, about the size of a walnut, with intertwined black and white ribbons within, resembling an oversized glass marble at first glance. "What is this?" Zhang San did not reach out immediately, believing it best to consult Meow Meow first. That he looked at her, only to find her face devoid of color, pale as if in mourning. Her features visibly shifted, her cat-like whiskers retracting and extending. This ebb and flow reminded him of a scene he had witnessed once before, when Meow Meow had been gravely ill after the blood rain had subsided. "Quick, take it away, take it away." Zhang San enveloped Meow Meow in his embrace, his large palm tightly covering her fully feline eyes to obstruct her view. His palm felt wet and itchy as tears streamed through his fingers. "No." Meow Meow's voice trembled, her despair laid bare. "You keep it." "But," Keep it. I'm fine. Fine? That's hardly believable. Hesitant, Zhang San accepted the translucent orb, concerned about Meow Meow's current state, and asked Polo once more, what is this? Essence. Essence. Yes, consuming it will be beneficial for you. What kind of benefits? Zhang San remained skeptical. If it were truly beneficial, why wouldn't Polo consume it herself? If it were good, how could Meow Meow be in such a state? Surely, the drawbacks, or the price to pay, would not be small. Why do you ask what benefits? Explaining it would be far too complex. Let Meow Meow elucidate it to you later. I must take my leave. A nation cannot be without a ruler for a single day, and I have been away for quite some time. Seamstress, we are departing. With that, Polo and Amber left. Zhang San wiped away Meow Meow's tears. Her mental state had stabilized, and she no longer exhibited feline traits. Though her complexion remained pale, he took her to sit on the hillside, where they enjoyed the autumn breeze for a while. And then they watched the sunset from the mountaintop. Under the radiant glow of the crimson sun, her pale face gradually regained vitality, her delicate cheeks resting against his arm, the tender affection intertwined with the twilight light. Evoking boundless reverie, Zhang San was solely responsible for dinner. He sliced 8 generous pieces of the smoked meat he usually refrained from indulging in, pairing it with the tenderest wild vegetable sprouts. Stir-fried to perfection, the toxins, rendered nearly imperceptible through high-temperature processing, left a delightful taste. He served up all the smoked meat and some wild greens, while the rest he diluted with water and seasoned, boiling it into a rich soup. After their meal, he gently lulled Meow Meow to sleep. With her back against the stone wall and her head nestled comfortably, this small, warm space enveloped her in a profound sense of security. Zhang San made no mention of the translucent orb. Meow Meow, her breath even, stirred slightly, not truly asleep, her face hidden against Zhang San's chest, preventing him from seeing her. She bore no resentment towards Poluo. Some truths could not remain concealed for a lifetime. Zhang San treated her with kindness, and she felt immense joy that he asked no questions, and she remained blissful. Yet, some words were destined to be spoken eventually. Chapter 20. Death awaits on an autumn morning. The fog was thick, and the cave was damp and cold. Where's my little heater? Zhang San patted the empty space beside him, and, upon lifting the blanket, discovered that Meow Meow was gone. Has she run away? He maintained his position, propped on one arm, for quite some time, ultimately accepting this disheartening reality, despite having dedicated time to learning survival skills in the wild. A sense of panic gripped him. How would he manage alone moving forward? The loneliness of having no one to converse with or share burdens with was daunting. The challenges of cooperation and mutual benefit seemed insurmountable, and the thought of falling ill alone in the deep forest was despairing. Zhang Zhong had promised to send someone once every 7 days, yet he had been in this place for over a fortnight without a single soul appearing. Clearly, something had gone awry at the settlement. Zhang San contemplated, testing the red thread, which still functioned. He wondered how long it would remain effective. That he needed to gather intelligence about the settlement, and, if given the opportunity, to overthrow Zhang De and assume leadership himself. If that proved impossible, he would take someone with him, regardless of gender, as long as they could share the burdens of life, supporting each other along the way. However, the notorious reputation of the Zhang family's little tyrant made it unlikely anyone would willingly join him in a life of hardship. If he were to force someone to leave, he would have to be vigilant day and night, wary of potential betrayal. Time for dinner. Time for dinner. A chorus of voices jolted Zhang San back to reality. He looked up to see a cat girl in an apron, holding a wooden spatula, her hands resting against her waist as she called out to him. Meow Meow hadn't left. A rush of joy and relief surged within him, quickly followed by intense shame for his earlier composure. Meow Meow was missing, and he hadn't even bothered to search for her. Even if he had called out a few times, he wouldn't have felt as tongue-tied as he did now. In that moment, he realized just how significant Meow Meow was to him and delved deeper into the understanding of his own heart. He nodded and stood, his throat aching yet managing to utter a word. All right. Fortunately, in Meow Meow's eyes, he was merely lost in thought beneath the covers, and there was still room for redemption. And I'll make dinner now. What do you want to eat? Honestly, I've called you 100 times already. The food is ready. Just get up and eat. What are you so lost in thought about? Aren't you afraid of getting cold? As she spoke, Meow Meow handed him a coat. Zhang San donned it and smiled, asking, what did you make? Stir-fried wild vegetables with grain porridge. That I might have added too much salt. But don't worry, I made a large pot of porridge. It will surely mask the saltiness. You eat first. I'll go wash up. There's warm water left in the kettle. He brushed his teeth and washed his face. Zhang San contemplated many things, about himself, about Miao Miao, and about the two of them together. The stir-fried wild vegetables were indeed quite salty, so he mixed them thoroughly into the porridge, enjoying it as a soup. Miao Miao had already finished eating, sitting beside him, her gaze fixed on Zhang San. Several times on the verge of speaking but swallowing her words instead. It takes courage to reveal secrets. In a moment of impulse, one might blurt them out, yet when meticulously prepared, hesitation often ensues. Observing her conflicted expression, Zhang San smiled gently. You don't need to say anything. I don't want to hear it, but no, I must speak. Miao Miao's expression turned resolute. Zhang San set down his bowl and took her hand. She offered only a slight resistance before yielding to his embrace. Don't say a word, I beg you. The notion of catching snakes and eating mice is already too realistic. Please don't shatter my last shred of fantasy about cat girls. Before meeting me, I don't want to know the mistakes you've made as long as you don't tell me. I will love you forever. Really? She lifted her small head. Indeed, he lowered his gaze to meet hers. With her cheeks flushed, Miao Miao said, then repeat that last sentence. Which one? The last one. This time, it was Zhang San who blushed. Chapter 21. The core reluctantly, he shifted the topic, asking Miao Miao, by the way, what happened to that translucent orb? It's already been ground into powder here. Miao Miao held up a small cloth bag the size of a palm. If you want to eat it, I can mix it into your lunch. What benefits does it offer? Stronger, faster, better. Zhang San found himself at a loss for words to refuse. He was deeply tempted. What are the side effects? Your personality might change, and some other things. I can't quite explain. Do you want me to take it? He posed the question to Miao Miao. Along with the weight of responsibility behind it was the first time he had done so since they met. This did not imply that he wished to evade accountability or burden Miao Miao. On the contrary, he genuinely regarded her as his partner in both joy and hardship, eager to hear her opinion. Miao Miao shook her head. No. Zhang San's interest piqued. If you don't want me to take it, why do you want me to accept it? Since I'm here consuming your food, I naturally need some form of compensation. Moreover, we can either use it ourselves or give it away or trade it. Such a peculiar item could indeed be deemed a treasure. Stronger, faster, better? Surely, there wouldn't be many who wouldn't desire it. Contemplating, Zhang San picked up the cloth bag and weighed it in his hand. Will it stay preserved as powder? I mean, will it get damp or anything? Miao Miao hesitated briefly before responding with confidence. No problem. It originally grew in a moist environment. Where? Miao Miao tapped her fingers lightly on her cat ears. Are you asking me to guess? Zhang San pondered. What does moist environment mean? No. Miao Miao wouldn't let me guess. She had already given me the answer. What kind of thing grows in a skull? Brain tuberculosis. Amber silently followed behind Paluo. They had entered the activity area of the settlement, where the vegetation was sparse, and there was no need for her to forge ahead, concerned that any potential subordinates might notice something amiss. Paluo refrained from offering assistance. Only focused on the path ahead, she continually pondered the nature of the spheres extracted from skulls. What would happen to the white tiger after consuming the one given to Tianju? What purpose would the 10 from the Iron Man serve? Did I have one in my head too? She glanced at Paluo's back, wondering, if I were to consume hers, she couldn't help but snap her fingers. Quite impressive, isn't it? Paluo, walking ahead, suddenly spoke. A smirk graced her lips as she turned around, her eyes glinting with mischief. Snap. Caught off guard, Amber gasped, the sensation of suffocation more intense than ever. She collapsed to the ground, enduring the ordeal until Paluo was satisfied. What a fine head. Who will claim it? Paluo laughed heartily, snapping her fingers, her stride exuding an air of arrogance and ease. As night fell, Miao Miao requested a hug. No, I still need to pack. We must set off tomorrow, so let's sleep early tonight. Are we returning to the settlement? Yes. Will there be fighting? No, it will involve killing. Zhang San spoke with an air of nonchalance. Clearly having prepared himself mentally, he observed Miao Miao's expression. She showed neither disgust nor aversion, merely nodding obediently. Then I'll gather more soap pods. Bloodied clothes are difficult to wash. I'll come by myself. You can't wash them as cleanly as I can, but your strength is too great. My yellow dress and a few undergarments have been twisted out of shape. I can't sew. Losing one is losing one. I told you. It's not about twisting. It's about scrubbing hard while washing. You climbed a tree and got sticky tree sap all over you. How could you get it off without some effort? And what about your pants? That's obviously blood seeping from my leg injury. The couple chatted about warm household matters as they packed their belongings, snuggling close in the chilly cave to sleep. Chapter 22. Internal Strife, Part 1. Unlike previous outings, Zhang San intended to settle in the settlement this time, leaving many belongings behind in the cave for a lighter journey. Consequently, he and Miao Miao arrived near the settlement before sunset. Standing atop the hill, they gazed down at the disorganized scene below, roads and alleys, fields at the foot of the mountain, where people rushed about, indistinctly engaged in what appeared to be a brawl. The bare heights were swept by the mountain winds, carrying distant shouts that were unclear. Wait here. I'll go take a look, Zhang San instructed. Miao Miao gently pulled at him, her lips parting, yet words failed her momentarily as she cast a concerned glance his way. He patted her hand reassuringly. Don't worry. Descending the hill, he soon spotted a man in brown lying on the ground, a hay fork discarded nearby. Zhang San approached to inspect the situation. The man had a wound in his abdomen, blood gushing from the gaping hole he was desperately trying to cover. The man was still alive. Upon seeing Zhang San, his expression shifted, and he reached for the hay fork, indicating that he was conscious. Zhang San swiftly picked up the fork and directly inquired, "What happened here?" The man clad in brown remained silent, his abdomen wounded. Speaking was an excruciating ordeal for him. He merely wished to succumb quietly to death. Zhang San, unwilling to squander time on the brown-clad man, grasped his pitchfork and pressed onward. Before long, he encountered 6 individuals, grouped in threes, engaged in a fierce skirmish, their tools of battle clashing against one another. "Why are you fighting?" he inquired as the 6 turned their gazes toward him in unison. "It's the 3 lame ones. We shall postpone our quarrel. I must first avenge my sister, so must I. You scoundrel, return my daughter's life." In a matter of moments, the 6, who had been locked in a deadly struggle, cast aside their grievances and collectively charged at Zhang San. "What a coincidence! Have all your womenfolk fallen victim to my misdeeds?" The frustration born of his inadequacies only deepened his resentment. In both strength and speed, he far surpassed the 6. With a swift twist of his pitchfork, he struck, and within 2 breaths, all 6 lay sprawled on the ground, their weapons confiscated. When faced with those who had attacked him, he felt no need for civility. He pressed the pitchfork against one man's throat and reiterated, "Why are you fighting? Bah, you filthy wretch." The man's defiant gaze met Zhang San's, and he retorted, "To seize the right of first mating with your mother." It became painfully clear to Zhang San that his reputation had been utterly tarnished by the original owner of this body, leaving him with no hope of garnering any support from the populace. Zhang De and Zhang Zhong commanded their own factions. Even amidst public outrage, they could maintain their violent rule. The young and foolish previous owner had failed to cultivate loyal allies. Apart from his impulsive younger sister, he possessed nothing of worth. Go inquire with Zhang Ji. Zhang San pointed at himself and then at the pitchfork, addressing the man. "Your mother." He kicked him and continued deeper within. With a clear target in mind, his pace quickened, and soon, Zhang Ji's residence came into view. However, he could not approach, for a chaotic battle involving over 100 individuals raged directly ahead, with the tall Zhang Zhong prominently among them. A closer look revealed a grayish-green cloth tied around Zhang Zhong's right arm, woven from the fibers of a low-grade cabbage, which was both uncomfortable to wear and typically adopted by the impoverished. Surrounding Zhang Zhong were about a dozen robust men, each adorned with similar gray-green cloth on their arms. In addition to them, many others also bore gray-green armbands, but most lay groaning in the slow-spreading crimson. It was evident that Zhang Zhong's group was at a significant disadvantage, being relentlessly pushed back by opponents adorned with purple armbands. Chapter 23. Internal Strife, Part 2. The striking figure of Zhang Zhong was hard to miss in the crowd. While the imposing Zhang San's solitary appearance was even more conspicuous, one person spotted him, momentarily taken aback, prompting more to follow his gaze. The once intensely fighting throng of over 100 suddenly ceased their combat, collectively turning their attention to Zhang San. A well-equipped, square-faced man wearing a purple armband respectfully spoke. "At last, you've returned, third master. The master awaits you." Zhang Zhong suddenly shouted, "You've come at the perfect time. Brother, with you and me flanking them, how can we lose?" At a glance, the guards who had been surrounding and covering their retreat understood the cue and began to rally, brandishing their weapons and shouting as they charged forward. The purple-clad opponents retaliated, and once again the battlefield erupted into chaos that a portion of the confused combatants turned their aggression towards Zhang San, inadvertently pushing him into Zhang Zhong's camp. What bravery! Zhang San marveled at the 5 daring individuals who dared to assault him. These impoverished souls, raised on meager rations, barely averaged a height of 5 feet 5 inches, their frail thighs no thicker than Zhang San's arms. Battling them was akin to slaughtering poultry. He pointed the wooden handle at the leading man's forearm, shattering the fragile bone beneath the thin layer of muscle. Quick as a flash, Zhang San seized the man's spear, delivering a fierce kick that sent him sprawling, inadvertently toppling another behind him. But that was not the end. While taking the spear, he hurled his pitchfork to the left, striking one man squarely on the forehead. Then, with the spear in hand, he swept it sideways. The 2 to his right instinctively raised their weapons in defense. But this was a far cry from their earlier encounters with Zhang Zhong's subordinates. The heavy iron spear, swung with the might of Zhang San's formidable physique, unleashed a terrifying force that in the moment of impact. The feeble wrists of the unarmed were dislocated and torn asunder, flesh laid bare in an instant. The formation of 5 was shattered, their wails of agony revealing their inevitable defeat. They were no match for him, which only deepened Zhang San's admiration for their courage. Come! Zhang San bellowed, striding forward. The purple-clad individuals, their focus now fixed on him, were instantly taken aback, retreating in haste. Among the more than 100 warriors present, aside from Zhang Zhong's men, there were about 80 clad in purple. In just one exchange, a loss of 6.25 was evident. Who would not be afraid? Ha! Zhang San let out a mocking cry, brandishing the spear as he charged into the throng, causing the purple-clad to abandon their weapons and scatter like frightened birds. A few of Zhang Zhong's subordinates also fled in his wake. Against such a disorganized rabble, Zhang San was confident that even with a hefty cleaver or a sturdy staff, he could easily mow them down. Good brother, you finally arrived. I've awaited your return with great impatience. Zhang Zhong greeted him with a grin. Zhang San, already prepared, feigned indifference and coolly asked, "Then why have you cut off supplies?" "You cannot blame me for that," Zhang Zhong replied. "They say that misfortunes come in threes. My men delivered supplies for a month, each time reporting that nothing had changed. I did not believe it and went to check myself. You failed to send word. I could hardly continue sending supplies without any communication from you. That said, since you claim I've cut off supplies, I assume you've seen the quality of the goods in the cave. Both staple and supplementary foods are of the finest quality. Are you not pained by such waste?" Zhang Zhong's argument held merit, prompting Zhang San to let the matter drop and instead inquire, "What is the situation today? Did you not say to wait for my return before taking action? How dare you confront our elder brother alone?" Only Zhang De could have pressured Zhang Zhong into such a predicament. This much was clear without needing to ask. This is not the place for conversation. Let us find somewhere more suitable. With that, Zhang Zhong began to direct his subordinates to clear the battlefield, saving whom they could and retrieving whatever they could carry, urging them to act swiftly. Once he had arranged things, Zhang San asked, "Where shall we talk?" "To the north, at the abandoned mine." "All right, you all head back first. I need to fetch someone." Zhang Zhong said nothing further. Even though Zhang San might very well flee, he could not acknowledge it, merely signaling his agreement. The return journey was peaceful. Those they had encountered earlier had dispersed, and the brown-clad man had breathed his last, leaving a clear path ahead. Upon spotting him, Miao Miao waved her arms from a distance. Even without seeing her face clearly, Zhang San could envision her silly smile through the gleam of her white teeth. The wind at their feet continued to howl as Zhang San approached. "Why are you waiting here for me? It's quite dangerous. I thought climbing the mountain would tire you. You truly are something." After smoothing out Miao Miao's tousled hair that had fallen into her tiger teeth, Zhang San replied, "I'm sorry, but tonight we may still have to sleep in the cave. Who do you look down upon?" "I am quite easy to care for." Surveying the round, cherubic face and the pudgy little belly, Zhang San felt a twinge of helplessness. She was indeed too easy to care for, gaining weight merely from drinking cold water. To be frank, it was mostly Miao Miao who took charge of finding food. His role was more about enhancing their quality of life. Zhang San chuckled. "Master Miao Miao is being modest. It is you who supports me." As the sun hung low on the horizon, the two arrived at the entrance of the northern abandoned mine. Zhang Zhong, who had appeared drowsy, suddenly perked up, leaping from his armchair. "I knew it. You went to fetch your sister-in-law." He reverted to his usual disheveled demeanor, raising his eyebrows mischievously as he added, "The luxurious single suite has already been arranged. The soundproofing is absolutely top-notch. The mine entrance was dark and deep, obscuring the depths within, much like the hearts of those outside of Miao Miao. Zhang San did not rush inside. Feeling the wooden framework, he asked, "Aren't you afraid that the elder brother will set fire and smoke you out?" Zhang Zhong retorted, "Is he personally bringing firewood?" So that was it. Not everyone could commit heinous acts. There were some things Zhang De would never compel his subordinates to do. "Follow me, third brother. Our allies must be growing anxious." Zhang Zhong led the way, turning back to remind him, "Mind your head. Your tall stature makes it easy to bump out. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall." The mine before him was one Zhang San had explored as a child. It was not a modern mine left over from a technological era, but rather a crude excavation born from the post-apocalyptic technology gap. The mine was a labyrinth of passages, and one might mistakenly believe they were engaged in tunnel warfare. Should a gleaming blade suddenly emerge from a hidden crevice, there would be no time for lamentation. He hesitated briefly, but ultimately took Miao Miao's hand and ventured into the darkness. Since Zhang Zhong had come out alone to greet them, he had shown sufficient sincerity. If he were to continue to hesitate, it would likely hinder any future endeavors. Stay close and hold onto the stone wall. Zhang Zhong continuously reminded them not to disturb the wooden pillars supporting the ceiling. With limited resources, there was insufficient fuel for lighting. And don't complain. This cave is like a woman. Once you get familiar with it, you can come and go as you please. Zhang San could not be bothered to respond to his crude remarks. Instead, focusing on sensing and recalling the environment as he pondered the origin of these so-called allies, he could not discern it, and an unsettling premonition began to brew within him. Chapter 24, Internal Strife, Part 2. The tunnel gradually sloped downward. The areas untouched by sunlight were cold and damp, with the occasional drop of water falling from above. The crisp sound of their footsteps on the gravel only heightened the mine's eerie silence. Just as Zhang San's mind began to feel increasingly confined by the surroundings, Miao Miao suddenly exclaimed in excitement, "What a huge rat!" With an empty arm and silent footsteps. Only a moment passed before Miao Miao's laughter, reminiscent of tinkling wind chimes, once again filled the air, accompanied by a high-pitched squeal. Look, isn't it round and plump?" Zhang San could not see, yet he understood that, given Miao Miao's nature, she was probably holding a squirming mouse. About to thrust it into his face. "No, thank you, I won't eat it." Generally speaking, miners wouldn't disturb the mice in the mine unless they were in abundance, but nowadays, with resources scarce, many would consider them a meal. Zhang Zhong refrained from mentioning any taboos, but inwardly mused. Indeed, a creature of the night, able to discern in such dim surroundings. After wandering for a few more minutes, and taking 2 turns, a faint flicker of firelight suddenly danced in the distance, illuminating the outline of the stone chamber's entrance distinctly. "Dinner has been prepared at your residence. But before that, we must discuss important matters. Our allies may be growing anxious." Due to his prior visit, Zhang San was well aware of his surroundings and did not share Miao Miao's curiosity. Instead, he calmly followed Zhang Zhong to the stone chamber. A gentle breeze, carrying the coolness from below, swept through, and it was no wonder that the flickering flames of the oil lamps on either side of the entrance swayed, bowing to pass through the low wooden frame that reinforced the entrance. The interior space opened up magnificently, resembling a classroom in size, with small dishes hanging from the surrounding stone walls and the central pillar, formed from the remnants of mining, filled with fuel that illuminated the chamber brightly under the pull of the wicks. Zhang San had no inclination to ponder these distractions. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the silhouette of the cloaked figure seated across the table. Having seen numerous films and dramas, he did not find the figure mysterious but rather perceived them as performing a charade. As he circled to the front, he did not glimpse the figure's face as he had hoped. Beneath the dark hood lay tightly wrapped layers of gray-black bandages, a broad mask, and a shadowed right eye. It was hard to imagine how one endured the summer down here. Surely, they must have lived underground continuously. Zhang San turned to Zhang Zhong and asked, "Care to introduce?" "He is Ling Qi." Miao Miao, who had been toying with the mouse in her arms, suddenly spoke. "Do you recognize me?" The cloaked figure, now confirmed as Ling Qi, inquired, their voice dry and grating like crushed ore, trapped under a wooden box filled with stones, stuttering in a mocking manner. "Do, I remember now. You are that forgetful foolish cat, and you are still alive." Enemies meeting often sparks heightened emotions. Miao Miao, typically reticent, suddenly unleashed a torrent of words directed at Ling Qi. She waved her hand dismissively at the air before pinching her nose, saying, "Capitalist zombies wrapped in feudal bandages, masquerading as slave mummies. Can't you wash off that filthy skin or change your clothes?" You deserve to be suffocated by the spirit willow, purging the foul air from your dog lungs. Only then to truly smell how repugnant you are. Years ago, when she and Renji had a scuffle, my food bowl was overturned, splattering all over you. Even now, after all these years, the bandages still carry the scent of cat food. You are truly disgusting. Ling Qi emitted a peculiar laugh, retorting, "Ah, having a man indeed makes a difference. Your verbal skills have become quite remarkable." Zhang San coldly regarded Ling Qi, the red threads intertwining along the bandages. Just as he was about to give this scoundrel a taste of their own medicine, he felt a gentle tug at his side that he immediately crouched down, and Meow Meow, on tiptoe, leaned in to whisper, "I'll take care of this grudge myself." "Very well." He nodded, turning to Zhang Zhong and said, "Let us get to the point. It's getting rather pungent here, and my nose is nearly clogged." Chapter 25. No leisure seeing the atmosphere shift. Zhang Zhong took it upon himself to mediate. He knew that this meeting had already reached its conclusion before it even began. After calming both parties, he led Zhang San away from the meeting hall to a more secluded stone chamber. The room was not large, a single oil lamp sufficing to illuminate the entirety, and the rugged stone walls were plastered with mud, alleviating concerns of bumps and bruises, after placing a bed and some tables and chairs. Only a narrow passage remained for movement, and one had to be careful not to knock over the wooden barrel storing water in the corner. Yet compared to the other accommodations they had seen along the way, it could be deemed luxurious. "We are brothers. You can trust me here, and you should also trust your second brother," he added. "We can discuss any issues later. I must keep an eye on Ling Qi now. So I want to intrude on you and your sister." With that, Zhang Zhong hastily departed. Upon closing the door, a heavy sense of security, akin to the weight of the earth, enveloped Zhang San, particularly poignant after the recent skirmish he had endured. After testing the mouse that Meow Meow held for poison, Zhang San relished the sumptuous dinner laid out on the table after a day of hunger. Meow Meow placed the mouse on the ground, and it did not flee, sniffing eagerly with its little eyes sparkling with anticipation as it gazed up at Zhang San. "The one who had just fed it, aren't you going to eat?" he inquired. "I'll eat something else." The mouse scurried around their feet, chirping. Zhang San wouldn't waste precious food on it. Since Meow Meow was interested, he shooed the mouse away, returning to the dining table. Just after taking a few bites, Meow Meow poked her little head from under his arm into his embrace. Zhang San denied her the chance to speak, shoving a large piece of stir-fried meat into her mouth. She did not chew, but rather played with it using her tongue. Zhang San felt a stir of emotion and, feigning ignorance, asked, "What are you up to?" Meow Meow remained silent, snuggling against his leg in a playful manner. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed on the wooden door, accompanied by a voice from outside calling, "Third Master, Third Master." Meow Meow immediately sprang out, stamping her foot in irritation as she flung open the door. "What is it?" The person outside was someone Meow Meow recognized, the one who had delivered Zhang Xiaodian. What was his name again? Ergo stood outside, lamp in hand, slightly taller than Meow Meow, though fear gripped his heart. Not for any other reason, but everyone said that the seemingly harmless little girl before him was a man-eating monster. That night, when the mob surged into Zhang San's home, aside from Zhang Da, Zhang Zhong had also sent some subordinates to assist. Among them was Ergo. They had chased down the mob to the tent where a small boy lay with his abdomen hollowed out. His unblinking eyes filled with terror, snapping back to reality. Ergo cautiously peered into the stone chamber, confirming Zhang San's presence before speaking. "Miss, I have urgent news for the Third Master. We are not siblings." Meow Meow corrected earnestly. Zhang San nearly burst into laughter, suppressing a chuckle as he asked the man outside, "What's the matter?" "It's about Zhang Ji. She has been taken hostage by Zhang Dai's men and is calling for you at the mine entrance." Did my second brother? He required some time, and thus waved his hand, saying, "Disperse." The individuals on both sides indeed scattered, each returning to their respective camps. Grasping Zhang Ji, he urged her to lean against the grand armchair. While Zhang San inquired about the origins and developments of the matter, with Meow Meow quietly crouching beside them, the rain fell, causing the millet in the fields to sprout and rot, leading to almost total failure of the harvest. With their household unable to provide even a meal, all activities beyond foraging became utterly impractical. Chopping wood, smelting iron, weaving cloth, and salting. People were on the brink of starvation. Who would still engage in such tasks? Zhang De dispatched individuals to collect the food stockpiled in the factory for distribution to the workers, yet Zhang Zhong had already taken advantage of the dark moonlit night to empty the warehouse. The two openly tore at each other, and conflict became inevitable. "Brother, My elder brother informed me that there is ample food stored at home, enough for us to weather this year of calamity. Let us cease the fighting and return together, shall we? Return, to learn from my elder brother how to organize the rabble to kill me. What? Zhang Ji exclaimed in surprise, but my elder brother claimed that Xiao Yingfei is the second brother's person. And he, along with his neighbors, all work in the factory, maintaining the closest ties with the second brother's men. Zhang San's thoughts momentarily halted. After quelling the mob that day, did Zhang genuinely send people to clear the grounds and deliver rations? Or was it merely a faade? Moreover, Zhang Ji had just mentioned that he dispatched them, the siblings, to investigate the disappearances not out of a lack of manpower but rather with intentions of relinquishing power in the future. The second brother accused the eldest of being ruthless, while the eldest claimed the second brother was responsible. Both sides bit at one another, leaving one to ponder which side spoke the truth. Zhang San then inquired, "Where is Xiao Yingfei? Where is he? He drowned himself in the river. A death without witnesses. In the old northern city, a dilapidated building stood amidst a verdant park. Why is it you? The harbinger of misfortune, who has come to fetch me?" Xiao Xingxing asked. "Where has Lingqi gone?" Speaking thus, Paluo strode forward, unperturbed, as this was her domain, free to roam as she pleased, with furrowed brows and an expression of despondency. Xiao Xingxing, his voice low and oppressive to the point of annoyance, replied, "He has gone to the humans. Also, do not call me the harbinger of misfortune. Are you instructing me on my duties?" Paluo snapped her fingers, causing Xiao Xingxing to stumble 2 steps back. His countenance darkened further, hands pressed down as a melancholic aura enveloped Paluo. Amber, standing nearby, felt the weight of the atmosphere as if waking from an exceedingly long and exhausting nap, only to be inexplicably overwhelmed by a sense of abandonment upon seeing the sunset outside. Yet, that was all. Xiao Xingxing's abilities were limited, and thus his status remained lowly. To Paluo released the suffocating pressure. For Xiao Xingxing had already drawn a knife, preparing to take his own life. His powers would not cease with death. The previous bearer had already proven this upon Xiao Xingxing. Should he kill him, Paluo would find herself ensnared in negativity for the remainder of her days, never to find joy again. For one of her elevated status and abundant resources, such a scenario was decidedly unwise. Xiao Xingxing, still able to speak, scoffed, "Let there not be a next time. You dare not kill me. You are merely a frail little girl, and I could overpower you with a mere fist." Paluo disregarded him. Mere bravado from a small character. Furthermore, she possessed more than one tiger at her command. With that sound, a scent wafted through the air, and suddenly a flock of birds took flight in the distance. Thundering footsteps echoing as 4 colossal tigers, nearly 2 stories high, pushed through the underbrush, rushing towards Pluo. In the astonished and envious gaze of Amber, they bowed and rubbed against their mistress's hand. All right. Paluo chuckled, petting the furry heads of the big cats. She cast a scornful glance at Xiao Xingxing, the implication unmistakable. Yet Xiao Xingxing, perpetually glum, remained unreadable, rendering the interaction rather dull. "Since Lingqi is absent, you shall record the gains and expenditures from my recent expedition." Xiao Xingxing promptly produced paper and pen, assisting the illiterate lord in summarizing the tasks, which was precisely the purpose of his visit. 10 iron men drowned. Wait a moment. Xiao Xingxing interrupted, as he had the authority to do so in this context. "What do you mean by iron men? If you ask me, who shall I ask? Those individuals are covered in iron, with flames and lead bullets spewing from within." Xiao Xingxing found it perplexing but begrudgingly noted it down as Paluo described. She continued, "We obtained 10 units of human essence. But Little Black got lost during the battle." Noticing Xiao Xingxing pause and raise his head, she gestured with her thumb over her shoulder and bring back a seamstress. "That does not count as an achievement." Paluo's temper flared, her middle finger nearly igniting her powers. Had she not worried about Xiao Xingxing's haphazard recording, she would have shown him a thing or two. She lifted her skirt to reveal a healed wound. "See this? I treated it. Bring back a doctor." "Now that's useful." Xiao Xingxing scribbled eagerly. Doctors were incredibly valuable. "Doctor? Who, me?" Amber had 1,000 words to say, but dared not contradict Paluo, awkwardly smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Paluo remarked, "By the way, guess whom I encountered?" Xiao Xingxing, displaying acumen, replied, "Who?" "Li Miao. That cat? It actually survived. Not just that. She is now transformed into a delicate little wife." Xiao Xingxing's expression shifted, transformed. Where did she? Could it be the red thread fairy? "I was mooching off her meals and drinks. Suddenly, while scribbling furiously, Xiao Xingxing halted, erasing a line. Then it's nothing. She should not be the red thread fairy. She is so foolish. It's hard to say. Paluo produced a dagger from her skirt, twirling it on her fingertips. I intended to ambush her while she was asleep, but she was exceedingly cautious, leaving me no opportunity to approach. Cautious is what you should be. Xiao Xingxing mused silently. The odds were minuscule, yet he dared not employ his powers against someone who might be the red thread fairy. The lethality of suffocation was trivial before the red thread fairy. Should she indeed be that, she could easily strangle Paluo in an instant. With the summary complete, Paluo mounted a tiger, looking down from her elevated position. Now, tell me, during my absence, what changes have occurred? There have not been significant changes within the territory. Lord Ling Qi, as per your instructions, cultivated 7 warriors using human essence. However, one of the warriors was too greatly influenced by the human essence, constantly speaking in abstract terms, which greatly annoyed Lord Ling Qi, leading to its demise as, oh, there are only 6 left. That's acceptable. And then, since Xiao Xingxing specifically mentioned affairs within the territory, it implied that there were changes beyond its borders. In the southern human settlement, internal strife. Where has Ling Qi gone? In Chowingfei, the flimsy curtain provided no shelter. One could enter or exit the tent without a man with a broken leg and a small girl, scarcely grown, could be chased down and barked at by dogs. People awaited the autumn harvest to fill their stomachs, yet all they reaped were sprouting, toxic seedlings and moldy, heated millet. The famine arrived with such swiftness that before the father's leg had healed, intruders stormed into their home and seized the hidden seeds. Zhang Xiaodian could not recall how long it had been since she had eaten her fill, only that her body was growing heavier day by day. Sigh. Her father sighed deeply, trembling as he leaned on a shovel, heading westward, toward the mass grave. Zhang Xiaodian wished to say something, but ultimately held back, her nose stinging. Yet crying was laborious. She dared not shed tears and quietly gathered firewood in preparation to cook meat. In less than 2 miles westward, Zhang Xiaoyan's father rested a full 7 times. The mass grave was crowded, yet it was not lively. Those who breathed were silent, and those who did not remained mute. As night deepened, even if they recognized one another, they feigned ignorance. You've come too. Yes, have you eaten? Such a dialogue was inconceivable. Despite the clamor of digging, dragging, and cutting, the atmosphere remained lifeless. The mass grave was chaotic. Yet he recognized a mound of earth. That was where Chao Yingfei's wife lay, and he had helped cover it with soil when she was buried. She was very thin, and the mound was small. At that moment, someone was digging at that little mound. As a longtime neighbor, some words felt inappropriate, yet he was still puzzled as to what was so precious about a decayed corpse. Just as he was about to step forward to inquire, he heard footsteps behind him. In his final moments, he saw the descending pickaxe. Sinny, what are you cooking? The curtain of Zhang Xiaoyan's tent was suddenly pulled aside, and several burly men surged in. Where's your father? He. Not at home. Is he? What are you cooking? Lighting a fire in a low tent was exceedingly perilous. It was done secretly, undoubtedly hiding something valuable. Zhang Xiaodian explained, nothing at all. Uncle Zhao, just clear water. What a coincidence. I am just thirsty. Neighbor Uncle Zhao shoved her aside, lifted the lid, and stirred with a long spoon, confirming the texture was indeed just broth. He was unconvinced, scooping some out to blow on it before tasting a mouthful. Tasteless. Ugh, damn it. It's really just water. Uncle Zhao, furious and humiliated, scolded, you little troublemaker, playing with fire in the tent. Who has the strength to fetch water now? If something happens, will you endanger the neighbors? You are such a disobedient child. Uncle must teach you a lesson. His aggressive gaze was akin to a beast's barbed tongue, and merely being scrutinized made Zhang Xiaodian feel as if her skin were being scraped off. She took a step back, her hand brushing against a hammer, but she lacked the strength to lift it. Is that so? The wind stirred the smoke, and another individual flung the curtain aside, squeezing into the tent. A sharp voice queried, pray tell, how do you intend to punish my niece? The newcomer was none other than Chao Yingfei. Damn, a ghost. Old Chao, this isn't water. You won't succeed in pulling a substitute. Chao Yingfei quickly grasped the situation. Chuckling, how will you know without trying? Whoever runs slow gets pulled. Unbeknownst to him, someone had given Uncle Zhao a shove, causing him to nearly collide with Chao Yingfei, who let out a startled scream. A cacophony ensued as several burly men dashed about in panic, scrambling to flee into the enveloping darkness. Zhang Xiaodian felt a surge of fear, yet she had no time to dwell on it. The frail tent had been battered to tatters, collapsing and smoldering in the fire. Drawing upon her familiarity with her surroundings, She found an opening and wriggled through the fabric. "Fire! Fire!" she shouted, but her voice was barely audible. The flames licked through the barrier of fabric, threatening to blaze upwards. Chow Fei extended a claw-like hand, tearing through the cloth, and with a reluctant snap of his fingers, extinguished the flames. This left Zhang Xiaotian convinced that Uncle Chow had indeed returned to life. Overwhelmed by the shock, she fainted on the spot. As dawn broke, shrouded in a hazy mist, Zhang Zhong poked his head through the wooden frame of the mine entrance. Zhang Ji lay draped in a leather coat, asleep in a chair, while Zhang San sat lost in thought, seemingly having spent the night awake. A little sprite rested her head on his lap, her face obscured, making it impossible to discern whether she was awake or asleep. Upon hearing a commotion, Zhang San turned his head and asked, "Second brother, what's the matter?" Zhang Zhong pursed his lips, hesitating before finally speaking. "Are we holding a meeting today?" "Yes, right now," Zhang San replied decisively. He understood the pressing issues within the settlement, most notably the imbalance of resources. He was eager to see what plan Zhang Zhong had in mind. Chapter 27. How to avoid heaviness. Zhang Zhong's stance was clear. He would not jeopardize his own well-being, yet the intentions of Zhang De remained uncertain. The principle of weighing the lesser of two evils made staying with Zhang Zhong the wisest choice. The meeting commenced swiftly. At a long stone table, the three took their seats. Zhang San initiated the discussion. "Second brother, how many people are there in the settlement?" "Eldest brother won't let me know," with crucial information withheld. Zhang San could only respond, "Fine, you all speak. What plans do you have?" "We'll seize the food. The granary is right next to the building where eldest brother resides. We'll drive him away and take it for ourselves." Zhang Zhong stated bluntly that a straightforward yet brutal plan. When hunger prevails, one must resort to theft. However, this was not what Zhang San desired. He possessed the means to satiate himself. Stealing food would merely feed one group, while leaving another to starve. Such back and forth would only result in resource depletion. Seeking further clarity, he raised a finger and remarked, "This is not a plan." Ling Qi scoffed. "What kind of plan can there be in a village brawl? Your elder brother fears being shot, so he has long prohibited the manufacture and concealment of bows and arrows. Fighting can only be done up close. We'll each contribute our strength. If we can win, we'll seize the spoils. If not, we'll starve." Zhang San inquired, "How much strength can you contribute?" Ling Qi, feigning mystery, replied, "Whatever you contribute, I can match." Zhang San pressed further, "If we succeed, what do you want?" Ling Qi unveiled his bandaged hand. "I don't want much, just food, 50%. Zhang Zhong interjected immediately, "No way. We're three parties working together. At most, you'll receive 1/3. You two brothers will claim 2 portions. Why not summon all your aunts and uncles to dilute my share? 50%, not a single grain less." The notion of trading left and right was unacceptable, let alone allowing food to flow to the beasts. Zhang San dismissed him. "You're dreaming." Ling Qi, aware of the half-sibling relationship between Zhang San and Zhang Zhong, taunted, "Think of your mother." Zhang San, instead of becoming irate, chuckled, harboring no grudges against the beast. After all, this was a foe of Miao Miao. With a steely gaze, he severed Ling Qi's outstretched fingers, crimson blood seeping into the long, unwashed bandages. Turning them a deep black, he spared Ling Qi's life because Miao Miao had once said she would take her own revenge. "You." Ling Qi's voice rose unexpectedly, adding a haunting edge to his already grating tone, causing his carefully constructed facade to crumble. "Red Line Immortal. You are the Red Line Immortal?" "No, it can't be." "Why? Why?" Zhang once in a disadvantaged position, the order was given to announce widely that every soldier fighting for him would be rewarded with 2 flatbreads, with an additional 5 pounds of grain to be issued afterward. If insufficient, then 10 pounds. For those who died in battle, their families would receive double the compensation. The famished populace, who had previously been huddled at home, surged forth as if invigorated by a potent elixir, brandishing farming tools as they rushed out from tents, grass huts, and earthen dwellings. They did not shout. Instead, their cheeks were stuffed with flatbreads. "Retreat! Retreat!" Zhang Zhong foresaw the impending danger and immediately commanded his men to withdraw. Some individuals exchanged glances, unfastening their gray-green cloth strips to blend into the crowd of famished people. Fortunately, the hunger-stricken masses lacked the stamina to pursue them for long, or else it would have been difficult for Zhang Zhong to extricate himself. Upon witnessing Zhang Zhong return in a state of utter disarray, Zhang San felt neither joy nor sorrow. Ling Qi's fingers had unknowingly returned to his side, and as he pressed his hands upon the wounded, their injuries gradually began to heal. Not all creatures possessed the same long-distance running capabilities as humans. While the humanoid fish monsters could unleash bursts of speed, they were incapable of sustained running over distances. Zhang Zhong's men retreated, but the fish monsters were overwhelmed by the tide of starving people, becoming mere morsels for their mouths, flesh upon the boards. Several warriors lost their lives due to Ling Qi, and the escaping avian monsters would undoubtedly embellish the tale when reporting to their lord. Even if he divulged the information about finding the Red Line immortal, Paluo would certainly not spare him. While treating Zhang Zhong's subordinates, Ling Qi exhibited extraordinary diligence. His ghostly visage could not sustain him alone. He required a strong ally. Zhang San felt a stir of emotion at this sight, yet regrettably, Ling Qi was an enemy of Miao Miao. Otherwise, he would have sought ways to cultivate a friendship with him. Zhang Zhong approached and said, "Third brother, I am unlike you. The eldest brother will never reconcile with me. In light of our defeat, I can only gather my belongings and flee. Take care of yourself." Zhang San pondered for a moment, but did not mention that the east was a favorable destination. He pointed at Ling Qi. He must remain. If he were to leave now, how would Miao Miao seek vengeance? To his surprise, Miao Miao beckoned him with her finger and magnanimously said, "Forget it. Let him go." What caused this sudden change of heart? Miao Miao, unashamed, replied candidly, "I do not wish to leave you with a poor impression." Zhang Zhong hastily packed his belongings and fled, with Ling Qi following close behind. Only 3 remained in that place. Zhang Ji's tone was filled with confusion. "Brother, where shall we go now?" Zhang San, who had always held a certain disdain for his sister, waved his hand dismissively, aside from to bow. "You're my only family. I in this desolate place. You are the only one with whom I can share my thoughts. The eldest brother will not harm you. Just return to find him." "What do you mean? Aren't you coming back with me?" "I explained yesterday. I cannot seek him out. Hurry and go. Do not disturb my sleep." With that, Zhang San made his way to a chair and began to doze off. Miao Miao, having also not rested well, leaned on his shoulder, ready to drift into a dream. Zhang Ji gazed into the distance where Dabao was, then turned back to quietly observe his brother for quite some time before ultimately running away in tears. The rumble of a diesel engine echoed through the mountains, fading into the unknown distance. To my surprise, at midday Zhang San roused himself, curling his left arm to stretch his shoulder. "Why does my head feel so heavy?" "My arm has gone numb." Miao Miao asked proactively, "Where are we going? Do you wish to return and see your friends?" "I have no friends." "Well, I can't say I have none, but he likely wouldn't be pleased to see me." "I suppose going isn't out of the question." Paluo mentioned that her lair was located in the old district north of the settlement, not far from the abandoned mine. After half an afternoon's trek, they finally arrived at the outskirts of a desolate village. The village was in a state of severe decay, lacking even a single building with a roof. The couple found a wall to shield them from the wind and rested outdoors for the night, intending to enter the old district the following morning. Due to the presence of numerous wild beasts, few ventured into the old district, and with human footprints scarce, the beasts were free to proliferate. The area thrived with life, where steel, concrete, and creeping vegetation together formed an expansive forest. The chirping of insects and the lament of crickets echoed as the last remnants of autumn faded. The nameless blackbird sang from the treetops. Zhang San brushed aside the vines dangling above his head with a stick, clearing the thorns along the path in search of any potential animal trails. "Who's there? Come out!" Suddenly, Miao Miao, following closely behind, shouted in a loud voice towards a direction. Unbeknownst to them, she had perked up her furry ears. Zhang San instantly became alert, shielding Miao Miao behind him as he focused on the direction she indicated. Their presence had been revealed, and a young woman of unremarkable appearance and average build pushed aside the dense ivy, leaning out from the first-floor window of an old house. "What are you two doing here?" She sniffed. "You are Li Miao." "Indeed. And you are?" Miao Miao asked, puzzled, as she had never seen this female before. "Don't you recognize me?" "I am Di Shuaer. I remember now. You are that black dog." "Nonsense," Di Shuaer exclaimed, leaping out of the window. She was quite tall, towering over Miao Miao by a head. "I am a genuine wolf." Chapter 29. Where to? Miao Miao looked around, confused, and asked Di Shuaer, "Why aren't you with your master Guanqian? What are you doing here?" The expression on Di Shuaer's face visibly shifted to one of disappointment. "Guanqian is dead. Paluo asked me to guard the entrance, and she gives me 3 pounds of meat a day." "Guard the entrance? Is that a wolf's job?" Zhang San chose not to dwell on her sorrow and instead inquired, "So, if we go further in, we can find Paluo? Who are you?" Upon casting her gaze at Zhang San, Di Shuai instantly became cautious, her eyes turning fierce. Miao Miao took Zhang San's hand. "I have made a vow with him. Even if you have sworn an oath, that doesn't count. I don't recognize him, and he cannot pass that I am Tianju." Miao Miao's companion suddenly introduced himself, and Di Shuai paused, replying, "I am Di Shuai. Don't think this means you are recognized. I said he cannot pass, and that stands." Zhang San looked at Miao Miao, his tone somewhat helpless. "What should we do?" Miao Miao whispered, "Why not try to seduce her?" "Nonsense." Zhang San poked her smooth forehead and then rolled up his sleeves to prepare for action, opting instead for a more virtuous approach. "Brother, I am yielding. I yield." Seeing Di Shuai beg for mercy, Zhang San released his grip on her joint. The disparity in strength was vast, with a simple twist of her arm. The unfamiliar fighting style of this wolf creature caused her to capitulate. 0.3 pounds of meat a day. What kind of life is that? "You too may pass," Di Shuai said glumly, squatting on the ground. Knowing she would undoubtedly go hungry that night, glancing at the clock, it was nearly 11 o'clock. After preparing lunch for Di Shuai and providing her with a meal, Zhang San led Miao Miao onward. After another 40 minutes of walking, he suddenly halted. This time, there was no need for Miao Miao to alert him. He sensed the unusual atmosphere around them, as if they were being encircled. Sounds of movement resonated from all directions. Branches, tree trunks, bushes, and even the sewers beneath their feet. Various creatures, birds, humanoids, semi-beasts, and scaled monsters, emerged from nature's concealment. Zhang San, having dared to come, had long been prepared. He lowered his head and asked Miao Miao, "Do you recognize anyone here?" Miao Miao nodded, pointing at the brownish-yellow giant tiger at the feet of Xiao Xing, saying, "That man. Your friend seems quite unhappy. That's just how he is. What about the others? I don't know them." "Understood." Zhang San took a deep breath, not out of nervousness. On the contrary, he felt unprecedentedly good. Here, he would not be restrained. Their hushed conversation was interrupted by Xiao Xing, who, with a hint of sadness, said, "Li Miao, what brings you here? Paluo asked me to come play with her. I arrived today." "Xiao Xing, you sound quite happy. Of course, especially since I get to see an old friend." Xiao Xing stepped forward, gesturing for the couple to follow. "The Lord is over there. Please don't wander off. Follow me." However, reality was not so straightforward, as several humanoid fish monsters drew closer with gurgling sounds. Xiao Xing said nothing. He was merely a messenger, his status even lower than that of the fish monsters. Zhang San drew a line in the dirt with a stick and sternly commanded, "Get lost. Leave behind an arm, and we will let you go." Zhang San understood their intentions. He had only encountered humanoid fish monsters once before. However, that creature had been significantly larger than the ones before him now. "It's acceptable for you to eat humans, but not for humans to harm you." Zhang San tapped the line on the ground with his stick. "Anyone unafraid of death may cross." The fish monsters exchanged glances, none daring to step over the line. Zhang San let out a cold laugh and took Miao Miao to find Paluo. Along the way, Miao Miao exchanged a few words with Xiao Xing, but his manner of speaking remained as tedious as ever. Prompting her to cease conversing with him, at the center of the abandoned park stood a collapsed fountain, with broken stones surrounding a patch of soft grass, where 3 tigers laid. Paluo was basking in the sun among the 3 soft, large tigers. Upon noticing Miao Miao's approach, she said nothing but lazily patted the warm, soft fur beside her, inviting her to lie down and snuggle close. Zhang San tied red threads around all of them before kindly telling Miao Miao, "Go play." "Yay." Miao Miao tossed aside her embroidered shoes and joyfully leaped into. "Don't kick around. You smelly cat. Your feet stink." "They don't stink." Tianju said, "They smell sweet." Delightful moments are always fleeting. As the sun dipped toward the horizon and Paluo stowed away the tiger cake, a dark silhouette descended amidst the rosy glow, landing a few dozen meters away and comically scurrying closer. It was the chicken-necked owl. Upon noticing the other's newfound awareness, Paluo nodded in satisfaction, stretching lazily as she inquired, "What brings you here?" The chicken-necked owl turned, retrieving a note from the feathers on its back. Cawing with delight, it exclaimed, "This is written by Chao Yingfei." Paluo accepted the note, her emotions a mix of joy and irritation. Truly, she knew well that she was illiterate, yet it seemed intentional to provoke her with a love letter. She handed the note to Xiao Xing, urging, Read it. Stinking pear seed was always flaunting her affections. But today, Paluo seized the opportunity to showcase her own. Xiao Xingxing glanced at the note, hesitating as she looked back at Paluo. What are you waiting for? Read it. With the time ripe, they prepared to seize provisions for the winter. They were to come swiftly. Nightfall. Pain surged through Zhang De, an agony so intense he felt as though he might perish. Cold sweat drenched his brow, and even the faint vibrations of the breath from 47 beside him intensified his suffering. Gout was truly unbearable. He kicked 47 to the ground, bellowing, "Why don't you just die?" Suddenly, Zhang De perceived a strange noise from outside and shouted, Big dog, master, I have entered," replied the loyal big dog, the captain of the guard, as he pushed open the door. Upon seeing 47 sprawled on the floor, he assumed he was due another reward and cheerfully reached for her hand. "What are you doing, you dog servant? Just because she's on the ground, does that mean she's yours?" Big dog quickly knelt. "Master, how may I serve you? What is that racket outside? Such a commotion, outside." Big dog tilted his head to listen. "Master, there is no sound. Do you dare bark at me? If I say there is, then there is. Go and check." Big dog soon returned, exclaiming, "It's truly miraculous, master. There are indeed people outside. Starving peasants. A large crowd is approaching." Starving peasants? After so many days of hunger, they still have the strength to cause a ruckus? Big dog lowered his head in silence. He couldn't possibly disclose that it was Zhang Da's decision to distribute food to the starving populace in a bid to triumph over Zhang that had granted them the energy to revolt. From dawn yesterday to tonight, the famished had consumed 4 hearty meals. Though most were still bloated, their long-weakened bodies had suddenly regained strength, and their minds became active, seeking tasks to occupy themselves. This night, they shared a common goal, to confront Zhang De and seize the grain. As for how this flock of lambs, so easily slaughtered, had united into a formidable force, Zhang De could only remain oblivious. When persuasion failed, confrontation became inevitable. Drawing from his previous experience guarding the grain, Zhang De had made early preparations. Ladders were placed every 2 meters along the courtyard walls, with guards stationed atop to prevent anyone from scaling the walls. Clad in heavy armor, the guards were arranged based on the length of their weapons. Although they had only practiced for 2 days, their coordination was far from perfect, yet it was not without merit. As they at least posed no threat to one another, their disorganized formation was still a formation, vastly superior to a scattered mob in terms of combat effectiveness. Various arms were meticulously arranged, guarding the courtyard entrance with unwavering diligence. The glint of blades reflected in the firelight was particularly striking, yet for those afflicted with night blindness, it remained difficult to discern clearly. Fear was absent. The charge was no longer made by starving peasants, but by those who had become their own masters. Complete individuals, they launched an assault on the granary, advancing in waves, one after another. Yet the night was shrouded in profound darkness. Devoid of even the faintest twinkle of starlight, engaging armed foes with bare hands was tantamount to courting death. No amount of courage could compensate for such a disparity. Striking with their weapons might yield only minor injuries, while a mere flick from the opposition could spell doom. Some attempted to break through the walls, but found it impossible. If it were feasible, Zhang Zhong would have long since breached them. For he lacked not the pickaxes. With each surge, their momentum waned, and Zhang Da's defenses remained unyielding. Those still standing lacked the courage to advance, yet they were equally unwilling to retreat, sinking into silence. And the groans amidst the bloodshed grew increasingly distinct. The specter of death loomed over each heart. Zhang De stood on the 3rd floor, surveying the battlefield, watching the weary peasants soon to be enveloped by their inherent cowardice. He snorted softly, "To challenge me? Perhaps in the next life." However, he was not the most elated. That title belonged to Chowing Fei. Having devolved into a beast, his senses became acutely attuned to the rich scent of blood carried by the night wind, filling him with uncontainable delight. Death, death, let them perish. Inferior beings had no right to exist on this earth. Extinction would be for the best. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Yet, this was insufficient. Should he refrain from intervention, the night might conclude in such a manner. This could not be allowed. He strode to the front lines, shouting toward the lit room, "Zhang De, you dog bastard, you fat pig, come out if you dare." Chowing Fei's voice was distinctive, and Zhang De instantly recognized his identity. Hadn't this effeminate fool drowned? Confusion aside, as a local despot, he had never been insulted in such a manner before, especially not in front of 1,000 witnesses. He flung open the window, cursing, "You ungrateful beast. You ate well and used my resources when you worked for me. Yet now that you've grown wings, you dare bite the hand that fed you?" Chao Fei pointed skyward, declaring, I eat what is mine, from the people's toil, what concern is it of yours? Damn it. Zhang De ground his teeth, hurling the most venomous insults he could conjure upon Chao Fei's ancestors. Humph. Chao Fei snapped his fingers, and Zhang De felt the air around him drop abruptly in temperature, as though he were clad only in a thin layer during the depths of winter. Tormented by gout, he could hardly withstand such a chill, and with a pained cry, he collapsed to the ground. Chao Fei immediately shouted, Zhang De is dead. Charge with me. His sharp, resonant voice echoed through the night, reaching every ear. With this turn of events, not only did morale surge on this side, but Zhang Da's lackeys also faltered, losing their confidence as the battle, which had seemed destined for a hasty conclusion, erupted anew. The small granary courtyard transformed into a meat grinder, with lives extinguished by the minute. The brutality was unprecedented. Ugh. I'm dying. I'm dying. Zhang De writhed in agony. 47. Where is 47? You blind fool. Hurry and attend to me. Your 47 has arrived. Chao Siki emerged from Dabao's room, clutching a half-human, half-mechanical arm. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she could no longer endure the torment. Without waiting for Zhang De to react, she positioned the mechanical arm's front end toward the grotesque fat pig. In her palm lay a vast, black void. This arm belonged to Chao Siki's mother. While the guards were distracted by Zhang Ji's attempts to persuade Zhang San to surrender, Chao Siki had stealthily ventured to the mass grave to unearth it, managing to conceal it within Zhang Da's mansion by deceiving Dabao. Boom! A resounding blast echoed from the third floor as a blood hole appeared in Zhang Da's chest, while a massive the weight that pressed down upon them has finally lifted. And everyone is now filled with hope for the future, provided no unforeseen calamities occur. Hurry, hurry, I demand haste. Upon the back of the tiger, Paluo commands the multitude of fierce beasts ahead with her bare feet. What? You, who feast on flesh, do not wish to seize grain. How can you be more foolish than a cat? Grain is meant to feed livestock. Can we not add some weight to them? Zhang San, cradling Meow Meow, rides alongside on another tiger. The tiger's massive form renders Zhang San's shorter stature cumbersome. His legs cannot clasp its sides, and he feels awkwardly perched. His abilities could be unleashed at any moment. Yet Zhang San is in no rush. He intends to take advantage of the time to entwine as many red threads as possible in his line of sight. Tick-tock, a drop of liquid falls upon his head, and Meow Meow, puzzled, gazes up at the clear sky. Where could the rain be coming from? She extends her hand to investigate, only to find her fingers stained a vivid red, blood seeping along the ridges of her fingertips. Startled, Meow Meow quickly turns to Zhang San, who bears a face marred by blood, his eyes glaring with intensity. Paluo, noticing the peculiarities, chuckles, Ha! Have you never witnessed such a scene? Despite your size, Zhang San, his eyes aching, accepts the handkerchief Meow Meow offers to wipe his face, closing his eyes to rest. The image of a certain note surfaces in his mind, prompting him to inquire of Paluo, How did you come to be with Chao Fei? I am a good husband, she replies. I am also a husband, Zhang San retorts. Meow Meow pouts, contemplating whether to twist his ear or not. Paluo discerns Zhang San's implication, with so many husbands. Why did he specifically choose Chao Fei? With a disdainful tone, she asserts, One must not judge by appearances. He loves his wife dearly. I too love my wife, Zhang San counters. Ha! Paluo scoffs, tapping the tiger's head with her heel. Hastening ahead. As she departs, a throng of wild beasts encircles Zhang San. The chicken-necked owl glides low beside him, clucking, Gah! Bro, you're too fierce for daring to pursue the big sister. From this day forth, you are my brother. Other beasts echo similar sentiments, though their vocal structures limit their fluency. The tiger, disliking the encirclement, roars menacingly, prompting them to scatter. Zhang San chuckles helplessly, tightening his embrace around Meow Meow, hoping she does not misconstrue the situation. Noticing Meow Meow's indifference, he hastily opens his sore eyes and gently reassures her, Are you angry? I truly meant no offense. When I spoke with Paluo, I did not even look at her. My eyes were shut. What reason do I have to be angry? Meow Meow muses. What ill intentions could a little kitten harbor? She merely wishes to be a dog, eating 3 meals a day, and seeking Zhang San's affection afterward. They are nearing the settlement. After a night of relentless pursuit, Paluo and her group are finally about to arrive. Paluo inquires of her subordinates, Are we prepared? Ready, they reply in various tongues. Gazing at the dense web of red threads before him, Zhang San solemnly states, I too am prepared. The chicken-necked owl returns from afar, sounding an alarm. Gah, there are many humans near the abandoned mine. The mine lies between the northern old city and the settlement, a necessary route. Paluo wastes no time, decisively issuing orders. Charge, eliminate them all. The mine, Zhang San can't help but wonder if Zhang Zhong has returned with news. After traversing a small hill, the abandoned mine comes into full view, the clearing before it now stacked high with oddly shaped crates, alongside several massive tin cans, though Paluo has never seen a canister in motion. She knows it is called a vehicle, common throughout the city, especially in the southern district. Small creatures love to inhabit them, and predators hunt as easily as opening a can. She recalls a time when she was once opened by an elderly woman who walked dogs and carried cats. Dozens of humans in standardized uniforms push small carts, transporting crates, occasionally opening them to reveal silvery gray equipment within. Tents are slowly being erected at the edges, and a few individuals are cooking, as indicated by the enticing aroma wafting through the air. In the center of the clearing stands a peculiar iron tower, topped with a gleaming cauldron, yet the humans do not utilize it for cooking. Zhang San observes everything clearly, having grown up in the settlement. He is well aware of the industrial level here. The machinery before the mine could not have originated from the settlement, nor could the operators be locals. He has seen uniforms like theirs before. The owner of the mechanical watch and the pocket worn on their chests dons such attire. Paluo, brimming with confidence, leads her subordinates into a full charge. Beep, beep, beep. Alert, alert. A significant surge of spiritual energy has been detected. Calculating peak values, the desktop detector suddenly emits mechanical alerts. Zzz. Boomed at a pungent cloud of smoke billows forth. Elder Fong, who was brewing tea, nearly drops his cherished teapot in shock. The desktop detector, unlike its portable counterpart, far exceeds it in both precision and capacity. Typically, it does not overheat during regular use. Yet today it has overloaded and malfunctioned. Before he can check, a young staff member rushes to the foldable tea table to report. Director, a large number of unidentified creatures have appeared in the north. Grabbing his collar, Elder Fong addresses the communicator clip to it. The temporary base is in danger. Abandon the slaughter of the natives and retreat immediately to protect the equipment and research personnel. Releasing his collar, he quickly informs all personnel present to enter combat readiness. After the spirit pool fled in guilt, the Dr. Amber naturally joins the military expedition. Elder Fong and his colleagues wear uniforms of a color and style that she would not dare forget even if reduced to ashes. Lord Paluo, she shouts, pointing at the mine, it is them. It is this group of monsters. They have slaughtered all my kin. She is so agitated that she does not even notice when her apocalypse scripture falls to the ground. The beast horde charges with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between both sides shrinks to less than half a mile. Fire. Elder Fong commands the personnel position to utilize the terrain for their defense. A volley of gunfire erupts. Due to the distance and the inaccuracy of non-combatants, the effect is not significant. However, there is still a second round and a third round to follow. They say ignorance breeds bravery. But Zhang San understands all too well the terror of firearms. He swiftly jumps off the tiger's back, rolling on the ground to dissipate some of the impact. He places Meow Meow in a depression, instructing her to lie low. Wait for me here. And you? She asks that I'm going to eliminate these colonizers. Though the gigantic tiger beneath Paluo is hit by several bullets, it continues to charge at its master as command. Snap. Finally within effective range, Paluo snaps her fingers. The personnel preparing to fire suddenly feel as though they are choking, their anxiety and racing hearts amplifying the sensation that a portion of them falter in confusion. Glancing around in disarray, unsure of what to do, some even dive into the mine, attempting to use the earth as a barrier to sever the abilities of the awakened. Others fire a few more shots. Yet driven by primal instincts, they too begin to collapse, clutching their chests and throats in a desperate attempt to breathe. Those with stronger mental fortitude remain calm, intensifying their fire. They understand all too well that eliminating the awakened often resolves all problems. Elder Fong, too, finds himself afflicted. As a middle-aged man whose body has deteriorated from lack of exercise, he succumbs much faster than the younger individuals. Despite his noble status, he writhes on the ground in a comical manner. No different from an ordinary person. Am I, Fongahua, a master in the field of animal abilities and chemical engineering, truly to perish like this? My experiments, my data, my achievements. How many years will this field stagnate? I refuse to accept this. The new, beautiful assistant in the laboratory has yet to submerge herself. The mine is upon them, and close combat ensues. A giant fang mouth seizes an arm, only to be pierced through the skull by a swift strike from his palm. A three-sided military dagger plunges into a vital point, and just as he thinks to commend his bravery, he is met with a claw that tears away half his neck in the next moment. Claws of brute strength, the technology of firearms. Under the suffocating pressure, the research team swiftly loses its combat effectiveness, being torn apart by the ferocious horde. Zhang San manages to manipulate the red threads to take down a few foes. Amidst the chaos, no one seems to notice him. Even if they did, it matters not. He has nothing to fear, for those who see him should be the ones terrified. Paluo dismounts from the tiger. Surveying the battlefield, humph, is that all? No one understands the sensation of suffocation better than Paluo. She knows full well that not a single one of these steel men will survive. She begins directing her subordinates to clear the battlefield. Where are the medics? Go and tend to everyone's wounds. Zhang San, too, curiously opens a crate, finding instruments equipped with lenses and indicator lights inside. The box lacks an instruction manual, and the only labels printed are precautionary notes like "handle with care," leaving him utterly bewildered as to their purpose. What useless junk, nothing but scrap metal. Paluo, exasperated, remarks, all packaged up like gifts, thinking they are treasures. They cannot be eaten. What good are they? So many of my subordinates lost. How many years will it take to replenish them? She begins tossing the disarrayed contents aside, keeping the box for future use. RPG, a shell detonates nearby, causing Zhang San to be thrown into disarray by the shockwave. His head ringing with a cacophony of buzzing sounds, more than he has ever encountered in his previous life. Had it not been for the tiger shielding him, a stray shrapnel or rock could have claimed his life. Regaining his senses, he sees that the beast at the epicenter of the explosion has been utterly obliterated. The hastily reinforced mine collapses with a thunderous roar, sealing the entrance, ensuring that the research personnel sheltering within, regardless of whether they suffocated or not, are now trapped. In the distance, shrouded in black smoke, a dozen fully armed soldiers approach in groups of 3, weapons drawn. Behind them loomed a towering giant of desert yellow and steel, a formidable mech. Zhang San had no time to ponder whether it would be more formidable to utilize such technology for tanks, for that humanoid instrument of destruction had already raised its mechanical arm, revealing the ominous maw of its barrel, poised to unleash a barrage. Quick, find cover and lie down, he shouted, sprinting towards the rear where boxes of alloy instruments lay stacked, these metallic constructs likely capable of shielding against high-velocity bullets. The prior explosions had instilled fear in all present, and upon hearing Zhang San's command, those who understood hastily sought refuge. The sound of gunfire erupted behind him, the earth mingling with blood splattering against his ankles. Each shot was a cruel reminder of death's proximity. Zhang San's heart raced with an intensity he had never before experienced, each beat a stark affirmation of life. Paluo, acutely aware of her strengths and weaknesses, was the first to take cover after snapping her fingers at the mech and the armed soldiers. The tigers she had trained were fierce and valiant, undeterred even by the sight of a moving creature larger than themselves. As they charged fearlessly, the machine gun bullets had previously decimated the natives, and the broader array of destructive weaponry was nearly exhausted. Observing the system's indicators flashing red, Subin understood that their resources were depleted and chose to stow away the machine gun. As a field mech, the MS-444 was equipped with a chainsaw designed for clearing obstacles. Seated in the cockpit, Subin pushed a control lever, causing a saw large enough to resemble a door to spring forth from the front of the mech's left arm. Its gears whirring ominously. It was simplicity itself, regardless of the foe. As long as it was flesh and blood, it would be cleaved and crushed. Feeble, this was Subin's assessment of the fallen giant tiger. Even combined, its threat paled in comparison to that of the diminutive man from the 3-story building. Unbeknownst to her, some unknown ability had rendered the mech's hydraulic system malfunctioning, transforming what had once been a highly mobile machine into a sluggish behemoth, forcing her to readjust from her accustomed high-speed maneuvers. More infuriatingly, she had failed to eliminate that man. Gazing at the strewn corpses of her research team, she recognized that this mission had already met with failure. The invaluable experimental equipment was no longer worth preserving. Thus, when she ordered her team to fire the last rocket, she did so without a moment's hesitation. Yet, she had not entirely failed. An even more critical task awaited her: to accumulate practical combat experience with the MS-444 and compile a report for her military superiors. For now, there was but one thing she could and must do: kill. Damn it. There was simply no opportunity. Why couldn't the sound of the machine gun ensnare the mech in a web of red lines? Time. Zhang San needed time. Despite having used red lines to eliminate several soldiers, he felt no joy, fully aware that the greatest peril lay with that mech, that if he could only employ the red lines to unleash his abilities. The mech could also be shattered, but where could he expose himself? With a dozen armed soldiers firing upon the cornered beast, they had fallen prey to Paluo's suffocation, witnessing their comrades inexplicably torn apart. Naturally igniting their anxiety, they exerted every ounce of strength to vanquish the enemy before them, thereby maximizing their chances of eliminating the ability users. To show themselves was to court death. What to do? How could they emerge victorious? Zhang San felt utterly lost. Fortunately, Miao Mi was not present, which provided him some solace. Chapter 31. Let the flames purify all. At this juncture, there was no alternative. He unbuttoned his coat, retrieving a cloth bag from an inner pocket, containing what was deemed the essence. Let his character change. Who among them was not a ship of Theseus? With that thought, he tipped the bag, pouring the powder into his mouth. It was dry, almost impossible to swallow. With no other options, Zhang San grabbed a severed beast's leg, squeezing the remaining blood into his mouth. Drip, drip, fuel remaining at 70%. Subin frowned. It was not that there was too little, but rather too much. Based on prior driving experience, the fuel should now be less than 60%. Issues with the hydraulic system had rendered the mech incapable of high-speed operation. The more fuel conserved, the greater the decline in the mech's performance. Lacking ranged offensive capabilities, she issued orders to her team. Provide covering fire. I will advance alone. Oddly, her communicator was unresponsive, unaware that her team was rendered voiceless by suffocation. Subin maneuvered the mech, presenting the nozzle on her mechanical right arm to them. No words were necessary. The well-trained soldiers understood her intent. Subin had no time for hesitation. She extended her right arm, aiming the nozzle at the indigenous foes. The intensity was overwhelming. This was Zhang San's primary sensation after ingesting the essence. Yet, even more intense was the sudden wave of searing heat from behind. Hot smoke enveloping him from both sides of the iron boxes, singeing his hair in an instant. A few drops of liquid fell upon his shoulder, igniting into flames. Zhang San snatched a handful of blood-soaked earth. Smote through the feedback displayed on the screen. Subin was astonished to discover that the main cannon appeared to have been sliced by slender yet resilient and sharp filaments, resulting in a clean and smooth break that mirrored the fate of his inexplicably fallen comrades behind him. In the mere moment it took to glance at the image, the detection system issued another alert. The main area's ballistic alloy plate had sustained severe damage. A cold sweat suddenly broke out on Subin's brow. If this continued, the MS-44 would soon lose its combat capability. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly devised a combat plan. The ballistic alloy plate of the main area was ejected. The heavy armor plate, previously secured at the front of the cockpit, shot out rapidly, landing precisely where Chowing Fei was situated. Whether by coincidence or due to the deft maneuvering of the driver, Chowing Fei, using all four limbs, darted to evade the ton-weighted armor plate that came crashing down at high speed. She then swiftly moved to Paluo's side, hoisting the petite figure onto her shoulder, and began to flee. Paluo remarked, "Didn't we agree to snap our fingers when using our abilities? Otherwise, how can we appear graceful? I'll pay more attention next time." The flame nozzle tilted slightly upward, and in the next moment, it unleashed a wide, conical jet of fire. With a swift motion, Chowing Fei extinguished the flames, causing the cool fuel to spray everywhere. Subin seized the opportunity, switching from a single burst to a continuous spray, relentlessly expelling fuel outward. The acrid liquid splattered everywhere, igniting upon contact with the flames from the previous battle, and in an instant, a roaring inferno engulfed the entrance of the mine, transforming it into a sea of fire. The beasts scorched by the flames emitted no cries. They were suffocated by Paluo, gazing in despair at their increasingly brutal forms. Zhang San's vision was filled with the intense flames and rising toxic smoke, rendering him unable to locate Chowing Fei and Paluo. The high-rate, arm-mounted machine gun detached. The dual-shoulder main cannon fell off. The flamethrower was lost. The secondary fuel tank was discarded. The gliding wings separated. Various colored buttons and levers were manipulated in rapid succession, executing a series of commands with precision as her hands moved so swiftly they were almost indistinguishable. Beep, entering hyperfrequency mode. The desert yellow mech suddenly erupted. A resounding crash echoed through the air, and he understood that it was the result of the red wire, entangled around the mechanical legs during the evasion of the mecha's attack, coming into play. The reality aligned with his suspicions. Subin suddenly felt a jolt, and the MS-444 lost its balance uncontrollably, crashing heavily to the ground. She immediately initiated a self-diagnosis, receiving feedback that her right mechanical leg was unresponsive. Thud. Thud. A heavy knocking emanated from outside the cockpit, a sound far beyond what a mere insect could produce. Even moments earlier, as she piloted the mecha at high speed, colliding with an insect, the noise had not been so pronounced. She attempted to maneuver her left mechanical arm towards the source of the sound, but the system once again indicated a lack of response. The right arm, unresponsive. Despite the colossal size of the MS-444, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to climb onto its abdomen when it lay prone. However, Zhang San was different. Even before consuming the essence powder, he had possessed a robust physique. Now, with astonishing agility, he leapt while clutching Meow Meow, directly landing on the incapacitated right leg of the mechanical beast. Striding purposefully towards the cockpit was impeccably sealed, and the pilot within would certainly not show mercy to allow him entry. Without hesitation, Zhang San exerted all his strength to attach the red wire to the edge of the hatch. He had no intention of severing the hatch. That would be futile. He simply needed to unlock it. Meow Meow, tears streaming down her face, waved her bloodied hands to fend off the dense swarm of insects around his neck. With a silent click, the well-maintained hatch yielded to Zhang San's efforts, revealing a resolute short-haired woman within, her black pistol aimed directly at him. A sharp pain shot through Zhang San's left chest. He realized he had been shot, yet he could not afford to give up. Meow Meow's survival depended on it. As he witnessed the trigger being pulled back, the woman's finger bent at the joint. Preparing to fire a second shot, reacting swiftly, Zhang San raised his arm to deflect her, sending her arm askew. The bullet ricocheted within the steel confines of the cockpit, embedding itself somewhere unknown. He relied on brute strength to quickly wrest the handgun from her grasp and tossed it outside, simultaneously pulling Meow Meow into the cockpit and shutting the hatch to prevent the insects from swarming in. Once these tasks were completed, he finally turned his attention to assessing his injuries. Anticipating the worst, he lowered his gaze to inspect his left chest, only to be astonished to find no blood seeping from the bullet hole. As he opened his coat to reach his inner pocket, he discovered a brass bullet embedded within his mechanical watch. Lifting the watch cover, he saw a cartoon character of Be affixed to it, the bullet's tip coincidentally resting in the center of the V sign. Goodness, I've been saved by the world of anime. Both Zhang San and Meow Meow remained beset by insects, but the most immediate threat was the human before him. He swung his fist towards her. However, Su Bin was no pushover. Despite not being Zhang San's match due to her combat training, she adeptly shielded vital areas. Yet after absorbing 2 heavy punches, her curled arm became numb, refusing to extend. Confirming that the pilot lacked the capacity to retaliate, Zhang San exhaled in relief, pulling Meow Meow into his embrace, squashing the insects that clung to her. With tears in her eyes, Meow Meow stealthily kissed Zhang San, then began to help him clear away the remaining pests. Chapter 34. A temporary truce. Having dispatched all the insects, Zhang San set Su Bin aside in a corner and positioned Meow Meow in the pilot's seat. He needed to gather intelligence about this continent, thus sparing the pilot's life for the time being. After all, the red wire had been applied. He had no fear of her playing tricks. The MS-444, now extinguished, gradually cooled, and the cockpit ceased to feel stifling. After the intense battle, Zhang San settled down, allowing his mind to wander. He jested. Have all your funds gone into upgrading the mecha? Not even a decent handgun for the pilot. Even the pocket watch couldn't withstand a bullet. Give it to me. Su Bin, who had been coldly silent, suddenly spoke. This marked her first time initiating conversation with a barbarian. Are you referring to this? Zhang San weighed the pocket watch in his hand. Sure, I'll trade it for food and medicine. The cockpit was utterly barren, containing only the instrument panel, control board, and an adjustable seat, nothing more, not even a bottle of water. Zhang San found this unreasonable. It was highly likely that supplies were hidden in some secret compartment, waiting to be revealed by pressing a button. Naturally, he dared not press anything at random and had to ask Su Bin instead. If you give it to me, I will tell you. Humph. Zhang San feigned indifference, picking up the carcasses of the scattered insects. Let us be clear about our positions. You are the one who needs my assistance. Believe me, I have plenty of ways to ensure your compliance. With the crisis averted, Meow Meow also calmed down, though her body was riddled with painful bites, the stinging intensifying with each heartbeat. Unable to contain her tears, she leaned weakly against Zhang San. Noticing Zhang San's glance, she pondered for a moment, then sobbed even more heart-wrenchingly. Without food, Are we going to starve again? Boo-hoo, don't worry. Zhang San wiped Meow Meow's tears with his sleeve. Inadvertently smearing her face with blood that he cast a cold, sidelong glance at Su Bin, reassuring Meow Meow. We have dozens of pounds of meat to eat. We won't go hungry at all. Su Bin instinctively recoiled. Though it would be a lie to say she felt no fear, she was afraid of death, but not excessively so. She simply did not wish to die. If the MS-44 had been forged for money, then she, the mecha pilot, was sculpted from a proportional amount of gold. It was no easy feat for the Federation to cultivate a skilled pilot, especially one who possessed field combat experience with the new mecha and insights from encounters with multiple ability users. Indeed, it was not that she did not wish to die, it was that she could not afford to die. At any cost, she must survive and return to the Federation, reporting this invaluable knowledge to her superiors. Thus, Su Bin put forth her conditions. I can provide you with food and medicine, but you must guarantee my safety. What she did not expect was that the robust native would reject her request. I already have a wife. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Being at the mercy of others, what good was a mere verbal promise? It would be far better to present something tangible to alleviate her suffering. After all, it hardly constituted treason. Coming to this realization, Su Bin showed Zhang San her empty pockets, indicating the absence of weapons, and then produced a key, inserting it into the nearby lock. After a half-turn, the sound of the lock opening resonated. She stepped aside, slowly pulling out a metallic drawer from the cockpit wall. Inside were rations with balanced nutritional composition, a first aid kit, toolbox, and other supplies. Upon opening the first aid kit, Zhang San noted that many of the medications remained unopened. Since he could fully comprehend the instructions, he proceeded to find the hemostatic and disinfectant supplies to bandage Meow Meow's wounds. I'll be a spirit pool soon, Meow Meow remarked, gazing at her body wrapped in bandages. Endure for a couple of days. Once the wounds heal, I'll remove them for you, Zhang San reassured her. However, a sense of worry loomed over him. What if Meow Meow developed a fever? The swarm of insects outside the cockpit showed no sign of departing. What if they lingered indefinitely? Seeing that Zhang San still required her assistance with applying medicine, Meow Meow shook her head repeatedly. Save some for yourself. You haven't bandaged yet. I don't need it. Zhang San pointed to the blood clot. Look, the bleeding has stopped on its own. It's entirely unnecessary to be. By the way, here's the watch for you. Su Bin accepted the pocket watch, examining it thoroughly before finally opening the cover to reveal the cartoon character within. The watch undoubtedly belonged to her brother, Su Wen, who always claimed that this paper figure was his wife. Zhang San connected the dots, asking, "Is it your friend's?" Su Bin did not respond, instead countering, "Where did you find it?" "I found it. Do you believe me?" "How could I not believe you?" Chapter 35. Constrained circumstances. I haven't asked your name yet. Su Bin, Su of Revival, Wen of Literature, and Bai of Martial Arts. Tnzh, the bamboo of bamboo shoots. This is my beloved, Meow Meow. Zhang San rarely attached labels of affection to his words, but upon hearing the term beloved, Meow Meow giggled with delight. After exchanging names, an awkward silence ensued. They were hardly friends. Outside the cockpit, the sharp sounds of scratching continued, leaving them puzzled about the situation. With nothing to do, Zhang San picked up the medication instruction manual to occupy himself. Su Bin was not surprised that he could comprehend the Federation script, as their languages were inherently linked. Perhaps they were even from the same lineage a century ago. Time passed unmeasured. Meow Meow's stomach growled, prompting Zhang San to set aside the manual. It was 6 in the evening. Time for a meal. Su Bin perhaps allow her to eat something. Meow Meow relished the self-heating meal and canned meat, her eyes sparkling at the news that Su Bin consumed these daily. She eagerly inquired if she could become a tin can pilot. Upon learning about the height requirement, she dejectedly consumed another can. Zhang San lost interest in the tedious manual, leaning against the cockpit wall to rest. As the adrenaline faded, a dull ache spread throughout his body. The impact from the chainsaw guide had indeed been severe. Had it not been for the sudden swarm of insects, he might have struggled for only a few rounds before being crushed into the earth by the iron giant, unable to escape. The bullet lodged in his mechanical watch had spared his life, but the force had fractured several ribs, fortunately missing vital organs. Meow Meow shook his arm. What is it? Her big, round eyes flickered between Su Bin and Zhang San before settling back on him. Meow Meow appeared somewhat embarrassed. I need to use the restroom. Zhang San turned to Su Bin. Do you have a container? Relieving oneself was unavoidable. The three of them would have to face the ensuing awkwardness. Waiting to see who could hold out the longest, Su Bin pointed to the metallic drawer. There's only this. However, the drawer was positioned over a meter high, and the cockpit was low, making it impractical for such elevated tasks. It was a precarious situation. Take it down. It can't be removed. Otherwise, if the mecha tips over, the pilot will suffer, and there are precedents for this. Being crushed by the metallic drawer. Isn't that a tragic fate? With that, Su Bin produced 2 packs of diapers. Let us use these. And so, the next day arrived. The cockpit space was cramped, even after adjusting the movable seat to a position that did not obstruct. There remained insufficient room for 3 individuals to rest. With a back full of bite marks, I leaned against the cockpit wall, curled up to sleep for the night, only to awaken in discomfort. Taking each other's temperatures, Meow Meow showed no signs of fever, yet due to significant blood loss, she perpetually felt drowsy. Starving in the morning, she consumed a meager meal at noon merely to stave off hunger. And after dinner, she immediately succumbed to sleep. Furthermore, she could not allow her mind to wander. Otherwise, her digestive system would react unfavorably, leaving her too famished to find rest. Are you adept at enduring hunger? Su Bin could not restrain her curiosity, forced to adhere to Zhang San's dietary demands. SOSO? Zhang San replied. Is it that in your country, everyone can eat to their fill? Su Bin responded, SOSO. Another day of congestion passed. The vibrant hues outside the cabin cast a heavy gray over Su Bin's heart. As provisions dwindled, it was her turn next. Savages, cannibals, primitive and backward. She scorned inwardly, rolling up her sleeves to discuss with Zhang San. May I start with my arm? She had not entirely relinquished hope. Perhaps tomorrow this swarm of insects would depart, allowing her to keep her legs and perhaps find a way back to the Federation. Zhang San did not reply. He merely intended to intimidate this driver. As cannibalism among their kind was utterly intolerable, he swiftly opened and closed the cabin door, allowing dozens of flying insects to rush in. After dispatching them all, he pinched one and tossed it to Su Bin. She immediately understood his implication. Testing the poison was indeed a viable option. If it did not kill her, there was a chance for survival. And if it did, she would suffer no longer. Should I eat it raw? As you wish. She activated the air filtration system, ignited the food packaging, and gradually roasted the insect. The 8-winged, multicolored mimicry soon turned a deep yellow-black. The aroma of burnt hair wafted out, filtered by the system, and sent outside for its kin to savor. After several days of hunger, Su Bin's mouth watered. She was mentally prepared and hesitated not to indulge. Subsequently, silence enveloped the cockpit. Meow Meow, who had been dozing off, suddenly opened her eyes and rubbed her stomach. Zhang San realized it was noon. Since consuming the insect that morning, Su Bin exhibited no signs of distress. He remained unperturbed. What if the insect was indeed toxic, and Su Bin was merely concealing her condition to deceive him and Meow Meow into consuming it? Zhang San opened the last can, took a bite for himself, and offered the remainder to Meow Meow. Upon catching the aroma, Su Bin's throat involuntarily reacted, her gaze fixating uncontrollably on the insects scattered across the cockpit floor, chicken-flavored, crispy, given that she felt fine thus far. It was likely non-toxic. Of course, it could also be mildly toxic, but her body might metabolize the small quantity consumed. No, she could not afford to think so much. She needed food. She reignited the flames and began to grill once more. Chapter 36. Breaking the cocoon. As the captive feasted with increasing delight, Zhang San's previously anxious heart finally found peace. The non-toxic, juicy, high in protein, the 8-winged, multicolored mimicry was the finest sustenance he had encountered since arriving in this world. What was most abundant now was this very creature, swarming everywhere outside. Moreover, there was no need to expend effort to capture them. Simply cracking the cabin door open a little would entice them to flood inside in search of human presence. Time flew by, and before long, several days had passed. Awakening from slumber, Zhang San sensed something peculiar in the morning atmosphere. Upon reflection, he realized it was due to the cessation of the jarring scraping sounds from outside. Only the tranquil sounds of breathing filled his ears. The glass of the bulletproof observation port had long been scratched, compelling him to open the cabin door and gaze into the perilous exterior. What lay beyond was not terrifying, yet it was a feast for the eyes. Having been coiled up in the cramped cockpit for so long, his legs could scarcely stretch, and he awkwardly crawled out. The exterior of MS-444 was marred by countless insect bites, with some areas even gnawed into deep pits. The desert yellow coating was flaking off, revealing the gleaming silver metal beneath. Most importantly, not a single insect could be found. The mountains were eerily empty. The morning sun was gently warm, ushering in a serene autumn. Is anyone there? Is there anyone? Zhang San traversed the streets and alleys of the settlement, searching for any possible survivors. Meow meow, wrapped in bandages, waddled like a penguin, appearing rather foolish as Yubin trailed behind her. Through their recent experiences, she realized that in this desolate wilderness, surviving alone was impossible, even without the watchful eyes of her husband. She would not attempt to flee. Zhang San halted before a dilapidated earthen dwelling, where the worn wooden door had a new hole gnawed into it, with broken insect teeth embedded in the edges. He reached through the hole to pull out the latch from within. Pushing the door open revealed an empty, locked room, with disordered bloodstains on the floor that a chill crept up Zhang San's spine. He was skeptical yet entered several more houses. All were devoid of life. Not a single person, not a fragment, nor a grain could be found. The insects have left, rations have been distributed, no matter how loudly he called. He received no response. Gazing once more at the disorderly dwellings, Zhang San felt a bone-chilling cold shoot from his feet to the crown of his head. What was once a densely populated settlement now resembled a ghost town. Zhang San was not superstitious, yet at this moment, he felt surrounded by vengeful spirits. Corpses were terrifying, but the emptiness of the houses was even more stifling and horrific. An eerie silence enveloped everything. Suddenly, a pale, swollen figure burst forth from the water, lying motionless on the damp riverbank, with only the slow rise and fall of its chest indicating life. Cough, cough, cough. Chowing Fei discarded the reed pipe and trembled as he crawled from the mud. 7 days, an entire week. He had no idea how he had endured. Had he not lowered his body temperature to induce a state of semi-hibernation, he would have perished long ago. Another fit of cough racked his body, expelling air laden with the taste of rust and blood. Hiding underwater to evade the flying insects, he relied on the long pipe to breathe. His entire respiratory tract had been adversely affected by the toxic reeds. I never imagined it would be my turn today. He recalled the past, when he had saved Siki's mother using this very tactic, which ultimately led to her contracting pneumonia, slowly dragging down the entire family. He had assisted Zhang De in investigating Zhang Zhong, and had colluded with foreign tribes. He engaged in sordid trades with beasts, deceiving humans into venturing into their territories. This was how Li Tao Pian met her demise. To slander Zhang San, he had even killed innocent children, biting his own flesh to fabricate traces of beast. He had exhausted every means, desperate to ensure his wife's survival. They had promised each other eternal companionship. He had failed. Thus, he poisoned his beloved, ensuring that she would not be the one to break their vow. Cough, cough. Chowing Fei climbed up the riverbank and headed toward the abandoned mine. The person he once was gone. Having reaped the benefits, he was now a pawn of Paluo. That day had been chaotic, and they had been swept apart by the swarm of insects. Despite the slim hope, he was determined to find Paluo. He must fulfill his duty as a husband. The area around the mine was remarkably clean, which drew his attention to the peculiar tiger carcass. For reasons unknown, the voracious flying insects had not consumed this body. He sensed that Paluo was nearby. This tiger had perished in battle against MS. For 44, its belly sliced open, with its exposed intestines thoroughly devoured. Approaching, Chowing Fei discovered that the incision made by the chainsaw was lined with neatly arranged colorful insect heads. Their sharp teeth acted like sturdy pincers, tightly stitching the wound together with a precision akin to a flawless surgical procedure. The bulging belly concealed something unknown that an inexplicable feeling washed over him. He began to pluck the insect heads from the carcass, and a gaping hole opened in the tiger's belly. Reaching into the grotesque, slimy cavity, he was astonished to find a tiny human being nestled within. Hastily, he extracted the diminutive figure. It was indeed Paluo. Having endured some ordeal, her skin was as delicate and flawless as a baby's. Paluo, Paluo, do not jest with me. Open your eyes quickly. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as Paluo, somewhat dazed, opened her eyes. Chowing Fei was overjoyed and asked with concern, "How do you feel? Paluo, are you all right?" "I am well. That's good. That's good." Paluo tilted her little head, and 2 pairs of crystalline wings unfurled slowly from her back, casting a brilliant spectrum of colors in the sunlight. She continued in a monotone, "Do you see?" Chapter 37. The long road ahead as night fell. Warm flames flickered in the valley, clearing away the gravel. Zhang San spread a blanket on the ground and began to rest. He was unafraid of the flames attracting wild beasts. In fact, that would be preferable. For some reason, He felt uneasy about taking items from the settlement, so he only scavenged the remnants left by the research team. He found little food, though the variety of living supplies was abundant, even including lubricating oil. Considering that the most pressing matter was survival, Zhang San endeavored to collect the most basic necessities. Items like shampoo and moisturizer, which could enhance quality of life, were left behind. Even so, he gathered a considerable amount. Without having tasted the essence powder, it would be impossible to carry the collected supplies on a lengthy journey. Meow Meow stirred in her sleeping bag, poking her head out to inquire. "Are you hungry? I heard some soil rats digging nearby. I lack an appetite, as you been. However, spoke up, I am hungry." Meow Meow immediately sprang out. "I'll go catch it." Zhang San swiftly pressed her back down, then turned to Su Bin on the other side of the fire, saying, "There is no such thing as a free dinner. If you wish to eat, you must pay the corresponding price. To make his wife toil to serve others, especially when they were his captives. Absurd." A flurry of film scenes flashed through Su Bin's mind, and after a moment of hesitation, her voice trembled as she asked, "Do you mean for me to take off my clothes? My back hurts." "Please be gentle. It is evident that she is genuinely hungry." How naive. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang San proclaimed, "From now on, you shall be responsible for the cleaning. If you work diligently, there will be food for you." "What does that mean?" Su Bin was momentarily taken aback, as it sounded as if she was being asked to become a cleaner. But now, without a home, did that imply they would be cleaning nature? "You will find out in a couple of days. The dilapidated house in the abandoned town may or may not still be standing. Even if it has vanished, Zhang San is confident that, given suitable building materials, he can construct a modest shelter to shield them from the elements. He is no delicate cat girl. He possesses strength and resourcefulness." Upon hearing these words, the once despondent remnants of colonizers suddenly perked up. Su Bin eagerly inquired, "Are we to continue our journey eastward, the rising sun, heralding the direction of home?" Just as Zhang San was about to speak, a sudden cry from Meow Meow echoed behind them. "Help! I'm trapped in the sleeping bag." Turning around, they discovered she was unable to extricate herself, with only her tiny feet flailing outside. Days passed, and as the sun rose in the east and set in the west, the surroundings gradually became familiar. Zhang San knew they were nearing the town. Passing by a stump with a smooth cut, he pointed to a nearby crater formed by an explosion and remarked, "That mechanical watch was found right here. Stop testing me. You've been crouched down to let the stump bear the weight of her burdens. Bears are no match for you. How could I dare seek revenge?" Last night, while camping, a massive brown bear had suddenly appeared, likely unsatisfied with its current conditions and wishing to store more fat for the winter, whether out of fear of fire or its naturally cautious disposition. The bear did not immediately charge, but instead warily confronted Zhang San. Bears from the Zhenxing mountain range have a peculiar trait. They prefer to consume their prey alive, starting from the feet. If captured, one can only watch helplessly as they dwindle away. At that moment, Su Bin felt despair, knowing she could not escape, and began searching for sharp stones to prepare for suicide. Unexpectedly, Zhang San made a gesture into the void, and the bear suddenly disintegrated into pieces, dying on the spot. Su Bin had once measured, determining that he possessed no spiritual power, indicating he was a being favored by otherworldly forces. Unfortunately, the brown bear was toxic. Its thousands of pounds of meat could only be gazed upon but not consumed, which was frustrating, except for Meow Meow. Chapter 38. Turning the page after several days, the old house in the town had not changed much. From a distance, it appeared that only a few tiles were missing from the roof, and the plastic signboard still remained, suggesting that repairs would not be overly burdensome. Pushing open the wooden door he had crafted, Zhang San found that the tables, chairs, cups, and various furnishings remained unchanged. The smoked meat hanging from the beams had not spoiled, and he could set it aside to prepare a dish for Meow Meow later. Under the bed, a jump rope made from wild boar tendrils had been partially gnawed, which brought Zhang San a sense of relief. Without waiting for him to organize things, Su Bin intelligently picked up a wooden bucket and headed towards the direction indicated by Meow Meow to fetch water. The bucket was also crafted by Zhang San. It was not made from planks, which he could not manage, but rather carved from the trunk of a large tree. That tree was quite tall, and after 2 failed attempts, he managed to produce 7 or 8 buckets. Since he did not know how to assemble planks to prevent leaks, Zhang San was unable to create a bathtub, which might pose a challenge for bathing in the winter. Finally, they had returned. The cat girl flung her embroidered shoes and jumped onto the dust-covered large bed. After days of travel, she was not clean herself, and thus cared little about it. My precious big bed, how I've missed you. It would not scold her, would not dislike her, nor would it harm her. Lying on it was particularly comfortable. The bed was the best. Zhang San waved away the rising dust, noting that there would be plenty of time for lazy mornings ahead. But first, he requested, help me take off the duvet cover. Then hang the quilt outside on the rope to shake off the dust. He intended to repair the roof soon, as dirt and debris might fall down, so they needed to remove the bedding first. Subin had already returned from the artificial lake with the buckets of water. Showcasing her strength by carrying one in each hand, Zhang San found her a stick, directing her to the kitchen next door. Boil the water, then wash the duvet cover. Washing the duvet cover with this? She asked, pointing the stick at the murky lake water. What else? An automatic washing machine. Subin felt frustrated but took a bucket of water and left. Zhang San called after her. There's a large cloth bag in the kitchen filled with dried wild vegetables. Remember to soak some in cool boiled water. Climbing back onto the roof, the experience was vastly different from the first time. Zhang San felt no clumsiness from his large frame. He was much more agile while climbing trees. As for whether the roof leaked, aside from patching obvious holes, they would have to wait for the rain to reveal any issues. Adding a few tiles he had found, Subin struck a few blows with her fist. Evidently satisfied, while Zhang San took on the task of chopping wood, and she busied herself with transporting the processed planks. What kind of extraordinary ability is this? Such exaggerated destructive power? Subin was taken aback. Whether it was trees, stones, or steel bars, anything Zhang San desired could be effortlessly severed. She was curious about the extent of Zhang San's spiritual energy, but alas, he was a wielder of extraordinary powers, making it impossible to measure. Even if she wished to test it now, the opportunity had slipped away. Zhang San remarked, your country doesn't seem too impressive. In such a vast land, there isn't even a decent extraordinary individual. We have no extraordinary individuals, Subin replied. A stable society cannot allow the potential risks posed by such beings. Speaking of this, devoid of military secrets, Subin expressed herself with complete ease. If extraordinary individuals are considered a potential risk, then what about mechanical prosthetics? Zhang San was well aware that within the Federation where Subin resided, many had undergone mechanical modifications. Soldiers and researchers alike bore them to varying degrees. Compared to them, Subin was indeed an anomaly. We do have gun-related incidents frequently, but those mostly occur in the impoverished districts. Overall, it remains quite safe. Without investigation, one has no right to speak. Safety can only be truly understood through personal experience. Subin was somewhat astonished. You wish to go to the Federation? Indeed, he was a wielder, undetectable in terms of spiritual energy, capable of seamlessly integrating into their society, provided he possessed a legitimate identity. I can already foresee him threatening me to procure identification documents. This fellow must think I intend to venture into that dilapidated Federation with plans to have me shot. Zhang San was not foolish. Why would he run into a place where he could summon storms in the wild for no reason? Only a fool would do that. As they chatted, yet another tree fell, its bark stripped clean and divided into evenly thick planks. Subin meticulously stacked the planks onto the sled and began pulling it back. Just then, Meow Meow came running over, brimming with excitement. We hit the jackpot. Come help, Su. You too. Subin paused momentarily, then realized she was calling her, and explained, Su is my surname, and my given name is Bin. Meow Meow didn't bother to contest her and cheerfully said, then I'll call you Bin. You should call me Su instead. What jackpot? Why are you so happy? Zhang San stepped forward to tidy up the scattered bandages and checked her wound. The scab was quite large, likely taking a long time to fall off on its own. At night, he would have to keep a close eye on Meow Meow. She couldn't resist picking at her scars, and if left unchecked, it would surely leave marks in the future. Meow Meow teased. Follow me, and you'll see. Following her, they arrived at a large tree where Zhang San tapped lightly. Solid. Right here. She crouched down and began to clear away the thick, slightly moldy leaves at the roots, revealing a pitch-black hole in the ground. The entrance to the hole was narrow, indicating its occupant was certainly not a large beast. Meow Meow casually reached in and pulled out a handful of seeds. Or rather, nuts. These nuts came in various shapes and sizes. Some were toxic, while others were not, all mixed in a vibrant medley. Look, there are so many. As she spoke, Meow Meow continued to extract handful after handful. Zhang San removed his jacket and placed the nuts Meow Meow had gathered upon it, quickly forming a small mound. Any more? Zhang San couldn't help but inquire as he watched her small hands work tirelessly. A lot. My hands can't even reach the bottom. In just a few short minutes, 2 more small mounds had appeared beside Meow Meow, and the 3 of them returned laden with their bounty. Su Bin could hardly consume any meat, and Zhang San could only manage a little. To ensure the food was utilized to its fullest potential, nearly all the hunted meat was entrusted to Meow Meow, who delighted in it. Wild vegetables provided little satiety and offered scant energy. If they were to work effectively, they needed carbohydrates. After shaking out 3 bags of nuts, they piled them into a pointed cone on the table. You all continue working. I'll sort out the inedible ones, Meow Meow said. Su Bin wished to learn from her, but didn't want it to appear too obvious, so she took her leave. The collapsed beam had already been cut into smaller pieces. Only when she had moved them all would she begin the construction of the roof. Until the house was finished, she would have to sleep in the kitchen with missing walls. Each time she poked her head out of the sleeping bag to gaze into the depths of the dark forest, she felt as though beasts lurked there, ready to pounce and turn her into a ready-to-eat delicacy. Zhang San went to the lake to fetch some water and began constructing a second stove. Logically, with previous experience, this should have been an easy task, yet for some reason, he was dissatisfied with every aspect. Feeling it could be better, after several modifications, he concluded that the third attempt yielded a satisfactory result. Additionally, he had collected tiles to affix, and fortunately, no cracks appeared during the firing process. On this day, Su Bin also cleared away the clutter. She had initially planned to construct the roof herself, but found it exceedingly difficult to maneuver the heavy planks to the top alone, after falling off the wall 3 times. She recognized the harsh reality and sought assistance from the robust Zhang San. Working together made the task much easier. Zhang San stood on the wall, while Su Bin lifted the wooden boards for him to receive. In just one morning, they managed to transport dozens of planks. Zhang San had never worked as a mason and was unsure how to create a pointed roof. He could only stubbornly lay flat boards against the wall for support, sealing the seams with mud before covering them with a layer of straw. Then, he staggered the gaps and laid a second layer of wooden boards on top, considering that making furniture would be quicker and more convenient. He assigned the tasks of mixing mud and plastering the walls to Su Bin. Meow Meow was eager to play in the mud and insisted on helping Su with the wall plastering. The 2 girls worked together, digging, mixing, and transporting the mud. They were meticulous and patient, removing most of the plant roots, mortar, and stones from the soil, resulting in a smooth and even paste applied to the walls. Meow Meow affixed a piece of tent fabric to the wall beside the bed, securing the corners with nails, ensuring that she wouldn't dirty her clothes while resting against it. Finally, under Su Bin's guidance, she used a stick to scrawl a crooked line of text in the corner. Year 133 of the new calendar, October 18, Li Miao. Chapter 40. A friend from afar with the roof completed. Su Bin moved in that very night. The house was bare and cold, the wind howling as it swept through the door, swirling the light debris in the empty room before rushing out the window. Yet, she felt a surge of excitement. She had invested considerable effort into building this house, and sleeping within its walls brought her both security and a sense of accomplishment. This was a much-needed comfort for her recently perplexed spirit. The rustling continued as Meow Meow scratched at her scars. Zhang San knew words would be futile, so he silently removed her hand. After only a few moments of peace, she began again, her hand slipping beneath her garments to scratch incessantly. Zhang San, helpless, followed her arm to investigate. To his surprise, Meow Meow suddenly withdrew her hand and quickly pressed it against his, trapping it through her clothing. Zhang San squeezed gently. The area she had scratched was smooth and devoid of scars. Only then did he realize he had fallen for her trick. The little cat was quite mischievous. Yet, that was all there was to it. The 2 merely shared a moment of intimacy before retiring to their respective beds. If she inadvertently reopened a wound, staining the bedding and clothing with blood, it would require considerable effort to clean. When he needed to fetch water, the wild water he brought back couldn't be used directly, for the resulting fabric would irritate the skin. Thus, he had to boil the water, chop wood, transport the firewood, and allow the boiled water to cool gradually without adding cold water. Such was life. Unsure whether to feel joy or disappointment. More than half a month passed without rain. Zhang San was unaware whether the roofs of his own house and Su Bin's were waterproof, leaving him with an itch of uncertainty that felt akin to participating in a crucial examination. Yet the results remained elusive. Over the past month and a half, he had first ventured to the lake to gather water clams. With an abundance of salt at his disposal, he prepared pickled clam meat. Then he crafted a stone mortar and pestle, crushing the clam shells into fine powder before using fire to burn them. Finally, he he succeeded in producing a small quantity of lime. What is this? Is it edible? Unbeknownst to him, Miao Miao had already dipped her hand into it, preparing to taste it. Zhang San quickly grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Ancestor, this isn't for eating." He demonstrated to Miao Miao, pouring cold water into the mortar, causing white steam to billow forth accompanied by a sizzling sound. Miao Miao was somewhat frightened. "Why are you making such a dangerous thing? To make century eggs, that's my first attempt, so I can't guarantee the success rate." Saying this, Zhang San used a stick to dip a bird egg in the lime water, then tossed it into a pile of ash. Miao Miao tried to assist, but her small hands lacked strength. And with her limited time using chopsticks, she couldn't manage to grip the smooth egg securely. She had to give up and leaned on her hand, watching, after repeating the process dozens of times. Zhang San paused to let the lime water cool before preparing the remaining half of the bird eggs accordingly. He wanted to compare whether the hot or cooled method yielded better results. In the following days, Zhang San ventured further to chop many trees, as wood was needed for both winter heating and constructing doors, windows, and furniture for Su Bin. The trees had been felled and cut, awaiting Su Bin to transport them. During this time, Zhang San set about creating a bath bucket. After numerous failures, he realized he indeed could not craft a watertight bucket. However, that did not mean he lacked the potential to succeed. For the mountains were littered with the precious remnants left by predecessors. Plastic waste. He collected a substantial amount of plastic, melting it down to drip onto the rough seams of his assembly. Coating it with a thick layer, testing it with water revealed it was inadequate. Thus began another cycle of failures and retries. He abandoned the notion of welding and instead used the bucket as a mold, creating a plastic membrane that fits snugly within. Consequently, he completed a slow-leaking 16-sided prism-shaped bath bucket. After multiple tests, he confirmed that neither hot nor cold water affected its functionality that I instructed you to pursue. "You wretched creature, that I'll have you killed." The tumultuous sounds of conflict drew nearer, echoing along the cobblestone path into the town. Zhang San became vigilant, carefully observing the situation, and soon discerned two women fiercely entangled in combat. Drawing closer to his humble abode, one of them was Su Bin. Good heavens! Su Bin sidestepped, narrowly evading a punch, and retaliated with a swift strike. Despite receiving a blow, her opponent seemed largely unfazed, leveraging her height and weight to continue the assault. Heaven save me! She's out to kill me. What a coincidence! Zhang San couldn't help but smile. Su Bin's adversary was none other than Di Shuer, the gatekeeper for Paluo. Di Shuer relentlessly pursued and struck Su Bin 10 more times. However, Su Bin was exceptionally skilled in combat, dodging 8 of those punches, and the remaining 2 rarely landed, often deflected by her bent arms. "You think you're so clever, huh? How foolish of you to chase me down. Do you take me for some simpleton like yourself, waiting here to be beaten?" Had she been a resident of the Federation, Su Bin would have emerged victorious long ago. Her opponent possessed remarkable physical prowess. Despite Su Bin landing numerous punches and kicks, Di Shuer remained lively and resilient. Thus, Su Bin concluded that Di Shuer was not human. To have completely transformed into a human form, she must possess extraordinary abilities. What could her powers be? Feeling anxious, Su Bin fought while retreating, seeking Zhang San's assistance. "Stop. Enough of this." Zhang San clapped his hands and stepped out of the kitchen. Di Shuer scrutinized him with uncertainty, her nostrils flaring as she inhaled. "Are you the head of the Li family?" Seizing the opportunity, Su Bin delivered a powerful punch to her face. Di Shuer stumbled back, holding her nose, dark red blood seeping through her fingers. With her other hand, she pointed at Su Bin and cursed, "How dare you? No honor in combat." Just as another confrontation seemed imminent, Zhang San hurriedly intervened to separate the two. Miao Miao, come back. He felt ill-equipped to mediate this situation, believing Miao Miao would be more suitable. "Coming." The little cat girl called out from a distance, soon reappearing with a head full of grass clippings, oblivious to her recent escapades. Upon noticing Di Shuer, she exclaimed, "Oh, what brings you here, big black dog?" "I'm a bona fide wolf. You're just in time. I was chasing a 6-eyed flying squirrel, but after it flew over a creek, I lost track of it. Your nose is sharp. Could you help me find it?" Di Shuer wiped the blood from her hands and retorted, "Not today. My nose isn't working well. Once I finish off this girl, I'll have Xiao Xingxing help you find it." "Why would you want to harm Su Su?" "Without Paluo around, I haven't had meat in days. If I don't catch something soon, I'll starve. That's easily remedied. I have plenty of meat at home that I can't finish." "Would you refrain from attacking Su Su?" In recent days, Zhang San had encountered a wild boar while chopping wood, adding to the meat supply from the previous bear hunt. His home was stocked with hundreds of pounds of meat. The rafters were laden with cured meat, filling the air with a smoky aroma. I won't fight over food. It's a matter of pride. She hit me, so I must retaliate. Chapter 41. The outskirt of the drive. Meow Meow was at a loss for how to persuade them, her big eyes turning to Zhang San for help. Zhang San took a deep breath and attempted to mediate, saying, "Let's do this. Su Bin, that sneak attack you just executed was inappropriate. Let her land one punch, and we can consider the matter settled." Su Bin, not one for unnecessary fuss, changed her expression but ultimately chose to compromise, standing tall and declaring, "All right. Go ahead, hit me." Di Shu flexed her wrists, imparting a sense of impending heaviness in her forthcoming punch. She meticulously warned Su Bin, "Don't move around, or you'll end up losing your front teeth. Don't blame me if you can't speak properly afterward. Stop dragging this out. I've got wood to haul." Thud. Ultimately, Su Bin was unable to continue her work, as Meow Meow and Di Shuer whisked her away for a break. By the way, sure, you mentioned asking Xiao Xingxing for help. Is he here too? Yes, he's too weak from hunger to walk. Just waiting over there. Let's bring him over. Sounds good. Meow Meow readily agreed, but soon felt something amiss, asking Di Shuer, "Why do you care about him?" Xiao Xingxing never wore a smile, and being near him often felt inexplicably oppressive, akin to being with a harbinger of doom. Hardly anyone liked him. "He saved me." Zhang San interjected, "You two go eat. I'll fetch Xiao Xingxing." Di Shuer shook her head, insisting on witnessing Zhang San retrieve Xiao Xingxing, wanting to see him brought over. Zhang San appreciated Di Shuer's insistence, as it demonstrated her loyalty and sense of justice. Traveling westward for 5 or 6 miles, they finally spotted Xiao Xingxing, hidden among the crevices of a stone. As they approached, Zhang San could sense the overwhelming negative energy emanating from him. "I just want to hit him," was Zhang San's initial reaction. Xiao Xingxing appeared severely swollen, and it took Zhang San considerable effort to extricate him from the stone crevice. Once he hoisted him onto his back, the discomfort intensified. Were it not for Di Shuer observing, Zhang San might have truly struck Xiao Xingxing. It wasn't due to a lack of self-control on Zhang San's part. Rather, Xiao Xingxing's abilities were exceedingly torturous to those around him, especially now, as he lay draped over Zhang San's back, amplifying the effect. One could only wonder how Di Shuer managed not to kill him while enduring the trek from the old northern city to this place. The short journey felt interminably lengthy for Zhang San. It was as though he was undergoing punishment. No, it wasn't as if he was indeed being punished, and the severity of that punishment escalated with each passing moment. Upon returning to the town, Meow Meow had prepared a meal. Di Shuer fed Xiao Xingxing a few bites before devouring her own meal voraciously. Once she finished, Meow Meow handed her a bowl of warm water and then inquired, "He seems so frail. How did he save you?" Di Shuer burped loudly, patting her belly as she said, "Did you not witness it? Swarms of colorful insects flew overhead, so many that they blocked out the sun. Their teeth were sharp and tough, biting anyone they caught. I've seen them," Meow Meow remarked, pointing to the bandages on her body. "You see, I nearly became a spirit pool." Di Shu suddenly shuddered. It was the first time Zhang San had seen her display such fear. "Stop talking about that. If you keep going, I'll dream of my grandmother." After pausing, she resumed her tale. "I don't know how it happened, but those insects bit everyone except Xiao Xingxing. I hid near him. And guess what? They didn't bite me either. Everything for dozens of miles around perished. Yet both Xiao Xingxing and I remained unharmed. Is that even possible?" Zhang San was at a loss for words. A calamity that even the celestial beings could not resolve was navigated with ease by someone. Truly, it echoed the old adage. Every profession has its specialty. Meow Meow asked, "What are your plans now?" "I don't know." Di Shuer contemplated for a moment before suddenly stating, "This place could use a gatekeeper. I'm not looking for anything else, just food for the two of us." Meow Meow glanced at Zhang San. Without hesitation, he replied, "All right." He had no friends of his own and wouldn't allow Meow Meow to be without friends either. After all, what was building another house and making a set of furniture? It was hardly a monumental task. However, he pointed to Su Bin's house and said, "You are not allowed to fight without reason." Di Shuer patted her chest, assuring him, "Rest assured, I won't instigate trouble," confirming their intention to stay. Zhang San led Di Shuer to find a place to live, but to his surprise, she expressed dissatisfaction along the way. "I came to guard the gate. Why are you taking me inside? Just set up a nest at the entrance." Zhang San conceded to her wishes by observing the existing structure of the houses and combining his own explorations and conclusions. He had also mastered the construction of pointed roof houses. He erected a wooden hut at the entrance on the west side of the town. During this time, Di Shui'er and Xiao Xingxing resided in the kitchen. Xiao Xingxing was frail and unable to contribute much, silently cleaning and doing light chores each day. He was acutely aware of his limitations, spoke little, and made an effort to avoid interaction with others. Days of laborious, yet fulfilling routine passed swiftly. As the construction neared completion, Miao Miao suddenly approached and asked, "Will there be a ribbon-cutting ceremony?" It was unclear where she had heard such a notion. Zhang San chuckled. Certainly, Di Shui'er, if nothing else, possessed immense strength and endurance, swiftly hauling wood. With ample materials provided, her wooden lookout was completed in less than half a month. On the day of completion, Di Shui'er and Xiao Xingxing each held one end of a vine, which was adorned with 2 straw flowers tied in the middle. Zhang San and soup in scattered leaves. Hee. Miao Miao revealed her little tiger teeth, grinning foolishly. Under the fluttering ribbons, she snipped the vine in the center with scissors. The ceremony concluded. Unable to contain herself, Su Bin asked Zhang San, "Now that everyone has their own houses, when can I repair my walls?" After spending over a month together, she realized that Zhang San was not as fearsome as she had imagined. Di Shui'er and the others were not beasts. With good communication, they could become friends, especially Miao Miao. This little sweetheart was cheerful and sunny, kind-hearted, and had a sweet voice. There was no need for any defense while interacting with her, even in silence. Sitting together felt comfortable. Zhang San countered, "Have the materials been prepared?" It was now mid-November, and with the impending cold front, the harsh winter would arrive without warning. That if Su Bin's house wasn't repaired soon, she would have to become a third wheel and move into Zhang San's home. It's ready. All right, I'll start work tomorrow. On another note, what about Xiao Xingxing? Miao Miao asked Di Shui'er. Where will he stay? Di Shui'er adorned her chest with a straw flower, clearly indicating her intention to remain here, and I shall ensure that we wed tonight. Xiao Xingxing's lips hung limply, her gloomy countenance betraying no reaction. A fleeting glance at Di Shui'er prompted him to silently don the straw flower. Chapter 42. Autumn's departure and winter's arrival. Zhang San's mastery over the art of weaving the red thread grew increasingly proficient. And within a matter of days, 2 sets of wooden furniture were completed. The doors and windows of Su Bin's abode had also been mended, while she could address the drafty walls herself. The last time Miao Miao pursued the 6-eyed flying squirrel, she stumbled upon a small creek, which Zhang San inspected and discovered to be flowing from a stone crevice spring, its water far superior to that of the artificial lake. Early one morning, he hurried to the creek to fetch water. Miao Miao's injury had healed, and last night, upon removing her bandages, she had playfully demanded a bath. Even without her prompting, Zhang San would have insisted she wash. For her daily escapades left her in a state of disarray, with various odors clinging to her that could incite nightmares with just a single kiss. The weather was frigid, hot water and a brazier were indispensable. Moreover, a piece of cloth had to be suspended with an iron hook, draped over the bathtub to ward off the cold. Many white marks. Miao Miao spun around, inspecting the skin where the scabs had fallen away. She had never cared about such things before, never concealing the scar shaped like a foam character on her arm, unashamedly donning short sleeves. Zhang San added more firewood to the brazier to prevent her from catching a chill. The newly grown skin would undoubtedly be pale. There was nothing to fear about the white marks. A little sun exposure would restore them. You are truly fortunate. Not a single pit remains on your body. Whereas I am left with this tragedy. Just look beneath my ear. He spoke. He tilted his head to display the indentation beneath his ear. Miao Miao reached out to touch it, exclaiming in astonishment, "We have the same one." She pinched the scar by her cheek. Look, I have one too. I have no idea how it got there." Zhang San certainly knew how it had come to be, but that incident was long past. And there was no need to frighten her by bringing it up. "Close your eyes. I am about to lather you with soap. Good heavens, it doesn't foam." "Humph, you rascal." Dinner time. A man and 3 women gathered around the kitchen table to dine, with Xiao Xingxing squatting outside, holding her bowl. Having spent over 40 days as a cook, Zhang San had come to understand each person's appetite. When it came to the 3 daily meals, Miao Miao consumed the least. However, during her outdoor escapades, it was uncertain how much she foraged and feasted upon. Influenced by her lifestyle, Dishuer also required little sustenance. The hearty appetite was of no concern, for there was always leftover meat. Su Bin was quite the eater. She regarded transporting timber as strength training and running as endurance training. High-intensity exercise necessitated high energy intake. Going without food was simply untenable. Yet, the one with the largest appetite was not Zhang San. But Xiao Xingxing was said that he could eat continuously, but such behavior would be a burden to those around him. Hence, he often deliberately starved himself, having roughly determined the daily food requirements. Zhang San began to inventory the household supplies. Calculating how long they would last and what needed replenishing that as night fell, he pondered. "What are you thinking about?" A lively and cheerful voice interrupted his reverie. Looking up, he saw Miao Miao, clad in her pajamas, entering with a plate of smoked meat. Her evening snack, to prevent any unpleasant odors from permeating the house. Zhang San had strung several ropes in the kitchen to hang the smoked meat. "Be careful of the cold. You shouldn't be running around in such thin clothing. It's fine. The kitchen is just next door, a mere 2 steps away." With that, she took a large bite of the meat. "Eat less. Cold food is hard on the stomach. Don't you remember how you felt last time?" "But I'm hungry." Zhang San chuckled. "That's simple. I'll cook it for you. Would you prefer it steamed or in a hot soup?" "I want it stir-fried." Time passed, and Zhang San turned off the stove, still wanting more. "How was it?" "Master Miao, do you have any critiques? Should I continue?" "No more, no more?" Miao Miao's little head bobbed incessantly. "Who cooks like you? You stir-fried it, and then put it back in the pot, frying it over and over until it's nearly burnt. You don't understand, do you? If you don't put it back in the pot, the water won't evaporate, and the aroma won't infuse the dish." The tranquil days rolled by. The second autumn rain arrived after several days. Observing water dripping from the house, Zhang San ascended the roof with the materials he had long prepared. In half an hour, it was mended. Dishuer had no significant issues, but Su Bin's dwelling had some problems. Upon inspection, Zhang San noticed rainwater seeping through the gaps in the boards. It was not a major concern. As the 2 walls of this roof were of different heights, Su Bin's home did not feature a flat roof but a sloped one. As the raindrops trickled down, they traveled along the incline, eventually dripping down the wall. Zhang San found a basin for her to catch the water, and that would suffice. This rain lasted 3 days, with the final night even mixed with ice shards. On the morning when he opened the door, he found the branches outside laden with icicles, glistening in the gentle warmth of the dawn. Thus, winter had arrived. Chapter 43. Daily life. Early winter was not particularly cold. Yet Miao Miao remained unwilling to venture outside. She either cocooned herself in blankets, indulging in long slumbers, or simply flipped over to continue her deep sleep. She claimed that as a child, she had nearly frozen to death. And since then, she had developed an aversion to winter. As their water supply dwindled, Zhang San donned thick clothing and gloves to fetch water. The gloves sourced from the research team were of mediocre quality. Su Bin remarked that a few federal coins could buy a dozen pairs. While they were better than nothing, their insulation was inadequate, necessitating the search for time to craft a few pairs from fur. The banks of the artificial lake were quite steep, and now they were covered with a thin layer of ice, making descent easy but ascent difficult. If one were to slip into the frigid water, it would be all too easy to catch a chill. Zhang San had no desire to undertake such a perilous task at the onset of winter. At this critical juncture, even the most insignificant ailment could prove fatal. After some contemplation, he ultimately resolved to walk a few extra miles to the creek for water, grabbing a shovel and a bucket before setting off. Due to the relatively mild weather, the spring remained unfrozen, continuously flowing from the stone crevices, forming the creek's source. The creek was shallow, making it impossible to fill the bucket directly. It was too cumbersome to scoop water with a basin, which would freeze his hands. Zhang San dug a pit larger than the wooden bucket, allowing him to simply press the bucket into the hole to fill it. After several exhausting trips, he returned with only 2 buckets of water. Feeling that he had squandered his time, thus, he began hoping for colder weather, which would create a thick layer of ice, enabling him to transport ice blocks with a sled, allowing him to haul several hundred pounds in one trip. Upon returning home, he discovered that Miao Miao, who had not ventured outside, was inexplicably absent. Suppressing his unease, he searched for her elsewhere. She was not at Su Bin's, and Su Bin herself was also not home. He then sought out Di Shui'er, and before even entering, he spotted Xiao Xingxing, clad in autumn attire, sitting outside warming herself by the fire. Zhang San no longer felt anxious, surmising that they were all indoors. Approaching her, he inquired, "Why are you sitting outside? Aren't you cold?" Xiao Xingxing tilted her head towards the wooden house. "They are inside celebrating Shueyer's birthday. I'll go in once they are finished." December 3 RD? Yes. Zhang San patted his pockets, finding nothing of value to offer. "What is she particularly like? I'll check to see if I have anything at home that we eat your food and stay in your place." "How could we dare ask for gifts? The wind is cold outside. You should go in." Zhang San knocked on the door before stepping inside the wooden house. Upon entering, he was greeted by Meow Meow. Bundled up like a penguin, flashing her tiger teeth as she waved him in. Come in, come in. You arrived just in time. We were about to make a wish. D. Shueyer, wrapped in a quilt and equally devoid of winter clothing, sat on the bed. There was no cake, but the bedside table was laden with various meats: smoked meat, dried meat, cured meat, and braised meat. In the center of the table was a pig lard lamp serving as a birthday candle. Su Bin instructed Meow Meow in singing the birthday song, and Zhang San joined in. The wishes and blowing out of the candle were executed in one breath. Meow Meow clapped her small hands in delight. Leaning forward with curiosity, "What did you wish for?" Di Shueo was about to respond when Su Bin interrupted. "You can't say it. If you do, it won't come true." Meow Meow pouted, her gaze drifting to Zhang San. Then she argued, "How can others help fulfill it if you don't say it?" "You have a point," Zhang San chimed in. "Sure. Do you wish to share? Perhaps I should refrain. I feel a bit shy." Laughter filled the wooden house, as even the usually bold Di Shueyer turned a rare shade of crimson. Considering that Xiao Xingxing was still exposed to the cold, the birthday celebration came to a swift conclusion. With Zhang San leading Meow Meow home. "Wait a moment," Su Bin called out to him. "What is it? Could you make me a thimble? Shueyer and Xiao Xingxing have no clothes to wear, and I wish to make each of them an outfit." She referred to Shueyer affectionately, indicating that their previous misunderstandings had been resolved. "You can sew clothes? I learned a bit from my mother when I was young. It's only to a wearable standard. Though I can't guarantee comfort. Follow me." Zhang San returned home, rummaging through the clutter until he found an aluminum can. Cutting out a rectangle with scissors, after folding it twice and flattening it, he used a stone hammer and nails to create a pattern of indentations. Trimming away the excess to bend it into a ring, thus crafting a thimble. He flicked it with his finger, and Su Bin deftly caught it. She did not put it on immediately but remarked, "I was only thinking about your ability to cut metal. I never considered that I could make one too. Thank you for teaching me a lesson." With that, she hurried back to sew fur. No sooner had Su Bin left than Zhang San felt a sudden weight on his arm. It was the little cat girl clinging to him. "Someone else has a birthday too." Zhang San was well aware of her intentions. "Is that truly a birthday celebration? You've come to me for wholesale wishes." He chuckled. "All right then, may I inquire when our Master Meow's birthday is?" "Tomorrow. Let it be known, a birthday can only be celebrated once a year. If it's tomorrow, then every year will fall on December 4th. No, 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 not tomorrow. Winter is utterly detestable, and every year it is December that celebrates my birthday. This birthday is hardly worth acknowledging." "Well, enough with the finger counting." Zhang San gently pinched her chubby little face and encouraged her to voice any wish, assuring her that he could fulfill it. "Really? That's wonderful." Meow Meow's eyes sparkled with delight as she joyfully leapt into his embrace. "I want to enter the zodiac." Chapter 44. Foraging for food with Meow Meow refusing to venture outside. It was nearly accurate to say that the household had run out of income. Zhang San meticulously counted their stock, realizing that their provisions would not suffice to endure the entire winter. Consequently, he resolved to venture out to forage and hunt. Acknowledging his lack of experience, he decided to wait until Xiao Xingxing finished sewing her clothes, inviting her to accompany him in the search for food. Fearing that he might inadvertently strike Xiao Xingxing when alone, he also called upon Su Bin to join them. Thus, the three embarked deep into the mountains. Finding fruits on the trees had become increasingly challenging. They could sporadically spot a few, which might not even be edible. The ripe ones that had fallen to the ground were either spoiled or devoured by insects and birds. And they were not the only ones scavenging. Here, there was a burrow of ground sheep. Xiao Xingxing halted beside a mound of earth. After stating her intention, she adeptly wedged her shovel into the soil, blocking the sheep's escape route, and skillfully cleared the entrance of the burrow, reaching in to pull out a muffled bleating sound. "Still want to bite me?" Xiao Xingxing's expression suddenly sharpened, as the surrounding negative energy thickened to a point where it stifled any thoughts. Retracting her arm, she extracted a lifeless ground sheep. With their target in hand, Xiao Xingxing released her psychic ability, and the previously listless sheep sprang to life, writhing vigorously to Su Bin, who had been observing and learning. felt a heavy heart lift, and the desire she had thought lost surged back within her. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated self-harm. This creature is herbivorous and possesses minimal toxicity. You humans should be able to consume it. As she spoke, Xiao Xingxing fixed her unwavering gaze on Zhang San. The previous red thread fairy was human. How did you become the red thread fairy? Xiao Xingxing's eyes, always dim, revealed no signs of alteration. And Zhang San, taking the sheep, smashed it against a rock to kill it. Shall we roast it here to test it? If it's inedible, we won't waste time catching it. Confused, Su Bin queried. We cannot eat it, but Meow Meow can. How could that be a waste of time? Can't you see? The three of them are not lacking food. The trouble lies with us two humans. If we cannot eat it, the most we can do with this ground sheep is fashion it into gloves or a fur collar. Not long before, it had just rained mixed with snow, making it difficult to find dry firewood. After searching for a considerable time, they finally managed to roast the ground sheep. No way. Do I have to test for poison again? Noticing Zhang San's absence, Su Bin angrily sliced off a small piece of meat, chewing it down. If you want me to test for poison, just say so. No need to pretend you are not here. What a hypocrite. Soon, she felt lightheaded, compounded by the pervasive negative energy surrounding Xiao Xingxing, and clutched her stomach, sitting on the cold ground, unwilling to utter a word. Zhang San returned from a distance, clutching a squirrel, ready to test for poison. Upon seeing Su Bin's condition, he inquired of Xiao Xingxing. What happened to her? She may have been poisoned. Xiao Xingxing wisely kept her distance. Noticing Su Bin's complexion brighten slightly, Zhang San urged, quickly induce vomiting. What a foolish bird. Why couldn't you wait for me to catch a specimen? After expelling the meat paste, Su Bin felt somewhat revitalized and pointed at the squirrel in Zhang San's hand, saying, What on earth did you catch? Does it eat meat? Isn't it still going to make me test for poison? Zhang San retorted, What nonsense are you talking? Squirrels certainly eat meat. Huh? But the meat squirrels we cultivate in the Federation only eat leaves. They have 3 to 4 litters a year, each with 7 to 8 offspring. Hey, that canned meat of yours isn't made from squirrels, is it? How could that be? It's merely one of many types of meat in our daily diet. We have plenty of nutritious and flavorful meat available to us, all specifically bred for consumption. Who would use it for military rations? Watching the two humans bicker, Xiao Xingxing silently mused. It's wonderful not to be subject to natural selection. Since the ground sheep was inedible, Xiao Xingxing led them in search of other food. The trio pressed on and discovered a 2-story earthen mound in the flat woodland. Noticing Xiao Xingxing gesturing, Zhang San wrapped the mound in a red thread and sliced the top diagonally. Inside, a dense mass of ants awaited. Su Bin, feeling a twinge of fear of the dense swarm, instinctively took a step back, reaching out as if to push. Forgetting that she was not piloting an MS-44 and had no flamethrower available, Xiao Xingxing retrieved a handful of white, translucent ant eggs. This should suffice. Zhang San shook his head. It's not that I'm afraid to eat them. I've consumed many strange things, and I could accept ant eggs. However, the quantity is insufficient and cumbersome. They may serve as an emergency measure, but they cannot be a long-term food source. Xiao Xingxing pondered for a moment and replied, I know of something that meets your requirements, but it's unfortunate. What is it? The quack doctor brought back by Paluo. She mentioned that in her homeland, there is a high-yield, non-toxic, easy-to-cultivate crop, rich in energy, and capable of long-term preservation. Unfortunately, her tribe was annihilated by a group of monsters, and that crop grows underground, left untended, likely all frozen now. Su Bin sighed, covering her mouth. What a pity. The trio traveled far, barely managing to find a few pounds of grass roots with a hint of sweetness. The fibrous nature of the roots made them inedible directly. Xiao Xingxing suggested adding water to mash them and filter out the sweet juice. When Grandma is in a good mood, she makes candies to share with everyone, using these grass roots as raw materials. Grandma? Su Bin inquired. Meow Meow mentioned she has a grandma too. What a coincidence. Could it be that you are talking about the same person? It is the same. However, I have not known her as long as she has. So naturally, I haven't learned as much from her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have starved into unconsciousness from the lack of adequate food. If it weren't for Shu coincidentally encountering Tianzhu and Meow Meow, we both might have perished. Su Bin remarked, I see you are quite adept at foraging for food. The small animals we encountered along the way, though inedible for us, you and Shueya can consume. How could that be insufficient? I have to constantly use my powers to chase away the colorful flying insects in the sky, requiring a vast amount of food to replenish my energy. Zhang San asked, why not try eating those insects? I did. They are poisonous. Even a tiny bite makes my face swell to the point where I can't see the path. You been couldn't help but chuckle. You really are unfortunate. The flying insects aren't poisonous. You're merely allergic. Xiao Xingxing's expression seemed to shift, though it also appeared unchanged as he maintained his silence, lost in thought. Time was fleeting. And the three began their return journey. In their quest for more food, they did not retrace their steps. Along the way, they encountered a cautious long-horned leopard, which swiftly darted away upon noticing the trio. Upon returning to the small town, Zhang San unloaded the twig basket he had woven, beginning to tally their haul. Muddy grass roots weighing approximately as much as a green brick, a few mildly toxic tubers sufficient for Su Bin's meal. A small bag of ant eggs, partially spoiled and partially hatched, quite unappetizing, and a complete ground sheep hide, along with 3 nuts that Meow Meow needed to sort. The costs outweigh the gains. Chapter 45. An unfamiliar visitor before they reached home. The sounds of cheerful conversation wafted from within, indicating that Di Shuao had come to visit Meow Meow once more. The trio entered together. The table had been moved to the wall, and a warm fire pit was set up in the center of the room. With a kettle suspended above it, Xiao Xingxing grabbed a chair and sat outside the door. Zhang San placed the nuts on the bedside cabinet, while Meow Meow poked her head out from under the blankets. Leisurely sorting through them, Su Bin settled between Di Shuao and Meow Meow, animatedly recounting her experiences and feelings from their outing that day. Ever since she arrived in the town, her days had been filled with work or the journey to work. For her, foraging for food felt akin to a leisurely outing. Di Shuo, not particularly adept at conversation, mostly listened to Meow Meow and Su Bin, occasionally interjecting a word or two with the harsh winter dragging on. There was little else to do, and they resorted to chatting. The topics of conversation were few, and Zhang San soon lost interest. I should find a time to craft a set of mahjong tiles. We could also arrange some board games. His gaze drifted over the crude leather attire. It settled on the ear warmers worn by Di Shuo, prompting him to ask curiously, shouldn't you grow warm fur if you transform back into animal ears? Why still wear that? Di Shuo's response was straightforward. It's half human, half animal. It's not good for the body. This answer caught him off guard, so he turned to Meow Meow. Is that so? Yes. Indeed. Shuo is so honest. How could she deceive you? The typically reticent Xiao Xingxing outside also chimed in. That is indeed accurate. Zhang San couldn't help but reminisce about the past, not too long ago. He had requested Meow Meow to transform. Then why didn't you refuse? As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Meow Meow, who never concealed her thoughts, candidly replied to Zhang San's inquiry. Because you like it. For the comparatively reserved Zhang San, this felt akin to a public execution. You all carry on. I suddenly recall that I have tasks to attend to. Embarrassed, he fled like a bashful bride. Zhang San ran into the woods, selecting suitable trees to prepare for crafting the game tiles. Cutting and shaping the pieces was not challenging. The difficult part lay in making them uniform in size. Otherwise, merely glancing at the tiles would reveal what cards the opponent held, and that would ruin the game. Measuring by sight to ensure the squares were equal, that seemed exceedingly difficult. He wondered just how many years it would take to master. Aha, he. Ha 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 ha. What a coincidence, dear benefactor, he, to encounter you here. A sudden, manic voice erupted from behind, causing Zhang San to startle. He turned around in haste, and there stood a figure draped in a blood-red hooded robe. Less than a meter away. Whether it was due to his intense focus while carving the wooden plaque or the silent approach of this individual, Zhang San was completely unaware of when they had come to stand behind him. Perhaps they had been observing him craft the plaque for quite some time. The crimson robe enveloped the figure entirely, rendering it impossible to discern whether they were robust or frail. The hem of the robe trailed on the ground, and he could not determine the thickness of their shoes or their height. All that Zhang San could perceive were the vividly embroidered blossoms adorning the robe and the terrifying face partially concealed beneath the brim of the hood. The stitching was dense, with threads crisscrossing. Hundreds, if not thousands, of foul-smelling, fragmented pieces of skin had been forcibly stitched together to form a grotesque mask, obscuring the features beneath. What manner of monster is this? Why are there red threads upon it? When have I seen it before? What did you just call me? Dear benefactor? Do you not recognize me? Ha ha ha. I am Amber. I apologize, Please forgive me for not being able to remove my hood for you to see. Zhang San had no desire to look, nor to inquire how she had survived, let alone how she had come to resemble such a ghastly apparition. Amber, where are you headed? To preach. To the east. To preach. Unexpectedly, a charred hand, fashioned from needle and thread, emerged from beneath the scarlet robe. Amber opened her palm to reveal a crimson square cloth, embroidered with the same alluring flowers as those on her robe. Zhang San cautiously grasped the cloth, examining it closely. Is this a stone lily? Yes, indeed. This is the emblem bestowed upon me by the divine. Hee. It also has a 3-character name, ha ha ha, and a 4-character one. Kiki. Alas, I am too foolish, to fully comprehend the teachings. When next I see you, dear benefactor, ha 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 ha, I must properly introduce you to our savior of the apocalypse. The extraordinary being that heals the broken and shows compassion to all. Very well. Zhang San carefully stored the cloth and waved goodbye to Amber. Safe travels. Farewell. We shall meet again. Chapter 46. The 8-winged 7-colored fire. The crackling of the fire filled the room. The gentle moonlight streaming in through the window. Zhang San found himself unable to sleep, alternately carving the wood and mulling over his thoughts. He had confided in no one about Amber's situation. Convinced that she had departed, speaking of it would serve no purpose other than inciting unnecessary fear among others. Moving was not an option at present, after accumulating supplies for half a season. Their food stores were still insufficient. Leaving would equate to death. How could she possibly survive in such a ghastly state? Was that rustling sound beneath her robe the sound of pages turning? Was she reading while conversing with me? The thought of her eyes. Knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking startled him, causing cold sweat to break out over his body. Despite the gentle taps, it reminded Zhang San of every deceased person he had ever encountered. The corpulent boar's waist, along with its outstretched tentacles, shattered simultaneously, sending Su Bin, who had freed herself from her restraints, hurtling backwards to collide violently with a tree before crashing heavily to the ground. The wild boar, now deprived of its hindquarters, let out a pained roar, its eyes wide with terror as its short, stout forelimbs frantically clawed at the frozen earth before it, dragging its mangled body in a desperate bid to escape. No longer a threat, Zhang San had no desire to deliver a finishing blow. Instead, he joined Xiao Xingxing in assessing Su Bin's condition, perhaps due to the instinctive reaction of bracing herself during the fall. Her right arm was grievously injured, the red and white stumps piercing through her skin, exposed to the frigid air. Normally, one would instinctively cover the site of their pain, yet Su Bin did not do so. She shook her unscathed head vehemently, muttering incessantly, so loud. What is making such a racket? I haven't eaten. It wasn't me. Whoever ate it, go find them. What does it have to do with me? Stop the noise. Please stop. Su Bin. It's all right now, Su Bin. Regardless of how fervently they called her name, she remained unresponsive, lost in her murmurs. The two were at a loss, and Zhang San removed the short blade from Su Bin's person. Retrieving his backpack to place her inside. I'll take her back first. You can handle the car. Xiao Xingxing replied. All right, I'll take care of the wild boar. You hurry and bring her back. On the return journey. Zhang San's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Could it be that she wouldn't simply go mad like this? If that were the case, how would one accommodate her? He would certainly feel no remorse in discarding her. For her kindness was only recognized in the Federation. To others, she was merely a hairless monkey, a creature he had slaughtered without hesitation, were it not for the innocent cheer of the cat girl that had consistently soothed the shadows within him. He would have already torn Su Bin to shreds. That said, although he was reluctant to admit it, this executioner had become somewhat of a friend, and the transparent membranous wings upon her back bore an uncanny resemblance to the flying insects of yore. This could very well be an opportunity. Tianzhu, let me down. Su Bin suddenly spoke, her tone indicating a return to lucidity. How do you feel? Zhang San set down the backpack, reaching out to assist her. Su Bin did not reciprocate. Class Zhang San let out a long sigh, taking the icy little hand of Miao Miao in his own, as he retraced their steps along the 3 rows of footprints back. The dilapidated town lay shrouded in a deathly silence beneath the falling snow, with only the flickering light from the kitchen offering a glimmer of hope. Su Bin sat before the stove, chopping firewood with one hand, adding fuel to the fire, while a pot simmered with an unknown dish. She's back. Her words trailed off, abruptly interrupted by Di Shui Er's anxious inquiry. Has Lao Xiao returned? No. Gazing into Di Shui Er's tear-filled eyes, Zhang San found himself at a loss for words. Su Bin's expression suddenly hardened, the pain of her injuries forgotten, revealing a demeanor akin to a soldier ready for action. The last time he had seen her like this was in the cockpit of the MS-44, gun in hand, aiming at the heart of an intruder. I've prepared the meal. You all should eat. I'll go out to search. With that, Su Bin sidestepped Di Shui Air and exited through a tear in her winter attire. Don't go. Impulsiveness won't help. Whether Lao Xiao returns is his own fate. Don't throw yourself into the snow again. Di Shui Air instinctively reached for her. But as her hand stretched halfway, she suddenly noticed the splints strapped to Su Bin's arms. She quickly withdrew, and by the time she attempted to stop her again, Su Bin had unfurled her slender wings and wobbled into the swirling snow. Chapter 49. Five-Nut Mooncake. Waiting, still waiting. There was naught else to do but wait. The dishes on the table had grown cold for the second time. And seeing that Zhang San and Di Shui Air were not eating, Miao Miao began to clear the table. The inky night, coupled with the heavy snowfall, rendered Zhang San's enhanced vision futile, once his gaze strayed beyond the warmth of the kitchen fire. All that met his eyes was an abyss of darkness. It's all my fault. I should have stopped her from going out. In this pitch-black night, how could she possibly find her way? Di Shui Air's face was streaked with tears, her wind-chilled skin tinged with a deep red purple. Miao Miao gently dabbed Di Shui Air's tears with a cloth, urging her to sit by the stove, murmuring words of comfort. The snow continued to accumulate, and the night stretched long as the three of them stared into the inscrutable darkness, their hearts heavy with dread. At last, a graceful figure burst into the firelight, crashing down into the snow outside. Before anyone could react, she swiftly rose with one hand supporting herself and entered the kitchen. It was Su Bin. Did you find her? Is she? Stop. No one speak. Su Bin's complexion was abysmal, her exposed skin a patchwork of blue, white, and purple, devoid of the healthy golden hue of vitality. Viscous drops of blood dripped steadily from her left palm. Her words came out in a rapid-fire manner, urgent as a battlefield telegraph operator. Don't speak. Whatever you say, I can't hear it now. Let me finish. She's alive. Hurry and search for her. I left a trail of blood on the trees. Follow the scent and the general direction. As she spoke, she suddenly collapsed into Di Shui Air's arms. Her body as cold as a corpse. I'll take care of Su Su. You all go find a Xing. I'm heading out now. No. Zhang San blocked Di Shui Air, noting that Miao Miao was too frail to care for Su Bin. If something urgent arises, can she even lift her? I understand your anxiety, but you must be the one to care for her. Otherwise, when you bring Xiaoxing back, you might find that Su Bin, who helped you, has died. Can you bear that weight on your conscience? Di Shui Air recognized the validity of Zhang San's words. Yet she was the one closest to Xiaoxing, and thus insisted, I have a keen nose. I'm the right one to go. You've been crying, and the cold wind has left you hoarse. Is your nose even functioning properly? Can you truly smell anything? Di Shui Air was reduced to tears, forced to entrust her beloved's fate to others. After hastily donning thicker clothing, Zhang San led Miao Miao out into the snow-laden night. Where visibility was nearly non-existent, he retrieved a flashlight he had been reluctant to use, searching and sniffing for the blood trails Su Bin had left along the way. The snow was deep, and Miao Miao struggled to keep pace. Zhang San picked her up onto his back, allowing her to focus on guiding their path with the flashlight. Miao Miao cupped her hand over his icy ears, and before long, they no longer felt cold. It wasn't that they warmed up, but rather that her hands had succumbed to the biting wind as well. She removed her little earmuffs from the back of her neck and placed them over his ears, while she transformed her own into fluffy cat ears. This way, she pointed with the beam of the flashlight. As they drew closer, they indeed discovered the blood-stained handprint left by Su Bin. One could not deny that even with enhanced senses, Zhang San's reflexes paled in comparison to those of a cat girl. Miao Miao, if you consumed the essence, would you become even more formidable? I suppose so. Miao Miao paused before adding, but I wish to be myself. Entering the room filled with orchids, one may forget the fragrance. Entering the fish market, one may become oblivious to the stench. Zhang San found it challenging to accurately assess his own condition, so he inquired, have I undergone any noticeable changes? Yes. What? You seem to have developed a penchant for jealousy. Just now, when I was comforting Shui Air, the look in your eyes was quite amusing, but it's all right. I find it delightful. The two continued their cautious trek, confirming each marker as they proceeded in the right direction. Yes, yes. After twisting his ankle 3 times in succession, Zhang San exhibited no signs of frustration. In fact, he wore a smile. He swept away the snow to reveal the uneven ground beneath, which was the newly turned frozen earth they had left behind after digging up the grass earlier that morning. This is the path we took to dig up the ground. We cannot go wrong following it. Not long after uncovering the frozen earth, the trio encountered a wild boar. Theoretically, they would not wander too far. With this discovery, Their previously aimless search was suddenly filled with hope. Zhang San felt the cold dissipate as he trudged through the snow with renewed vigor. True to his expectations, after passing another bloodstained handprint, the beam of the flashlight fell upon Xiaoxing, who was leaning against the frozen wild boar, covered with a piece of its skin that it must have been a makeshift treatment by Su Bin. Calling his name yielded no response, so Zhang San set Miao Miao down and approached to investigate. Xiaoxing appeared swollen and unconscious, with barely a trace of negative emotions lingering around him. Fortunately, he was still breathing. Zhang San hoisted Xiaoxing onto his back, feeling the chill even through the thick winter clothing. Concerned that Miao Miao might get lost, he instructed her to walk ahead with the flashlight. Miao Miao, anxious about him losing his way, glanced back frequently. This was too time-consuming, so they engaged in various conversations, distracting themselves as they followed the blood trail and retraced their steps back to the dilapidated town. Su Bin's room was illuminated, indicating that Dishui air was likely there. Zhang San pushed the door open, carrying Xiaoxing inside. So you finally decided to come back. Why didn't you perish out there in the wilderness? Upon seeing Xiaoxing, Dishui air ceased her tears and rushed over, striking and chastising him. Zhang San quickly intervened, his voice low and stern. Now is not the time for anger. Focus on warming him up. Yes, I'll take him home right away. Dishui air hurriedly hoisted her man and dashed out, leaving behind a single line. I entrust Su Bin to you that I'm fine. You all should return to rest. Su Bin replied, having regained consciousness, though her face still lacked any color. I'll go prepare a bowl of hot soup for you, Miao Miao said before departing as well. The room was left with only Zhang San, who did not shy away from the situation. After all, they had shared everything during their time in the mecha cockpit. He pulled up a chair and sat at the bedside, exclaiming, You are a clever one. Yet also quite foolish. The corners of Su Bin's mouth twitched as if she might smile, but she was overtaken by an uncontrollable cough. Once the fit subsided, she weakly replied, I only hope to remain among the living. After a long wait, the following afternoon, as the snowfall began to lighten, Xiaoxing finally opened his eyes. Zhang San was unsure what would be beneficial for him, so Miao Miao prepared a pot of nourishing soup, which he brought over to offer. After drinking the soup, Xiaoxing fell back into a deep sleep, not awakening until the snow ceased that evening. By then, he was feeling considerably better, and Zhang San found himself wanting to knock some sense into him. With his hands tucked into his pockets to avoid any accidental harm, he inquired, What happened? Why didn't you come back? Xiaoxing looked momentarily stunned before responding in a tone of disbelief. It seems I'm allergic to Su Bin. Chapter 50. Miao VZ. The vital signs of both individuals stabilized, yet the ordeal was far from over. Shortly after Zhang San's visit, Xiaoxing experienced another allergic reaction, already weakened. This episode nearly sent him to the grave. It became common knowledge that anyone who had visited Su Bin's home could no longer seek out Xiaoxing, for doing so could result in facial swelling and rashes, or worse, threaten his life. Frostbite, fever, and various complications persisted relentlessly as Su Bin's complexion grew increasingly pale, her limbs trembling uncontrollably, her once robust health now reduced to a state where even basic needs became a challenge. Zhang San worked tirelessly through the night to fashion a makeshift toilet for her, preventing her from falling into squalor once more. With her husband as savior now ailing, Dishui air was unable to assist and had to rely on Miao Miao for help. What is this for? To stop bleeding quickly. And this? Antibiotics. Su Bin has already taken them. What about this? Miao Miao examined the medical kit, but as a little cat girl with no education, she could only turn to Zhang San for guidance. No need to rummage. She has already used everything that can be of help. Miao Miao glanced toward the corner, where several peculiar soft-tube syringes lay buried. What about that one? Miao Miao. Zhang San's expression turned serious. I told you before, you must not even be curious about that sort of thing. All right, for now, we can only rely on her immune system, encouraging her to drink plenty of water, rest adequately, and replenish her nutrition. The mention of nutrition brought a headache to Zhang San. Xiaoxing was manageable, as he could eat meat. Zhang San harnessed a sled to transport the wild boar they had killed earlier, bringing back several hundred pounds of meat for them to feast upon. The problem lay with Su Bin. Meat is toxic. There's no milk. The last few eggs were made into a dish while playing mahjong some time ago. These common sources of high-nutrition food were entirely out of reach for her, if only there were some soybeans. Regrettably, prior to the onset of the apocalypse, the nations established upon this land lacked the parent seeds for soybeans. After the cataclysm, this crop vanished alongside the nation. The conditions in the settlement were not much different. Generally, the inhabitants led lives of peace and prosperity, relying on seeds purchased from the market for their cultivation, while the grains produced from these seeds yielded little when replanted. Following natural disasters, transportation was severed, making it impossible to acquire seeds, and thus, the community could only resort to selecting and cultivating mutated indigenous crops. Each day consisted of nuts, tubers, or dried wild vegetables, and Su Bin's condition deteriorated day by day. Upon receiving this news, Di Shu'er grew anxious and rushed to ask Zhang San to care for Xiao Xingxing while she ventured out in search of supplements. Given Xiao Xingxing's frail state, enduring a beating would likely prove fatal, yet Zhang San declined Di Shu'er's request. My companion Miao Miao and I rose early to prepare breakfast for Su Bin, after which we set out to find nutritional supplies, promising to return in the evening to cook dinner for her. You focus on caring for your husband. How does that sound? How could I possibly impose? This is Dodo. Spare me the protest. I was already planning to gather food. It's merely a matter of convenience. The sun shone through the frigid air as the accumulated snow melted and refroze. No longer soft and yielding, equipped for the journey, the couple ventured into the snow-clad landscape. After enduring several days of bitter cold, a thick layer of ice had formed upon the artificial lake. Using tools, Zhang San carved out steps, descending onto the lake's surface, testing it with his foot. It was solid enough for passage. Beyond the lake lay a series of gentle hills, cautious of the cold. Miao Miao bundled up tightly, her strides short, requiring her to hurriedly jog to keep pace. Zhang San slowed his pace, extending his arm to embrace her. Upon encountering a stone platform, he effortlessly lifted her up. Were it not for the need to conserve energy, he would have gladly allowed Miao Miao to nestle into his backpack for the journey. A sudden image sprang to Zhang San's mind, prompting an involuntary chuckle. Curiously, the little cat girl inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Zhang San countered, "Do you know what Jiganger is?" "No." "What is it?" "Is it delicious?" she replied, displaying a singular focus on food, much like a piglet. He longed to pinch her round face, yet his hands were too cold. Miao Miao often failed to catch the jokes he tossed her way, a habit Zhang San had come to accept. Without further explanation, he indulged in his imagination, playfully mimicking a zombie's gait while asking Miao Miao, "Can you perform this?" With an earnest effort, Miao Miao complied, her round winter attire adding to the amusement. "Does it resemble it? Does it?" Although she had no idea what Zhang San was describing, she was eager to engage. "Not at all. It lacks your charm." Chapter 51. A fortunate find. The steep mountain path was perilous, so the couple endeavored to traverse the gentler slopes. Upon surmounting a saddle between the hills, Miao Miao spotted a massive beehive nestled among the rocks. The couple tread cautiously, avoiding any disturbance. The thick layer of snow blanketed the earth entirely, leaving no energy to excavate the snow along the way in search of edible herbs hidden beneath. Their gazes were more inclined towards the towering trees and thickets lining their path. Time passed swiftly, and soon the sun hung high in the sky. Winter days are brief, and the onset of noon signaled that it was time to return home. Otherwise, they would be forced to endure the elements. This was akin to courting death. The backpack remained light, containing merely a few sour thorny branches for seasoning and 2 pieces of spicy bark. Zhang San felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, pointing to a nearby cliff space and declaring, "We shall return once we reach that point." Miao Miao agreed, and after retracing their steps for several hundred paces, they were confronted by a sheer vertical cliff that barred their way, even if they wished to press on. It was impossible. Disheartened, they turned back, acknowledging that today had yielded no rewards. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang San caught sight of a peculiar tree, prompting him to turn and scrutinize it from a distance. Its gnarled trunk stood out starkly against the smooth, straight forest. Let us take a closer look. Upon approaching, they discovered it was merely an ordinary tree, yet it bore the consequences of some misdeed. Riddled with hundreds of holes pecked by woodpeckers, each hole stuffed with a nut. Surveying the area, they noted only a single towering mountain, the very cliff that obstructed their path. It was unlikely to trigger an avalanche. And even if it did, it would not bury them. Zhang San marked the unusual tree with a red line, preparing to fell it. As the tree collapsed, it bounced slightly in the snow before settling into silence. Miao Miao, emulating his actions, produced a small knife and began to extract the nuts embedded within the tree. The nuts were firmly lodged, requiring considerable effort to retrieve, and this task occupied them for several hours. As the snow had not yet resumed falling, their footprints would not vanish into thin air, allowing them to take their time returning. At worst, they might need to traverse a bit of nighttime road. An unexpected incident occurred when a gaunt bear chased a giant lizard nearby, their clash punctuated by growls and roars. Preoccupied with their own struggle, neither creature paid any heed to the couple as they barreled past the snowdrifts. Fleeing into the distance, the two shared a knowing smile and resumed their task of extracting the nuts as they gathered a pile of nuts. Zhang San carefully placed them into the backpack. Suddenly, Meow Meow let out a loud exclamation, prompting Zhang San to turn back. Concern etched on his face. What happened? Did you hurt yourself? No, she replied, extending her small hand to show him, reassuring him. That giant lizard had a slender neck and a thick waist. Its tail was T-pointed. It must be a female lizard. Zhang San inquired, and what of it? We have no shortage of meat. Killing it would merely be a waste of time. Not at all. It might have lizard eggs in its belly that I've seen my grandmother eat them before. If she can, perhaps Su Bin can too. They must be nutritious. Let us pursue it. Zhang San hoisted Meow Meow into his backpack and followed the trail left by the two beasts. Heading towards the cliff, by the time he arrived, the cornered giant lizard lay on the ground, battered and breathless, its feeble cries muffled in the snow. The gaunt bear was already feasting on the lizard's innards. Its head buried within Su Bin's words rang true. It seemed that the bears of the Zhensheng mountain range all shared this peculiar affliction. Such brutality was excessive. Without further ado, Zhang San ensured both the bear and the lizard met their end. To prevent them from resisting mindlessly like wild boars even in death, he patiently waited 300 breaths before approaching to inspect the scene. The snow was slick, offering no solid footing, making it difficult to push the bear's corpse away from the lizards. Zhang San resorted to cutting several times, moving the pieces aside as he peeled back the lizard's scaly belly. He used a branch to probe the innards, which had been reduced to a pulp by the bear. Although the cold season was not conducive to reproduction, he discovered some eggs and underdeveloped yolks inside. Few in number, but better than none. Chapter 52. Request for friction coefficient. Meow Meow grinned, revealing her sharp teeth. Haha. It was worth the bumpy ride in the basket. Zhang San's lips twitched as he questioned, Is that so? Because I can't shake the feeling that you enjoyed it. Of course not. How dare you tarnish my innocence? Then explain what drive means. Shouting so loudly, it made my ears ache. The shoulder strap of the backpack your reins. As the sun dipped low in the sky. They could not afford to delay. After extracting the lizard's yolks, Zhang San wrapped them in bear skin and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to sling the backpack over his shoulder, Meow Meow called out, Wait, there's still something to do. What? More nut gathering. We can return another time. We should head home now. No. Come here. Meow Meow approached the gaunt bear and pointed at its head, saying, We should cut this open. There may be some essence inside. Performing a cranial incision was not laborious, so Zhang San readily agreed. Moreover, he had never personally extracted essence before, a thought that excited him. He did not rush to begin. Instead, he consulted Meow Master for the specific procedure. How do I cut it? Be bold. Grinding it into powder won't hinder its use, even if it breaks. That's not an issue. Understood. Though he acknowledged the guidance, he feared that if it were to be crushed, it would be inconvenient to extract and could waste time. Zhang San treated the bear's head like a tree, repeatedly applying the red line in the same spot, chopping down the skull as if he were felling timber. Meow Meow snapped off a branch that hung between the crevices of the cliff and used it as chopsticks to fish out a complete crystal ball. It was small, dark, and of poor quality. It was not particularly intelligent. This was Meow Master's assessment of the essence and its host. After wiping the viscera off, Meow Meow tucked it into her pocket without even glancing at the giant lizard. Hee. Let us go. Despite its lackluster quality, the little cat girl was still pleased. This item was a valuable commodity that could be exchanged for plenty of delicious food, provided they could find a trading partner. On their way home, Zhang San inquired, Do lizards not produce essence? I'm not sure. Having spent nearly half a year together, Zhang San had come to understand Meow Meow's thought process to some extent. Thus, he altered his approach, asking, That lizard we just encountered, it doesn't have essence, right? Yes. This piqued his interest. It seems Pygmy can discern who possesses essence and who does not. What about the leopards? Eagles and anteaters we encountered earlier, they had none? Yes. Zhang San grew intrigued, gesturing to himself and asking, What about me? You do not have any. Meow Meow replied succinctly. Why not? Surely I cannot be less intelligent than a bear. No matter how clever you are, you still possess essence. Realizing this, he rephrased his question. Do I have anything similar to essence? Yes, human essence. Indeed, based on Meow Meow's reasoning, even if she spoke the truth. An improper question could yield incorrect answers. He chose not to pursue the conversation further. Should she lose control again, it would be troublesome. As they returned to the saddle between the mountains, darkness enveloped them, and silence reigned. The crunching of snow beneath their feet and the buzzing of bees were particularly pronounced, unless they were willing to invest a tremendous amount of time wrapping the enormous beehive in red line and activating it to ensure the annihilation of all the ground bees in one fell swoop. They would inevitably face stings. Their lives are fragile and cannot withstand turmoil. They strive to avoid trouble and, when possible, take a detour. The night in the mountains is an unadulterated black, with stars twinkling like a myriad of gems. Meow Meow, gazing upward, did not notice she had already reached the slope of the artificial lake, and with a sudden slip, she glided down onto the icy surface, spinning several times before coming to a halt. As a dutiful husband, Zhang San naturally rushed to the scene to chuckle at her misfortune. He located the steps he had cleared that morning and was about to dash down when, unexpectedly, he stumbled and broke through the frozen ground, sliding down in a flurry, inadvertently sending Meow Meow flying several meters away. The two of them returned, causing great concern for us. The Deshouer emerged from the kitchen, guiding the couple inside. The food is warming on the stove. You may eat directly. That I cannot go over to Su Bin's place, so please deliver it for me. As they stepped into the warm glow of the fire, Deshouer suddenly froze, pulling Meow Meow's sleeve and hastening to a well-lit area. My goodness, how did your face become so swollen? Is that a shoe print? Tianzhu, did you really let this happen? She shielded Meow Meow behind her, like a protective hen. The mention of it made Zhang San unable to contain his laughter, even as he tried to suppress it, his ears burning with embarrassment. What are you laughing at? Shouldn't a normal person say, let me explain. This was merely an accident? Why does he not even pretend? Sure, he didn't mean to. Don't be afraid. Meow Meow. If anything happens, just tell me. I will support you. Really, it's nothing. Deshouer, concerned that Meow Meow was frightened by the incident, remained skeptical and questioned Zhang San. Aren't you going to explain? What kind of accident causes a shoe print on someone's face? Zhang San pointed in the distance, laughing as he recounted. It happened just as we were going onto the lake. Now, there were two people laughing. Deshouer's laughter was far more boisterous than Zhang San's. Her protective demeanor transformed into that of a triumphant rooster, her cackles echoing so loudly that the snow on the roof seemed ready to tumble down. Where did you slip? Tomorrow morning. Let us go check it out. By the way, do you have a measuring tape at home? I want to see how far it is. Meow Meow, indifferent to such matters, foolishly joined in the laughter. She opened her flattened backpack, retrieving the frozen, hard giant lizard eggs and a cluster of small yolks resembling grapes. Lifting the lid and placing them into the steaming pot. Chapter 53. Life, Death. Eating. Holding the steamed yolks, she entered Su Bin's home. The latter, wrapped in a double layer of blankets, poked her head out upon hearing someone approach. Is that you, Meow Meow? Su, it's me. It's so cold in here. It's almost the same as outside. Why don't you light a fire? I lack the strength to fuss with the firewood. And I'm also worried about carbon monoxide poisoning. What? Cough. It's a type of gas. Realizing Su Bin sounded weak, Meow Meow interrupted. No need to explain. Eat your dinner while it's hot and rest early. Zhang San, carrying a lit stick from the kitchen, ignited the pig fat lamp by the bedside. We have matches. Let us save where we can. There was plenty of pig fat. No need to be frugal. He lifted the wick slightly to make it burn brighter. Upon noticing the shoe print on Meow Meow's face, Su Bin, summoning sudden strength, sat upright. The heavy blanket slipped off her, revealing her thin sleeves, and a chill pierced her, triggering a violent cough that nearly left her gasping for breath. Meow Meow gently pressed her back down, covering her properly. Su Bin whispered, is it domestic violence? Meow Meow turned to Zhang San, asking, is it domestic violence? No, then it's not. Meow Meow reassured Su Bin. Silly Meow Meow, if you act like this, he'll bully you to death. Look, he can still laugh in your face, clearly treating you like a punching bag without a care. Others may not realize, but Su Bin certainly does. In the cockpit, all the best food and drink were given to Meow Meow, while she only allowed herself to lick the lid for a taste. Domestic violence? You wish. Food cannot silence your mouth. Zhang San brought the bowl close to Su Bin's face. Unable to bear seeing Miao Miao feed anyone else when he hadn't been fed himself, she, a captive, should not even think of it if it weren't for you saving Xiao Xingxing, Miao Miao's childhood friend and her best friend's husband. Would I serve you? I won't let you feed me. I can do it myself. Your hands are shaking like a sieve. This morning's nut soup spilled everywhere before it reached your mouth, all over the bedding. You come, open your mouth. What? Su Bin could only see the bottom of the bowl and the spoon, completely unaware of its contents. Egg. She grimaced, reluctantly opening her mouth as the spoon was thrust in. Indeed, it was an EGGSO bitter. Su Bin's face contorted in discomfort. Had her weakness dulled her willpower? She had previously consumed bitter melon juice without flinching. Is this stop poison? Zhang San retorted. You think you deserve to waste my poison? He tasted one, finding it not bitter at all, then leaned closer with the oil lamp. Let me see what this is about. Su Bin, too weak to resist, complied and opened her mouth. Even if he intended to pour hot oil down her throat, she had no choice but to accept dough. My apologies. It's dark, and I couldn't see clearly. What you just ate wasn't egg yolk. It was bitter gall. After feeding Su Bin, Zhang San added 2 ladles of water to the pot, ensuring the foot bath was ready after dinner in the harsh winter. Frequent bathing is ill-advised. Catching a chill is far worse than being dirty. However, soaking one's feet is entirely suitable, especially after a day of mountain trekking, with the fur-lined boots causing foot sweat that turned icy in the northern wind, creating an unpleasant sensation that if one were to plunge their feet into hot water, the warmth would surge from the soles, alleviating fatigue throughout the body. Noticing Miao Miao was hesitant to lower her feet into the basin, Zhang San reached out to test the water temperature. It's not hot. Miao Miao believed him, and as soon as her small foot touched the water's surface, she instantly lifted it, rubbing it against his foot in discomfort. Hot. If you keep this up, you'll have to wash with my leftover water. What does it matter? Cats can't catch human foot fungus. Don't say such things. I certainly do not have foot fungus. There was enough hot water for both to wash separately. But little Miao Miao, being naturally active, had grown bored staying indoors since winter, developing the habit of inserting herself into whatever Zhang San was doing. Just like now, she insisted on washing together, eager for participation. All right, I really can't do anything with you. Zhang San bent down to splash the hot water, wetting her soft little feet, his rough, cracked hands acting like a washcloth. Gently rubbing her delicate skin, tickled at the soles of her feet, Miao Miao laughed, reaching out to touch Zhang San's freshly grown stubble. I want to rub against it. Fine. After we're done washing, you can. Really? Pinky promised that you're not a child. Why do we need a pinky promise? Despite his words, he still linked his pinky with hers. After washing, he carried Miao Miao to bed, suddenly realizing her face was still swollen. He hesitated before asking, rubbed at where? The next day, the couple woke slightly later, and by the time they prepared breakfast, it was nearly noon. Thanks to her youthful vigor, Su Bin, having consumed the giant lizard yolk, looked considerably better and could eat on her own. With little time left in the day, it was not suitable to search for food. Zhang San had a clear objective, to continue gathering the nuts they had not finished collecting yesterday. A knife was not ideal for this task, as it could easily chip and injure his hand. He fashioned a large and a small flat chisel from rebar, along with a small wooden hammer, placing them into his battered backpack. Miao Miao, it's time to set off. All right, I know. Miao Miao slyly emerged from the corner of the wardrobe, urging him on. Let us go. Zhang San did not deliberately look. But as he closed the door, he scanned the surroundings and discovered the measuring tape had been hidden away. The artificial lake's icy surface resembled a mirror, blanketed by snow as smooth as white silk, with only the 4 pairs of footprints in a straight line stretching over 10 meters crossing through the center. Hiding it makes it useful. The red line of these days was not drawn in vain. My eyes are the measure. Approximately 13 1/7 meters. As they crossed the lake and climbed over a small ridge, they spotted a robust brown bear grappling with a moose with palmate antlers in the distance. Zhang San glanced at Miao Miao, who shook her head. Grandma has never eaten moose. It should be poisonous. They have essence. Doesn't seem like it was merely a matter of intuition. Zhang San had expected some trick. The trick is to rely on intuition. Since killing it would be pointless, Zhang San did not waste any more time and continued onward. The fallen, peculiar tree lay undisturbed, with some small animal tracks nearby. and the nuts on the tree had diminished since they last passed. Setting a trap with them could potentially yield a catch, but alas, being so far from home, it would be unwise to expend an entire day's energy for just 2 small pieces of meat. Zhang San dismissed the thought and climbed onto the tree to chip away. Suddenly, Meow Meow displayed a dubious expression and called for him to stop. She took off her earmuffs and perked up her furry ears to listen carefully, then crawled up the snowy slope to peer towards the cliff. Zhang San patiently waited without pressing her for questions. Meow Meow descended the slope, pointing to the base of the cliff, saying, "There's a pack of wild dogs over there. They seem to be feasting on a clumsy bear and a lizard." Wild dogs? Not only him, but even the original owner has never seen a dog in this world. How many are there? What is their average size? I don't know, nor do I know. Zhang San pondered, realizing perhaps his question was poorly phrased, and rephrased. Dishu's adoptive brother, Guan Xian, how tall and long is he in his original form? Meow Meow raised her hand, standing on tiptoe to show Zhang San, leaving him momentarily stunned to know. What kind of dog is that tall? Are you truly not the Lion King? Chapter 54. All creatures under the frosty sky. Zhang San tested the tree beside him. It was slightly slick, yet still climbable. With his worries dissipated, he focused on chiseling away at the tree. Gradually, the sounds of grunting and whimpering grew louder as a pack of dogs, having finished feasting on a carcass, approached. They varied in size and displayed a clear hierarchy, with the leading old dogs standing over a meter tall, giving off an imposing presence. These elder dogs were remarkably cautious, barking from a distance without advancing, while those behind simply joined in the cacophony. Dozens of these formidable creatures were nothing more than blustering cowards. Suddenly, the pack parted, revealing a magnificent black dog with a glossy coat, entering the scene like royalty. Judging by the reactions of the other dogs, this yellow-eyed, glove-pawed canine was likely their king. The dog king opened its mouth and barked. Woof! With an escape route available, Zhang San felt no fear and retorted loudly. Get lost! The dog king took a few steps left and then right, barking again. Zhang San, of course, would not stoop to barking back. Instead, he lowered his head to ask Meow Meow, what did it say? Meow Meow shot him a glance, cleared her throat, and chirped, woof woof. After that, she picked up a small wooden hammer and furiously pounded the chisel. The pack watched for a moment longer and ultimately dared not attack. Wagging their tails as they retreated, the standoff ended. Zhang San let out a cold laugh and turned to fetch his hammer. Lowering his head, he noticed Meow Meow's sulky expression and asked in confusion, what are you upset about? Typically obedient and cheerful, she rarely showed signs of dejection, even when she had been flung aside previously. What could have provoked her today? Thanks to her nature, Meow Meow's thoughts were transparent. When he asked, she readily replied, I don't like barking like a dog. After comforting her for a while, Zhang San explained, it's a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding that I was just asking what that black dog was saying, not asking you to mimic it. Meow Meow soon brightened up, bouncing back to her work. To be honest, even if he encountered a cat unexpectedly, he might not understand its meows. You could go find Shuai. She would probably comprehend. They say it's a wolf. Not all nuts need to be harvested. Around 40% are toxic to humans. After shoveling aside the frozen snow to turn the strange tree over, they managed to extract edible portions before dusk. The two were quite satisfied as they returned along the solid path trodden by the wild dogs. Coincidentally, the direction the dog pack was moving aligned with their return route, and the snow path made their journey relatively effortless. The mountain saddle. The couple encountered them again. The dog king had already eaten, lying nearby and wagging its tail while clearing the snow behind it. The other large dogs growled and barked, tugging and competing over scraps of meat and bones. Judging by the key-shaped antlers on the ground, it was evident they were feasting on the remains of a shovel-horned moose. Shifting his gaze to the surrounding massive bear tracks, one could deduce that the brown bear had been driven away by this pack of wild dogs, its hard-won spoils now claimed by others. In the mountains, trees were abundant, and Zhang San felt no trepidation as he and Meow Meow passed by the dogs amidst their barking. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, do you have any essence? Yes. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Zhang San felt a twinge of annoyance, but quickly recalled that Meow Meow preferred he didn't consume it. Who else would oversee him if Meow Meow was in charge? Knowing his tendency to obsess over leftover food in his doghouse, he figured it was best not to dwell on it. As they walked in silence, a sudden buzzing filled the air as a swarm of bees flew in. attacking every living creature they encountered. Taken by surprise, Zhang San was stung twice, quickly reacting by unfastening his backpack to shield Meow Meow. Realizing that his thick winter clothing wouldn't protect against the mutated long stingers, he promptly stripped it off and waved it to fend them off. Luckily, the frigid weather caused the stray bees to soon lose their ability to fly, their bodies stiffening and falling to the ground. Meow Meow's hand swelled up from a sting, resembling a bloated toad within minutes. Carefully extracting the barbed stinger, she began to play with it, creating various designs with her nails. Zhang San, having been stung multiple times, was fortunate that only the affected areas were sore, swollen, and purple, without any threat to his life. What on earth is happening? With this question lingering, they followed the trail of bee corpses deeper into the woods. Beneath a rocky overhang, they discovered a nearly lifeless brown bear, its thick fur embedded with stingers, rendering its already robust form even more imposing. To prevent any trickery, Zhang San ensured the bear was truly deceased. Meow Meow, shielding her backpack, stealthily approached the bee's nest. With her curious eyes peering through the gaps in the twig basket against the stone wall, she exclaimed, "Meow, there's honey, so much honey. What about the bees?" "They gone, but there are plenty of big white larvae." Bee larvae? After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang San asked, "Are they toxic? This stuff must be rich in protein." "Yes, you can eat the heads. I mean, humans can." This was a tremendous windfall. Zhang San hurried forward, peeling back his swollen eyelids to closely examine the stone structure. The fissures were naturally formed by wind and sunlight, with a myriad of cracks inside. Some filled with honey, others with pupae or larvae. The bees, initially huddled together for warmth, had been scattered by the bear. After exacting revenge on the intruder, they had quickly succumbed to the cold, and the other bee species within perished as well. Extracting everything would be a considerable task, so Zhang San collected some samples and carefully packaged them. He then gathered a substantial amount of twigs, dry grass, and moist earth to seal the cracks, preventing other creatures from getting a head start. Under Meow Meow's guidance, he cracked open the bear's skull, retrieving a full and plump essence. Meow Meow handed it to him, but he pushed it back, stating, "From now on, you'll be in charge of Teach tomorrow. I shall visit old Xiao, and if there are no allergic reactions, I will bring him along. Otherwise, there is little that can be done." Indeed, Meow Meow has already shed her outer garment and burrowed into the quilt. Today, she has been unusually well behaved, not fidgeting about, but simply closing her eyes in preparation for slumber. Zhang San's hand, which had been draped around her back, slid down gently, and he playfully flicked the rubber band around her waist, inquiring about the promised tale. "It's far too unsightly. I wouldn't dream of showing it to you." She yawned and, in a dreamy whisper, murmured, "Let us sleep. Let us sleep. Tomorrow we shall rise early to gather honey." The lifeless brown bear from yesterday has vanished without a trace, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind, judging by the tracks on the ground. It was undoubtedly the work of that pack of wild dogs. Such solid bare bones, particularly the skull, one wonders how they could manage to gnaw through them and swallow. Branches blocking the crevices, grass stems having been partially pulled out, suggest that the dogs caught a whiff of the sweet scent, harboring the foolish hope of tasting the honey within, yet lacking the ability to use tools. They found themselves thwarted when a few sticks became wedged too tightly. Removing the obstruction, Xiao Xingxing leaned in to ascertain whether it was truly as Li Miao had described, a sight filled with golden hues. Zhang San's assumptions proved correct. After Su Bin stowed away the insect wings, Xiao Xingxing indeed exhibited no signs of allergy. Even during breakfast, seated opposite Su Bin, there were no visible symptoms, thus she joined in to assist. How, then, would they extract it? The saddle area, a relatively gentle spot between the two mountains. The beehive lay nestled within a crevice of a stone at the saddle, necessitating utmost caution for extraction. The outermost part posed little difficulty. The crevice was not overly narrow, allowing her to simply remove her outer garment and reach in with her arm. However, the deeper sections presented a challenge. To chip away at the stone directly? Both sides were steep, snowy mountains, and the side housing the hive was riddled with cracks, the rocks rather loose. Should an avalanche or landslide occur, escape would be impossible. After prudent deliberation, Zhang San resolved against taking such a risk, deciding instead to collect what they could and leave further endeavors for another day. Meow Meow unfurled a clean, thick cloth on the ground, while the three of them, each utilizing their own skills, began to excavate the tightly nestled beehive from the stone wall, placing the extracted honey directly onto the cloth. In truth, even just the outer layer yielded a considerable quantity of honey. Finally finished. The little glutton could hardly contain herself, eagerly licking the sticky honey that coated her hands. She had longed to taste it, but once her fingers were wet with saliva, she could no longer place the honey she had touched back onto the pile. Enduring the wait until now, gathering the corners of the cloth and tying them securely, she hefted the heavy bundle into the backpack. The spot where the cloth had rested oozed with honey, soaking into the snow and staining it a pale yellow. Zhang San, having felt hunger pangs, would naturally not let any go to waste, scooping it up to take along the remaining honey deep within the crevice. While inaccessible now, did not imply it would always be so. Honey is remarkably durable for storage, and the cold climate serves as a natural refrigerator, preventing the deceased bee larvae from spoiling. The trio had no intention of giving up. Finding various items to block the entrance once more, perhaps to return another day, Meow Meow playfully declared, "I want to eat honey-glazed braised meat." Zhang San, in high spirits, noted that the new year was approaching. Thus preparations for a sumptuous feast were in order. He readily agreed. "Very well. Honey-glazed ham. Certainly. Sweet and sour fish. I shall catch the fish. Excellent. And honey ribs, pork ribs, beaver ribs, goat ribs, or bear ribs. Let us take it step by step. Please, have mercy on me." Zhang San's hands were sticky, rendering him unable to pet the cat's head, and he raised an eyebrow. "With so many dishes on the list, do I not deserve some reward? I could treat you to a dish in return. Oh, you've gained some confidence. Not only can you make soup and simple stir-fries, but you've also learned to cook. What dish? In the midst of their conversation, Meow Meow mischievously inserted her finger into his mouth. Hee, finger licking good. Xiao Xingxing interjected. "Where is my knife?" Chapter 56. Thoughts. The patient's recovery coinciding with the harvest meant that the clouds of gloom hanging over everyone had finally dissipated. It was time to relax. Naturally, aside from Zhang San, who bore the responsibility of preparing the grand feast, the honey-braised meat was ready, and Meow Meow took it next door to dine and chat with Di Shuer and her husband, while Su Bin came over to lend a hand. Since altering his demeanor, Su Bin had become much less guarded, freely discussing anything save for military secrets. Despite the generational gap, the two young humans found an abundance of topics to delve into, such as the peculiarities west of the Zhenxing mountain range, the stylistic tendencies of federal television programs, and whether there was a show called Animal World. This marked the first time since arriving here that Zhang San felt so at ease in conversation. Meow Meow's knowledge and his were not frequently overlapping, and their thought processes differed significantly, making discourse challenging. Thanks to the former inhabitant, the residents of the settlement had little of substance to share. If only Su Bin were male. For a fleeting moment, Zhang San entertained the thought of having someone to share camaraderie with, far preferable to languishing in silence. Deep down, he yearned for companionship. Alas, she was female. He had to consider Meow Meow's feelings and could not afford to grow too close. The two opposite gender humans engaged in conversation remained unaware that silence had fallen next door. Di Shuer, having listened in for a while, quietly warned Meow Meow, "You ought to keep an eye on your man. He's getting too friendly with another woman. You must be cautious." It's fine. I am quite well behaved. What foolishness. The more compliant you are, the less he will take you seriously. Meow Meow tilted her nearly brand new little head, pondering for a moment before replying with a slight smile. "I trust him." Foolish girl, trusting is not as reliable as keeping a watchful eye. If he were to be seduced by a vixen, it would be you left crying. By the way, I've heard he professed his love to Paluo right before your eyes. And you didn't even utter a word. I genuinely trust him. You truly are a foolish girl, and you're just like this. Sure enough? Xiao Xingxing suddenly interjected. Di Shuer's eyes widened in astonishment. "After I've cared for you while you were ill for so many days, and it's only been a short while since you recovered, you dare to disregard me? How audacious! Were it not for the concern of being overheard next door, she would have slammed her fist on the table." Di Shuer suppressed her anger and whispered, "What's wrong? Am I not looking out for her? What can't you say?" Xiao Xingxing did not relent, but instead asked, "How many times have you met your grandmother?" "About 10 times. Why?" "Too few to count, is it not? You arrived late and are unaware of what Li Miao has endured. She is transformed, yet her nature remains unchanged. She may never change in this lifetime." Though she had not encountered her grandmother many times, Di Shuer felt an innate fear of her. With Xiao Xingxing's reminder, she suddenly recalled that Li Miao spent all her time nestled in her grandmother's embrace. Were the roles reversed, she would be terrified beyond measure. Having followed her grandmother for so long, what had Li Miao gone through? She instinctively shrank her neck, afraid to imagine that Li Miao is gentle, but I am not. Di Shuer mentally devised a plan. She could not provoke Tianzhu, but could she not handle Su Bin? If she caught the two of them in an inappropriate situation, she would certainly give Su Bin a beating. No, she would ruin his face. After all, he was the one who had tempted another woman's husband. Her straightforwardness fueled her anger further, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Xingxing. And you? What is wrong with me? What does this have to do with me? I am allergic to Su Bin. While speaking face-to-face is fine, if I accidentally touch something she has come into contact with, I would still swell up. Did you not see the names carved into the chairs? I'm just trying to avoid sitting in the wrong spot. Following her gaze, Di Shuer looked at the backrest of the chairs. And indeed, 5 chairs bore names carved in varying lengths. The 2 with identical characters belonged to Miao Miao. The 3 with the middle 2 characters the same belonged to Xiao Xingxing, while her 3 characters differed entirely. As for which belonged to Tianzhu and which to Su Bin, they were literate enough to discern, and as long as she did not sit in the wrong place, it sufficed. With a belly full of unexpressed anger, Di Shuer ground her teeth in frustration. Oh, whatever, let us eat. She picked up her chopsticks and reached into the bowl, but found nothing. Peering in, she discovered that Miao Miao had polished off the honey-braised meat. I was afraid it would cool down and not taste good if reheated, so I finished it. Miao Miao felt no shame and continued, Shuer, wait a moment. The new dishes should be ready soon. I'll go fetch them for you. I can go myself. Di Shuer held her back, then headed toward the kitchen. I want to see what you 2 lovebirds can possibly find to talk about. Xiao Xingxing shook his head. Don't be fooled by Shuer's stature. In reality, she is the youngest among the 5 of us, far too impulsive. Shortly thereafter, the illiterate little wolf girl returned, bewildered, carrying spicy tree bark pork legs and a sweet soup. What are these red bars? What are these 2-dimensional monkeys? What are these golden roosters? What is this cyberspace guest? She could understand every word they uttered, yet together they made no sense to her. Though she did not comprehend, she knew it was not romantic. Old Xiao. Teach me to read. Not wishing to waste the precious spice bark powder, Zhang San, after preparing the pork leg, instructed Su Bin to stoke the fire, adding oil to fry the bee larvae. Once everything was cooked, he spread the pre-mixed nut powder batter in the oil, frying it until both sides turned golden brown. Since the oil rendered from animal fat contains toxins much like the meat, he only fried 1 pancake before stopping. The remaining batter was poured into another pot, along with wild vegetable scraps and a pinch of salt, simmering into a dumpling soup. Su Bin muttered to himself. Another soup? Fine. I have no grounds to be picky. Just getting a meal is enough. That you've had your say. What more can I add? Why is it that the 3 of them can eat meat without issue? What secret does the grandmother they often mention hold? Where can I find her? I'm nearly dying of hunger. Zhang San chuckled. I know that one that there is indeed a secret, and it's quite simple. What is it? Raise many bees. Those that can be eaten live, and those that cannot be eaten died. If you wish to meet her, I can escort you a little ways. Su Bin discerned the playful glint in his eyes and declined, saying, no need for your assistance. With that, he carried the soup away. As dinner concluded, Zhang San disregarded the chore of washing the dishes, shutting the door, and embracing the little cat girl as he drifted into slumber. Noticing her restlessness in his arms, he lifted the blanket slightly and inquired, what troubles you? I feel a bit too full. A bit of exercise will help digest it. Come, allow me to assist you in dressing. Just as her small hands paused while unbuttoning, Miao Miao's voice conveyed confusion. Did you just mix up your words? Burp. Chapter 57. The journey to Yuan Mountain after a bountiful harvest. The finest reward he allowed himself was merely half a pancake. The bee larvae could only be sampled, not consumed in excess, and Zhang San yearned to experience the sensation of devouring meat heartily. After much contemplation, he realized that only a few types of fish met the criteria. Where can we find fish? Miao Miao, who was in the midst of gathering firewood, halted her actions and gestured with the fire stick towards the east. There is a great river in that direction. I caught sight of it from the mountains while foraging for bird eggs. However, it is quite a distance away, and it may take a whole day to reach. I was planning to catch a few once spring arrives. To prepare sweet and sour fish, let us set out today before the temperature drops. I will gather supplies. Besides alleviating his cravings, Zhang San also wished to prepare some fish meat as a nutritional reserve, to be ready for unforeseen circumstances. After all, should he accidentally sustain an injury, who would procure sustenance to restore his strength? Even though Xiao Xingxing and the others shared a close bond with him, he could not wholly rely on them. His own health and safety could not be entrusted to others. You prepare, the water is boiling, I will wash the sheets. Unable to create a large wooden basin, they had to make do with a stone trough. The water cooled rapidly, and they needed to wash while it was still hot enough to handle that. As Su Bin passed by with the sled, he noticed the steaming stone trough and extended his hand for warmth, assisting by scrubbing a bit. Li Miao. You aren't going out with Tianju today? I plan to go out after washing the sheets. He is tidying up his things that in this frigid weather. 1 T the rope freeze into 2 thin sheets. Later, take my rope. I'll supervise from the side and dry it by the fire. With that, Su Bin teasingly added, what prompted you to suddenly wash the sheets in the middle of winter? Hee, I ate too much yesterday and accidentally soiled the bed. Is everything alright? Was it the cold wind that got to you? You must be cautious. Catching a chill is no trivial matter. On the topic of catching a chill, she indeed held considerable authority. It wasn't the cold wind. It's just a shame to waste such a good meal. Washing a single sheet together was swift. Given the limited conditions, they could only use cold water. Zhang San finished packing his things and waved. There's still half a ladle of hot water in the pot. You both can warm your hands. I'll wring out the sheets. Taking the frozen sheet, Su Bin fixed his gaze on the sleeping bag on Zhang San's back and asked, what are you two up to? You ought to inform us. Heading east to fish. Isn't that too far? Are you planning to spend the night in the snow? As an elder brother, Su Bin was somewhat familiar with the general topography surrounding their small town. She knew the slow-flowing river to the east and was aware that it was separated from them by several small hills. Oh, you have a net? No. Meow Meow said she can fish. I once encountered elephants to the north. They were quite temperamental. We had to kill nearly half of them before they fled in fear. The elephants from the Jinxing Mountains hold grudges. You should keep your distance and try to head south. Su Bin's willingness to offer caution surprised Zhang San, as it indicated that she had begun to regard herself as part of their group. All right, thank you. Safe travels to hedge against any unforeseen events. Zhang San packed provisions for 5 days, calculating 3 meals a day to in the event of an emergency. Rationing would allow them to sustain themselves for half a month without issue. In addition, he included some basic supplies and a military shovel. The scenery along the way was monotonous. Mountains, trees, and snow. Aside from a single nut-bearing tree they encountered, everything else was unremarkable. The nuts could wait until their return. Minimizing unnecessary wait was paramount, with the day's brief. The sun dipped behind the mountains, and darkness swiftly enveloped the sky. Zhang San found a sturdy slope sheltered from the wind and set up camp. He chopped down branches while Meow Meow gathered them. Using the shovel to trim the sides, the couple then erected a frame, laying branches atop it to create a rudimentary wooden shelter for additional protection against the cold wind. After walking all day, the warmth generated during midday now steadily drained the body's heat. They arranged stones in a circle and ignited a campfire in the center. Due to the dampness, the smoke from the fire was thick and white. Just getting it lit was a feat in itself. There was little room for complaints. With that thought, Zhang San removed his long boots and soaked socks, placing them at a safe distance to dry. As cold creeps in from the feet, preserving one's soles is crucial during long treks. Neglecting their care is unacceptable. Meow Meow's leather boots were crafted by Su Bin, featuring a thick fur upper and multi-layered fabric soles. They were wearable, but merely so. Putting them on and taking them off was rather cumbersome. Zhang San grasped her small calf, methodically pulling off her boots and socks, revealing her tiny feet, icy to the touch. Did your heel get rubbed raw? Let me take a closer look. Meow Meow's face flushed instantly, her usual confidence faltering as she stammered. No, don't sniff. What had begun as a reflexive action bore no special intentions. However, her protest stirred ripples of amusement within Zhang San, who decided to tease her. Why not? It should smell terrible. She did not wish to reveal an unfavorable side of herself. Is that so? I shall take a whiff. Meow. No, you cannot. Despite her attempts to thwart him, the little cat girl lay back in her sleeping bag, appearing as if she had succumbed to fate, as though she had lost all meaning in her cat life. Zhang San deliberately placed her shoes and socks apart from his own, then earnestly reassured her, rest assured, there is no odor whatsoever. Meow Meow shot up, exclaiming, I want to smell yours too. What kind of reasoning was this? What is there to smell about mine? Zhang San held on to her calf to prevent her from succeeding. You naughty rascal. In the midst of their playful tugging, Zhang San had already dried his shoes and socks, wrapped them in cloth, and tucked them into the sleeping bag, then promptly crawled in himself. Meow Meow pouted and opened her sleeping bag to join him as the flames dimmed. The mountains were adorned with twinkling stars, making it the perfect time to drift into dreams in the tranquil depths of night. One of the sleeping bags suddenly deflated, a shadow darting out like lightning, silently burrowing into the neighboring sleeping bag. Humph, if you want to let me sniff, then I shall sniff regardless. Not only that, but I will leave a mark, so he knows I've smelled it. Sniff, sniff, ugh. Chapter 58. The indigenous feeling unwell again. I shall fetch you a bowl of hot soup. Xiao Xingxing threw on a coat and got out of bed. This marked the third time in 2 days that Di Shui had dry heaved. Don't tea bother. Even if you cook it, I want tea drink it. Di Shui stopped him, adding, just the thought of swallowing something makes me feel nauseous. Enduring it isn't a solution. I'll go look for some medicine for your stomach from Tianju. He said we could take what we need. Medicine may not be effective. I likely don't have an illness. If it's not an illness, then what is it? Zhang San found himself in a dream, where he transformed into a butterfly. No, it was not quite a butterfly. More accurately, he was a caterpillar that had yet to break free from its cocoon. The enclosing chrysalis was both elastic and soft, trapping him tightly within. It felt as though a heavy weight pressed down upon him, constricting and suffocating, making it difficult to breathe. The hell with this. I won't be Zhuangzhou anymore. He opened his eyes to see a faint crescent moon, its delicate pink hue suspended quietly in the clear, profound night sky. Today marked the second day of the Lunar New Year. A blood moon in the Lunar New Year. This year was a year of blood. The stifling heat swiftly drew his attention away from the celestial wonders to the cramped confines of the sleeping bag. Why is it so hot and cramped? His arm was ensnared by something, rendering him unable to move. He twisted his body and tilted his head to peer into the darkness of the sleeping bag, only to be greeted by a vast expanse of blackness. He strained to pull his hand from the soft warmth, only to be assaulted by the frigid air, causing goosebumps to erupt across his arms. The haze of sleep dissipated under the onslaught of the cold, and Zhang San became fully alert, immediately assessing the situation and reaching out to poke the dark object. It was ahead. Suppressing his fear, he continued to explore further. The size and feel seemed somewhat familiar. Meow Meow, what are you doing here? And where are your clothes? The little cat girl stirred awake, lifting her head to reveal drowsy eyes, her shoulders shifting as if attempting to free her hand. But her feeble strength failed her. She nuzzled against Zhang San, letting out a few sleepy mews before burying her head and dozing off again. Concerned she might catch a chill, Zhang San refrained from unzipping the sleeping bag, exerting all his strength to tuck his arm back in. How did she manage to squeeze in through such a narrow gap? And I didn't even feel it. A bold thought emerged. As dawn broke in the east, Meow Meow yawned, lifting the edge of the sleeping bag, her cherubic face imprinted with the pattern of Zhang San's sweater. Good morning, Meow. Good morning, Zhang San replied. Not at all good. He had barely slept through the latter half of the night. Can you revert to your original form? This way, I can't get up. No, the timing isn't right. So she really had transformed back. I didn't see it. I didn't see it at all. Zhang San couldn't help but ask, what timing is required? Can you let me know next time? It's a matter of feeling. I want to tell you. I'd be utterly embarrassed to be seen. What with your speaking habits? It's a side effect. It will revert soon. It's already back. After much struggle, Zhang San finally extricated himself from the cozy cocoon of the sleeping bag. Meow Meow handed over her shoes and socks, and after dressing, Zhang San gathered firewood to ignite a flame, warming Meow Meow's clothes before presenting them to her. Once she had clumsily donned her garments, her leather boots felt pleasantly warm. Despite her utmost caution, Meow Meow still caught a chill, occasionally succumbing to a cough. Setting a kettle upon the fire, they diligently heated their provisions, complementing their meal with the boiling, tangy snow melt. With their breakfast concluded, they shouldered their packs and continued their journey eastward. After traversing 2 more mountain peaks, the landscape ahead unexpectedly opened up. A broad, level road meandered along the base of the mountains, stretching into the distance. Speckled with patches of color, Zhang San recognized this as a frozen river. They were nearing their destination. The further they advanced, The clearer the icy waterway became, he could discern that the brown, black, and tawny spots above were individuals clad in animal skins, primitive beings, along with massive canines tethered by ropes around their necks. They were making holes in the ice, calling out rhythmically as they cast their nets to catch fish, likely the indigenous inhabitants of this region. Fortuitously, they had not encountered the federal research expedition heading westward. Cautious as ever, Zhang San did not pin his hopes on the simplicity of their customs. He crouched quietly, observing, waiting for the natives to depart. When the moment arrived, he would see if he could scavenge any leftovers or utilize the ice holes they had created for fishing. The north wind blew from the north to the south. Although its path was influenced by the mountain terrain, veering east or west, it predominantly flowed southward. The couple, wary of the potential presence of wild elephants, adjusted their course slightly to the south, placing the natives and their dogs to their southeast. The scented northern breeze wafted along the frozen river, weaving through the mountains and into the keen noses of the dogs. Woof, woof, bark. The resounding barks echoed through the mountains. A hand raised pointed directly at Zhang San's general location. This was dire. They had been discovered. Zhang San chose not to flee, uncertain if he could outrun the mutated dogs. The most prudent course of action was to quickly mark every living creature within sight with a red line, which he was already doing. Chapter 59. The witch and the painting Meow Meow stood quietly by. Studying his profile, she knew what she must do, not to be a hindrance and to protect herself. With several hundred meters to climb, she awaited the natives' approach, confident that by the time they arrived, they would be ensnared by the red lines. Zhang San had no need for concern, silently waiting for the inevitable confrontation. Leading the group was a youth in his teens, undeterred by the cold. Adorned with shiny silver jewelry around his neck and ears, wielding a spear, dressed entirely in garments crafted from beast hides, perhaps overheated from climbing, he removed his thick fur hat and gazed up at the couple. Zhang San was able to discern his features: an elongated head, yellowish-black skin, a freckled face, and a fine black mustache adorning his upper lip. Following closely behind were a dozen tribesmen, both male and female. Mostly young. A few held leashes attached to robust dogs resembling lions. The youth thrust his spear forward, demanding, "What are you sneaking around for?" The sharp, reflective tip of the spear pointed directly at Zhang San's eye. Yet he remained unfazed and replied calmly, "Just passing through." "Passing through? With a physique like yours, you must have been raised on elephant milk. Speak. Are you a spy sent by the Elephant Clan?" Zhang San pondered the mention of the Elephant Clan. Suspecting that the natives in this area led a simple life akin to that of the Amber tribe, engaged in fishing, hunting, and farming. "I am not one of those you speak of," he asserted. The youth shook his spear, the gleaming tip wavering before Zhang San's face. Although it did not touch him, Zhang San felt a tingling sensation between his brows, extending to the tip of his nose. "What evidence do you have to prove you are not?" "Ha! If you suspect me of being from the Elephant Clan, it is you who should provide evidence, not me to prove my innocence." The youth was taken aback by Zhang San's retort, momentarily stunned before erupting in rage. "You dog-born wretch, stop wasting my time. If you can't provide evidence, I will gouge out your eyes." Zhang San felt no turmoil within. In his previous life, even terms like wisdom, talent, or invincibility had become derogatory insults. Having spent years online, he was accustomed to vulgarities. Insults such as fool or idiot had become mere flirtatious banter between lovers. Moreover, during his time in the settlement, he had often been the target of backbiting, rendering such insults unworthy of his concern. I must tease Meow Meow more. I feel restless if I don't hear her scold me for being a bad guy at least once a day." Before Zhang San could react further, someone else had already crossed the line. A young girl suddenly sprang from behind him, exclaiming, "You are a dog. You are the dog." Her voice, muffled by a mask, added a playful innocence to her words. Rather than becoming angry, the youth laughed, stroking the large dog beside him. "Thank you for the compliment. Dogs are divine and also my family. However, I know that for you, calling someone a dog is an insult." This trick never fails. With a swift motion, he commanded, "Take them away. No need for pushing. I will follow willingly." With that, Zhang San embraced Meow Meow, shielding her entirely. Confident that no danger loomed, he cooperated with the group of youths, obediently following them back to the fishing site. The fishing site. The young men and women were also present, with no middle-aged individuals in sight. This struck Zhang San as peculiar, even if the settlement lacked elders. One would expect to find some middle-aged folk. Realizing it was not the time for inquiries, he quietly observed under the watchful eyes of the guards. He watched them as they broke the ice, cast their nets, and maneuvered the rods forward, pulling the nets in tandem with their dogs, sorting through the thrashing river fish. Meow Meow pointed at a fish discarded to the side, murmuring, "Poisonous, poisonous, still poisonous. Why not discard that fin goldfish? Its toxicity is the strongest." Hearing Meow Meow's words, one of the guards remarked, "Little sister, you may be young, but you know quite a bit. We're keeping that finned goldfish to concoct poison when that witch returns. We'll show her." Which? Zhang San furrowed his brow, hoping it would not impact his journey eastward. Zhang San neither struggled nor resisted. The guards, labeling him as timid and docile, lowered their vigilance considerably. There was a small girl, adorably cute, with 2 pairs of crystalline wings on her back, reminiscent of a rainbow torn from the clouds, clad in a long gown, as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale. And then she held a piece of human skin, upon which a woman's portrait was drawn in human blood, that which would ask everyone, "Am I not more beautiful than her?" If you answered no, calamity would befall you. The witch wielded some unknown power, and those who crossed her either perished or were left maimed. The crucial point was that they could do nothing against her. Zhang San suggested, "Just compliment her beauty, and that should suffice." "Humph, you think you're the only one who can think of that. If you praise her as being more beautiful than the one in the portrait, she will become obsessed, frantically questioning how she is more beautiful and in what ways. If you cannot provide a satisfactory answer, the outcome will be even worse. Those who survived have mostly gone mad." As they conversed, the entire fishing process concluded, and the western sky began to blush. Everyone began to pack their belongings. That Ah Huang, "Spit it out. You can't eat that." The urgent cry caught Zhang San's attention. Shifting his gaze, he saw a girl raising her arms high, jumping to swat a large yellow dog. "You can't eat that. It has parasites." The girl anxiously struck the dog twice, but the thick-skinned creature paid her no mind. Stubbornly intent on eating, it tilted its head back, ignoring her urgings, and swallowed the fish it had pilfered. "You." Seeing the fish had already been swallowed, the girl stamped her foot and turned to seek the previously leading youth. "Fishing brother, do you have any wormwood roots at home? That yellow dog stole food again. Don't worry, Xiao Yi. Once we finish this catch, I'll check at home. What are you standing around for? Let's go," the guard urged Zhang San. The group had finished packing and was ready to return to camp. Chapter 60. A guest arrives. They untied the rope from the fishing net, reattaching it to the sled, the other end connected to the dog's collar. At the master's command, the sled dog began to run, pulling the heavy load of fish southward. At the foot of the southern mountains lay a small fishing village, where, as night fell, curling wisps of smoke rose. As those waiting at home anticipated the return of their families laden with bounty. In this village, every household owned dogs, colloquially known as Dog Village. Xiao Yi approached with a dog named Ah Huang. The woman who had spoken to Zhang San earlier, Waterfong, "Don't drink the remaining half jar of potato wine at home." Understood. Waterfong took hold of the dog leash, scratching Ah Huang's chin. "We can't take advantage of fishing brother's wormwood roots." With that, he playfully pinched Ah Huang's face. "You greedy creature, now I have no wine to drink." The mutated dog was quite large, sitting higher than a person, and with a single bite, Ah Huang could easily take off Waterfang's head. However, having been raised by this family from a young age, it would only squint its eyes and endure the teasing, letting itself be scolded. You think it's still the year of the dog. Today is already the 3rd day of the pig year." Waterfong secured the leash to the sled, allowing Zhang San and Meow Meow to sit in front, while he and Xiao Yi followed behind. Keeping watch. Ah Huang was strong enough to pull 4 people along with the heavy sled. This was Zhang San's first experience riding a dog sled, and he found it quite amusing. Perhaps he would try to tame a wild dog himself one day to spare Di Shui and Su Bin from hauling wood and ice daily. Meow Meow exhibited little reaction. Grandma often called upon Guan Xin to pull the cart, and as a pet, she had shared many rides. Occasionally, if someone angered Grandma, they might also find themselves tethered. She had ridden in the cart pulled by Yao Zhan and had also experienced the one drawn by Paluo. When Paluo, lacking strength, could not manage, he was left gasping under the lash, and it remained a mystery who revived him. As they drifted into contemplation, they had already arrived at the fishing village. Upon hearing the commotion, children rushed out from their homes, clamoring to gather around, some poking at river fish, while others sought their parents for a comforting embrace. The charming girl, resembling a little potato, scampered over, and Shui Fong crouched down to lift her high into the air. "Daddy, who are these two people?" The little girl buried her face in Shui Fong's embrace, discreetly wiping her nose clean. The father was at a loss. They might be from the elephant tribe, yet the woman was not particularly tall. Perhaps she wasn't to utter such significant words in front of Zhang San suggested either profound thoughtfulness on his part or a prolonged isolation from the world, resulting in a relatively simple demeanor. After cleaning her nose, the girl turned to Xiaoyi with outstretched arms, playfully demanding, "I want mommy to hold me." Xiaoyi coaxed, "White egret, be good. Mommy is all covered in fishy smells. Can we wait until we get home for a hug?" Noticing Meow Meow's rapt attention, Zhang San leaned in and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Meow Meow, blushing and lowering her head, fidgeted with her hands, murmuring, "I also want to give you a little baby." After distributing the caught fish, the villagers led their children back home for dinner. The village chief, Yu Sheng, suddenly lost his jovial demeanor. He lit a roll of grass leaves into a cigarette and smoked in silence, his weathered expression not befitting his age. After finishing the entire roll, he waved away the smoke from his body, ensuring it did not linger around the little egret. He then approached with several men. "Thank you for your hard work." Shui Fong as he spoke. He offered her a cigarette. Shui Fong politely declined. "It's too strong for me. I can't handle it." "Perfect. That saves me a stick," Yu Sheng replied, eliciting laughter from the surrounding men. "What strength? It must be Xiaoyi who is strong." Shui Fong was notoriously afraid of his wife. If Xiaoyi forbade him from smoking, he dared not defy her. After the laughter subsided, Yu Sheng turned to Zhang San, saying, "I've considered it, and your temperament and eloquence are worlds apart from that rowdy bunch. The fabric of your clothing is not something the elephant tribe could produce. You must be from a big city. What era are we in now? What does that mean? Is it already over?" Zhang San was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought that with so many children in the village, it would be inconvenient to unleash violence. Now, it seemed he need not resort to arms, thus preserving his image in Meow Meow's eyes. During this time, he had learned much about the Federation from Su Bin, and thus he remarked to Yu Sheng, "There is a country to the east called Ruibong." "East?" Yu Sheng inquired suspiciously, gazing into the distance. "Didn't you come from the northwest? We arrived in summer, planning to return after winter." "Summer?" Yu Sheng exchanged glances with the others, then turned back to ask, "The elephant tribe suffered the loss of over half their wild elephants." Zhang San tugged at Su Bin's tiger skin, affirmatively nodding without a hint of shame. "We were the ones who killed them." "Haha, we have hope now." It was no wonder this burly man remained unfazed even when threatened with a harpoon. Those from the big city were indeed accustomed to the grander sights of the world. If he could slay elephants as tall as 3 stories, he must be an extraordinary individual. Thankfully, they had refrained from engaging him. The village, having already suffered under the witch's torment, faced self-sufficiency challenges. Should their numbers dwindle further, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 61. Hospitality. As the sun set and the chill settled in, Yu Sheng said to Zhang San, "If you two don't mind, you may stay at my home tonight." Zhang San smiled. "Such hospitality is hard to decline. By the way, I still don't know your name. I am Tianju, and this is my beloved, Meow Meow." Meow Meow smiled foolishly and waved hello. "I am Yu Sheng. Currently the village chief. My home is up against the mountain over there." He gestured towards a particular house. However, the hearts of men do not always align, and Zhang San had no way of knowing which wooden house belonged to him among those clustered near the mountain. Upon arrival, he realized that the 9 houses closest to the mountain all belonged to Yu Sheng. "This one belongs to my uncle. The stone structure is my godfather's. The one with the roof smashed by falling rocks is my brother's. We rarely have falling rocks here. That incident was an accident. So you need not worry." Why Yu Sheng proudly introduced each house to the couple. He offered no explanation. Yet Zhang San understood the implications of these houses now belonging to him alone. "What do you think? With so many houses, I can choose whichever one I like to stay in. Isn't that quite delightful? It's akin to how emperors once selected concubines for their chambers." The smile crept onto his lips, albeit faint. Zhang San turned to gaze at the foot of the mountain. The illuminated houses likely accounted for only a third of the total. He inquired without context. Was it all the work of that witch? Yu Sheng understood perfectly well, having intended to clarify. He shook his head. "No, some were lost in last year's conflict with the elephant tribe, and a small number fell to the hands of refugees. Recently, The witch caused chaos, resulting in many deaths. The rest took their own lives. With too many questions swirling in his mind, Zhang San chose the most recent one to voice: suicides? Parasitic disease, Yusheng sighed. Rolling up his left sleeve to reveal his arm, covered in flakes of skin. The flakes were due to a lack of bathing, not the result of the disease. His arm quivered violently, as if something slithered beneath the skin. Noticing Meow Meow clutching Zhang San in fear, Yusheng chuckled reassuringly. Sister-in-law, don't worry. It's not transmitted through the air or by contact. Curious, yet apprehensive, Meow Meow peered out, observing the movement of his skin. Timidly asking, does it not hurt? I'm used to it. And if one day you are not used to it, strangely enough, Yusheng continued, the quack from the Medicine Valley once dissected a villager who couldn't endure the parasitic disease and committed suicide. Want to know what he found? Nothing beneath the skin, no parasites whatsoever. Could it be affecting the nerves? Zhang San ventured a guess. Is it in the brain? Yusheng's eyes widened as he smacked his thigh, exclaiming, oh no, how come you say that too? That quack. Ugh. That doctor cut open the arms and back, finding no parasites, yet insisted they were in the brain and demanded to perform a craniotomy for everyone to see. How could the villagers agree? They beat him up and sent him back to the Medicine Valley, and I heard he passed away shortly after, since someone from the big city echoed this sentiment. It must have been a mistake. Fortunately, he was only 4 or 5 years old at the time, merely having urinated a puddle of childish innocence without taking any action. Their conversation continued. They arrived at Yusheng's home. Woof, woof. Before they even entered, a formidable black dog charged out, barking furiously at the couple. Zhang San had encountered this dog before. It had once snapped a hemp rope while hauling a net, displaying immense strength. Go away, Yusheng scolded, and the black dog ceased its barking, lowering its massive head to nuzzle against its owner. Its tongue, a deep black, left Yusheng's face covered in slobber. Why have you only just returned? A youthful voice chimed as a girl, on the verge of adolescence, emerged from the yard. She stood about 1.15 times Meow Meow's height, bundled in thick clothing that concealed her figure, and wore a mask that obscured her face, revealing only her squinting eyes. Without waiting for inquiries, Yusheng introduced, this is Chui Cui. To prevent misunderstandings, he added, I'm her godfather. Unbeknownst to him, the term godfather carried a somewhat peculiar connotation in Zhang San's era, leading to his immediate association with the pear flower and begonia. Only later did Zhang San realize that due to limited arable land, the residents of Dog Village had to rely on aquatic produce for sustenance. As a result of the parasitic disease affecting their food sources, those capable would adopt orphan children under the pretense of being godparents. Chui seemed to have poor eyesight, noticing Yusheng speaking to someone beside her. She finally recognized the two unfamiliar figures standing in the dimness of the night. Assuming they were guests brought by her godfather, she warmly invited them inside and hurried to the kitchen to prepare more dishes for dinner. The house had a heated Kong, and Zhang San, not wanting to be overly polite, sat on the Kong alongside the hosts. Why not cook it thoroughly before eating? This time, it was not Yusheng who answered, but Meow Meow. The fish they catch, I noticed, primarily consists of the sturgeon, which can only be eaten raw. Cooking it renders it toxic. Indeed, sister-in-law is quite knowledgeable. Hee, it's nothing. I just know how to eat. There's such a thing? This was the first time Zhang San had heard of a food that could only be consumed raw and not heated. He was aware that mushrooms, beans, and potatoes were best cooked thoroughly. While he pondered, Chui had already served dinner on the Kong table. It was sashimi, slices of sturgeon artfully arranged. Chapter 62. Survival. To eat or not to eat was not the question. He had fought too hard to survive. He had learned to be frugal. Even a single matchstick was to be split in two with a red thread. Food was prepared in exact amounts. With strict management of vital resources, fearing a cold, he would work until drenched in sweat, yet dared not remove his coat. Waiting for the temperature to drop naturally, he resolutely avoided potentially harmful foods. Even the water for brushing his teeth had to be boiled, and so on. Every seemingly trivial detail could be fatal, and life was strictly regulated in every aspect. Such existence bore no resemblance to joy. Yet, the very act of surviving held a profound sense of accomplishment. Moreover, Zhang San was no longer alone. There was always hope for the future. Life was no trifling matter. Zhang San firmly declined. Brother Yusheng, we'll stick to our own food. If the fisherman had anticipated this outcome, he would have realized that first-time visitors to Dog Village are invariably met with such experiences. Brother Tianju, fret not. How could I possibly bring you harm? This sturgeon was not caught today. Rather, it was ensnared over 10 days ago when the ice had yet to solidify. My companion Chui Chui and I had rowed out in a boat to cast our nets and brought it in, hanging it outside to freeze until now. All the worms and their eggs within have succumbed to the frost. Our village's wisdom, passed down through generations, asserts that no one contracts parasitic diseases in the winter. Despite the weight of the fisherman's words, Zhang San remained steadfast in his refusal. Some matters cannot be compromised. I understand. The fisherman took a slice of sturgeon, savoring its exquisite flavor, the frozen fish fillet melting in his mouth like a delightful dessert, unparalleled in tenderness. Moreover, this river fish is devoid of small bones, making it quite convenient to consume. Naturally, he could not indulge endlessly, lest he suffer from an upset stomach. Chui Chui emerged from the kitchen with steaming sauce. Placing it on the stove to keep it warm, the two men dipped their sashimi into the sauce, quickly finishing 2 large plates. Meow Meow, ever curious about the taste, knew when to remain obedient, when Zhang San forbade her from eating. She neither protested nor fussed. After finishing their respective dinners, Meow Meow followed Chui Chui to sit against the wall on the heated Kong, as the four engaged in casual conversation. Although she did not taste the fish sashimi, she appreciated the good intentions behind it. It felt rather awkward to stay overnight in such comfort. I have a jar of honey. If you don't mind, you two can use it to brew tea or enhance the sauce's flavor. How could I possibly accept such generosity? The fisherman replied, his body betraying his words as he cheerfully accepted the offer. That I may not have much, but I do have plenty of space, Brother Tianju. If you grow weary, you are welcome to rest here. You can return to your homeland, Ruibong, in the spring. To be honest, my companions are still waiting for me at the camp. That I may linger here for a while. But not for long. Oh, I see. What you do is called reconnaissance, right? No, it should be referred to as a scout. Haha, you may call it whatever you wish. Zhang San and the fisherman enjoyed a jovial exchange. While Meow Meow and Chui Chui shared whispers, a blossoming flower new to adolescence. Chui Chui's curiosity surpassed that of a cat, bombarding Meow Meow with endless inquiries about Ruibong, her eagerness and longing for the outside world evident in her expressions and tone. This stumped the little kitten. Meow Meow disliked pondering deeply, and trusting her husband. She paid little heed to Zhang San and Su Bin's discussions, were it not for her grandmother's tales from her childhood. She truly would not know how to weave a narrative. Wow, you have already been married for half a year. Indeed. Chui Chui scrutinized the little sister before her, thinking how open city life is, allowing one so young to wed. Meanwhile, Meow Meow pondered that she was not yet 13 and already towered over Chui Chui. By the time she reached her age, she would likely catch up to Shua. This was the drawback of being so small. Even after transforming, one could not grow taller, unlike Shuer and the others, who had choices. If only she could grow a bit more, at least she wouldn't have to trouble him to lift her for a kiss. Hey, Brother Tianju, I have something to tell you. The fisherman's tone suddenly turned mysterious as he glanced at Meow Meow, straightened his posture to lean closer to Zhang San, and whispered, in the coming days, a woman may seek you out. Perhaps someone will knock on my door tonight. Zhang San appeared puzzled. That a woman? What for? Even if I resembled Panin, I cannot guarantee someone would throw themselves at me. Why is the fisherman so certain? He feigned ignorance. What do you mean? The fisherman took a deep breath, a sense of weariness contrary to his age appearing once more as he reminisced. When I first became aware of my surroundings, there were originally 11 villages or hamlets scattered within several dozen miles. Just a few years have passed, and with some deceased and others dispersed, only 3 remain, aside from Dog Village. Although I have not received formal education, I am aware of the perils of intermarriage. With such a small village and population, it is challenging to find a partner with a more distant blood relationship. Chui Chui's parents are blood relatives within 3 generations. She was born with vision problems. Whenever outsiders pass through, there is always hope that they might leave behind a legacy, allowing us to prolong our existence for a few more generations or years. No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of knocks echoed at the courtyard door. The fisherman raised an eyebrow, saying, "Look, here it comes." Rising from the calm, he lit the oil lamp and stepped into the courtyard, unbolting the door to find Shui Fong standing outside. "What the hell? Why is a man like you making such a fuss? Let Xiaoyi handle you. Chapter 63. Painting the tiger. Shui Fong scoffed. Sing, Grandma. Even if God himself came to Dog Village, he wouldn't have the chance to meet her. The fisherman teased him. You should say that in front of that group of charlatans at Shihua Village. What is there to fear? I could march to their gate and curse them out, then mount a dog and ride away. They have no steeds to pursue me. Speaking of which, I haven't seen anyone from Shihua Village in about half a year. They must be feasting on a bountiful harvest this year, too lazy to venture out, relying solely on their closely guarded crops to fill their bellies. Who knows? They are a superstitious lot, adhering to that end-time scripture, shunning outsiders and refusing to intermarry with other villages. No one is clear about the situation there. Shui Fong squeezed into the door, clutching a wine jar, and exclaimed, Enough of this chatter. Let's get the fire going and have a drink. Just the two of us. You rascal, are you here for the mugwort roots? I was just about to send them over tomorrow. Since we have guests, come on in and drink with us. Oh, everyone is here. Upon entering, Shui Fong greeted everyone, then added, This place is too cramped. What are children doing drinking wine? The fisherman waved Chui Chui away, telling her to go sleep in the corner. Chui Chui, engrossed in conversation with Miao Miao and her husband, pouted in discontent. How can I sleep with you all drinking nearby? If you can't sleep, then perfect. You can warm our wine. Come refuel it whenever you see someone finish. Humph. Chui Chui reluctantly climbed down from the Kong, and the four took their respective seats. It has been established that even a drop of alcohol can be harmful to the human body. However, Zhang San did not refuse this time, not out of gluttony, but because he had never contemplated living to a ripe old age. There were no elderly in the settlement, nor in Dog Village. According to Su Bin, the average lifespan in the Federation is less than 50. As long as he does not drink excessively, he will likely not live long enough to suffer the consequences of alcohol. Seizing the moment to enjoy life and add some spice to existence is also a commendable choice. The large bowl soaked in hot water was brought out and placed on the Kong table. It wouldn't do to drink without food, so Chui Chui was called back to the kitchen to prepare dishes. Naturally, the first bowl was given to the guest, Zhang San. The aroma of the alcohol was somewhat strong, though not classified as a spirit, and strange murky substances floated within the liquid, emitting an odd scent. Zhang San inquired, What is this brewed from? Doghead yam. It is toxic and cannot be consumed, only used for brewing wine. Once fermented, the toxins decompose along with, what is it called, carbohydrates. Yes, that it no need to worry about poisoning. If they had wanted to harm him when they captured him during the day, they would have acted by now. The murkiness of the wine was not something to be overly concerned with. Zhang San carefully sipped a mouthful, finding it quite sweet, albeit slightly astringent. He set it down and pushed it towards Miao Miao. Want to try? While speaking, he remained oblivious to the knowing glance exchanged between the fisherman and Shui Fong. To present the bowl he had sipped from to his wife in front of others was quite the display of openness among Ruibang people, wasn't it? Miao Miao removed her mask and cautiously took a small sip, the sweet wine sliding down her throat, causing her drowsy eyes to widen in surprise, revealing vertical pupils. By the time Zhang San noticed, she had already lifted the bowl and gulped down nearly half of it. She gasped, sticking out her tongue and fanning her mouth while not forgetting to exclaim, It's so delicious. The three men were taken aback, especially Shui Fong, seeing him stare intently at someone else's wife. The fisherman discreetly pinched Shui Fong under the table. Startled, Shui Fong snapped back to reality, pointing at Miao Miao and stammering, It's her. It's her. The woman depicted in the witch's skinning portrait is her. Although Tianju often teased her, the sense of security he provided was unparalleled. The dark winter night was rife with ravenous beasts lurking for food. Should one wander into the small town, it could cost her life. Moreover, during this time, Di Shuier had been eyeing her strangely, her words laced with sarcasm. Without Tianju mediating, she genuinely worried that Shuier might unleash her primal instincts and settle old scores with her. Anxious and sleepless, Su Bin, a decisive soldier, suddenly sat up, preparing to step outside for some fresh air. Through the window, he noticed a flickering candlelight coming from a certain house several dozen meters away. That must be Tianju's home. Have the couple returned? Elated, Su Bin immediately made his way over. The door was ajar, so he called out, Limiang. Before pushing the door open. At first glance, he did not see anyone. Peering inside, he noticed a girl seated quietly in front of a mirror at a dressing table, each side adorned with a red candle, meticulously combing her hair. This petite figure could only be Limier. Due to the angle, the mirror reflecting the dim candlelight revealed only the earthen wall. Su Bin could not see the girl's face. Approaching with a smile, he teased, "Let me see who this little darling is." So vain, he had long wanted to pinch her chubby cheeks. With Tianju absent, it was the perfect opportunity. Su Bin scooped her up from behind, but the sensation beneath his hands fell off. Such a well-proportioned face. Releasing her, he caught a glimpse of her reflection, which could only be described with two words: flawless. The face looked familiar, but he could not place it. "Who are you?" Su Bin immediately became alert. Swiftly retreating to the side of the door, his hand brushing against a steel ruler. "Why are you wearing pear seeds clothes and using someone else's belongings? You should have realized that by now." Tianju lived frugally. He typically only used a lard lamp and would never spare a candle. Pear Seed naturally followed suit, refraining from using any. Is this how a vassal speaks to their benefactor? "I am not fond of your tone." With a snap of her fingers, the girl continued to comb her hair, albeit clumsily, struggling for quite some time to fashion a decent braid. A sudden wave of suffocation enveloped Su Bin. Akin to being submerged underwater for 2 minutes without surfacing for air, her body instinctively sought rescue. Her mind spiraled into panic, unsure of how to proceed. Simultaneously, a strange, slick, and itchy sensation emerged on her skin and within her trachea. As if repulsive maggots were crawling over her, she involuntarily convulsed, yet summoned her willpower to shakily raise the steel ruler and strike at the flawless girl. She succeeded. The ruler penetrated the girl's skull. However, why did it feel as if it had sunk in? Shouldn't the feedback to her palm have been the solid tremor of bone? Instead, it felt softer than when she used a stick to wash clothes. Not only did the girl refuse to beg for mercy, but she also dared to retaliate. "Indeed, I admire you." The girl alleviated Su Bin's suffocation. Producing a piece of parchment, she breathed heavily, inhaling the soothing aroma that enveloped her. The strong scent of alcohol wafting from her breath, assaulting her face. Two furry tails, entwined around Zhang San's waist, swayed playfully. She cupped Zhang San's face and teased, "Do you think you can escape my grasp? Dear brother, you cannot. I shall kiss you as I please, as many times as I desire. Moi, 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 moi." Satiating her craving for kisses, she flashed a wicked smile, and with a flick of her wrist, the crimson thread expanded outward, causing all the garments adorning Zhang San to disintegrate into dust. Yet not a single hair on his body was harmed. With a hint of tipsy mischief, she tossed aside her little cat's attire, sending bedding and covers tumbling as the two of them rolled from one end of the bed to the other. As the sun climbed high in the sky, Meow Meow stretched languidly, nearly bringing tears to her eyes from the discomfort. "What happened, Meow?" she pondered, scratching her fuzzy head, only recalling something sweet and delectable, a drink she had fought over with the two tails. "That you're awake." "Meow." The sudden voice startled Meow Meow, causing her to pat her chest in surprise and inquire, "What happened to your face? It's all red and purple." Zhang San grimaced, lifting the covers to reveal his neck and chest. "How can you say that? How am I supposed to go out looking like this?" A cough escaped her as the cold air stung her throat. The large heater instinctively moved closer, reaching to pull out the warm clothes from beneath the covers and handed them to her. "Hurry and put these on, then find my spare clothes in the bag. From now on, if you touch alcohol again, I swear I'll make you regret it. Last night, it was almost my kidney that got taken. You better not beat me to it, or else." Humph. Was this really something Meow Meow would say? Or had the gentle, adorable, understanding little cat girl who cared for others gone? Dressed, Meow Meow gingerly descended from the bed, limping as she walked. Being half human and half beast was indeed taxing on her body, as the transformation had caused her lower back and hips to ache and swell, potentially leading to permanent damage if left unaddressed. After adjusting their attire, the couple made their way to the kitchen to boil water, followed by washing up and having a meal. "Shui Fong, are you up yet?" The impatient voice accompanied by a knock echoed, signaling the arrival of several people outside. Zhang San was munching on nut cakes, his mouth full of crumbs, making it difficult to respond. He donned a mask and raised his collar before stepping outside to open the gate. There stood Shui Fong and Yu Sheng side by side, along with an unfamiliar man holding a frozen paintbrush. Likely Lao Du behind them gathered a throng of onlookers, both men and women. "Have you eaten?" Shui Fong greeted, his gaze not lingering on Zhang San, but rather peering into the room. "Where's your sister-in-law? Let me see her. Does this woman look familiar to you?" Zhang San recognized the sketch of Poluo. A portrait drawn with a brush dipped in charcoal. Though he had never studied art, he couldn't deny its beauty, capturing a resemblance to Poluo, albeit only 6 or 7 parts similar. This degree of similarity could easily suggest she was not Poluo. The room was clearly too cramped to accommodate everyone, so Zhang San led Shui Fang and the others into the kitchen, where Miao Miao was cooling boiled water with a ladle. "How beautiful!" she exclaimed, shaking her head, firmly convinced that is not Poluo. She isn't that pretty. Not someone you know, but there is a slight resemblance. Indeed, could she be her twin sister? Impossible. Appearance is determined by both the essence of the body and the inner quality of a person. If she were Poluo's sister, then the essence of their shared being would also have to be twins that I see. Unlike the agricultural communities, the residents of Dog Village primarily relied on fishing and hunting for sustenance. Due to parasitic diseases, there were often cliff jumpers each year. Additionally, with several competing factions in the vicinity, various methods of conflict were commonplace, compounded by the existence of the medicinal valley, with numerous deaths and dissections setting the stage. They understood well what essence and inner qualities meant. The village had even seen dogs transform into human forms. Thus, upon realizing Miao Miao was not entirely human, the group did not display excessive shock. Suddenly, Zhang San recalled some crucial points and asked, "What do you mean by being unable to deal with the witch? What abilities does she possess?" "She can fly," Yu Sheng replied. He had not witnessed a human skin portrait, but had seen the witch glide gracefully on 2 pairs of luminous wings. Shui Fang added, "She cannot be killed by knives. The wounds do not bleed." His brother had tried to chop her with an axe, but it had no effect and only frightened him. Lao Du, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "Those she has harmed often cover their mouths, necks, and chests, their faces resembling those who have drowned." This, Zhang San found himself in a quandary. It truly seemed like Poluo. But wasn't she burned to death by Su Bin? Chapter 66. Fishing in the river regardless of whether it was Poluo or not. Since someone was looking for Miao Miao, it was now his concern. Resolutely, Zhang San decided to stay in Dog Village for a couple more days, hoping to encounter the witch. Just the thought of someone fixating on his wife made Zhang San uneasy, as if ants were crawling all over him. "Since we cannot be certain, we shall not intrude. These houses sit empty, so you may stay as long as you wish. Should you decide to settle down, our Dog Village welcomes you warmly." Zhang San smiled and expressed his gratitude on the surface while inwardly grumbling. "You were just looking for free labor and a breeding machine." The group did not linger long and returned home. The couple had come here to fish, and now that they were in a fishing village, there was no need for them to make their own fishing rods. Zhang San borrowed 2 rods from Yu Sheng and ventured with Miao Miao to the riverbank at the foot of the mountain. A makeshift rod was simply a stick, a line, and a hook. The fishing rods from Yu Sheng's family were of good quality, complete with reels for reeling in and letting out line. They were not fishing for sturgeons, but rather a herbivorous fish known as Sanxian Ben. Sanxian Ben had low toxicity and could further reduce toxicity when boiled multiple times and the broth discarded. There was no need to worry about parasitic infections while borrowing the fishing rods. Miao Miao had seen the hanging Sanxian Ben at Yu Sheng's house, but the villagers referred to this fish as 4-legged. It was likely that different communities such as Xiangzhou, Yaogu, and Shishuanjai had their own names for it. Considering that Miao Miao learned from her grandmother, Zhang San decided to call this fish with 3 black stripes and 4 legs Sanxian Ben. The hole left by the fish netting yesterday had frozen over with a thin layer of ice, which was easily broken. Miao Miao took out the fragrant tree bark for seasoning, grinding it into powder on a stone and sprinkling it into the water. She then threaded nuts onto the fishing hook and sat on a small stool, patiently awaiting a catch. Zhang San mimicked her actions, fishing at another ice hole. Old Du, having nothing to do, came over to observe what unique fishing techniques the outsiders possessed, although known as Old Du. He was hardly old. As a young lad in his teens, he soon grew bored and pulled out a sketch pad to draw with charcoal on rush paper. He depicted the couple fishing, as well as a young girl and a married woman bringing hot tea and warm water bags to the robust foreign man. "What fish are you catching?" "Sanxian Ben." "Oh, 4-legged, right? I have some at home." Come, don't fish anymore. It's so cold. Follow me to my house to get some." Zhang San couldn't just hit the girl, so he politely declined after much persuasion. Seeing that he could no longer fish, Zhang San helplessly packed up his gear and sat beside Miao Miao. slipping a warm water bag into her arms. He could not engage in any romantic entanglements with other women. Setting aside any notion of loyalty, from a purely practical standpoint, he could not betray Miao Miao. While the meat in their home was indeed caught by Zhang San, Miao Miao was not reliant solely on meat for sustenance. She could survive on bark and roots as well. He was different. Without Miao Miao helping him find food, he would starve within days. Tio put it bluntly, he was being supported by a cat girl. This was also why Miao Miao had been upset when Yuxing scolded her. Once she mastered her skills, she wouldn't have to worry about hunger if Miao Miao were to get angry and run away. Without the red thread to ensure her life and property, he would be filled with anxiety every day, making life unbearable. Unexpectedly, even while sitting next to his wife, a young girl approached to offer her warmth and concern. In this conservative village where couples felt shy about holding hands in public, openly flirting with another's husband did not seem to be a source of shame. Some bold girls even went so far as to touch him. Zhang San felt his scalp tingle, casting a pleading glance at Miao Miao. "Wife, say something." Miao Miao feigned annoyance, pouting cutely. Go away. You're scaring the fish away." "Haha, the little sister is jealous." The girls laughed and dispersed. And Miao Miao, neither angry nor upset, focused intently on fishing. Zhang San understood that she was not truly jealous, but merely acting according to his expressions. In annoyance, he tousled her hair. "What are you thinking all day? Someone is trying to steal your man. At least show some reaction. Don't act so indifferent. Where's your territorial instinct? Your possessiveness? You should at least know to protect your food. If you weren't so proactive usually. I do really think you didn't care about me." Miao Miao squinted her eyes in enjoyment of the massage, leaning her head against him, placing her finger to her lips in a shushing gesture, signaling Zhang San to keep quiet so as not to disturb her fishing endeavors. For a moment, he felt that Miao Miao's thoughts were more inscrutable than the emperor's. Yet upon reflection, perhaps she simply had no thoughts at all. Without thoughts, how could one guess the answer? She simply believed in him, and thus did not concern herself. In the silence, the fishing rod suddenly bobbed, swiftly being dragged into the water. But a cat's reflexes are 7 times faster than that of a fish. The moment the river fish bit the hook, Miao Miao reacted instantly, seizing the rod and pulling upwards with all her might. A pound of fish can exert a force of 10 pounds beneath the water. With the ice sealing the river's surface, there were no points of leverage, and the small boots carved 2 parallel lines through the shattered snow. Just as Miao Miao was about to be dragged into the icy depths, Zhang San lunged forward, his broad and powerful hand grasping both the fishing rod and the small hand clutching it. With his other hand, he deftly turned the reel to pull in the line. The fishing rod bent at an astonishing angle, as if it might snap at any moment, while the line remained taut and straight. After a fierce struggle, the reel whirred, wrapping the line in tight circles, and today's first catch was finally hooked. The fish, shimmering silver with 6 whiskers protruding from its mouth, was known as a cod cat. It was large and vigorous, too much for Miao Miao to hold, and when Zhang San attempted to lift it, he found it weighed as much as 2 bricks, with its venomous nature rendering it inedible. He cursed, "Damn it, what's a carnivorous fish doing here? It's left me with nothing but disappointment." Zhang San gave it 2 hefty slaps before kicking it back into the river, without needing Miao Miao to remind him. He knew that such a foolish fish could not possibly possess any essence. Excited by the prospect of fishing, Zhang San lowered the rod back into the river to fish alongside her. The village girls came and went, and knowing that their presence might scare away the fish, Zhang San wandered away from the fishing spot. He did not forget to caution Miao Miao. If you encounter a large fish that you cannot pull in, do not strain yourself. Your cough is not yet healed. Be wary of the river water. Zhang San approached old Du, who had painted many pictures. The last one depicted Zhang San and Miao Miao cozily fishing together. Because the perspective was pulled back, both the dog village and the towering icy river were captured in the artwork, rendering their features somewhat abstract. The craftsmanship was average, lacking profound intent, yet Zhang San cherished it. "This is for you." Old Du handed him the painting. Zhang San hesitated to accept, thinking, "Why should I? I have no female relatives at home." Reassured by this thought, he finally took it, retrieving a few pieces of honey from his pocket as a token of gratitude, and showed the painting to Miao Miao. Her keen eyes spotted the faint lines that represented her small, indistinct face. Look, he even drew whiskers for me." "Is that so?" Zhang San leaned in for a closer inspection. Chuckling, Those aren't cat whiskers. They are fox whiskers. Look, he drew 9 tails behind you. In winter, fish are generally inactive, and by afternoon, the chances of catching any dwindled. Due to some disturbances, Zhang San came up empty-handed that day. While Miao Miao managed to catch 8 river fish, 3 of which were edible, 2 small fish the size of a palm, and 1 approximately 2 pounds, a 3-line fish, weight measurement based on locality standards. While the harvest appeared bountiful, the actual consumable portion was woefully scant, insufficient even for Miao Miao's needs. This made Zhang San realize that relying solely on fishing would not suffice to fill their bellies. It was no wonder that the people of Dog Village resorted to eating sturgeon. They were truly left with no choice. Chapter 67. Leisurely winter days. Tomorrow, they would continue fishing, so the rod was not yet returned. The two gathered their belongings and returned to the stone house. The greatest advantage of winter was not having to worry about food spoiling. Once Miao Miao finished catching the mice in the house, Zhang San hung the 3 fish, 2 small and 1 large, on the courtyard wall that a cold breeze would soon turn these fish into freeze-dried delicacies, remaining unspoiled until spring thawed them. His thoughts had shifted since first meeting Miao Miao. As long as she was happy, he would let her eat mice if that pleased her. In this uncertain, end-of-days world, what could be more important than bringing joy to one's cherished companion? Miao Miao tiptoed and gave him a kiss, eagerly setting up a fire in the courtyard to roast the mice. Mice were her 3rd favorite food, the top being canned meat produced by the Federation. Zhang San sliced a piece of fish, seasoned it with fragrant tree bark powder and salt, preparing to grill it to enjoy with some flatbread. A little indulgence. By the way, Miao Miao pointed at Zhang San's back. One of those small fish, the plump one, must be a female, likely carrying roe. Can such small fish even be pregnant? They only grow this big. It's a matter of species. I see. Since Miao Miao mentioned it. The roe must be edible. Zhang San turned around, gutted the fish, and extracted a belly full of roe. He then placed it in a pot, adding water and salt to cook it in the midst of their busy work. He failed to notice the disappointment in Miao Miao's eyes. The fish were small, and naturally, there was not much roe. After dividing it, there was barely enough to satisfy their appetites. After a satisfying meal, the little cat girl nestled into his arms, purring. Perhaps it was an illusion, but after feasting on roasted mice, her eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, and when she smiled, it seemed as if waves of water rippled within them, their gazes locking to reveal the mirrored galaxy. What's wrong? This was Miao Miao's typical way of seeking affection. Such behavior indicated she had something to ask him. I want a hug. Aren't you feeling all swollen and painful? Let us wait a couple of days before hugging. All right, I'm all better now, not a bit in pain. She couldn't comprehend why she felt awful after drinking. Alcohol truly was a troublesome substance. Zhang San silently poked her chubby thigh, causing her to scrunch her little face, arching in an exaggerated curve. Didn't you say it didn't hurt? No, I want you to hug me. As she spoke, she used her second tactic, wrapping her arms around Zhang San's arm and pulling it to her chest, swaying while making soft whimpering sounds. Why did she insist on him hugging her? What had triggered this behavior? Pondering, Zhang San bent down and gathered her long hair, which had fallen to the ground, resting it on his knee to pat and blow it dry. Miao Miao's hair was exceptionally abundant, and it grew at an astonishing rate. In just half a year, he had witnessed her hair grow from waist length to nearly reaching her thighs. Oh, it comes to mind now. You pretended not to care during the day, but finally couldn't help revealing your true feelings. Huh? You said you weren't jealous? Humph. Zhang San was unaware of other women's thoughts. But he understood Miao Miao's character all too well. Vows and grand principles were of little use. Nothing beat the reliability of tangible actions. Considering her fragile health, Zhang San said, "All right, just one hug. I caught 3 fish today." The next day, thinking he wouldn't be able to fish, Zhang San left without even bringing the rod. Watching Old Du paint at the ferry, as Old Du put it, Zhang San was tall, strong, and well-educated. What was most important in this post-apocalyptic world? Was it not a robust physique and an astute mind? The former signified strong protection and ample resources, while the latter encompassed far more aspects. Also being of greater significance, if a child could inherit even half of his qualities, the parent's sacrifice would be worth it. Wasn't just unmarried daughters. Even married women would overlook a man if he had such potential. Zhang San felt embarrassed by the praise. He knew he was merely an ordinary person, Relying on others for support. One could say he shone brighter against the backdrop of collective hardship. Everyone was hungry and uneducated. So his skill stood out. Meow Meow opened a hole in the ice and continued using fragrant tree bark to bait the area. Before the bobber even touched the water, a little girl approached with a basket. The little glutton's nose was sharp, and she turned to her side, exclaiming, "It smells so good." The little girl lifted the cloth covering the basket, revealing steaming, crispy base. Of course, it was marinated with spices beforehand. And the oil is pressed from rapeseed. Eating it once every 3 days ensures you won't get poisoned. Here, have a taste. Meow Meow waved her hand dismissively. I can't eat food given by strangers. Don't worry. Look, I'll eat a piece first. The large bones had been removed in advance, and the small bones were fried until crispy. It's delicious. Meow Meow swallowed hard, seeing that the other girl indeed took a bite. And she let her guard down, innocently pointing to a piece of base in the basket. I want that one. The little girl picked it up and fed it to Meow Meow, who beamed with joy, prompting her to say, "So, you agree?" "Huh? What do you mean?" The little girl blushed, fidgeting. "I mean, I want your man to come with me." "Oh, I can't say it. It's so embarrassing. I can be small too." Meow Meow understood now. Not wanting to waste any food, she found herself in a dilemma, unable to swallow or spit out the fish meat, her cheeks bulging. After much hesitation, she finally gulped it down, flustered as she said, "No, that one tea do." "Why not?" "If you're worried about me stealing him, I want to just invite him over for tea today. That he is not my property. Such matters require his consent." The little girl pondered. Seeing that Zhang San was tall and imposing, naturally seeming to be in charge, while Meow Meow didn't he appear capable of running a household, she flipped the fish over and went to find Zhang San. Meow Meow continued fishing. "I appreciate your kindness, but take it back to the fairy." Zhang San decisively rejected the little girl's intentions. "You two are ganging up on me." Boo-hoo. She dropped the basket and ran away in tears. Old Do leisurely picked up the basket, took a taste, and remarked, "Not bad at all. Want some? If you like it, go ahead and eat it. Just don't forget to visit that girl for tea afterward." "Me? I'll pass. Didn't you see my hands shaking from painting? I'm not long for this world. What if I marry someone and suddenly kick the bucket, leaving her behind with nothing? I'll tell you, that little girl is pitiful too. Her parents died early, and she was raised by an adopted mother. Before she could repay her kindness, the witch came and tortured her adoptive mother to death right before her eyes. Another witch that I hope she doesn't have her sights set on Meow Meow, and her cruelty knows no bounds. I'd rather not cross paths with such a being." Chapter 68. The Medicine Valley as the sun set. Meow Meow ran to the ferry with a net bag. "Look, I caught 8 3-line fish today." "Impressive, isn't it?" Zhang San's heart sank. He thought, if you catch 2 more, I might just die from exhaustion. Seeking Zhang San proved futile, and the same went for Meow Meow. After being met with disappointment, the girls gradually gave up, leaving the couple undisturbed for fishing. Days passed in tranquil monotony, with the fish meat relieving some pressure. Their remaining provisions were sufficient for 3 to 4 more meals. Today, the dog village is once again organizing a fishing event. Having resided here for some time, Zhang San intends to lend a hand and will set off tomorrow morning. If he delays any longer, Xiao Xingxing and the others are bound to grow anxious. The technical tasks are best handled by skilled personnel. Once the nets are properly set, Zhang San and the other villagers will grasp the hemp ropes to pull in the catch. They stand foot to foot, shoulder to shoulder, calling out in unison as they exert their strength. The winch clatters as the determined dogs labor under the guidance of the fishermen. Upon reaching the ice hole, the villagers gather in a circle to sort through the tons of fish. The fisherman remarks, "Shui Fong, you must keep an eye on your yellow dog. My mugwort root has also vanished." Shui Fong replies, "What have you lost?" Having lived in Dog Village for nearly a week, Zhang San is aware that after contracting parasites, timely consumption of mugwort root can paralyze them, preventing their migration from the digestive tract to other organs, thus allowing their expulsion from the body through excretion. This theory is posited by the people of Yaogu, though it lacks objective evidence. However, the efficacy of the remedy is evident, and it is essential to consume it. After several days of learning to fish, Zhang San has become acquainted with numerous fish species. After spending an entire afternoon sorting through fish, identifying which are highly toxic, which are mildly toxic, which are best steamed, and which are suitable for drying, his understanding has become increasingly comprehensive. It is said that this great river winds through the entire Jinxing mountain range. meandering down into the Great Rift Valley. Until he reaches the Great Rift Valley, he can rely on his fishing skills to supplement his food supply. You must be exhausted. I have brewed you some honey tea. Meow Meow hands him a cup of water and wipes his sweat with a cloth. This gesture is astonishingly open for the villagers of Dog Village. The crowd chuckles, teasing Zhang San, who finds himself blushing profusely as the night grows cool and the wind rises. Meow Meow's cough worsens, preventing her from sleeping the entire night. Upon waking in the morning, she appears listless and burning with fever. Having eaten well, dressed warmly, and kept the Kong heated every night, how could she possibly fall ill? Zhang San seeks out the fisherman, who shakes his head that I lack the ability to diagnose illnesses. It is best to consult a professional. You should find Shui Fong. His wife is originally from Yaogu and can take you there. Those quacks, doctors, must have some methods for treatment. And remember to bring medical fees, money, food, preferably something that can be stored. Zhang San knocks on Shui Fong's door, and a voice calls from the yard. Who is it? Tianzhu, the one from afar. Please wait a moment. A girl named Bai Lu steps onto a small stool to unfasten the door. She sniffs and anxiously points inside. My parents are fighting behind closed doors. Uncle Tianzhu, please go persuade them. Seeing Zhang San remain still, Bai Lu rushes to the window of the inner room and soon returns in tears. Uncle, please hurry. My mother keeps saying she is about to die. After a couple of minutes, Shui Fong emerges, draped in a robe, and greets with a smile. Brother Tianzhu, what brings you here? Zhang San recounts the situation, and Shui Fong glances at the fish hanging on the walls of the courtyard. I cannot leave right now. How about this? Let Xiaoyi take you to Yaogu. It happens she hasn't visited her family in quite a while. Xiaoyi, her face flushed, emerges from the house. Bai Lu, relieved to see her mother unharmed, rushes to embrace her. Xiaoyi ties her hair back, saying, I'll tidy up and meet you at the ferry. All right. Back at the stone house, Zhang San inspects his belongings. Food. A few pieces of candy, for hard biscuits, half a jar of honey, and the remaining items are the fish he has caught over the past few days. He selects the two largest fish, ties them together, and leads the somewhat dazed Meow Meow to the ferry. Before long, Xiaoyi arrives, cradling Bai Lu, with Ah Huang and the sled following closely behind. Get in. The first leg of the journey follows the river southward. But once they reach Yaoshan, they must proceed on foot. As the four of them board the sled, Ah Huang runs with its tongue lolling out, exhausted from crying. Bai Lu quietly asks, Mother, are we going to find Grandpa? Mother is just going back home for a visit. Initially thinking that Yaogu would not be too far, they find themselves on the sled for an entire day. They rest 7 times along the way, once for lunch, and the others to let Ah Huang catch its breath. As the sky reddens, Xiaoyi finds a sheltered spot on a mountainside. Zhang San and Meow Meow assist in dragging the tent off the sled and setting it up. They spend the night within, with both humans and dogs, and the following noon, they finally arrive at the so-called Yaoshan. Xiaoyi unties the rope from Ah Huang, saying, Ah Huang, stay here and watch the things. There are sturgeons in the sled. Eat if you get hungry. Ah Huang barks a couple of times and obediently lies down in the snow. She then advises Zhang San. The people of Yaogu are quite materialistic. It is best to directly state your origins. It is more effective than anything else. Meow Meow's fever is not severe, but it does have some effects, such as her ears uncontrollably rising and sharpening into cat-like points. Concerned, but not overly anxious, Zhang San patiently follows Xiaoyi up the mountain, while carrying Bai Lu. As they reach halfway up, they can see the valleys nestled among the surrounding mountains. In the valley lie numerous houses, with fields meticulously organized by straight furrows and ditches. Xiaoyi points out to Bai Lu, Mother used to live here. Do you see that well with a roof? There's a straw house next to it. Is that Grandpa's house? Xiaoyi smiles. Yes, Bai Lu is quite clever. The mountain is steep, with only one accessible path. Before they reach Yaogu, they are stopped by a group of guards. Here to seek treatment? Which faction do you belong to? A lean middle-aged man wielding a machete sizes up the 4 of them. The man is tall and robust, likely a member of the elephant clan. The child in his arms and the tall woman beside him are adorned with many animal furs. From Dog Village, the small girl beside them with furry ears, surely not human. Their backgrounds are rather complex. How did they end up together? Zhang San states. I hail from the eastern land of Ruibong. With that, he pulls out a flashlight, shining the light on the lean man's face. Goodness, one from a large place. The man not only remains unperturbed, but also responds politely. Please, come in. Yaogu boasts vast flatlands and numerous houses. Yet 9 out of 10 are empty, and the atmosphere is eerily desolate. Walking through the alleys feels as though one has stepped into a settlement where 8-winged, 7-colored insects flit about, the lean man explains. The low areas in the mountains gather water. However, times have changed. The underground water in the valley has mostly been exhausted, making it difficult for crops to thrive and for herbs to be cultivated. In the past, they could rely on treating ailments and charging medical fees to supplement their income. But in recent years, the nearby factions have been collapsing one after another, making their lives increasingly challenging. Some people must walk over 10 miles daily just to fetch water from the river, carrying back 2 full buckets over the mountains. Chapter 69. The cat illness. The lean man leads them for a short distance before stopping. Pointing into the distance, follow this road. At the end lies the home of Wu Chun. Within 100 miles, their medical skills are second to none. No one dares to claim the first position. After saying this, he hurries back to continue guarding the mountain gate. Zhang San finds this peculiar and inquires of Xiao Yi. Does he not recognize you? Xiao Yi calmly replies, as he mentioned earlier. Life in Yaogu is becoming increasingly difficult. When I was young, my family was so impoverished that we could hardly make ends meet, and my mother, not wanting me to starve, had no choice but to take me to seek refuge with another faction. Many medicinal herbs take years to mature. See those fields by the roadside? The dead stalks peeking through the snow are crops. They have resorted to substituting herbs for grain. Along the way, they encounter several groups of Yaogu residents who question them. And Zhang San finds himself repeatedly showcasing his flashlight. See this production line, the light intensity, waterproof design. This is something that, even before the apocalypse, the majority of countries could not mass produce. After demonstrating, he asks them for directions and ultimately manages to reach the home of Wu Chun and his wife. This is Zhang San's first encounter with the old man. Wu Chun, with his hair graying, reclines in a rocking chair beside a warm, flickering hearth. His pant legs are empty, revealing thin, frail legs resembling dry reeds. Aside from a medicine cabinet and a consultation table in the room, it appears to be an ordinary farmhouse. According to Xiao Yi, he must be over 50, a feat unimaginable in Dog Village. Upon hearing guests arrive, Wu Chun lifts his eyelids slightly before lazily closing them again. Old woman, what do you want now? It's always your business. An elderly woman with graying temples walks out impatiently from behind a curtain. She is Wu Chun's wife, Yuan Yuji. Upon seeing Zhang San and the others, especially the 3-lined fish in his hands, her lips curl into a genuine smile. The edible meat, a nourishing delicacy, is extraordinarily precious. The fine fish meat poses no worry of being too tough to chew, nor does it risk being traded for grain with neighbors. It is enough for her and her husband to enjoy for several months. Oh, we have guests. Her gaze sweeps over, landing on Meow Meow, and she asks, is this little girl here for treatment? Indeed, Zhang San replies, handing over the medical fees. I am Tianzhu, from Ruibong, and this is my wife. Meow Meow. Ruibong? Yuan Yuji ponders, gesturing toward the hooks meant for hanging medicinal herbs behind her. Place them there. I'm too old to lift these 2 fish. Ruibong. Ruibong. I recall passing by that effeminate fellow not long ago. Claiming he was headed to Ruibong, seeing his industriousness, chopping wood and fetching water, my husband and I kindly advised him. Ruibong does not allow those with supernatural abilities. Yet, he would not listen, insisting on going. We even considered adopting him as our godson, to provide for us in our old age and pass on the medical knowledge we have accumulated over the years. Zhang San hangs up the fish. And she commands Wu Chun, move this old man aside, and also this broken stove. Once everything obstructive is out of the way, I will sit down at the consultation table. Zhang San leads the dazed Meow Meow to sit across from her. What seems to be the issue? Zhang San recounted. I have been experiencing a cough, followed by a fever, a sore throat, and the color of my phlegm is quite peculiar. Yuan Yuji produced a small tongue depressor. Asking, she won't bite, will she? No, she won't. That's good. Now, open your mouth. Meow Meow obediently opened her mouth, as the depressor pressed down on her tongue, while Yuan Yuji shone a flashlight to examine her. Nodding, she inquired further. Is there any phlegm? Cough for me to see. Meow Meow complied, but the urge to cough, which she had managed to suppress, became overwhelming. The more she coughed, the itchier her throat became, and the itchier it felt. The more she coughed, seeing Meow Meow struggling to catch her breath, Zhang San, in a state of acute anxiety, urgently asked, What is the matter, doctor? It is likely a fungal infection in the lungs. A fungal infection. Doctor, what do you mean by likely? Yuan Yuji, having practiced medicine for many years, was taken aback by such skepticism. Irritation flickered in her eyes as she retorted, I cannot perform a lung puncture, nor do I possess chemical reagents. Bronchoscopes or microscopes that I only have a few tattered medical books passed down from my ancestors, which are utterly useless because everyone has mutated. I can only deduce her illness based on symptoms from my experience. I have no direct evidence to prove it, understand? Zhang San refrained from further argument. His earlier expressions of doubt were not meant to provoke, but were rooted in caution. After all, medicine is indeed a double-edged sword. Should Miao Miao not have a fungal infection and be given improper medication, it could exacerbate her condition. Healing, when elevated, may be termed life-saving, yet when viewed in a simpler light, it is merely a transaction of skill for coins. In these tumultuous times, Zhang San could not afford to appear too weak, lest he be exploited. Who knows how severely he might be taken advantage of. Regardless, he had already paid the medical fees. If they failed to heal her, he would face trouble. Yet if they accepted his money without providing service, he would ensure they would not escape scot-free. His gaze sharpened. Then, what methods are available for treatment? Yuan Yuji, slightly taken aback, leaned back. Zhang San's imposing stature could easily shatter her frail bones with a mere punch. Without medication, she should eat well, drink well, and rest adequately, avoiding exposure to cold. And medication? I have none. The harvests have been poor these years, with various factions plundering each other, and the number of injured has reached the hundreds. There simply aren't enough antibiotics available. Observing Zhang San's increasingly grim expression, Yuan Yuji hastily added, there is a natural hot spring among the elephant tribe. It is said that soaking there can cure all ailments. Cure all ailments? Is that something a physician ought to say? Wu Chun, who had been listening intently, suddenly interjected, oh, young man, times have changed. Many things cannot be explained by science. It would be wiser to allow your wife to rest for a few days. If there is no improvement, then perhaps you should take her to soak in that hot spring. It might indeed help. Upon exiting Wu Chen's residence, Xiao Yi inquired, what do you plan to do? We'll stay here for a couple of days. Zhang San's mind was in turmoil. How could Miao Miao have contracted an infection in the depths of winter when she seldom ventured outdoors? Unfortunately, there were no medicines available, and the antibiotics in Su Bin's medical kit had long been consumed by the two. Both covered in bites. Returning home would be of little use. Remaining in the medicinal valley would at least allow them to seek a doctor at any moment. Xiao Yi suggested, let us go to my hometown. I just took a glance, and the house is still standing. The issue in the medicinal valley was not a lack of arable land, but rather an insufficient water supply for irrigation in recent years. The young and vigorous had departed, leading to a significant population drain, and Xiao Yi's family home, along with its fields, remained unoccupied. The thatched house consisted of 2 rooms, a main dwelling and a kitchen. Lacking a yard, long neglected, the roof of the main room had caved in, allowing the wind and snow to pour in. Fortunately, the inner room was well preserved and could be made habitable with a bit of tidying. The well in front had long run dry, its stone walls devoid of moss. Thankfully, it was winter. In this water-scarce medicinal valley, one could boil snow, but in other seasons, they would have to trek daily for water. Chapter 70. Quite unpleasant. Indeed, we are unsure if her illness is contagious. It would be best for us to reside separately. You and Bai Lu can stay here while I look for other vacant houses nearby. All right, I will fetch Ah Huang. Tianju, please keep an eye on Bai Lu. Understood. The medicinal valley had plenty of empty houses. After inquiring with the locals, Zhang San chose one that had been abandoned by its former residents. Carrying Miao Miao inside, Xiao Yi returned with a large yellow dog, and Bai Lu joyfully leaped upon it, pretending to ride a horse. Zhang San wiped down some furniture with snow before tending to Miao Miao. Typically a playful little cat girl, she now lay silently on the Kong, needing care but offering no sound. Her breaths were weak and labored, and even when her eyelids fluttered open, the sparkle in her eyes had faded. As the fever persisted, Miao Miao's condition deteriorated. Sometimes, she became so disoriented from the fever that she forgot to open her mouth to eat, and when food was stuffed in, she failed to chew or swallow. Zhang San borrowed a funnel and soft tube from Wu Chun, checked the temperature, and prepared a mixture of dried and mashed food to feed her. Occasionally, after digesting some food, she would regain consciousness for a brief moment. nuzzling against Zhang San with the last of her strength, as if wishing to leave a trace of her scent behind should she pass away. Meow Meow remained silent, but Zhang San understood that every touch caused her pain. Not once did he see her furrowed brow relax when touched. If something hurts, just say it. Don't you enjoy being pampered? Yuan Yuji had somehow procured some old medicinal dregs, brewing them into a concoction for Meow Meow. But to no avail. Once, Zhang San had thought the characters in dramas were foolish, yet now, faced with his own predicament, he felt his sanity slipping. He had resolved that if resting proved ineffective, he would take Meow Meow to the elephant tribe's hot springs. What if it truly could cure all ailments? Wouldn't he regret it for life if he didn't go? 2 days passed swiftly, and their food supplies dwindled. Meow Meow's condition not only failed to improve, but grew increasingly severe. This was evident in her feline features. As her transformation became more pronounced, the hybrid state of being half human, half beast was detrimental to her health, and her sickness only exacerbated the situation. Delay was no longer an option. Zhang San sought out Xiao Yi, asking her to take him to the elephant tribe. Observing Meow Meow's labored breathing, Xiao Yi grew anxious as well. I will take you both there. Huang, come out and help. They swiftly exited the medicinal valley, the sled racing southward. After about 2 hours, they reached the foot of a mountain, stopping before a massive tree that had only half of its trunk remaining. This giant tree could only be embraced by a dozen people, yet its growth rings were sparse, suggesting rapid growth due to mutation. Now fallen, the enormous trunk spanned the riverbanks, forming a makeshift wooden bridge, blocking the path of the sled pulled by the dogs. Noticing the scorch marks and bullet holes, Zhang San knew this was the handiwork of Su Bin and his companions. Meeting Xiao Yi's gaze, he silently nodded. The winding mountain road in the distance bore signs of foot traffic, indicating human presence. Thus, Zhang San declared, you should take Bai Lu back. I will venture in alone with Meow Meow. The elephant tribe had long been adversaries of the dog village, and Xiao Yi was now a part of the village. If Tianzhu were to venture forth again, the elephant tribe would undoubtedly suffer losses. A smile of suppressed delight crossed her face. Take care. Climbing ashore while cradling the little cat girl, Zhang San assessed his surroundings, contemplating his next move. The people of the elephant tribe, along with the wild elephants with whom they shared a symbiotic relationship, were known for their volatile temperaments. That a rash intrusion would likely result in dire consequences. That it would be prudent to capture someone to interrogate, then display them prominently as a deterrent, asserting that any act of aggression would meet with retaliation. As long as he could prove his threat, they would have no choice but to negotiate. Gazing down at the pitiful creature in his arms, Zhang San felt that he could no longer afford to consider the morality of his actions. Would he be accused of indiscriminate slaughter? So be it. Fearing detection, he avoided the main paths, carefully scaling the smooth, steep stone walls. The deeper he ventured, the stronger the scent of sulfur became. Yet, he encountered no one. Not a single soul. Ahead lay a cluster of wooden houses, with clothes and paper hanging from a rope strung in front. Following the tracks left by elephants, he tread upon the snow, compacted to the hardness of ice beneath the weight of their massive bodies. Making no sound as he stepped, avoiding the frozen elephant dung, he paused behind a haystack surrounding the wooden houses. That it was evident that someone resided here, yet there was no sign of life. Even if he were discovered, there was no reason for the entire tribe and their elephants to hide away, engaging in a game of cat and mouse with him. Had Su Bin's actions been so ruthless that, similar to the dog village and the medicinal valley, they had suffered significant losses and abandoned some structures? Cautiously, Zhang San approached a wooden window, poking through a paper made from elephant dung to peer inside. The interior was well furnished, with no dust upon the tables and chairs, indicating it was certainly not abandoned. But where were the inhabitants? On such a cold day, would they not be nestled in their beds, warming themselves? Or had they all gone to soak in the hot springs? The natural heat combined with the spring water produced a thick mist, which, in the harsh winter, would condense into glistening frost upon the branches and trunks of trees. Zhang San carefully navigated along the frost-coated trees, soon discovering the so-called hot spring. That it was a natural pond larger than a playground, continuously emanating steam, with crystal-clear water. Yet, he was alone. Not a single bird was in sight. What could have happened? With no time to dwell on suspicions, he felt Meow Meow shrinking in his arms. Her clothes hung loosely on her, and her once secure boots had slipped off onto the ground. Rushing to the sulphurous hot spring, he found the water to be pleasantly warm. It was safe to soak. Quickly stripping off her loose clothing, he pinched her nose and pressed her down into the water, supporting her to sit upright, leaving only her head above the surface. Fearing for her life, he hesitated to perform CPR, worried he might inadvertently harm her. Artificial respiration proved ineffective, and in a moment of desperation, he grasped her cat ears and shouted, "Meow Meow is a dog." One of her ears twitched, and Meow Meow opened her slitted eyes, weakly retorting, "You are the dog." She wasn't coughing. Zhang San was uncertain whether this was genuinely beneficial or merely a fleeting moment of hope. Grasping her distorted little hand, he inquired, "Are you hungry? Is there anything you'd like to eat? I must look terrible, right? What? Am I really that unappealing? You shouldn't say such things. Don't set yourself up for failure." "Here you go again." Meow Meow weakly smiled and remarked, "I told you, she doesn't understand these strange phrases." Whenever the two were to converse, Meow Meow would always let him speak first. Thus, Zhang San remained silent this time, fearing he might miss a single word she uttered next. After a prolonged pause, Meow Meow finally mustered the strength to continue. "Isn't chatting with me rather dull? I'm so foolish. I can't keep up. At a time like this, can't we discuss something cheerful?" There was no response. Zhang San cursed, "Meow Meow is a dog." Meow Meow did not react, her body growing softer, as if all the muscles within her had surrendered control. Zhang San was left frozen, his mind tumultuous, his vision clouded by either an abyss of emptiness or an endless darkness. Rather than plunging into the hot spring, it could only be said that his resolve was remarkably steadfast. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water broke the silence, and he turned to see a delicate, finely sculpted little foot before him. With two pairs of resplendent wings sprouting from her back, the girl appeared as flawless as a fairy tale princess, gracefully smiling while lifting her damp skirt. Oh, I look beautiful. Chapter 71. Her fate lies with me in retrospect. Had Zhang San calmed himself and endured a spell of hardship or gone hungry for 10 days or more, perhaps, when rationality and the will to survive regained their dominance, he might have found a sliver of acceptance towards her affection. Yet, one is not a machine. No matter how self-aware he was, he could not maintain his composure indefinitely. In this perilous foreign land, the joys of mundane life, the psychological support under the weight of darkness, the sole person beside him who was both trustworthy and whom he trusted, had just ceased to breathe. In the very next moment, someone asked him if they looked good. It felt akin to losing a father and having someone pop up asking if they could be his father. "You look like a grandmother's pit." His extreme anger caused Zhang San to lose control for the first time, the essence of his rage taking precedence. His palms sprouted pure white beastly fur, his fingertips contorted, sharp claws replacing his rounded human nails. The terrifying claws seized the pristine girl's delicate neck, brutally lifting her before slamming her down like a meteor. For an ordinary person, such a fall could easily cost half their life. Instant death was not out of the question. Yet the flawless girl merely appeared unfazed, calmly retracting her wings, extending her slender hand in an attempt to caress Zhang San's cheek, as if they were lovers. Her ruby lips parted, eager to share sweet nothings learned from humanity. However, the length of her arms fell short compared to the towering Zhang San, her hands hovering in the air as if a sorceress preparing to cast a spell. When her mouth opened, the charming pink tongue was replaced by a writhing, grotesque meatworm. Zhang San immediately recognized that this doll-like figure resembling Paluo was the so-called witch from Dog Village. The internal repulsion rendered him immune to her outward beauty. Whatever her intentions, he could not afford to give her the chance to act. With a tight grip, he delivered a thunderous punch aimed directly at her nose. In that moment, he was horrified to discover that the witch remained completely unscathed. Her nose, which should have shattered and bled, bore no wounds whatsoever. Unable to believe that anyone could be impervious to harm, he swiftly opened his left hand, seized her upper teeth, and released his grip on her throat, his claws digging firmly into her jaw. With a swift motion, he forcefully yanked her jaw apart. What emerged from the split was not muscle tissue, but a series of sticky cylindrical appendages that he pressed on, flipping her chin to pin it against the witch's neck, and delivered a punch that drove her teeth deep into her throat. With a splash, the unconscious Meow Meow collapsed into the hot spring. Zhang San hurriedly turned to retrieve her, finding a shallow area to support her. The witch behind him rose again, her movements so natural that one would think she had sustained no injury. The upper lip of hers curled slightly, paired with her protruding worm-like tongue and the jagged edge of her jaw, creating a bizarre smile. She chuckled as she extracted the chin embedded in her neck, elegantly reattaching it to its rightful place. The edges of the severed area appeared as if carelessly molded dough, seamlessly fused without leaving a scar, her exquisite visage remaining unblemished. She pondered, unable to comprehend many things, such as why a portion of her power had been siphoned away, why this masculine human captivated her so, and why he refused to accept her love. Was it because of this cat? She reminded him. She has already died. Meow Meow was not dead. She merely had ceased to breathe. Her heart no longer beating. Zhang San had abandoned his attack on the witch. He now wished only to spend a moment longer with his beloved wife, while the cat's deformity wasn't too severe. Huh? What is this but death? Even if you had an elixir, it could not revive her at this moment. Stop talking. Just stop talking. She won't die. Cats have 9 lives. Elixir. That's right. Zhang San viciously grabbed the cat's ears and shouted. Li Miao is a dog. Stupid dog. Foolish dog. A dog that eats shit. His gaze sharpened. He turned to face the witch. Countless red threads appeared around her. These were the very ones that had been affixed to Paluo months ago. At that time, as her husband, he had visited her family with the intent of slaughtering them all. What a rebellious thought that was. Die. The red threads constricted, and in an instant, the witch shattered into innumerable pieces. Zhang San dashed forward, reaching into the still falling fragments of her head, grasping a warm crimson cylinder in his hand. This was the essence of Luo. Subin had said that Paluo's spiritual energy exceeded 400. Yet during testing, she was not in peak condition. 500 was not impossible. Zhang San had no comprehension of what over 400 meant, but he could sense from the tone of this battle-hardened mecha pilot that it was certainly extraordinary. He quickly bent down to sip from the hot spring, the fiery red cylinder filling his mouth. Crunching it into fine particles, he inserted a tube he carried into Meow Meow's twisted esophagus, sending the mixture of essence and teeth into her stomach. Little greedy cat, if you survive this time, I will no longer stop you from indulging, even if you eat to become a tank. I will weep and press F. The countless pieces of the witch fell to the ground, instantly transforming into countless writhing worms. They surged towards the center, coalescing into a mound of flesh within mere breaths. 5 protrusions emerging, seemingly on the verge of forming a head and limbs. Zhang San dared not linger. He stripped off his outer garment, hastily drying the drenched cat, wrapping her in the oversized clothing before making his swift exit. He ran at a frantic pace, emerging from the Xiong tribe along the main road, where Xiao Yi had long taken the children away. This was no place for the dog village inhabitants. He avoided the open river paths, knowing the witch had wings, making it far too easy for her to spot him. Crossing a tree bridge to the opposite bank, he traversed streams and ventured into the woods. Along the way, he inadvertently startled several fierce beasts, each cut down by his red threads. The threads were effective, indicating that Meow Meow was improving. His spirit soared, brimming with energy. He felt no fatigue even as the sun dipped low in the sky. By some twist of fate, he halted before a deep ravine, cradling Meow Meow. Across the gorge lay a violently breached wooden and stone wall, adorned with bizarre murals painted with plant-based pigments. The village within lay in ruins. Crouching low, he leaped across the wide, deep ravine, which would typically require a suspension bridge to cross. Zhang San further uncovered the energy embedded in the essence gifted by Paluo. Let us rest here for the night. As he relaxed, a wave of emptiness and fatigue suddenly overwhelmed him, especially in his toes, which throbbed painfully, leaving him unsure how to walk. In his half-human, half-beast state, his elongated claws cramped within his shoes, nearly causing them to break free. He pulled back his hood to gaze at Meow Meow's face. Her disarray had stabilized, her eyes tightly shut, still in a state of unconsciousness, yet her breathing was steady and strong. Her cherubic face healthily flushed. After planting a gentle kiss on her, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, and his feet no longer felt as painful as before. He navigated through the rugged terrain, searching for any habitable shelter. Chapter 72. The savage abandoned village. The village was rife with the remnants of gunfire, characterized by unique wooden structures and furniture imbued with intense religious significance. Most reduced to charred remains, whose charred bones lay crushed beneath his feet. The alleyways of this war-torn village were terrifying. A moment's inattention could lead to a bullet fired from a window or corner. Though primitive, the presence of bows and crossbows could not be ruled out. Having regained his beloved, Zhang San did not allow his excitement to overshadow his caution. He boldly hypothesized that there might still be survivors of the war. Moving along the outskirts of the village to minimize the risk of ambush, after further digesting the essence, not only did his physical abilities enhance, but his sense of smell sharpened as well. Various scents filled his nostrils, indicating that human activity had long been absent here. Navigating through the crumbling remains of walls, he finally discovered a suitable refuge that was a cave converted into a dwelling. Half of its mud walls blasted away, making it potentially cold inside. Yet, compared to the outside, it was a haven. Gently, he placed Meow Meow on a pile of firewood and picked up a blood-stained bone spear. Prodding through the room for corpses, removing them one by one given their light summer attire, they had likely perished during the summer months. The sleeping bag and other essentials he had discarded earlier while preparing Meow Meow's hot spring were nowhere to be found. For now, he had to rely on fire for warmth. Opening his arms, he retrieved a dozen matches from his inner pocket, only to find them all damp with sweat, the heads either stripped or unable to ignite. Not wanting to waste them, he carefully collected the broken match heads, hoping they might prove useful later. He then searched for iron pieces and stones, striking for half a day but failing to ignite any flame. Ultimately, he had no choice but to resort to friction to create fire. Fortunately, fuel was abundant. Wood piles, furniture, weapons, clothing, and even the house itself could all be burned. He ignited a roaring fire, cradling Meow Meow beside him to keep warm. The cave harbored no fear of flames licking the ceiling, as long as one remained vigilant against the threat of smoke inhalation. Perhaps it was the recent brush with life and death, or something else entirely. But gazing upon the serene visage of the little cat girl as she slumbered, a persistent urge to embrace her in a state of undress surged within him. What course of action should he take next? Meow Meow was uncertain how much she could recover. Some of her clothing had been lost during their hasty escape, rendering her vulnerable to the chill. And venturing outside posed its own challenges. Their provisions were limited to a few candies and a knife, the essentials of life. The village appeared devoid of human life, which was why he had the audacity to ignite a fire. Tomorrow, he would venture out to scavenge for bedding and clothing, prioritizing warmth. If he could find food along the way, that would be even better. As for water, he would manage. If food proved insufficient, he would have to ration himself. As the ailing one deserved the best, who would toil to gather resources otherwise. Nursing Meow Meow back to health and stockpiling supplies were paramount. Only with ample preparation could they contemplate a journey, lest it be akin to courting death. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang San, weary in both body and spirit, drifted into a deep slumber. When he awoke, his arms were empty, and the fire had long since reduced to ash. Joy and fear intertwined as he called out, "Meow Meow." She came rushing back, clutching a pile of fabric, her bare feet flushed with cold, the soles starkly blackened in the brief span of a night. She had lost considerable weight. Her once plump cheeks had sunken, and her formerly snug garments now hung loosely. She seemed unperturbed by the cold. Zhang San, in irritation, lifted her onto his lap. Her lightweight frame felt significantly lighter than before. Her once chubby thighs now slimmed down, rendering her figure more slender. With her gaunt face, her bright eyes appeared even larger and more crystalline, making Meow Meow seem even more adorable than prior. Yet, Zhang San still wished for her to gain some weight. Being too thin left her vulnerable to risks. He enveloped her icy feet in his hands, rubbing them warmly, while Meow Meow buried her flushed face within his embrace. Lost in thought, Zhang San reignited the flames and inquired, "How do you feel now?" "I feel quite all right. Don't fidget. Honestly, your paws are like those of a cat." "I was asking a serious question." "Haha, I feel very light." "Well, of course, you have shed dozens of pounds. How could you not feel light?" Zhang San pressed further. "Are you still coughing?" As he spoke, he gently pressed on Meow Meow's ribs. "Does this hurt?" "Itch?" "No more coughing." She held his hand, rubbing the noticeably loose fabric. "Do you find this bothersome?" "It's just right. It saves you from constantly complaining about the discomfort when climbing trees." "What were you sneaking off to do just now? You didn't even give me a heads up." "I was afraid of waking you. You must be exhausted these past few days." As she spoke, Meow Meow lifted the fabric in her hands. "I wanted to make myself some shoes, but I couldn't find a needle." "I'll make one for you." Zhang San stood, placing her on a warm bench. "Sit here and warm up. If you fall ill again, I'll spank you." Meow Meow quickly turned to shield her backside, pouting, "I absolutely won't." Exiting the cave, Zhang San gathered some shell casings and scrap metal, skillfully crafting 2 copper needles from red thread and fashioning a thimble from a stone nail, smoothing it out. Upon returning to Miao Miao, she had already unraveled a long piece of thread, eagerly awaiting his arrival. You sew? I'll go find food. Wait a moment. What is it? Miao Miao wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on him, grinning foolishly as her small, dark feet swung back and forth to go ahead. Traversing the living quarters, Zhang San arrived at a smooth, clean patch of snow, observing the surrounding boundary markers indicating this was once farmland. He cleared away the snow, uncovering frozen, decayed plant matter beneath. He found a well-preserved bone rake and began to dig through the frozen earth, only to discover that the tubers had shriveled to mere skins, their nutrients drained by the branches. The bone rake proved fragile. After a short while, the teeth broke entirely, and Zhang San managed to unearth only 2 tubers, each the size of a pigeon egg. Albeit frozen and rotten, uncertain of their edibility, he gathered some dry branches and leaves to take back with him. To his surprise, Miao Miao did not recognize this crop nor knew if it was edible. Zhang San pinched off a small piece from each item and applied it to his skin. Feeling no adverse effects, he cautiously tasted a small bite. After waiting a moment without any negative reaction, he filled an earthenware pot with snow, cut the roots and stems, and combined them with the leaves to boil a soup over the fire. The soup heated quickly. He poured out half a bowl and took a small sip. Miao Miao curiously asked, "Is it tasty? I forgot to add salt." He then ventured out to scavenge from the nearby dwellings. The locals did not utilize stoves for cooking, relying instead on various jars. Some small bottles contained peculiar granules that he dared not sample, so he brought them all back. Discussing toxicity without considering dosage was mere folly. Zhang San dissolved the collected granules in water, diluting them repeatedly until he finally discerned that the red granules were rock salt, while the black cubes were sugar extracted from an unknown plant. The significance of salt need not be elaborated. Although the sugar water did not provide substantial satiety, it was rich in energy, and its sweetness helped alleviate mental strain. However, he wondered about the impurities in these ancient concoctions and whether prolonged consumption might lead to adverse effects. Chapter 73. The Idol in a Whirlwind of Activity. Zhang San spent an entire day scavenging through the war-torn remnants of the abandoned village, piecing together a basic set of living essentials. This included 3 thick quilts sewn from burlap and goose down. Despite the primitive lifestyle, their craftsmanship in embroidery, carving, and murals was surprisingly advanced. For instance, the cave they inhabited was adorned with grand murals rich in meaning. Moreover, the quilt that Miao Miao was dusting off depicted vividly lifelike clusters of stone lily flowers. When thrown into the wilderness during blooming season, it might indeed attract a swarm of butterflies. However, Zhang San quickly dismissed the thought. The mere mention of butterflies conjured memories of the terrifying experience with the 8-winged, 7-colored mimic moth, an encounter that left a lasting aversion to all manner of fluttering insects. "That you've returned," Miao Miao exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "Guess what I found?" As soon as he stepped into the stone chamber, she eagerly pulled him inside. "What is it?" So mysteriously, Zhang San followed her to the innermost part of the cave, Patata. Miao Miao lifted the blanket covering a heavy wooden trapdoor, revealing a hidden cellar. "I'm too weak to lift it." Zhang San was overwhelmed with excitement. In countless tales, cellars often concealed vast treasures. He did not yearn for gold or jewels. A half bag of grain would suffice for him and Miao Miao to weather the storm. The design of the cellar's trapdoor was perplexing. It lacked a handle, and the wooden board fit tightly into its groove, leaving no point of leverage. Concerned about damaging whatever lay within, he refrained from using brute force. Instead, he fashioned a handle and easily pulled it open. A nauseating stench assaulted them, far worse than the odor of a decaying rat in a confined corner, causing both of them to retch. The cellar was pitch black. Without a flashlight, Zhang San dared not descend with a torch, fearing that the noxious gas could ignite upon contact with the flame. Miao Miao, however, could see. Pinching her nose, she curiously leaned in, her little face paling in fright. What's inside? The corpses of women and children. Psychologically and physiologically, neither of them could remain in the stone chamber any longer. They shifted to a mud hut, wrapping themselves tightly in blankets, waking only 3 to 5 times throughout the night from the cold. Food in the village was pitifully scarce, and the surrounding mountains offered little sustenance. They subsisted on a meager broth made from wilted stalks and leaves, neither managing to gather provisions for their journey nor preventing their gradual weight loss. But on a brighter note, Miao Miao's health was improving. After a full 7 days, the stench had significantly diminished. Zhang San rendered animal fat collected during his forays into a viscous form. Saturating fabric and wrapping it around a stick to create a torch, he descended the stone steps into the and not being a pear seedling, Miao Miao could not recognize these characters, so she inquired Zhang San, "What do these characters say?" Zhang San, equally perplexed, remarked that they were not in the local script. In fact, these characters might not even originate from a foreign land, but could very well be an invention of the villagers themselves. He wrapped his arm around Miao Miao's slender shoulders and proclaimed, "What a splendid testament to the principle that hard work is rewarded." Chapter 74. The influence of essence let us ascend, he urged. "But I've just come down. Precisely because you ran down, I must take you back up. What if a plague were to emerge in this cellar?" The two stepped out of the stone chamber, organizing the food that Zhang San had found below. After discarding the inedible items, they were left with enough provisions for 2 hearty meals. Should they risk being discovered by the witch while traversing in scarcity? Or should they take advantage of their ample food supply and venture forth with the recovering Miao Miao to forage for more sustenance? After deliberating with his wife, he ultimately opted for the more prudent second option. They would first assess the available resources before making any further plans. The pair exited the village and paused before the deep trench protecting it. Miao Miao cast her gaze downward, spotting sharpened wooden stakes embedded within the trench. A flicker of fear crossed her face, prompting her to instinctively lean closer to Zhang San. In their initial encounters, she would curl up in a tiny ball whenever frightened. Now, with a devoted husband by her side, many of her behaviors were silently evolving. "Do not move recklessly," he cautioned as he swept her into his arms and leaped across the trench amidst her startled exclamations. "Meow, you scared me to death." The sudden exclamation left Miao Miao momentarily stunned. She raised her hand to feel, discovering that her little heart had raced with fright, causing her soft cat ears to sprout. "You can jump such a distance." The human body has its limits, yet Zhang San's remarkable leaping ability was solely attributed to the richness of the essence within him. The unfortunate news was that he would need to consume more food to sustain the energy required for his basic physiological needs. Nevertheless, he felt quite content with this outcome. With a chuckle, Zhang San added, "Not only that, thanks to someone, I have also acquired an additional extraordinary ability. Come now, Master Miao Miao, I shall rely on you for foraging." Miao Miao was not in a hurry to set off. Taking a moment to survey their surroundings, the village lay nestled in a low-lying area on the hillside, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. With a deep trench isolating it from the outside world to the west, and an icy river flowing at the foot of the mountains, the backside of the mountain should see few visitors. "Let us circle around there for a look," agreed. The remnants of autumn had mostly dissolved into nature, making it difficult to find ready foraging items. At the onset of winter, it was still possible to collect a few nuts from the ground. But with the snow covering everything, such hopes were dashed. Zhang San marveled at how Miao Miao managed to locate food amidst the barren landscape. Before him lay nothing but rocky soil or snow-laden trees, devoid of any trace of sustenance. Yet she could pinpoint edible items with uncanny accuracy. Just then, she abruptly halted, clearing away the ice and dead leaves, and tugged at a withered vine with a toothy grin. "Ha! Snow mountain yam." What she referred to was not the dried vine in her hand, but rather what lay buried beneath it. Zhang San found a stone and fashioned a makeshift shovel. Unfortunately, the stones here were too brittle, proving less reliable than the frozen earth. After much effort, he had only managed to create a small hole. With no other options, he focused his thoughts on connecting with the red thread. The first time he had consciously engaged with the red thread, he had nearly lost himself, only to be awakened by Miao Miao in the nick of time. Escaping the endless torment, he was uncertain of the consequences of continuing down that path. Nor did he wish to find out. As before, upon entering the claustrophobic tunnel of consciousness, he was enveloped by an overwhelming wave of resentment intermingled with chaotic negative emotions that seized his mind. Sensing he was close to losing himself, he hastily extracted himself from the oppressive grip. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed that his most dexterous and frequently employed limbs, his hands, had indeed slipped out of control. Yes, he needed to harness those intense emotional fluctuations to forcefully relinquish control. Suppressing the inner turmoil, The wild movements of his fingers gradually transformed into a semblance of order, contorted limbs realigning into a pair of fearsome, beastly paws. They resembled those of a feline, though the exact breed remained unknown. Meow Meow curiously pinched his fingertips, and razor-sharp claws sprung forth. She pressed her palm against the fleshy pads, noting the cracks and calluses that marred his hands. Even in their altered form, they were anything but tender, do not touch. I must begin working. All in all, he found the situation quite manageable. In this half-human, half-beast form, he experienced neither peculiar speech patterns nor significant discomfort. With that in mind, Zhang San resumed digging around the snow mountain yam. Utilizing his claws, logically, these sharp and pointed appendages were better suited for securing prey than for excavating soil. After wearing down 7 claw tips, he finally unearthed the frozen root of the snow mountain yam. Untamed and growing wildly, the mutated snow mountain yam was not particularly large. Its coarse, brownish exterior rough and uneven, with a crooked, flattened shape and multiple branches. How do we eat this? Zhang San inquired of Meow Meow. The toxins primarily reside in the skin. Peel it off, and it can be consumed either raw or cooked, though overindulgence may induce drowsiness, with Zhang San still struggling to regain control. Meow Meow broke off a small piece of the snow mountain yam, using the stone shard to scrape away the outer skin before feeding it to him. The earthy flavor was neither bitter nor sweet. The fibrous texture was reminiscent of tough celery, difficult to chew and prone to getting stuck in his teeth, yet it was rich in starch. After extracting this yam, Meow Meow pointed out several other locations around them, exclaiming, there, and over there. All snow mountain yams, a total of 9. Zhang San glanced around, puzzled. Snow was merely snow. What was distinct about it? How had Meow Meow discerned hidden treasures beneath the surface? He unearthed them one by one. And indeed, there were good finds. How do you tell them apart? I'm not quite sure, Meow Meow replied, shaking her head. Zhang San understood then that she relied on instinct rather than skill or experience. Or else she would have imparted her knowledge to him. After all, how could one not call her a silly cat? When teaching foraging, she never withheld anything, and when her explanations faltered, she would stamp her feet in frustration, never fearing that she might teach her apprentice only to starve herself. By the time he dug up the 5th yam, Zhang San's beastly claws had dulled to nubs, blood seeping from the tips. Rather than fear, he felt a surge of excitement at the scent of blood, intensifying his efforts. If not for Meow Meow's sympathetic gaze, which wrapped around his arm and forcibly halted him, Zhang San might not have realized that his rationality was slipping away. He took a moment to calm himself, suppressing the loss of control, and visibly returned his hands to human form. All 10 fingernails were split, the cracks extending to the moon-white tips. Chapter 75. Only tears flow. Ah. That looks painful. Come, give me your hand. Let me wipe it with some snow. Ever since Meow Meow's health had improved, her tenderness and thoughtfulness had grown day by day as long as Zhang San was not overbearing. Every day felt like a honeymoon that he extended his hand, and Meow Meow delicately wiped away the dirt lodged within his cracked nails. The snow water was not pristine, causing slight irritation to the wounds. Although the low temperature had a numbing effect, once the dirt was cleaned, the pain felt sharper than before. Does it still hurt? Let me blow on it. Her gentle breath on his fingertips sent a ticklish sensation through Zhang San's heart, causing him to involuntarily grasp her hand, their eyes locking in a moment of intimacy. However, this tender atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Meow Meow's next words. Should we stay here? Of course not. Are you trying to fall ill again? Zhang San felt a surge of frustration in the future. He resolved to ensure she remained silent in such situations. He withdrew his hand, inadvertently taking away the cloth she had used to wrap the snow mountain yam. Weighing it in his hand, he estimated it would barely suffice for 2 meals for himself, including the 5 yams left in the ground. They had enough provisions for 2 days for Meow Meow. He was confident he could find a wild beast on the mountain to replenish her strength. With no tools at hand, he decided to cease the excavation of the snow mountain yam for now, planning to return better prepared next time. Their current task was to scout the surrounding area. After walking several hundred meters, Zhang San suddenly spotted a tree with a hollow high up that he pointed, saying, "Look over there." Meow Meow followed his gaze, her face lighting up with joy. It's a flying squirrel den. I wonder how many eyes it has. If it's a 6-eyed flying squirrel, you can eat some of its meat. I'll go fetch it. You wait here. With that, she began to climb the tree, using both hands and feet. Though lacking claws for grip like a cat, she ascended swiftly, reaching a height of several meters in the blink of an eye. Be careful, Zhang San couldn't help but warn. Despite his concern for Miao Miao falling, it was no different from worrying about a fish drowning. He felt compelled to remind her. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset had subtly shifted. The flying squirrel posed no threat, and as Miao Miao reached the tree hollow, she immediately began to rummage. Cool and slick that it was a snake. Startled from its winter slumber by an uninvited guest, the green flying snake instinctively struck before realizing the situation. It had yet to comprehend what was happening when Miao Miao, quicker than the sluggish creature, retracted her hand just in time. The snake's fangs missed their target, and before it could retaliate, Miao Miao delivered a swift blow to its head, rendering it incapacitated. Gripping the snake's head, she slid down the tree, its long green body hanging limply beside her. Hee, what a great catch! We can eat the head, and its meat is far more abundant than the little flying squirrel's. Zhang San had no aversion to snake meat. During the blood rain, he had consumed countless peculiar dishes, and this was hardly a concern. Gripping the snake's head tightly, he squeezed, and the green serpent was swiftly dispatched. He discarded the head, planning to use the remaining body for soup that evening. Wait, don't go, Miao Miao said again. What's the matter? In the hollow of the tree, there still resides the winter provisions hoarded by the flying squirrels. This serpentine creature feasts solely on flesh, having claimed dominion over the hollow without disturbing the belongings of the flying squirrels. Zhang San lifted the snow yam wrapped in a cloth and inquired. Do you need the cloth? No need, replied Miao Miao, patting her newly sewn garment. Look, I specially crafted a grand pocket while making this dress. She once again ascended to the entrance of the hollow, sweeping out the nuts within until nothing remained. The large pocket bulged with bounty, while her slightly upturned crimson lips could not conceal her sharp, tiger-like teeth. The weight of the harvest felt like a hefty stone, raising the burden on her heart. The only source of discontent for Miao Miao was the unhygienic state left by the flying squirrels and the recent snake. The hollow was littered with excrement. Although it was merely an inconvenience to have her hands sullied, the real issue was that the nuts reeked. With the short days of winter upon them, they could afford to leisurely select the nuts later in the evening. But they must continue their exploration while the sun still lingered in the sky. The hillside, thickly carpeted with rich humus, was abundant with resources of all kinds, far too plentiful to collect in one go. Zhang San had no choice but to leave markers along the way, intending to return for them when the opportunity arose. Truly, the heavens had bestowed a bountiful feast. This village was indeed prosperous, with its inhabitants able to sustain themselves solely by foraging. Zhang San exclaimed twice, truly, wishing he could bring the entire town with him. Miao Miao, rarely contradicting him, interjected, not at all, they haven't foraged much from the mountains. Take the snow yam we just unearthed. It takes decades to reach such size that if they truly relied on the mountains for sustenance, it would be impossible for such aged resources to remain. Moreover, as they journeyed, not a single sign of human activity was evident, indicating that the villagers did not frequently gather from the mountains. When the topic of foraging arose, it offered Miao Miao a chance to converse with Zhang San. Though they were married, their exchanges were sparse, limited to meals and seldom more. She yearned for a topic to discuss, dreaming of it constantly. In familiar territory, she felt compelled to speak more, reflecting on the deep ravine before the village. Miao Miao continued. They excavate the nutrient-rich soil and transport it to the fields to cultivate crops, such as those frozen, dark ellipsoids you dug up. The cellar contains many spoiled ellipsoids, indicating a substantial yield. Otherwise, there would be no surplus. They need not scour the mountains for food. They can be self-sufficient through agriculture alone. Most, they might tire of their regular fare and seek variety. It was remarkable that Miao Miao was willing to engage her mind, for she seldom spoke so much. It wasn't that Zhang San lacked the desire to converse, but rather that his little cat was too naive. She would speak at the slightest inquiry. This made him feel somewhat uneasy, as if he were testing her. Such probing could easily lead to complications in their relationship. Not to mention, she might become overwhelmed by questioning that he wished to avoid any fissures in their bond, and certainly did not want to lose Miao Miao. Thus he preferred to refrain from asking as long as they could be together. Everything else was inconsequential. Chapter 76. Truth and Heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature plummeted swiftly. It was time to return. Zhang San collected some spicy shrub branches for seasoning. After an afternoon's toil, the scabs on his nails had formed, and the pain had subsided. The flying serpent had frozen solid. And Meow Meow playfully wielded it as a makeshift cane, even boasting that she would pole vault across the protective ravine back to the village. Zhang San checked the back of her hand, finding it icy. Enough of this play. Give me the snake that it would be of no use to you. I cannot tuck it into my pocket. Some items are difficult to freeze. The peculiar viscous substance in the hollow had not solidified, sticking to Meow Meow's hands and proving impossible to clean with snow. There were numerous ways to deal with the stickiness, but staining their clothes would be troublesome, as neither of them had replacements. Upon reaching the edge of the deep ravine, she tucked her dirty little hands away, cradling the cane against her chest, giggling and fluttering her eyelashes at Zhang San, waiting for him to carry her across. After leaping over the ravine and depositing their assorted finds, he returned to fetch Meow Meow. The couple returned to their dilapidated earthen dwelling, ready to sort through the day's harvest. Zhang San placed some snow into a clay jar. Using the fire knife and flint they had gathered to kindle a flame, allowing Meow Meow to heat water to wash her hands, he cleaned the frozen serpent with snow, placing it near the fire to thaw. Then picked up a shard of pottery to begin scraping scales. Stop, stop, stop. Before he could finish, Meow Meow interrupted him. What are you doing? You don't scrape it, just pour boiling water over it, and the skin will peel right off. Thus, Zhang San cleaned the innards and set them aside. He then set up another clay jar, adding seasonings to start boiling soup. Lacking a frying pan, their options were limited to either boiling or roasting. Roasting was a lesser choice. The meat would lose precious fat, while roots and fruits would partially char, wasting firewood. If it could be boiled, then it should be. Once the water boiled, Zhang San successfully peeled the snake's skin and cut the body into segments. Adding them to the hot soup, the skin was not carelessly discarded but rather buried in a shaded spot, for one never knows when they might be short on provisions and need it in an emergency. The mildly toxic snake innards were treated similarly. Meow Meow dipped her hands into the steaming water, squeezing her eyes shut in bliss. After playing with the snake for a while, her hands had nearly lost all sensation. At the start of the fire, her fingers could hardly bend. Even picking up nearby firewood was a struggle. Soaking her hands warmed them, and she picked up a piece of dark, slippery substance that it was a homemade soap by the village's indigenous people. Effective in cutting grease, she placed the dirty nuts into the soapy water for a rough wash, cleansing her hands in the process. After draining the dirty water and rinsing again, she began to clean the dirt from the snow yam. Once the snow yam was clean, they faced the most challenging task, peeling it. The skin was toxic and could not be consumed unpeeled. As they cherished their food, the couple sought to minimize the loss of the edible core. The gnarled and twisted roots proved exceedingly difficult to handle. Meow Meow attempted to scald them with boiling water, then rinse with cold water. It was easier to peel some, but still required meticulous handling. With stones for scraping, nails for prying, and bone knives for digging out wormholes, they persevered. When the spicy yam and serpent meat soup was finally ready, the ashes from the firewood had accumulated into a small mound. They ladled the fragrant, steaming soup into a small table fashioned from shattered stone pillars and burnt wooden planks. The blend of fatigue and the anticipation of a meal created a cozy warmth within the dilapidated earthen house. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, after dinner, they tidied their home and sorted through the nuts. Finally, a moment to rest. Zhang San removed his outer garment and laid down on the bed, carefully tucking in the barely sufficient blanket in preparation for sleep. A rustling sound emerged as Meow Meow crawled out of her side of the bed and nestled into Zhang San's arms. The blanket was scarcely enough for him alone, and with Meow Meow beside him, it failed to cover them both. Allowing cold air to seep in at the foot of the bed, he withdrew his arms, pressing the blanket against his sides while securing his feet at the end of the bed. The short blanket shifted down, revealing his broad, dependable chest and Meow Meow's small, delicate head. The rosy moonlight filtered through the roof, and he could not discern whether the flush on his cheeks was from the cold, the moon, or embarrassment. Their heartbeats gradually synchronized, creating a rhythm of intimacy. What troubles you? After spending much time together, Zhang San could distinctly sense her discontent. That I don't know. Meow Meow's soft voice, tinged with sadness, quivered as she said, I feel so distant from you. Was it the result of being saved, fostering a reliance that now led to feelings of insecurity? Or was it something else? Zhang San remained silent, gently embracing her head to draw her closer. while his other hand softly patted her back. There were many comforting words he could have spoken, and Meow Meow was easily soothed, but he understood that this would not truly resolve the issue. Once her emotions settled, Zhang San slowly suggested, "How about, starting tomorrow, you stop teaching me?" As long as he did not master the skills of foraging, he would remain dependent on Meow Meow, alleviating her fears of abandonment. This was both a comfort and a subtle test. Inevitable to no. I want to teach you. With no common language to share, carrying Zhang San on her back, while foraging would only lead to brief encounters during meals and sleep. With scarce conversation, the more she thought about it, the more fearful she became, and her emotions spiraled out of control as she cried out, "But you must pay tuition. How much?" "Woo-woo, 500 million. Zhang San playfully ruffled her cat ears and chuckled. "No problem. Is that for real?" "Of course it's real." "Then let's make a pact." "Pact?" The little cat girl immediately broke into laughter, bashfully pulling the blanket over her flushed face. Zhang San's expression froze in an instant. "Wait a moment, which 500 million are you referring to?" Chapter 77. I love you, Meow Meow. "What is it?" The little cat girl peered over the blanket, her eyes wide and unblinking, glistening with tears that had washed away her worries. Thanks to her enhanced night vision, she was fortunate to catch the glimmering gaze of Zhang San. His heart fluttered, and his words emerged from the depths of sincerity. "That I love you'd the sudden confession." Meow Meow shuddered, nestling into his embrace, and teasingly replied, "You're being mischievous to say such things at a moment like this." Her words faltered, her feet curling, as she whimpered softly. Meow Meow felt a wave of weakness wash over her. And soon she cried herself to sleep, her little head drooping as she drifted into slumber. Zhang San gently extricated himself from the blanket, carefully tucking it around her before swiftly donning his winter attire. As he emerged from the warmth of their intimate moment, he reached up to the back of his head, where he felt a slight bump. Just moments ago, while petting her head, he had noticed a small, inconspicuous lump on Meow Meow's head that should not have been there. Now, discovering a similar bump on his own head made the matter more serious. The direction of their respective bumps fortuitously pointed towards the idol in the cellar where they slept. Zhang San grasped a torch and stepped outside. Igniting it, he casually picked up a stone axe and made his way towards the cellar. The cave-like cellar was eerily quiet under the winter night, the torch flickering silently, making Zhang San acutely aware of his heavy breathing. The statue remained unchanged, as was to be expected. The surrounding 100 or so decaying corpses exhibited no apparent alterations either, which was likewise anticipated. If it truly possessed any power, why could it not protect its own followers? Zhang San pondered, poised to raise the stone axe and shatter the statue into a million pieces. One breath passed, then 2, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The torch's flame dwindled to half, yet he ultimately refrained from striking. If he were alone, it would not matter regardless. However, he was now the husband of Meow Meow, and he ought to consider her well-being. What if something unforeseen were to occur? Driven by love, he had bravely ventured into the eerie cellar. Yet now, love rendered him hesitant, unwilling to take action. Amidst his indecision, a sharp sound pierced the stillness, akin to the cracking of a walnut shell, echoing sharply in the quiet cellar. The torch flickered, and Zhang San abruptly turned to scan the source of the sound, where piles of decaying corpses lay in disarray. Having foraged for food amidst them, Zhang San was acutely aware that only one thing in the cellar could produce such a crisp sound. Bones' IT was too dark to discern which body was moving. Zhang San's throat twitched slightly as he extended his arm, cautiously holding the torch aloft to investigate further. Rustle. Another sound emerged, and he quickly pinpointed its location. It was the lavishly dressed female corpse from earlier. The bulge atop her head had inexplicably ruptured, and a peculiar caterpillar emerged from within her cranium, its front end twisting grotesquely. The dense, dark tufts brushed against the pale crown, creating a rasping noise. Before Zhang San could contemplate, the caterpillar suddenly lifted its front end and struck fiercely, its numerous bristles penetrating the skull. Its midsection contorted, displaying a strenuous effort, as the bulge cracked audibly, drawing forth a tangle of indeterminate matter. This consisted of dozens of slender, elongated entities, their segments writhing with remarkable elasticity. Each one was covered in fine, dense hair. Rather than resembling a caterpillar, they bore a closer resemblance to rat tails, clinging together in a viscous mass. Zhang San swung the axe down upon them. The severed mass of rat tails writhed violently, their scattered appendages thrashing chaotically against the bones, producing a jarring friction that crackled as if responding to a warning signal. The bulges atop the corpse's heads simultaneously ruptured, and masses of rat tails emerged from within. The grotesque, hairy appendages flailed wildly, dragging the slime-soaked tufts as they twisted and crawled. Rustle. Hundreds of rat tails appeared at once, slithering down the skeletons, leaving behind a trail of foul-smelling slime. Logically, this clumsy assembly of creatures would never be able to catch Zhang San. Yet, one mass of rat tails seemed to have developed a semblance of intelligence. Shifting from crawling to rolling, dropping from the cracked skull and, buoyed by gravity, slithering towards his feet. Zhang San instinctively kicked out his leg to his dismay. The hairy, sticky mass clung to his shoe like a burr. He shook his foot vigorously but failed to dislodge it, instead feeling a sharp sting on the top of his foot that a wave of nausea surged within him, accompanied by a rising tide of terror as countless thoughts intermingled, toxic liquid seeping through the hairs into his body. Taking root, never to leave, parasitic eggs, or even grotesque transformations. Surely, it wouldn't hatch from my brain, would it? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a solid sensation behind him. Zhang San quickly turned around, realizing he had inadvertently backed into the statue. Colliding with it, the torchlight illuminated the blood-red inscriptions on its back, and strangely, he found he could comprehend them this time. Zhang San could no longer maintain his composure, discarding his shoes as he bolted from the cellar. The heavy trapdoor slamming shut behind him, sealing the opening with a perfect fit. Panting heavily, he collapsed against the trapdoor, the blood-red inscriptions swirling repeatedly in his mind. Those 4 characters were neither threats nor curses. Yet they instilled a deeper sense of dread. I also love you. Chapter 78. I also love you. Amidst the swirling snow and whitewashed rooftops, a small tribe nestled within the Jinqing mountain range had recently received an unwelcome visitor. Initially, the tribe's people had ignored it, for their own survival was precarious, leaving little room for offerings to its so-called deity. However, today was different. The relentless snowfall had rendered their already scarce food supplies even more insufficient, and their firewood was nearly depleted as the snow ceased. Before dawn broke, the young and able-bodied members of the tribe packed their belongings and set out to hunt. To their dismay, they encountered a massive tiger. Also in search of food, the hunting party suffered grievous losses, with nearly half returning, bloodied and battered. For a tribe of fewer than 100, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow. Without a plan, survival through the winter seemed impossible. Father, tighten your belt. We still have a chance to endure until spring. Why squander our hard-earned food on that witch? Silence, the old chief barked, glaring fiercely. Had it not been for his son's injuries, he would have already struck him with his staff. Do not follow me. You will only hinder our efforts. Experience. Over 30 years of it, though the old chief's body was waning, and he could no longer hunt or farm as proficiently as his son. His knowledge of the land was beyond the comprehension of a mere boy. We will not survive until spring. It is simply impossible. Those who cannot fill their stomachs cannot warm their beds. And now most of the young men are injured. Collecting firewood has become an issue. Pushing his son aside, he entered the inner room, where a large jar lay nestled in the corner between the earthen kong and the wall. After removing the stones that weighed it down, he lifted the lid and cloth, and a sharp, acrid odor assaulted his senses. The jar was filled with a peculiar brine, with a layer of animal fat congealed atop. Solidifying into a viscous mass, as he skimmed it aside, the brine released an even more pungent aroma. The old chief tapped his staff, and his son reluctantly handed him an iron hook. Grasping it, he fished out dozens of strips of cured meat from the brine. Wrapped in cloth and secured, they weighed a total of 17 pounds. Observing his father's trembling arm, his son reached out with his uninjured hand to assist. The old chief cast a sidelong glance, but ultimately relinquished his hold, admonishing, "Remember, do not speak carelessly." As the father and son emerged, the rest of the tribe peered out, each carrying their own bundles of cured meat. Gathering together, the stench overwhelming the children's senses. "Let us go." The old chief did not specify their destination, but everyone understood. They were headed to find the witch by the creek. Hee. Amber, who was busy sewing animal hides, burst into laughter, the sound echoing. Shifting her gaze from the window, she donned her cloak and stepped outside her creekside dwelling. Have you changed your minds?" The tribespeople turned to the old chief, the husband of the young wife. the father of a half-grown child, the pillar of the household, the lifeblood of all the injured, today would determine the tribe's survival. The old chief took the strips of cured meat from his son and, with both hands, respectfully presented them to Amber. This is deer meat marinated in a secret brine. While its scent may be pungent, the toxins have long since dissipated, so it is safe for consumption. He paused before adding, "Might you share the teachings once more?" "Of course," Amber replied. Yes, she opened her cloak, her hands, covered in needlework, extended forth, accepting the frozen, cured deer meat. A muffled crunching sound arose from beneath her cloak. She belched contentedly, and, when she extended her hand again, held a needle threaded with bright red silk. "Come inside. I shall impart the teachings and tend to the injured." Watching Amber's retreating figure, the tribe's people exchanged glances. They had never heard of healing being conducted with needles. The old chief, steeling himself, gestured, "Follow." The decision was made by the old chief, and naturally, the role of the test subject fell to his son. The son placed his severed right hand on the table, and Amber handed him a towel that it might hurt a bit. It's best to bite down on this, or your teeth may fall out even sooner than your father's." The old chief's son swallowed hard, asking, "Is there no need for disinfection?" Amber countered, "Do you understand what you are questioning?" The old chief huffed, prodding his son's spine with his staff. "Silence," Amber giggled, rolling up her test subject's sleeve. The injured arm had evidently been tended to, clean strips of cloth binding a small wooden stick to stabilize the broken bone. She unwrapped the cloth, peeling back the skin, fat, and muscle, before picking up the embroidery needle. Engaging in the most familiar task of her life, sewing, stitching the bone, fastening the fascia, suturing veins, lymphatic vessels, nerves, and dermis. Sometimes, the needle would not even pierce through, yet the thread would weave itself neatly, densely packed against the sutured area. A testament to her skill, the old chief's son was already in excruciating pain, his entire focus fixated on the towel clamped between his teeth, only realizing someone was calling him after repeated attempts. As for the teachings Amber imparted during the healing process, he heard not a single word. Raising his head, the peculiar face formed from stitches beneath the hood was vaguely visible, the odd visage curled into a smile. Amber grinning, revealing her white teeth and the thread on her gums, her own teeth stitched as well. "The bow is not quite fitting for your temperament, so I opted for the simplest knot. I hope you don't mind. Now, move your arm." Following her instructions, the old chief's son moved his arm up, down, and sideways. The crowd gathered around, touching and inspecting, asking, "How is it?" "It's fine. Hey, all good, aside from the pain." "Nothing is amiss." The small dwelling erupted with heartfelt laughter. The old chief, forgetting his fear, stepped forward to express gratitude. "Thanks to your skilled hands, my son's arm has healed, and the injured of the tribe are saved." Amber chuckled, "No need for thanks. This is what you deserve. Just as I previously stated in the teachings, if you serve faithfully, the deity will surely show mercy. The deity also loves the world." The crowd exchanged glances. They echoed, "God loves the world." Chapter 79. The Quality Worm. The heavy door of the trapdoor crashed shut with a sound like thunder. Meow Meow was startled awake, feeling beside her, only to find the space beside her cold and empty. Hastily, she donned her winter garments and followed the red thread straight to the cave. There, she spotted Zhang San sitting cross-legged on the icy ground, his gaze fixated intently on a certain spot. His eyes gleaming with ferocity, his face was adorned with a bristly mane, and his hands and bare left foot bore sharp, elongated claws that he resembled a chaotic beast, poised to rend everything around him to shreds. He must have encountered something dreadful. Meow Meow hurried over, taking small, quick steps. She opened her arms, enveloping Zhang San's face in her warm embrace, her small hands gently stroking his head as she whispered soothingly, "Do not worry. Your sister is here for you." Before long, the savage aspect of Zhang San visibly diminished, and he swiftly returned to normality. That he rose slowly, ruffling Meow Meow's hair. "Thank goodness you are here," he murmured with a chuckle. The little cat girl beamed with joy. In truth, Zhang San had not lost control. He had transformed his claws to examine the skin on his toes, checking for any abnormalities from the prick of the mousetail fluff. Since Meow Meow believed he was in distress, it made sense to play along. Having just recovered from a serious illness, she was in a state of vulnerability, and providing emotional support would benefit her mental and physical well-being. On that note, perhaps he could feign a loss of control in the future, prompting Meow Meow to comfort him. While it might startle her, who wouldn't he crave a loving embrace? Once she discovered the ruse, she would likely pout and strike him with her small fists, allowing him to pull her into his arms. Reining in his wandering thoughts, Zhang San touched the back of his head, feeling the swelling had significantly subsided. As had Meow Meow's. "What brings you here alone?" she inquired curiously. Zhang San was about to explain the matter when he quickly recounted the general sequence of events, detailing the appearance and characteristics of the mousetail fluff. Before he could ask, Meow Meow confidently interjected, "I know. That S called a quality worm." "Quality worm?" he echoed. "Yes," Meow Meow added. "The quality of human essence that quality worm," he acknowledged. Although Meow Meow could not read, she emphasized the specific pronunciation of G, indicating a close connection between this worm and human essence. She continued, "You mentioned they have black fur. That would be the black quality worm." "How so? Are there other varieties?" "There's also a pure white one." That seeing Zhang San staring at her without blinking, Meow Meow understood and elaborated. If a person possesses human essence in their head and it is not extracted after death, over a long period, the human essence will hatch into worms and break free. These worms are called quality worms. The white quality worm will crawl to conspicuous heights to be consumed by birds or squirrels, while the black quality worm will actively attack living beings, causing them to faint on the spot. Zhang San pondered, "But I didn't faint. These are tales my grandfather shared with my grandmother while I listened in." She explained, "I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. You still have a grandfather?" He inquired. "Yes, living alone can be quite lonely. Finding a companion for life is perfectly natural." Meow Meow knew little else about quality worms. Zhang San took a moment to contemplate before deciding to go retrieve his shoes. His long boots were crafted from military-grade materials, exceptionally durable and lightweight, far surpassing the lifespan of those made by traditional methods, especially in the current frigid weather. Not having shoes made movement exceedingly difficult. He fetched a bone rake, intending to push away the nearby black quality worms. Although he wouldn't faint from their sting, he would experience an influx of inexplicable information in his mind. He already had a Zhang San in his head, and it was best not to mix in any foreign consciousness. Lighting a torch for Meow Meow to hold, he cautiously lifted the trapdoor, and the couple descended into the cellar with utmost care. The long boots stood silently beside the idol, and once they entered, they were immediately visible. The cellar was eerily quiet, and the two observed their surroundings closely, particularly the crevices in the ground and the ceiling. Proceeding with caution, the oppressive silence became unbearable, prompting Meow Meow to whisper, "How did so many shoelaces end up on your boots?" As the head of the household, Zhang San felt obliged to maintain his dignity and refrained from admitting that he had momentarily lost control. His left foot having transformed into a beastly paw. Clearing his throat, he diverted, pointing to the clustered black quality worms at the base of the idol. "Why are they not moving?" Meow Meow added. "Did you hear any strange sounds?" "Shoo, stay quiet. This is a great opportunity." Just then, the floor began to tremble unexpectedly. Not just the floor, but the ceiling and the surroundings as well. The decaying corpses in the corners of the cellar collapsed with a crackling sound, and debris rained down from above. The fissures in the ground visibly widening. An earthquake. Zhang San's heart raced as he felt a surge of alertness. He dashed forward, snatching up his long boots and swiftly pivoting to scoop Meow Meow under his arm. Rushing out of the cave before the collapse ensued. The snow was frigid, the gravel and broken tiles jarring against him, and with only one shoe, he stumbled unevenly, one leg higher than the other. The ground continued to shake violently, causing him to fall from time to time. Zhang San disregarded everything else. He simply knew he had to escape, away from the mountainside, away from structures, away from anything that could potentially crash down upon him. Even a small pebble falling from above could lead to dire consequences. He handed the long boots to Meow Meow and repositioned her into a princess carry, making it easier to run while also providing some protection should he fall. Crossing a deep ravine, they exited the village, but safety was not guaranteed in the woods. Trees around them continued to topple, and in some areas, avalanches and landslides occurred. Zhang San's focus sharpened to its utmost, his gaze scanning everything around him to determine the safest path to evade the natural disaster. "Meow, look over there." Zhang San did not respond, as the deafening sound echoed through the mountains, drowning out any clarity. His arm was tapped twice, and lowering his gaze, he saw the little cat girl pointing into the distance. Following her finger, he noticed the mountaintop where the elephant tribe resided. The very place Meow Meow visited the hot springs was glowing bright red. An unquantifiable mass of black ash and superheated rocks erupted skyward. Orange-red molten liquid flowed slowly down the mountain that it became clear why everything around was so visible and noisy. It was a volcanic eruption. Rocks previously ejected high into the air began to fall, leaving blazing trails in their wake. Boom! A massive, glittering boulder, weighing several tons, crashed onto a hillside several kilometers away, turning frozen earth into mud as it burst through the vaporized steam. Splattering debris everywhere, the high-temperature stones struck the trees, embedding themselves deep within and emitting acrid smoke. The mere fragments falling from the volcanic eruption held such power that being struck directly would spell certain doom. What to do? What to do? Zhang San was at a loss. He had experienced minor tremors before, but had never encountered a volcanic eruption. He did not believe he could outrun nature's fury. His most pressing threat was the falling rocks, and he needed to find a place to hide. The cave? No, that would not do. The ground was still shaking, and a collapse could bury him alive. The river? No good either. Yet, aside from the tree-filled hills, all that surrounded them was the icy river at the mountainside. There was nothing else in this desolate wilderness. Was there truly a high-resistance shelter? The sky was filled with molten rocks descending with terrifying speed, and large boulders would trigger secondary rockfalls. Melting mud fell from the trees like a torrential downpour, quickly coating Zhang San in a filthy layer. Some of the heated mud fell too close, scorching his skin upon contact. Fortunately, no volcanic rocks had yet landed near him. Between the Stone Garlic Village and the Elephant Tribe's hot springs lay several mountain peaks, and Zhang San was positioned far from the epicenter of the eruption. Another fragment struck his leg, the impact jolting through his thick fleece pants, causing him to stagger and nearly fall to one knee. How many times had that happened? Seizing the moment to regain his balance, he glanced down at Meow Meow, whose fearful eyes brimmed with tears, her face smeared with mud, and clutching his front, her small hand bleeding from a significant gash, blood flowing freely. What difference does this make to execution? Zhang San thought bitterly, if death is inevitable, why not just have a boulder drop on my head? But he did not relent. He wanted to live, together with Meow Meow. Thus, he directed his attention to the surrounding sturdy trees. The mountain trees had mutated. Many of them, capable of being embraced by several people, could grow to impressive sizes in just a decade, their cores remaining intact. Yet, some would be century-old giants, hollowed out within, forming natural tree cavities. Perhaps the heavens, touched by his fierce desire to survive, led him to discover a stout ancient tree with a hollow. Without hesitation, he dove into it. In retrospect, a vague image of the surrounding environment had suddenly surfaced in his mind, as if a subconscious awareness revealed the presence of such a tree hollow nearby. These memories did not belong to him. They seemed to originate from the quality worm that Zhang San burst into laughter. He was uncertain whether the ancient tree could withstand the falling rocks or if he would survive the day. But at least for now, he was free from the torment of flying debris, and the enclosed environment offered a sense of security. Moo-ah, moo-ah. He planted a couple of kisses on the face of the calico cat, completely oblivious to the 3 pairs of eyes quietly observing everything within the hollow. Chapter 80. I'll trade with you. The adrenaline had not yet faded, and Zhang San remained exhilarated, his heart racing amid the cacophony of falling rocks, crashing sounds, and the patter of debris. The faint, acrid scent of sulfur hung in the air, and the ancient tree crackled as stone struck it. Outside, nature unleashed its fury, while the false sense of security provided by the tree hollow offered an overwhelming wave of relaxation. Gazing at Meow Meow, who sat beside him, Zhang San felt a surge of exhilaration, irresistibly drawn to seek out further thrills. Under the influence of hormones, his hands trembled uncontrollably, taking an eternity to unfasten just 2 buttons. Meow Meow glanced back, but chose to ignore it, gently cooperating with her beloved. The final blast before the apocalypse loomed. Oh heavens, I can hardly fathom how exhilarating that must be. Suddenly, the emergence of a red thread caused Zhang San to become instantly alert. He immediately fixed his gaze and summoned all surrounding red threads into view. The forest remained a cacophony of sounds, with various explosive noises echoing, and he had not quite caught the earlier words from his adversary. Had it not been for the automatic triggering of the red thread, he would have been unaware of anyone else in the cave. Likewise, the sweet nothings he had whispered to Meow Meow were also unheard by the other party. or else he would have been in quite the predicament. To his astonishment, besides the one who had just spoken, there were two others ensnared in over 100 loops of red thread. They were acquaintances, likely from the settlement. Who could they be? Zhang San did not act immediately, harboring inexplicable sentiments toward the settlement. Nostalgia? Regret? Indebtedness? He could not articulate it seemed the other party had uttered something. The red threads multiplying gradually, yet they remained unable to communicate, each sitting quietly. Occasionally, small stones and bits of dirt flew into the hollow of the tree. Concerned for Miao Miao's comfort, Zhang San helped her rebutton the garment she had only just managed to unfasten. His face flushed with embarrassment as he thought. Thankfully, it wasn't a zipper. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how far along they would be by now. Nearby, a few trees were ablaze, illuminating the dark hollow slightly, allowing him to discern the appearances of the three on the opposite side. The speaker was a woman in her 30s with long, graying hair, exuding a warm smile that radiated kindness. The other two were a young man and woman, both still bearing youthful innocence. Zhang San did not recognize them. The girl held her left side, her expression occasionally pained, indicating she might have been injured. The boy stayed close, offering comfort, their bond evidently intimate. Time passed, and the noise subsided significantly. The boy looked over, gritting his teeth, and exclaimed, "Zhang San." So it was indeed someone from the settlement. The boy continued, "Where is Xinyu? Why is it only this girl here?" As he spoke, his gaze swept over Miao Miao again, observing her cat ears. The rumors circulating were evidently true. This girl was indeed a creature of legend. Who is Xinyu? Zhang San pondered, somewhat perplexed. Miao Miao raised her head and softly reminded him, "It's Xiaotian." So Zhang Xiaotian's name is Xinyu. It was no wonder Zhang San was confused. No one had informed him that I don't know. She's missing. That being said, Zhang San understood deep down that Zhang Xiaotian had likely met with misfortune. He had no knowledge of where she resided, and on the day the eight-winged multicolored spirit flew away, he had searched her home, finding her shoes in the kitchen. Missing? Perhaps this demoness had devoured her. The boy was filled with anger but dared not voice it. He needed Zhang San's assistance. You have essence. With a demoness present, Zhang San certainly knew what essence entailed. You asked too many questions. If it weren't for the boredom, Zhang San would have been disinclined to engage with this young man. Zuner is injured. She needs essence to survive. The boy was not foolish. He understood that nothing comes for free. He tugged at the girl's sweater collar, removing the pendant from her neck, a stone strung on a cord, a water blue, hard, crystalline oval. I'll trade this with you. Chapter 81. Unavoidably expensive without Miao Miao needing to say anything. Zhang San could ascertain that this was indeed a piece of essence. Its quality was superb. Zhang San remained noncommittal and instead asked, "Wouldn't it be better to give her such a fine essence directly? Why seek to trade with me?" "Because, Jichengji, let me explain." The girl who had been silent suddenly spoke. Though injured, her words hinted at the unbearable pain she was enduring. My name is Li Zuner. And then? Zhang San had never heard this name before. My father's name is Li Taopi Li Taopiao. Although they had only seen each other from a distance, Zhang San had a very vivid impression of this person. On the night Li Taopiao was dragged into the water by a humanoid fish monster, Zhang San had accidentally grasped the use of the red thread. "I recognize him." Li Zuner nodded gently. She was certainly aware that Zhang San knew her father. The entire settlement was aware. "This is the crystalline core of the fish monster. On the day they captured the monster, my mother received its head. My father perished at its hands. I cannot bring myself to consume this." The trees surrounding the settlement had been felled, making it hard to encounter large beasts. Thus everyone seldom came across essence and remained oblivious to its value. Otherwise, how could she have obtained the fish head? In the midst of their conversation, Miao Miao opened the seam of her coat and produced a plump, round essence, derived from a bear that had been stung to death by bees. Zhang San took the essence and casually tossed it to the other side. Whether they could survive the day was uncertain. There was no need to be a miser. Jiqiang was taken aback. His first instinct was to retreat, but realizing it was a coveted item, he hurriedly bent down to feel around in the darkness. Picking up the essence from the bear, he did not immediately give it to Li Zuner, but instead presented it to the gray-haired woman in her 30s. Seeing her nod, he instantly beamed with joy, instructing Li Zuner to open her mouth, then scrape the essence with a stone, allowing the powder to tumble into her mouth. Zhang San still did not know the name of the 30-something woman. So he inquired, What is your surname? You, just a single character. You. My name is Zhang San. I know. Xiao Chao just mentioned it. Yu turned her gaze to him. And what about her? Miao Miao da. Stop. Stop. Yu suddenly turned to Jiqiang and shouted, Xiao Chao. Don't give Zuner that much at once. The powder absorbs too quickly. Be wary of her not benefiting from it. Jiqiang held great trust in Yu, and he promptly halted, carefully wrapping the remaining essence in a piece of cloth. Gently helping Li Zuner sit up, and inquired with concern, How are you feeling? Is it better? It doesn't hurt as much. Don't push yourself if you feel uncomfortable. Make sure to tell me, all right? Li Zuner nodded. Resting her head on Jiqiang's shoulder to recuperate, he examined the pendant again and ultimately chose to honor their agreement. Here you go. Saying this, he tossed the pendant over. Zhang San extended his finger, twisting it twice around the cord, and handed the water blue essence to his little steward. Miao Miao gleefully clutched the crystalline oval, directing it toward the small blaze outside, admiring the radiant light it refracted. The two parties sat in silence, leaning against the inner wall of the hollow tree, resting. Gulu, Miao Miao's stomach grumbled. It was now 6 a.m. Zhang San awoke from his slumber, opened his eyes, and gazed outside the cave. Seeing nothing but a thick haze, leaving Shishans in such a rush, he had packed nothing, with only a handful of nuts in his pocket, which the couple split to stave off hunger. Yu also awoke. Yawning widely, she rubbed her belly, pulling out a handful of warm hay from beneath herself, chewing it contentedly. Chapter 82. Stinky Birch. The earthquake had long since ceased, and there had been no aftershocks throughout the latter half of the night. Rocks no longer tumbled from the sky, suggesting that the volcanic eruption had come to an end. Due to the fog, visibility outside was estimated to be less than 20 meters. Should they wait for the mist to clear or leave promptly? Choosing the former seemed risky. What if the volcano erupted again? The chaos of the mountains and limited visibility made the latter choice not necessarily favorable either. Lost in thought, Zhang San suddenly felt an itch in his throat. Involuntarily coughing a couple of times, this haze might pose a problem. That a gentle touch on his arm drew his attention to Miao Miao, who had woken up at some point and was now offering him a fragrant mask. After donning the mask, Zhang San inquired with concern, How are you feeling? Is your breathing still smooth? Miao Miao scrunched her nose and took a couple of breaths, her little head bobbing. It feels pretty normal. Just standard breathing. Oh dear, it's all your fault. You've turned my breathing into a manual transmission. Zhang San felt relieved. He had begun to cough, yet Miao Miao showed no signs of discomfort, indicating that her previous lung infection had healed swiftly without lingering complications. Shall we go out and take a look? All right. As they exited the hollow tree, they heard a crackling noise overhead. Looking up, they realized the ancient tree they had sheltered in had ignited from sparks, burning throughout the night. Due to the accumulated snow, the ignited trees did not form a continuous line, but rather emitted white smoke in the damp environment, preventing a forest fire. Zhang San climbed along the vines of the parasitic ancient tree to the burning section, using the red thread to sever the smoldering part and pushing it down. Observing the cut, he saw embers still flickering inside. This tree had been smoldering deeply. If left unchecked, it would be uninhabitable by nightfall. As he had yet to decide on their next course of action, he aimed to protect this temporary shelter first. Clearing away the burnt portions, he then collected the snow Miao Miao had gathered and covered the dugout depression. After extinguishing the fire, he leaped down and rubbed the snow between his hands, casually asking, Are you thirsty? Miao Miao nodded. The flying snake soup from last night was a bit salty. Let us go fetch some river water to boil. As they moved forward, the haze was thick and dense, and with each step, the trees that emerged into view resembled shadowy figures. Large objects concealed behind the trees were indistinguishable as either stones or ferocious beasts. The mountain path was already rugged and slippery, with some areas featuring depressions caused by falling rocks and fissures from the earthquake. Furthermore, to avoid getting lost on the way back to the hollow tree, Zhang San needed to leave markers along the route. Despite the path appearing safe, traversing it was laborious and taxing. The river at the foot of the mountain had not changed much. The thick layer of ice still bore a light covering of snow. But now there were additional granules of gravel, clearing away the snow covering the river surface. The murky water beneath was unclear. Miao Miao brought over a stone, and Zhang San struck it down, causing dark river water to surge from the crack. Lifting a piece of broken ice revealed a dozen fish belly up. Another piece lifted revealed yet another dozen. They likely had been stunned or killed by the falling rocks during the earthquake. Zhang San looked at Miao Miao, who was also staring at him with wide eyes. The two individuals locked eyes, both perceiving the joy reflected within each other's gaze, and no worries about sustenance. The couple separated to gather firewood. Zhang San stuffed a handful of grass into his trousers, waiting for the collected firewood to form a pile, allowing the grass to dry and warm. Using a fire starter and flint, he ignited the grass, shielding it from the wind, gradually coaxing the damp firewood to catch flame. He then sought several straight branches, sharpened them with a knife, and skewered some mildly toxic river fish that had undergone minimal preparation. Setting them up for roasting, Miao Miao, unbeknownst to where she found it, produced a mineral water bottle, filled it with snow, and hung it over the fire to boil water for drinking. Lacking any seasoning, the fish emitted a strong fishy odor that even the smoke could not mask. While it sufficed to fill their bellies, it fell far short of being delicious. Watching Miao Miao crouched by the fire, gnawing on the roasted fish with her small face smeared with soot, Zhang San felt a twinge of concern. What was he doing in the East, subjecting Miao Miao's little frame to a life of hardship? What was wrong with settling in the small town? Noticing Zhang San lost in thought while holding the roasted fish, Miao Miao assumed he was choking and handed him the mineral water bottle. After taking a sip, Zhang San found the bitterness intensified. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Miao Miao boiled another bottle of water, capped it, wiped away the soot, and tucked it under her arm for warmth. Zhang San sliced dozens of pieces of fish, wrapping them in cloth for future needs. The two retraced their earlier markings, the outline of the ancient tree becoming faintly visible. Outside the tree hollow stood two figures, one tall and the other short, encircling a stinky birch tree as they cut something with a knife. It was Yu Yu and Chao Jiqiang. Under Yu Yu's guidance, Chao Jiqiang peeled back the bark, revealing the white phloem beneath, then slanted his knife to scrape off translucent, tender slices. The slices were foul-smelling. The knife was foul, the hand holding the knife was foul, the dripping sap was foul, and the earth at the roots reeked, creating a stench-filled atmosphere around them. "What are you doing?" Zhang San approached to inquire. He had planned to observe the situation for a while, but with such a stench surrounding them, he wondered if the tree hollow could still serve as shelter. Eating the bark, of course. Yu Yu pinched a piece of the stinky birch phloem and chewed it a few times before swallowing. It alleviates hunger and quenches thirst, though it is a bit smelly. "Would you like a couple of pieces? Is this edible?" Zhang San glanced at Miao Miao, who shrugged her shoulders, indicating her uncertainty. She wasn't an encyclopedia. Her grandmother had never eaten tree bark, so she had no idea it was consumable, which was entirely reasonable. Seeing Chao Jiqiang eat it raw, Zhang San doubted its toxicity and reached for a small piece. Pinching his nose, he placed it in his mouth. The flavor was slightly sweet, with a crisp texture. However, after chewing for a while, it became sticky, and the foul odor grew stronger, compelling him to swallow quickly. "Is it tasty?" Miao Miao asked curiously. "It's acceptable. Would you like to try?" Miao Miao shook her head vigorously. No, I was just asking. I've already eaten enough." With that, she hurriedly ran back to the tree hollow. Yu Yu chuckled softly and asked, "Where did you find food just now?" "By the river. There are freshly dead fish beneath the ice," Zhang San replied, unwrapping a cloth bag to reveal the roasted fish slices, offering half to Yu Yu. "Oh dear, how can I accept this?" Yu Yu feigned reluctance, yet her hands eagerly accepted the offering. "You are truly kind. Thank you so much. I should be the one thanking you." Zhang San felt immense joy. The small town was dotted with numerous stinky birch trees. Since their burning produced an unpleasant odor, he had hardly cut any down. Now that he knew the bark was edible, it equated to an unexpected reserve of emergency food. In comparison to such knowledge, a few pieces of roasted fish were insignificant. Chapter 83. Tidying up. "You all keep busy. I'll head in first," Zhang San said, raising an eyebrow towards the tree hollow. The fish slices still held some warmth, and Yu Yu seized the moment to pop one in her mouth, mumbling, not bad." Inside, Li Xiner rested alone, and Chao Jiqiang, feeling uneasy, rubbed his hands in the snow to rid them of the stench. Following Zhang San closely, Zhang San halted at the entrance, glancing sideways to warn, "Do not stand behind others with a knife." Chao Jiqiang, still a young boy, was startled by the adult's gaze, responding timidly, "Oh, okay, sure." Zhang San ignored him further and stepped into the tree hollow. After a restless night, now that he had time, he carefully observed the interior of the hollow. It was a cylindrical space, spacious enough for 3 single beds, towering 4 stories high. Had Zhang San not cleared the burning sections before leaving in the morning, the embers could have smoldered through the outer bark, creating holes, turning the ancient tree into a colossal chimney, igniting fiercely in no time. Examining the hollow's contents revealed only dry grass, leaves, and scattered old bones. Not a single bone was intact, all marked with bite marks, likely remnants of gnawing toys. There were no signs of intelligent life. Evidently, the three had sought refuge in this hollow by chance, contemplating how to tidy up. The silver-haired Yu entered the hollow. Approaching the young couple nestled together, she offered fish slices to Chao Jiqiang, who eagerly accepted and dashed out, devouring them ravenously. Li Xian'er watched his retreating figure with longing. Swallowing hard, Yu sat beside her, using a wet tissue to wipe her cracked, bleeding lips. Miao Miao tiptoed and whispered in Zhang San's ear. Why didn't they share some with Xian'er? She looked so pitiful. The essence was generously shared, yet it was unreasonable to withhold a few pieces of fish, especially since he had just mentioned the river was teeming with fish. After pondering, Zhang San explained, she injured her intestines. So she cannot eat. I see, Miao Miao replied. Since they were merely passing acquaintances with Yu and her group, how they allocated their resources was their business. Zhang San did not wish to pry too deeply. Redirecting his attention to Miao Miao. Observing the soot smeared on her feline face, he grasped the plastic bottle cap peeking out from her collar, yanked the mineral water bottle from her grasp, twisted it open, and poured some warm water onto a handkerchief. I don't want to wash my face, the little cat protested, darting away. Recently, Miao Miao had been quite sensitive. After weeping, the cold wind had left her skin cracked and painful. In comparison to cleanliness, her fear of pain took precedence. Hold still, little dirty cat. He firmly restrained Miao Miao, diligently scrubbing her face. Afterward, he cradled her cheeks and gently rubbed them. That you've lost so much weight. Your face feels different. You're a bad person, Miao Miao huffed, playfully punching him twice. Seeing Zhang San crouch down to arrange the dry grass for bedding, she obediently followed suit, gathering the soft materials into a pile. That it seems there isn't enough stuff, she remarked, rolling onto the makeshift bed of grass and leaves. Miao Miao created a nest, realizing it was only large enough for her alone and lacked a blanket. Zhang San nodded and ventured outside the hollow to find a fallen evergreen tree. Breaking off some leafy branches to stack together, the resin-rich trunk would serve as firewood. Despite the wood being damp, it would burn fiercely. After a while, the dried, fine needles would pose no issue. Chapter 84. Fireside Conversations with a red line severing the trunk. He fashioned appropriately sized wooden strips, feeding them into the fire, which soon blazed brilliantly. Miao Miao approached with small steps, her right palm facing upward, cradling something unknown, while her left hand poked in, dabbing a sticky substance on Zhang San's face. What is this? Zhang San wiped his face, removed his mask, and brought his hand to his nose for a sniff. The scent of herbs wafted through the air. That it's a secret herbal balm that Sister Yu gave me. She said it's made from herbs, talcum powder, and insect wax, good for preventing frostbite and moisturizing the skin. As she spoke, she rubbed the herbal ointment into her hands, applying it evenly to her face. Smell it. Is it fragrant? She tilted her head, bringing her face closer. Yes, it smells delightful. Oh, don't rub against me. Miao Miao grinned, her sharp teeth on display, resting her chin in her hands as she squatted beside the fire for warmth. Zhang San smoothed the herbal balm he had applied to his face, stealing a glance at Miao Miao. Noticing her long hair cascading down to the melted snow, its tips dabbed with mud, resembling a cat's tail. As if sensing his gaze, Miao Miao turned her head, her hair swirling and creating a large muddy circle. You? Huh? Oh, little dirty cat. Zhang San sighed, seeking another tree devoid of resin, stripping off the filthy outer bark, and cutting a log to serve as a seat for her, ensuring her hair wouldn't drag on the ground. Miao Miao's hair was excessively long, with a density far surpassing that of a human's, making it quite troublesome to manage. The amount of shampoo she used in a single wash could last Zhang San a month. He often questioned the purpose of her long hair. However, after years of nurturing it, it seemed a waste to cut it off. Be careful. No need to rush. Take your time. Yu's gentle voice drifted from behind. She was helping Li Xian'er, taking small steps towards the tree hollow. Seemingly intending to warm up by the fire, Miao Miao stood up, moving the log slightly away from her, offering it to the injured party. Yu smiled in response, expressing her gratitude. Zhang San took 4 more logs from the previous tree. One for each of the 5 individuals. Thank you, truly grateful. Yu moved 2 of them, placing one beside Li Xian'er for support and setting the other near the fire, preparing for Chao Jiqiang to come over after finishing his meal of stinky birch bark. By noon, they could return to the river to catch a few fish, some to be cooked immediately while the rest would be made into dried provisions. Once the fog lifted, they would set off for Dog Village, where Miao Miao had worked hard to fish for 3-line fish. Having met them, it would be courteous to send a message of safety. Zhang San stretched out his palm, warming himself by the fire while contemplating. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Yu gazing at him, her expression hinting at something she wished to say. What is it? He inquired. Well, you are the Red Line Fairy, aren't you? Yu's gaze faltered, hesitant to meet Zhang San's eyes. Every previous incarnation of the Red Line Fairy was notorious. Perhaps it was because I effortlessly sliced through the trees that he speculated I was the Red Line Fairy. Zhang San mused. However, in this secluded mountain nook, Miaomio had never accompanied her grandmother here. So how did Yu know of the Red Line Fairy? Do you know the Red Line Fairy? I do not. Yu hastily waved her hands, then quickly added, I've heard my friend mention that the Red Line Fairy possesses abilities akin to what you just demonstrated, which is why I guessed it was you. Yes, I am. Zhang San accepted the title, hoping to ensure Miaomio's safety. His heart raced slightly as he inquired, Where is your friend now? Could you introduce us? Despite Miaomio having accompanied her grandmother for many years, she was rather naive and had retained little critical information, only remembering to eat. Xiao Xingxing and Di Shui'er were acquainted with her grandmother relatively late and knew little about her. Paluo was aware, yet she was now in a state that was neither human nor ghost, having been reduced to a pulp yet still able to reassemble. Speaking of which, one wondered if she was still by the hot spring during the volcanic eruption. If she were still in the midst of reforming, she might be incinerated by the lava. Now presented with an opportunity to learn about Miaomio's grandmother, the previous Red Line Fairy, Zhang San was determined not to squander it. Do not be anxious. Allow me to explain slowly. My friend is a migratory bird, having flown south for the winter. She will return to visit me a month or 2 after spring next year. Her words held a semblance of credibility. Migratory birds travel extensively. Gaining knowledge of the Red Line Fairy was reasonable. Chapter 85. You can hold a conversation. What has she told you about the Red Line Fairy? Zhang San scrutinized Yu, attempting to discern the veracity of her words through her expression. Yu tilted her head in contemplation for a moment, then stated, She mentioned that the Red Line Fairy is extraordinarily powerful, possessing remarkable spiritual energy, farsightedness, and quick wit. Her mastery over the art of recognizing and commanding others is unparalleled. Each of her servants is formidable in their own right. Any one of them, if plucked from the group and cast into the most desolate corner, would still be capable of carving out their own domain. Perhaps overwhelmed by the intensity of Zhang San's gaze, she shifted her focus to the innocuous Miaomio and added, Moreover, she is a great beauty. Miaomio's cheeks reddened as she shyly donned her mask. It's not as if they are praising you. Look at how flattered you are, Zhang San thought, putting on his own mask, feeling the irritation of smog and smoke in his respiratory tract. Yu's words were mostly true, but the instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm is innate. Fearing that any ill-chosen words might provoke him, she offered nothing but praise for the Red Line Fairy, failing to mention any negatives. This information was utterly useless. Zhang San felt a twinge of disappointment that it would have been better to inquire about the recipe for her special herbal ointment, as that would have been genuinely beneficial. Noticing the expression of disappointment on Zhang San's face, the usually amiable Yu grew anxious. Casting a glance at Zhang San, she lowered her gaze to the ground, as if awaiting her fate. Zhang San had witnessed such dynamics often in the settlement that he spread his hands, revealing his cracked palms, the joints of his fingers even more severely split, exposing flesh beneath it. You still have that ointment you gave Miaomio earlier? Yes. Yu produced a hard plastic bottle, unscrewed the cap, and handed the entire bottle to Zhang San. Miaomio caught it in the middle, wedging the plastic bottle between her legs, carefully applying the ointment to Zhang San's hand. This ointment can treat cracks and frostbite. It works wonders, Zhang San continued. Is it truly that effective? Sister Yu, how did you make this ointment? Could you teach me? Frostbite is a persistent problem for me every year. I am bound to suffer from it. Of course, I can share. Just listen closely. Yu recounted with the enthusiasm of a seasoned expert, listing a dozen or so herbs along with their preparation methods, ratios, and storage instructions. Zhang San mentally repeated the information dozens of times, then recounted it back to her to confirm his understanding. Thank you, Sister Yu. It's nothing. Yu Yu's expression visibly relaxed, having received her favor. Zhang San's inner trepidation was bound by the rope of conscience, and he ceased his erratic movements. The atmosphere softened, and Zhang San began discussing mundane matters with her, where she lived, how many family members she had, how she came to this place, and if she had any relatives. Alas, do not mention it. Yu Yu sighed heavily. The propagation of our family has always been challenging, life and death intertwined, from what I can remember until last summer. We had added scarcely 30 members. Then, out of nowhere, a horde of iron monsters appeared, causing chaos and terror. Initially, they tormented Shihua village, and we secretly reveled in it, hoping to seize a share after they departed. Who would have thought that they would wipe out Shihua village only to then invade Hot Spring Mountain? You pointed to the ancient tree nearby that could be embraced by a dozen people. That metal creature felled such a sturdy tree with a single thud. Xiao Chao said that was a cannonball. Flesh and blood cannot withstand it, nor can leather or iron armor. Wait a moment. Sister Yu, Zhang San interjected. Did Chao Jiqiang come here during the summer? No, he and Xin'er joined the group in autumn. The metal monsters had long since departed that we lost nearly half our kin, yet new members joining is always welcomed. Though the casualties were severe, they did not seize our food. With fewer people, life became unexpectedly prosperous, and everyone quickly rallied to gather supplies for the winter. And then a little girl with wings appeared. Chapter 86. Yu Yu's grievance. How do you know? Yu Yu exclaimed in astonishment. I encountered her while soaking in the hot spring. There was still a faint smell of sulfur on my omio. Yu Yu suddenly sat upright, her expression serious. Wait, let me confirm. Are we speaking of the same person? Zhang San gestured. She is small in stature, somewhat slender. Her features are considered above average in human aesthetics. Flat-chested, and her waist-length hair appears almost alive, and instead of a tongue, she has a wriggling worm. Yes, that's exactly how she looks. Her tone shifted to one of excitement. You encountered that demoness. You actually made it back alive. Oh, right. You are the Red Line Fairy. You should be unharmed. What happened between you two? Zhang San, uncertain of the witch's fate, refrained from boasting, merely stating, I shattered her into pieces. Really? Yu Yu appeared momentarily disoriented, swaying before collapsing off the wooden stump. Had Myomio not reacted swiftly to catch her arm, she might have tumbled headfirst into the fire. Regaining her composure, her previously gentle voice erupted into a frenzied shout. The great vengeance has been avenged. 103 of my kin's souls can finally rest in peace today. Ha! Evil people must be dealt with by evil means. Ha! Sob. Yu Yu knelt on the ground, wailing mournfully. Drool connecting from her mouth to the earth. Myomio gently comforted her, yet her cries only intensified. Li Xin'er, enduring stomach pain, attempted to help her up but to no avail. Instead, she patted her back while glancing at Zhang San. Explaining, the Xiang tribe that only Aunt Yu is left. Zhang San could not empathize. He had always felt a sense of detachment from this world. Furthermore, Yu Yu had just claimed to be an evil person. Myomio, however, was affected by her sorrowful demeanor, her eyes brimming with tears. Everyone sit properly. What do you look like? Crying and wailing. Evil people should look like evil people. Zhang San reprimanded loudly that he felt helpless if he did not intervene. Soon all three women would be crying together, creating an atmosphere that could last until dusk. Yu Yu's cries abruptly ceased. She awkwardly laughed while wiping her tears, forcing herself to regain composure. I apologize for making you laugh. Esteemed adult, I dare not claim such a title. By age, I should refer to you as Sister Yu. No. You avenged my deep-seated grudge. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. I shall serve you faithfully and without complaint. Could you at least maintain some semblance of feudalism? Slavery is too lowly. Hearing the commotion, Chao Jiqiang rushed over. Xin'er, what is happening? Zhang San said he killed that winged woman. He shattered her into pieces. Zhang San corrected. Yu Yu, with over 30 years of life experience and a wealth of practical skills, would be a tremendous asset if brought back to the town. However, she was aligned with Li Xin'er and Chao Jiqiang. And Zhang San was reluctant to involve these two youngsters, as the people from the settlement naturally bore animosity towards the Zhang family. Most importantly, though unspoken, Zhang San was well aware that Chao Jiqiang and Li Xin'er were childhood sweethearts. Li Xin'er's father, Li Taopiao, was none other than Chao Jiqiang's father, Chao Yingfei. Buffet, he suddenly found himself unable to suppress a laugh. Previously, he had heard Xiao Xingxing mention that Paluo intended to use human inner essence to create orc warriors. But the scattered humans in the wilderness were too few, forcing her to focus on those in the settlement that to seek profit. Xiao Yingfei had deceived his kin into leaving the settlement and conspired with the orcs to harm them to obtain their inner essence. Li Taopiao was one of the victims. If Li Xin'er were to discover that her beloved's father was her father's murderer, what would she feel? Chapter 87. Fulfilling your request, did he really shatter her into pieces? Aunt Yu, don't be deceived by him. Silence, Xiao Chao. Yu quickly interrupted him. What is wrong with this kid? Does he think his eyes are for venting anger? Did he not see how Zhang San chopped trees as if cutting tofu? Truly a naive calf, daring to provoke the Red Line Fairy. Does he not value his life? Proof. As you wished, no sooner had she spoken than Zhang San snapped his fingers. Yu reacted swiftly. Pleading, no, the child is ignorant, and spoke out of turn. However, it was still too late. The supernatural powers had already been unleashed, and Zhang San's spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate. Suddenly, Chao Jiqiang's face flushed crimson, and he instinctively clutched his throat. Realizing this was futile, he resorted to choking his own throat and pounding his chest, as if something had lodged in his airways, rendering him breathless. The more he struggled, the more intense his suffocation became. In a matter of moments, he could barely stand, his gaze directed at Zhang San, filled with desperation that in a bid to save Miao Miao's life. Zhang San had given her the essence of the spirit lotus. Miao Miao, caught off guard, being his ward, Zhang San naturally possessed the ability to induce suffocation. Yet, for reasons unknown, whenever he contemplated using this ability, his middle finger would uncontrollably rest against his thumb. Snap. The two fingers intertwined, and he released the suffocation. Having grown up in a peaceful and stable country, with a carefree childhood, Zhang San's mindset was inherently positive. Tormenting others brought him no joy. Chao Jiqiang gasped for breath while leaning against a tree stump. And Yu did not immediately express concern, but rather urged, "Aren't you going to thank the gentleman for his mercy?" Chao Jiqiang's face reflected a struggle. Perhaps it was defiance, or perhaps hatred towards Zhang San. Yet, for the sake of survival, he chose to swallow his pride. "Thank you. For your mercy. Do you believe it?" I believe. These words were spoken by Yu, having witnessed the tragic deaths of her kin. She too felt the suffocation. The fact that Zhang San possessed such extraordinary powers indicated that he had obtained and consumed the essence of that enchantress. Fortunately, it was suffocation he employed. Had it been the Red Line, young Chao would likely have met a bloody end. It seemed Zhang San's heart was not as malevolent as rumored. He was not the bloodthirsty Red Line immortal as the tale suggested. "Sir, I have something to say," Zhang San interrupted. "Regardless of your thoughts, there is no need to address me as sir, and certainly not master. I am not accustomed to it." "Then how should I address you?" "Tianzhu." "Zhang Tianzhu?" Chao Jiqiang queried in confusion. Zhang San reiterated, "Tianzhu." Yu continued, "Tianzhu, you possess both the Red Line and suffocation abilities, which means you have ingested two essences. You have quite a few questions." No. I am not prying into your secrets, merely wishing to remind you. Speak. Consuming multiple essences simultaneously can affect both the body and mind, and most effects are detrimental. Is that so? Zhang San blurted out, his previous persona beginning to crumble. Concerned for Miao Miao, he found it hard to contain his emotions that he glanced at her, and she softly responded with a gentle hum, which indicated the potential for deformity or mental instability. The higher the spiritual energy contained in the essence, the greater the likelihood of adverse effects. Why didn't you say so earlier? Miao Miao lowered her head, her eyes glistening with vulnerability as she dared not meet his gaze. Focusing instead on the tips of her shoes. Having already consumed it, I cannot expel it. That I refrained from mentioning it, fearing it would cause you worry. The essences she usually received contained little spiritual energy, merely enhancing physical strength without posing health risks. Do not be angry. Take a deep breath. Zhang San had long since prepared himself psychologically. Being with Miao Miao was enough to satisfy him, and he sought to remain calm. The deed was done, and giving her the spirit lotus essence had been the only remedy. He could not hold Miao Miao accountable. When the opportunity arose, he would check her health to eliminate any potential risks. Chapter 88. The word God. The fat content in fish is relatively low, and the carbohydrates are scant. After engaging in laborious tasks such as climbing mountains, chopping trees, organizing leafy branches, and transporting firewood. Zhang San felt an emptiness in his stomach. An overwhelming hunger surged within him. It seemed related to the spiritual energy he had just expended. With this thought, he rose and inquired of Meow Meow. "Are you hungry? I shall catch some fish by the river." Her previously drooping eyes widened instantly, and with joy, Meow Meow jumped up from the stump, tugging at Zhang San's sleeve and gently shaking it. "Let us go together. I'll see if I can find some seasonings along the way." Zhang San, with a sigh, affectionately ruffled her little head. Complimenting her intelligence felt insincere, yet to call her foolish would be untrue, as she could easily sense his change in mood. Having left Shursan village for merely half a day, the bump on the back of Meow Meow's head had already subsided. The Xiang tribe was not far from Shursan village, and there should be some familiarity between them. Reflecting on this, Zhang San asked Yu, "Do you know which deity is worshipped at Shursan village?" Their village is rather insular, seldom interacting with outsiders. "I have heard of their beliefs in certain deities, but my recollection is vague. Let me think. It seems to be something like, I love you, the wild-eye god?" No, suddenly, for characters flashed in Zhang San's mind. "I also love you." No, that's not it. It's three characters that as time passed. The knowledge transmitted by the Zhichong was gradually comprehended by Zhang San. The symbols depicted behind the statue represented four characters, but conveyed only three distinct meanings. I. Also, love. They worshipped the I god. Realizing this, Zhang San felt there was little else to inquire about, and led Meow Meow down the mountain. "Take me with you." Yu followed closely behind, turning to remind the two young ones. "Stay near the tree hollow. Do not wander off, that I will take good care of Xianair." Chao Jiqiang responded, watching the three figures fade into the haze. The accumulated snow on the ground retained the footprints from the morning. The path down the mountain was no longer hard to find. Zhang San and the others moved swiftly, and before long, they had covered half the distance. Meow Meow discovered several plants that could serve as seasonings. But wishing to conserve energy, she decided to mark them for later collection on the way back. After walking a bit further, she exclaimed, "There it is, not far ahead." Remnants of a campfire lingered, wisps of smoke curling upwards by the riverside. That was where the couple had their breakfast. Before Zhang San could finish his sentence, a cacophony arose ahead. Birds flapped their wings, and animals scattered, fleeing in all directions. The fog was dense, obscuring clear outlines of the animals. The three arrived at the riverbank. The icy surface was marked with numerous animal tracks, including those of deer, otters, and various birds. The water exposed by the lifted ice cover had yet to freeze, and dead fish crowded together. The murky river water tinged crimson. Prodding with a bushy twig, Zhang San discovered that nearly every fish had been gnawed upon by beasts, making it difficult to find one intact. Fish heads and scales were strewn about, and even organs hung high in the trees, where a raptor with a gray back and white belly was pecking at them. There were few edible fish left. While scouting in the vicinity of Shursan village, Zhang San had attempted to use suffocation on birds, perhaps due to inexperience, or perhaps because birds possess well-developed air sacs. All the birds he targeted had flown away, and he had caught none that he observed the raptor in the tree, the red line entwined. The raptor remained unfazed, continuing to feast. Feeling more confident, Zhang San tightened the red line, and a portion of a gray-brown wing fell. The raptor took another bite of fish flesh, finally sensing pain. It flared in panic, crashing down. Zhang San dashed forward, seizing a stone and smashing its skull in a single blow as he held the lifeless raptor. Preparing to inquire about its edibility, he noticed Meowsher following Yu, moving away across the ice. The figures of the two women gradually faded, and soon they were out of sight. How naive, how easily one can trust others. With this thought, he chased after the two. The ice was slippery. His first step nearly caused him to fall. Zhang San, possessing a strong sense of balance, quickly mastered the technique and hastened to Meow Meow's side. There lay a hornless deer. The hornless deer flailed its four hooves desperately on the ice, but could not rise. That it was called a hornless deer because Zhang San and Meow Meow could not distinguish whether it was a roe deer or a muntjac, or perhaps a goat. They chose to refer to it as a hornless deer, following Yu's lead. This one is edible. Before Zhang San could inquire further, Meowsher took the initiative to introduce it to him. After speaking, she turned her gaze to the raptor in Zhang San's hands. This is a giant shrike, highly toxic and inedible. However, it is a female. If it contains egg yolk, it can be extracted and eaten. Zhang San's arrival startled the hornless deer further. It struggled more vigorously, exhaling heavy breaths. Capturing it alive would be improbable. The hide could provide warmth, and not wishing to damage it, Zhang San ended the hornless deer's life with suffocation. Grasping its leg, he dragged it off the ice. Hefting the hornless deer onto his shoulder, it felt like at least 100 pounds, significantly heavier than Meow Meow. The giant shrike was carried by Meow Meow. Determined not to leave empty-handed, Yu selected a few intact, non-toxic river fish, threading them together with vines through their gills. The thick deer fur, smooth and warm, brushed against his ears as he moved. When the time came to skin it, he could use it to craft a leather jacket for Meow Meow, which would be quite fitting, but it was unfortunate that none of them knew how to tan hides. The skins they obtained were dry and hard, some even emanating foul odors, forcing them to wear them as best they could. With this in mind, Zhang San asked Yu, "Sister Yu, do you know how to tan hides?" "Of course," Yu replied confidently. "The quality of the hides I tan is among the best. Most of the winter clothing worn by the children in our tribe is made by me. Could we invite you to help us make leather jackets?" "Ah, Redline Immortal. A gentleman's word is his bond. I would be more than happy to accept your invitation." Yu, having lost her home, had been living in dire straits for some time. Now with a newfound ally, how could she not cling to him? Moreover, he had avenged her deep-seated grievances. "However, I must not hide it from you. Some tanning methods require several months, even up to a year, to produce high-quality leather. Given that winter is already halfway through, by the time the clothing is completed, it will be out of season." "If that were indeed the case, it would be an interminable wait," Zhang San remarked. "Are you suggesting that there are methods that do not require such an extended period? Indeed, if one does not strive for perfection, a few days may suffice for rapid results, merely by simplifying the processes and reducing the complexity. However, such an approach would inevitably compromise quality and comfort." Chapter 89. The supermodel. In the midst of their conversation, a shadow suddenly emerged through the dense fog ahead, and it seemed the figure had spotted Zhang San and his companions, raising an arm and waving. Could it be Xiao Qiao? Why is he here instead of looking after Xianair? Yu waved back and called out loudly, "Hey, we're over here." Responding to the sound, the figure approached, and the three of them moved closer. Soon, the outline of the shadow broke through the mist, revealing the distinct features of a sleek black bear. To Zhang San's astonishment, it was not Chao Jiqiang at all, but a lean black bear. At this moment, they were no more than 30 meters apart. The bear, sensing the opportunity, dropped its front limbs and charged towards its prey. With its natural swiftness enhanced by the downhill slope, it approached with astonishing speed that in less than 2 breaths, it was upon them, its claws extended for the attack. Zhang San reacted swiftly, throwing the antlerless deer he had been carrying to divert the bear's attention. With his freed hands, he cradled Meow Meow and swiftly darted behind a tree. Suffocation, he snapped his fingers. The bear, having been hungry for an unknown duration, instantly locked its gaze on the antlerless deer and rushed over, prepared to feast. Yet at that moment, it found itself suffocating. Its glossy eyes began scanning the area for the 3 naked apes, and the bear decisively abandoned its chance at the deer, accelerating towards Zhang San and his wife. Abilities: naked apes, kill, numbers, higher probability. Zhang San lifted Meow Meow, propelling her upwards until she was perched over 3 meters high in a tree. The lean bear appeared to weigh around 400 to 500 pounds. Its speed surpassing that of a human, Zhang San did not believe he could win in a physical confrontation nor escape. After placing Meow Meow in the tree, he sought refuge in another one. Contemplating whether the bear would devour him first or if the red line or suffocation would eliminate the bear, the exertion of abilities on a creature weighing 400 to 500 pounds drained Zhang San's spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. Compared to its consumption when directed at Chao Jiqiang, it was perhaps dozens of times faster. A wave of emptiness and exhaustion surged within him, and his mind began to blur, his limbs feeling uncontrollable as he nearly collapsed. Reluctantly, he released the suffocation that he readied himself for a struggle with the bear, yet the creature seemed uninterested, wrapping its robust limbs around the tree trunk, twisting and climbing to find Meow Meow. When it came to climbing, Meow Meow had no fear of a bear, even in her human form. With agile movements, she scaled to the tree's crown, walking delicately along the branches before leaping to another tree. Meow Meow made a playful face. Realizing she had outsmarted it, The bear emitted a thunderous roar, twisting down from the tree. It then let out an angry bellow at Zhang San before darting off to pursue Yu. More cautious than I, this bear clearly wishes to avoid injury. With this thought, he applied the red line and began to focus, hoping to inflict damage as quickly as possible. Unbeknownst to Zhang San, this bear, having waved its paw in greeting, had already feasted on a double-digit number of naked apes. The substantial essence of human remains had granted it ample wisdom, reshaping its physical form on an inexplicable level. The black bear felt a transformation approaching, its life as a bear on the cusp of elevation. The imposing naked ape before it appeared formidable, since the effects of the abilities directed at it had ceased. It preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble and seek easier prey. By consuming this old ape and carrying off the antlerless deer as reserve food, it could endure this white season, with a promising future awaiting it. Its speed was astonishing as it lunged, momentarily distracted by its fantasies of a feast, only to find itself face to face with the old ape. With a heavy paw, it aimed to knock her down and begin its meal from her feet. However, the idyllic scene it envisioned did not unfold. Rather, the one falling was it. As the bear's paw swung towards her, Yu extended her hand, catching it lightly, and with a swift motion, executed a fierce shoulder throw. The black bear felt the world spin, and as it regained its senses, a fist, emanating scents of herbs, birch, and river fish, loomed larger in its vision. Yu mounted the black bear, delivering a crushing blow to its skull. Withdrawing her fist and shaking off the brain matter, a sharp pain shot through her hand, and she realized her hand bones and wrist had shattered. I forgot. The human body is frail, requiring careful handling. She turned to Zhang San, explaining, "You mentioned your kin were harmed, and I thought you were one of the elephant people. Turns out you are an elephant." Observing the bear's corpse convulsing on the ground, paralyzed from the destruction of its central nervous system, Zhang San could not help but think, "Sister, you have become quite the supermodel." As Zhang San caught a glimpse of Chao Jiqiang and Li Xianer, he turned to look, finding the two of them returning with the river fish, chatting and laughing merrily. The next course of action was unclear. Instead of consulting Yu, Chao Jiqiang directly sought Zhang San's guidance. Evidently recognizing who truly held authority in their discussions, "Slice the fish meat," he instructed. "Very well." Zhang San retrieved a red plastic bag, extracting a flashlight, a solar battery, a razor, a matchbox, and other daily necessities from within. After emptying the bag's contents, he grasped its handle, giving it a vigorous shake to inflate it, then wiped it clean twice before filling it with snow and adding a small amount of water beforehand. A straight wooden stick was threaded through the bag's handle and propped on a forked wooden frame, creating a simple portable cooking pot. Lacking utensils, he fashioned a makeshift plate from a wooden wheel using red string. Carving out a shallow indentation with a small knife, melting the snow, he added the fish slices and seasoning, resulting in a sour, fishy soup. The soup was divided into wooden plates, and the four of them settled down to enjoy their dinner for the evening. The bonfire had crackled all day, and the fresh green leaves beside it had turned dry and yellow. Zhang San carried them into the hollow, plucking the leaves from the branches and arranging them neatly. In the summer and autumn, sleeping on pine needles would certainly irritate the skin. However, it was now the dead of winter, and with their clothes still on, it made little difference what leaves they lay upon. Meow Meow pounced upon the remaining warmth of the pine needle bedding, rolling about. Dizzied from her antics, she rose slightly to gaze at the narrow tree hollow, contemplating the idea of constructing a door to close it off. Suspending the flashlight above with a rope, it would make for a cozy little nest. It'd be why the time Zhang San returned from hunting, she could have dinner prepared, and the two of them would feast heartily. Shutting the door behind them, collapsing onto the animal skins in each other's embrace, and then, oh he. Seeing Meow Meow grinning with her tiger teeth, Zhang San couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Asking, "What are you so silly about?" Her daydream interrupted. The little kitten pouted, turning her face away in a huff. "You annoying creature, I won't talk to you anymore." The winter days were short, compounded by thick fog, making the darkness descend abruptly, but it was not yet time to sleep. The hornless deer lay cold, yet when it had just died, its body was still warm. During the cooling process, numerous microorganisms could thrive within, leading to rapid decay or toxin accumulation. Zhang San made an incision to let the deer's blood flow out, catching it in a wooden plate. The intestines and forestomachs were said to contain certain toxins, so he discarded them along with the bile and kidneys, deeming the rest edible. Checking the organs, they still retained warmth. Thankfully, he hadn't slacked off. Zhang San carefully peeled off the deer's skin, scraping away the remaining connective tissue and fat under Yu Yu's hesitant guidance. What next, Sister Yu? Gather some bitter leaves and crush them to soak, or we could use the brain matter of this deer. Understood. Zhang San neatly folded the deer hide and set it aside. There was no time to deal with that now that he called everyone to join in segmenting the deer meat, cutting it into strips to hang over the fire for smoking. Faint sounds of wild beasts echoed in the distance, likely drawn by the scent of blood and flesh. Yet they feared the flames and lingered at a distance that in the dim, hazy fog. Various glowing points flickered, some in the trees, others behind them. Occasionally, the sounds of a chase or a scuffle could be heard. But it was unclear who was pursuing whom. Zhang San feigned calmness as he leisurely prepared the ingredients. With someone to guide them, the others no longer felt panicked and continued their tasks. The night was dark and misty, the orange glow from the smoking meat mingling with the hundreds of glowing lights. Suddenly, a pair of delicate white feet emerged from the thick fog, stepping cautiously through the snow. It was a young girl, completely unclothed, her arms wrapped around herself, shivering uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. Big brother, big sister, could you spare me some? The little girl looked at the deer meat with pleading eyes, the biting cold wind stripping away her body heat. Zhang San glanced at Miao Miao, who in turn looked at Yu Yu, as it was the two of them who had captured the hornless deer together. Though, you all decide. Miao Miao then picked up a skewer of smoked deer meat and stepped forward to offer it to the little girl. Thank you. I will remember you. The girl bit down on the skewer and transformed into a snow-white fox, darting away. Yu Yu shook her head, commenting, this child is truly unkind to herself, not caring for her own well-being. Indeed, Zhang San concurred. Ever since he could transform into a beast, he deeply understood Miao Miao's words. Such distortions could have detrimental effects on both body and spirit. This little fox had transformed twice in such a short span for 2 pieces of meat. Who knows what kind of aftereffects that might leave? Perhaps she was just too hungry. The little kitten leaned against Zhang San, resting her head on his shoulder, and mused, if I hadn't met you, I might have fared worse than her. Did you not say you would hibernate through the winter? Sleeping soundly? Zhang San teased. Your life seems quite comfortable. How could it be miserable? I was joking. She replied that in winter, the trees and grass are all bare. As soon as I peek out, the nearby beasts would fix their gaze upon me, making me too afraid to venture outside. The blankets are thin and cannot block the wind at all that I have to revert to my original form and curl up to sleep. Yu Yu asked curiously. Miao Miao, what were you originally? A spotted cat. Sister, have you seen other cats in the mountains? Just then, the weight on her arm increased, and Miao Miao realized the jealous Zhang San was annoyed, with a playful twinkle in her eye. She added, was it a male or female? Meow. Before she could finish her sentence, she leapt up suddenly. Zhang San had slipped his icy hand into her neck. Chapter 92. Not coming that I've never seen a cat. I've only seen horned leopards, long-tailed tigers, and owls. Yu Yu shifted the topic. Have you seen other elephants? No. In their casual conversation, the group had unknowingly processed all the deer meat. Miao Miao pulled out a ball of yarn she had been carrying and tied up the strips of smoked meat together. Zhang San hammered a few wooden nails into the inner wall of the ancient tree, hanging the meat upon them. Even if they were unable to gather more food later, relying solely on the river fish, deer meat, shrike, and stinking birch, the group could easily last half a month in the forest. They need not worry about firewood for warmth. They just had to be cautious to isolate the flames to prevent a fire. With no pressure to survive, Zhang San relaxed, resting his hands behind his head as he lay comfortably on the insulating pine needle bedding. Miao Miao wrapped her shoes in cloth, tying them off so she wouldn't dirty their sleeping area. Chao Jiqiang and Li Xin'er huddled together in the existing grass nest. Yu Yu kicked at a tree stump while sitting at the cave entrance, saying, you all sleep. I'll keep watch, having sustained a severe hand injury. She took on the night watch to allow the others ample time to rest and prepare for the tasks ahead. Zhang San, not one to be rude, replied, if you get tired, just call me, and promptly closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, something poked him in the side. Without needing to think, he lifted his arm, allowing Miao Miao to burrow beneath it, resting her head on his shoulder. Good night. Zhang San playfully patted her little bottom. Good night, silly kitty. The night passed uneventfully, leading to a chilly, desolate morning. Upon opening his eyes and gazing outside the cave, he found the fog still thick. Yu Yu heard the movement and turned to Zhang San. Awake? How well did you rest? Her eyes visibly showed her fatigue that I woke up once from the cold, but otherwise, it's been all right. Sister, you should rest. I can handle the rest and I can hold on for a little longer. I'll sleep after breakfast. She lifted a bare bird, saying, since I have nothing to do, I might as well pluck all the feathers from this shrike. You know, it's surprisingly difficult to do without scalding it in hot water. Zhang San took the shrike, finding it lighter than expected, flipping it over to discover an incision on its belly. The innards were already cleaned out. Yu pointed to a wooden plate. They're all there. Yolk, heart, liver, and so on. Meow Meow said the shrike is toxic, referring to its toxicity to humans, but she and you can eat it. Zhang San found a rock and cut out a smooth stone slab along its grain. Washing it with snow, then propping it over the fire. Finally, he polished it with the deer fat until it gleamed. He cut the shrike into small pieces and placed them on the stone slab. Taking a rough stone to scrape the spicy shrubs, sprinkling the resulting powder over the bird meat as seasoning. The aroma of the roasting meat wafted into the hollow, prompting Meow Meow to stretch. Sleepily wandering out and hanging on to Zhang San, she smacked her lips and murmured, is that the shrike? What are you eating? Deer liver and deer blood. Are you cooking it? The deer blood is being cooked. I'll go fetch some snow. Meow Meow opened the plastic bag used for boiling fish soup yesterday and filled it with snow, boiling water, and adding the already coagulated deer blood. Zhang San picked out a dozen broad leaves from the snow. Wrapping the sliced deer liver in them and tossing them into the fire, before long, they were thoroughly cooked. Xiao Xiao, it's time to eat. Yu called to Chao Jiqiang, who woke along with Li Xin'er. The latter's lips were cracked and pale, her voice hoarse and weak as she asked, Aunt, may I have something to eat? Just a sip of water will do. Hold on a bit longer, Xin'er, that I know you're uncomfortable. But it hasn't even been 2 days. Your wound won't heal that quickly if it doesn't hurt too much by evening. You can try sipping some water. I'll make sure to prepare it for you. All right, Xin'er nodded, continuing to sleep. For her, the happiest moment would be waking up to find it was already night. After finishing breakfast, Yu retreated into the cave to rest, while Chao Jiqiang went to scrape the remaining stinking birch bark. Zhang San, concerned about encountering wild beasts unexpectedly, decided it wasn't worth risking the 2 river fish since their food supply was ample. He lay down on the bedding, wrapping his arms around the stinky Meow Meow to sleep soundly. Unbeknownst to him, it had been nearly a month since he had left the town, and he wondered how Xiao Xingxing and the others were faring. When he departed, the pantry had been stocked with bear meat, lizard meat, honey, nuts, and dried wild vegetables. So hunger was not a concern that Su Bin and Di Shuai were both industrious, undoubtedly hauling the pry bar to the lumber yard to fetch timber. The garments they fashioned, though of mediocre quality, were nonetheless wearable, providing sufficient warmth. However, uncertainties lingered regarding whether the earthquakes, avalanches, and landslides triggered by volcanic eruptions had impacted the town. Were the few houses they occupied still sturdy? Were there any startled wild beasts lurking nearby? Lost in contemplation, Zhang San found himself musing on numerous thoughts that it was only upon regaining his focus that he realized he had begun to long for home. He yearned to sleep on the wooden bed that carried the scent of kittens, to watch friends play mahjong under the glow of a lard lamp, and to sit in the kitchen, staring blankly into the fire. Having known Meow Meow for only a short while, Zhang San was already aware that she sought a nest. She craved security, preferring to sleep against the wall. Fond of familiar scents, she would often snuggle against him. Yet, with just a word from him, she would willingly brave the elements and wander the world. He glanced down at her, and sensing his gaze, Meow Meow looked up, their eyes meeting, filled with his essence. Was it truly necessary to venture eastward? What harm was there in spending his days in the quaint town? A ripple of emotion stirred within him once more that a gentle pat on his palm brought Zhang San back to reality. Meow Meow had, unbeknownst to him, unfastened her jacket, peering around with a mischievous glint in her eyes to ensure no one was watching. She then opened her coat, revealing her plump sweater, and whispered, "Come." "Come, indeed," he retorted, his irritation flaring. She should not have spoken at such a moment. Chapter 93. Preparations for homecoming. All right. Meow Meow squirmed closer, closing her eyes in anticipation of a head pat. The fresh aroma of herbal balm mingled with the scent of unwashed hair oil, a combination that wafted through the air. "You stink," he murmured resignedly, rubbing her head twice. After traversing mountains, drenched in sweat, scavenging decaying corpses in the cellar, and handling various hunted animals, to say he was foul-smelling would be an understatement. The odor emanating from him was decidedly unpleasant. Meow Meow's sense of smell was far more acute than a human's. And if she did not mind his scent, what reason did he have to be particular? Zhang San gazed outside the cave. Let the fog dissipate. I wish to return home, to indulge in a refreshing hot bath. Time ticked away, the horizon blushing as the cold night approached. Yu stretched, recalling her promise from the morning, and turned to Meow Meow, saying, Sister, may I borrow your plastic bottle? I need to boil water for Xianair. I've already lent it to her. It's outside boiling now. Li Xianair, having endured 2 long days without nourishment, could hardly wait for Yu to wake naturally. She pointed at the mineral water bottle, gesturing for assistance, and hurriedly filled it with snow before rushing off to boil water. Chao Jiqiang set up a stone slab to heat fish and deer meat, taking charge of dinner. After a day of lying around, feeling somewhat chilled, Zhang San stepped out of the tree hollow to stretch his limbs and warm himself by the fire. He looked westward. The absence of clouds meant no splendid sunset, yet he found it captivating nonetheless. For the fog had lifted. However, unlike before, the sky remained a persistent yellow, as if countless large particles of dust floated in the air, and the sun appeared only as a faint outline, glaring not in the least. Suddenly, he recalled the bear carcass lying not far down the mountain, so he took his knife and called for Meow Meow to accompany him, reasoning they might procure a bear pelt upon arrival. They found nothing. The black bear had been entirely devoured by various wild beasts, leaving only scattered fur and gnawed bones behind. Even the marrow having been extracted and consumed, the two treated it as a leisurely stroll, gathering aromatic branches and leaves before returning to the tree hollow. Yu, I intend to set off for home tomorrow morning. So eager to leave. Well, living in a tree hollow cannot be a long-term solution. Compared to foraging and camping in the wild, at least here we have a wooden shell, though it still leaves us vulnerable to wild beasts. How fortunate it is to have a home to return to. Zhang San remained silent. In Yu's conception, home represented kin, homeland, the very place that nurtured her, filled with memories of the past. Yet the home he yearned for was merely an abandoned tourist town, where he had salvaged a somewhat intact dwelling. Speaking of the house, how should Yu and the others be accommodated? A house could not be erected in a day or two. A temporary lodging would need to be arranged. He and Meow Meow's dwelling contained several important items, such as medicine and essences, making it inconvenient for others to occupy. Xiao Xingxing's negative emotions could sometimes be unbearable even for Di Shuai. Should Yu lose control, it would be disastrous if she were to punch Xiao Xingxing into the wall. Furthermore, when the house was initially built, Zhang San had promised Di Shuai that it would belong to her and Xiao Xingxing. Without consent, even he could not enter freely. It seemed he would have to inconvenience Su Bin, while Chao Jiqiang could sleep in the kitchen, and she would have to squeeze in with Yu and Li Xianair. No, Su Bin's wings bore a striking resemblance to those of a witch. What if Yu saw them and a conflict ensued? Wait a moment. Zhang San suddenly realized Su Bin and the witch. What was their connection? In Zhang San's mind, the witch was a spirit possessed by an unknown entity. The insects within her, as well as the flesh-eating creatures from the blood rain, were likely of the same species, and her wings resembled those of a 7-colored mimic dragonfly. Yet Su Bin was a mech pilot from a distant federation, having never consumed the essence nor encountered the blood rain, aside from having eaten a few mimic dragonflies to stave off hunger. She had no further ties to the former. Could there be a connection to the mimic dragonflies? He and Meow Meow had also consumed them. Might there be hidden dangers? Alas, fretting was pointless. He decided to dismiss such thoughts. He attempted to stretch his back muscles, musing how delightful it would be if he could fly as well. The water was boiling. Xianair tentatively sipped from 2 bottle caps, waiting for about an hour until darkness enveloped the land. Aunt, I feel much better now. She took another couple of sips, fixating her gaze on the deer meat on the stone slab, unable to look away. Take a small piece first. Go slow. Seeing Yu nod, Chao Jiqiang retrieved the prepared slab of meat, skewering it with a wooden stick and handing it to Li Xianair. Delicious. Thank you, Jiqiang Gu. Swallowing the steaming deer meat whole, she turned to Zhang San, bowed, and said, Thank you for the essence you provided. You're welcome. She then addressed Meow Meow, saying, Thank you, sister, for the water bottle. Earlier, my throat was so parched I could hardly speak, and now I can finally express my gratitude. I truly apologized. It's just a mineral water bottle. there's no need to be so polite. After a hearty meal, she ground down a small amount of essence powder to mix with warm water for consumption. This was to expedite her recovery, especially since Zhang San had mentioned they would be traveling the next day. The essence would aid in restoring her strength. Let us begin packing. We'll set off at dawn. The items to be gathered were few. Clean the plastic bag, repack the flashlight and other tools, and the remainder consisted of 2 strings of smoked deer meat and a neatly folded